Chapter 1. Here lies Blue Star, 3 centuries hence, a world ravaged by the corruption of a chaotic universe. Beyond the near-Earth orbit, for ominous pillars of malevolent gods hover in the skies, emanating terrifying arcane energies that taint all that exists. Humanity has been compelled to forsake all cursed technologies and knowledge. Only through unwavering faith can one shield themselves from the encroaching chaos. Wei Lai has inhabited this world for 3 months now, grappling with the incredulity of his translocation. After all, he merely indulged in dark humor from the depths of hell. How did that lead to him being thrust into this world, so thoroughly tainted by chaos? What gives Wei Lai such certainty that it was indeed the hand of Azoth that struck him? A vivid handprint, crimson against his cheek, bears a curious hole at its center. In this unfamiliar realm, corrupted by the 4 pillars of evil, he found himself without guidance, at risk of perishing within a day. Fortuitously, he was taken in by a priest of the church. Wei, you may arrange the tomes, but do not attempt to decipher their contents. Without steadfast faith, an excess of knowledge can become a curse, cautioned the priest, a man in his 50s, adjusting his heavy, robe-like vestments. Beneath the dim glow of the holy candle, his weathered face bore a stoic and resolute demeanor. Of course, my revered Father Cain, I assure you, I shall not read a single word within. I have no desire to succumb to corruption, Wei Lai replied calmly, while tidying the desk cluttered with books and notes, inwardly lamenting his unfortunate familiarity with Latin. A manual on the maintenance of young boys, postnatal care for underage girls, and a guide on how to win the affections of a 50-year-old priest. These were among the priest's notes. Had it not been for the peculiarities of this body he now inhabited, which came with an innate ability to comprehend language, he would have remained blissfully ignorant. Such a pious and solemn priest engaged in such sordid pursuits behind closed doors. Wei Lai shuddered at the recollection of the dark humor he once penned. Question: do you know the commonality between the priest and the Foot Basin nation? Answer: both have exploited young boys. Question: why does Azoth refrain from intervening to stop the priest? Answer: because Azoth bears a wound as well. Wei, I shall not return for the next few days. Remember to finish the holy elixir once consumed. Your health should be on the mend, Father Cain remarked, trimming his beard before the mirror. His departure felt less like an exorcism and more akin to a clandestine rendezvous. The word sent a chill down Wei Lai's spine, for this frail body he now inhabited had suffered from malnutrition, rendering it weak and fragile, akin to that of a young boy. A bout of tuberculosis had claimed the life of its original inhabitant. Take care, Father Cain, Wei Lai said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Indeed, I have ascertained that your level of contamination is quite low, indicating the purity of your soul. Upon my return, I shall invite you to behold my underground chamber, Father Cain said, casting a mysterious and benevolent smile over his shoulder. Behold. Wei Lai swallowed hard, a wave of terror washing over him. What's the matter? Are you nervous? Father Cain's smile was rather peculiar. I'm not nervous at all. I'm filled with anticipation. Are my ritual implements ready? The night is about to fall, Father Cain inquired again. Yes, they will be ready shortly. Wei Lai hastily set aside the book in his hands and approached Father Cain to arrange the exorcism tools. This mission is perilous, and the demons are exceedingly malevolent. Ordinary holy candles may prove ineffective. I shall replace the holy candles with love candles. Morality points increased by 10. The priest is fighting alone while the evil spirits swarm in numbers. Let us substitute holy water with Wangzai milk. Morality points increased by 10. The outside world is rife with terrifying corruption. I will exchange the exorcism incense for succubus perfume. Morality points increased by 10. To stave off boredom during the exorcism, I shall replace the Bible with a fashion magazine. Morality points increased by 10. What if the priest grows hungry mid-ritual? Let's swap the silver crucifix for a banana. The silver dagger shall be exchanged for a squeaky chicken. Father, all the ritual implements are prepared. I wish you a successful exorcism. Wei Lai handed over a fully packed bag of exorcism tools to Father Cain. Yes, as night falls, do your best to stay indoors, refrain from allowing anyone inside, and remember to keep the holy fire in the church lighthouse burning, Father Cain advised, with lingering concern before departing. Rest assured, Father Cain, I will take good care of this place. Wei Lai forced a smile, watching as the priest, lantern in hand, ventured into the dimly lit street until he vanished from sight. Only then did he curse vehemently, "Damn it, you think you can test me?" The door isn't even closed. With a loud thud, he laboriously shut the heavy wooden door of the church, secured it with a bolt, and settled down, legs propped up on the communion table, gazing up at the dimly flickering candlelight illuminating the visage of the statue nailed to the cross, that he asked, "Do you know what invigorates the spirit the most?" The wooden statue, of course, offered no reply. The crucifix, Wei Lai chuckled mischievously. Morality points increased by 10. Indeed, every devilish joke earned Wei Lai 10-20 points of moral corruption. Yes, this moral corruption is the system Wei Lai acquired upon his arrival in this realm. Angels and demons. When you perform good deeds, you will accumulate merit points. When you commit misdeeds, you will accrue moral corruption points. Each time your merit or corruption points reach 100, an angelic or demonic blessing will be bestowed upon you. Note, upon reaching 100 points, you may choose to wager, retaining the corruption points to amplify the next blessing. A golden blessing requires 500 points, while a rainbow blessing necessitates 1,000 points. Current merit points, 0. Current corruption points, 100. It is not that Wei Lai is unwilling to do good, rather, performing good deeds is exceedingly challenging, while committing misdeeds is rather convenient. For instance, when a neighbor's child ventures out for a midnight bathroom break, merely impersonating a ghost to startle him yields 2 points of moral corruption. Your mischief value has reached a staggering 100 points. Will you immediately activate the demon's blessing, or perhaps choose to place a bet? Let's activate it. This is the first time Wei Lai has amassed 100 points, and he is curious about the nature of the blessing. Instantly, a cloud of inky black smoke erupted before him, coalescing into 3 phrases composed of shadowy mist. Demon's Blessing 1. The Companion's Silver Level. You shall receive a mannequin as long as it remains within a 3-meter radius of you. It will grant you 1 mischief point. For every hour it exists. A gift of mischief points? Every day, without lifting a finger, simply by placing the mannequin nearby. Does that mean I will receive 24 points daily? However, Wei Lai already possesses enough mischief. He does not particularly need this. Demon's Blessing 2. Pandora's Box Silver Level. You will acquire a Pandora's Box, wherein items may be placed. You will have 3 chances each day to transform them into other items of equal grade. Demon's Blessing 3. The Demon Gambler's Silver Level. Roll a magical die. An odd number incurs a penalty, while an even number rewards you. The reward will certainly exceed the silver level. Please select one of the 3 blessings. This is a no-brainer. Life is filled with countless choices. To encounter a gambler and not go Allen would be a waste of youth. Wei Lai rubbed his hands in anticipation, preparing to reach for the 3rd blessing when the black mist revealed a line of crimson warning. Warning. Please choose this blessing with caution. Incurring a penalty may easily lead to your demise due to current life points. Do you wish to continue? Never mind, it's not worth risking my life. Wei Lai's enthusiasm waned, and he pointed towards the 2nd demon's blessing, Pandora's Box. Bang! A redwood box, intricately carved with demonic flowers, landed heavily in Wei Lai's arms. Its weight and exquisite texture spoke of an ancient design in a previous life. It could have easily been sold as an antique. Upon opening it, he found the interior empty, not particularly spacious, just enough to hold an object the size of a basketball. The mysterious Pandora's Box can be activated 3 times a day, allowing items placed within to undergo transformation. After transformation, there is a 33% chance they will shatter and disappear, a 33% chance they will change into another item of the same grade and type, a 33% chance of being elevated to a higher quality, and a 1% chance of yielding a mysterious grand prize. Current usage count is 33, resetting daily at noon. Having comprehended the usage instructions, Wei Lai turned and placed a holy candle in a Pandora's Box to test its effects. These are first-grade ritual tools crafted by Father Cain. Possessing a degree of holy power, they are not mere trifles. As he closed the box, Wei Lai pressed the flower center of the box, causing it to tremble violently, with black mist seeping from its seams. Minutes later, the commotion gradually subsided, settling into complete tranquility. Wei Lai hurriedly opened the box to take a look. A bounteous gift crab. The once pure white candle had transformed into a twisted, grotesque representation, dripping with blood-red hues, as if flesh and blood were conjoined. Surely, this cannot be what the system intended. Is it true that this Pandora's Box of yours can conjure forth demonic entities? Why didn't you mention it sooner, wasting my sacred candle? How is it that in the grand cathedral of heaven, I find myself lighting a flesh candle dedicated to malevolent deities? If anyone were to see this, I would surely be dragged to the tribunal, destined for a fiery fate. The Pandora's Box is not solely capable of manifesting demonic items. It is all a matter of fortune. However, it is influenced to some extent by the user's intentions. Surprisingly, the system responded to Wei Lai's inquiry. This left him puzzled. Although he did not believe in the figure on the cross, he certainly did not lean towards the demonic. He urgently desired to have this grotesque flesh candle removed. The Pandora's Box cannot undergo a second transformation in the short term. Please insert a new item. What? It cannot be transformed again? To possess a candle for demon worship within this sacred sanctuary, should it be discovered, would surely lead to my binding and roasting. It must be hidden. Perhaps in Father Cain's study would suffice. I cannot hide it beneath my own bed. Depravity points increased by 10. Seizing a second opportunity with the Pandora's box, Wei Lai retrieved a holy water leech from the adjacent pool and continued the transformation. Though it appeared slimy and repulsive, it was indeed a sacred artifact. Wei Lai had seen Father Cain use it to absorb the cursed taint from those afflicted by evil. The Pandora's box trembled violently once more, releasing another waft of dark smoke. A mourning crow X1 upon opening the box. A raven with pitch-black feathers and crimson eyes fixed its gaze intently upon Wei Lai, tilting its head. A mourning crow? What purpose does it serve? Show me your mourning. Wei Lai expressed his confusion regarding the latest transformation. You are destined to die, croaked the raven, each word delivered with an unsettling rasp. Oh, for heaven's sake, you unfortunate creature, you are the one who shall perish. Your mother will die. Your entire family shall perish. Wei Lai leapt up in a panic. Your mother is dead. Your mother is dead. The mourning crow continued to squawk, becoming increasingly animated. This is truly wretched. Be gone from my sight. Wei Lai hastily opened the window, using a broom to shoo the ominous creature away, only to hear its raucous cries, disturbing the peace of the neighborhood throughout the night. Depravity points increased by 20. Alas, I have released a nationally protected species, and yet my depravity has increased? Shouldn't I be rewarded with virtue instead? Why does it still pertain to the demonic? This defies logic. Could it be that my heart is tainted? Wei Lai promptly lit 2 sacred candles, sincerely praying before the statue on the altar, repeatedly invoking Amen, and washed his hands with holy water. With the cleansing of holy water, his hands must surely be pure. Wei Lai refrained from lighting more sacred candles, as they are consumables, requiring uninterrupted burning every night to banish malevolence and maintain the sanctity of the statue. Should he exhaust the candles, who knows what monstrous visitor may come knocking at night. However, he had begun to discern that consumables could only transform into other consumables, and that animals could only be transformed into animals. What the props, he wondered. This time, Wei Lai retrieved an old iron incense ball from the priest's study and placed it into the Pandora's box, fervently praying for a bountiful reward, ideally the enigmatic grand prize of 1, and fervently hoping it would not vanish. Once again, the Pandora's box was activated. This time, the box ceased to emit black smoke. It trembled violently, releasing a puff of white vapor as it opened, instantly radiating a brilliant white light. Congratulations, your item has been upgraded. As the white light flickered, the once dull and gray incense ball transformed into an ancient, silvery metal sphere. Silver incense ball of oblivion. Tier, 2nd. Attribute, neutral. Effect, enhances the efficacy of all incense by 20 and imparts a mild effect of forgetfulness. Ah, what a splendid treasure! For cleric, incense is undoubtedly an essential item. Father Cain also possessed a silver incense ball, alongside a variety of herbs, such as calming and exorcising incenses. Wei Lai delicately extracted the intricately designed hollow incense ball from the Pandora's box, its craftsmanship exquisite, suspended by a slender silver chain, which he admired. And toyed within his hands, he then ignited the calming incense left by the priest, eager to experience its effects. A whiff. Oh, tranquility descends. What is this in my hand? The incense ball of oblivion, another inhalation. What is this in my hand? The incense ball of oblivion. Once more, he inhaled tea that moment. The clock tower in the street chimed thrice, warning the lingering residents to return home promptly, for remaining in the darkness held no good fortune. Only then did Wei Lai remember the medicinal broth simmering in the kitchen, hastily stowing the now depleted Pandora's box beneath his bed before rushing to the kitchen to consume his medicine. You have ingested the holy healing elixir, restoring 2 points of vitality. Uncertain of the origins of this medicine, presumably procured by Father Cain, it warmed him thoroughly, rejuvenating Wei Lai's previously frail body. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy and urgent pounding at the church door reverberated. Wei Lai licked the bottom of his bowl, ensuring not a morsel of the medicine's potency was wasted, and then approached the main hall of the church, glancing at the still burning sacred candles before the statue. Father Cain is away on a trip today. If you have business, please return in a few days, Wei Lai stated, not particularly concerned about the creature lurking outside, having lived with Father Cain for some time, during which many urgent visitors had knocked on the door at night. It's Wei Lai, the assistant priest. It's Elvin. Open the door, I am in dire need. Damn it, it's ringing in my ears again. The man outside pounded desperately on the door. Elvin was a familiar face on this street, a teacher and historian often attending services at the church, having crossed paths with Wei Lai numerous times. I'm terribly sorry, but Father Cain is not here. He instructed me not to let anyone in while he's away. Wei Lai replied, wholly disinclined to invite trouble. Please, let it be, at least allow me to repent before God. I do not wish to succumb to darkness. Elvin wept, kneeling outside the door, fervently striking his own head, displaying immense anguish. Return, my child, as long as you uphold your faith, it matters not where you seek repentance. Wei Lai reassured. Though not a priest, he possessed a knack for persuasion. Let you in? What a farcical notion. If you were to suddenly fall into corruption, who could withstand such a burden with my fragile frame? Very well, Wei Lai. If Father Cain returns, please ensure that he purifies my body and guides my soul to the heavenly realm. I am willing to offer all my savings to the church. Elvin resignedly acquiesced. Wait, you say you possess savings? Your piety has moved the Lord. Come in, my dear scholar. Wei Lai was touched by his sincerity. With a creaking sound, the grand doors of the church opened slightly, beckoning Elvin to enter hastily. The once vibrant scholar, with his tousled yellow hair and barely in his 30s, now appeared profoundly aged, as if decades had been added to his years. Speak, what troubles you, Mr. Elvin? Wei Lai, feigning solemnity, adjusted his gray robe, concealing the sharp candlestick behind him, wary of any sudden transformations. Will you also purify my spirit, Assistant Priest Wei Lai? My mental pollution is alarmingly high. I hear terrifying voices. Elvin grimaced in agony, clutching his head, blood streaming from where he had clawed at his ears. That depends on your sincerity, for the church requires funds to operate, Wei Lai remarked, having learned a thing or two while serving under Father Cain. I understand. I have wealth. Just help me expel it from my mind. Elvin, aware that Father Cain charged 10 pure silver coins for an exorcism, hastily rummaged through his wallet, producing a handful of coins to offer to Wei Lai. Wei Lai hurriedly took the money and counted, finding a total of 15 coins. It was evident that Elvin was on the brink of collapse, lacking the composure to count his earnings. Sit down for a moment and share what has transpired, Wei Lai inquired while preparing the exorcism tools. I simply cannot quell my curiosity. I glimpsed into an ancient tome from a bygone era. Those words linger in my mind. And I have heard the whispers of the malevolent deity. Elvin sank despondently into the chair, his eyes bloodshot, murmuring to himself. Wei Lai employed an instrument reminiscent of a mercury thermometer, inserting it into Elvin's mouth. Oh, my lord, your mental pollution level is alarmingly high, 48. A mental pollution level of 25 brings forth various physical discomforts, while reaching 50 leads one to succumb to corruption, marking them as a follower of the malevolent deity, subject to the judgment of the tribunal. Generally, individuals maintain a level below 10, necessitating constant vigilance and frequent acts of repentance and worship. Wei Lai's own level, a rare 0.1, is exceptional, which is precisely why Father Cain took him back to the church for proper cultivation. I knew it. I implore you, please save me. I do not wish to descend into darkness. Elvin pleaded in anguish. Of course, it is only right to charge for services rendered. We adhere to professional ethics. Wei Lai mused, then produced the newly acquired item. The forgetfulness incense ball combined with the exorcism incense. In the presence of the Lord, may all pain and unease be forgotten. And may those foul and wicked words fade away. May God be with you always. As the exorcism incense was ignited, it emitted a wisp of white smoke, interlaced with a peculiar blue magical aura. Under Wei Lai's incantations and prayers, it enveloped Elvin's form, seeping into his nostrils with each breath. Soon, the restless Elvin began to calm down, eyes closed, breathing steadily, as the corrupting words in his mind dissipated with the inhaled smoke. When the incense burned out, Wei Lai collected the incense ball and roused Elvin, remeasuring his mental pollution level, 5. Excellent. The purification ritual was a resounding success, Mr. Elvin. You have been spared from corruption, earning 20 points of merit. Alas, saving a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-story pagoda. Why only 20 points of merit? Is that not rather stingy? Look at the demerit points. Telling a hellish joke earns 20 points. Oh, Wei Lai, why am I here? Elvin appeared bewildered, clearly feeling the lingering effects of the forgetfulness incense, having forgotten his original purpose for coming. Indeed, your reading nearly led you to corruption. Had I not purified you in time, our next encounter might have been at the tribunal's stake. Wei Lai felt a thrill in having done a good deed for the first time. Is that so? Thank you. But is Father Cain not present? Was it you who conducted the ritual? Elvin inquired, astonished. Yes, Father Cain is away on business. I do not wish to explain this again, especially since it is quite late. You should return home. Wei Lai did not wish to keep him overnight. Very well. Thank you, Wei Lai. May peace be upon you. Elvin gazed out into the dark night, eager to return home. Wait, you have yet to pay. Oh, I apologize. I completely forgot. May the Lord guide you. Amen. Wei Lai grinned, weighing a handful of silver coins. Peaceful night. You have survived. Wei Lai, stifling a yawn, descended from the rigid wooden bed. A night spent in the church had proven to be anything but restful, as he had risen 3 times. Unable to enjoy a single uninterrupted slumber, Father Cain had imparted 2 essential duties for the nighttime. First, to ensure the sacred candle before the statue burned continuously, a gesture of reverence towards God. The second task involved replenishing the lighthouse atop the church with holy oil, allowing it to blaze throughout the night. This act was meant to safeguard the tranquility of the nearby blocks, preserving the purity of the residents' souls from the sinister whispers of demons lurking in the darkness. Ordinarily, such responsibilities would fall to the nuns. However, it was a tragic fate that claimed the lives of the 2 nuns in this church under mysterious circumstances not long ago. Thus, it was left to Wei Lai, the temporary assistant priest, to fulfill these duties. At that moment, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the church, casting a warm glow upon the statue of Jesus on the cross, instilling an inexplicable sense of peace. All is well. The old bell ringer, shaking his copper bell, announced tranquility street by street, door by door. Hey, old bell ringer, do you know the difference between Jesus on the cross and the Jesus in the portrait? Wei Lai opened the window and leaned on the sill, greeting the passing night watchman. Good morning, young squire, he said, to which the old watchman, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of decayed teeth, responded with a toothless smile. The image of ASU mirrored Wei Lai's radiant smile, evoking a similar warmth within him. The old watchman, having succumbed to the temptations of dark forces in his earlier years, had rendered himself deaf by piercing his ears, thus securing the position of a night watchman. He patrolled the nearby streets, free from the worries of sounds lurking in the darkness. With no one to share his hellish jokes, Wei Lai could only muster the courage to share them with the hard-of-hearing old watchman. Once the watchman departed, Wei Lai opened the church's grand doors to welcome the fresh air, preparing to embark on the day's tasks. His first duty was to procure necessary supplies for the church: flour, candles, lamp oil, and spices. The funds, naturally, were sourced from the church's coffers left by the priest. He was reluctant to dip into his own meager savings. At noon, he needed to bake communion bread to distribute to the impoverished in the community, ensuring they were not tormented by hunger and subsequently led into the embrace of malevolent deities. The second of these dark deities, known as the god of corruption and plague, had brought forth a painful pestilence and devastating famine. Its foul microorganisms proliferated everywhere, hastening the decay of food and causing the living to succumb to illness, only for the deceased to rise again. Were it not for the merit gained from sharing communion with the destitute, Wei Lai would have been disinclined to bake bread for these wretched souls. Purchasing ready-made bread would certainly be imprudent, as the church funds were limited and could not withstand extravagance. Wei Lai could only go to the mill to procure some flour and return to bake fresh bread. Good morning, esteemed assistant priest. Are you here to purchase flour? I have just milled some exquisite wheat flour, guaranteed to yield soft and delectable bread. The miller, covered in a fine dusting of white flour, greeted him with great respect. Oh, in a world where so many endure hunger, how can we indulge in our own appetites? Wei Lai solemnly rejected the offer. Who wouldn't he desire fine bread? Alas, it is far too expensive. A silver coin for but a pound of flour, who can afford such luxury? O Lord, your devout follower has moved me. I shall donate a sack of flour to the church. Please do accept it. The miller clasped his hands in prayer, exclaiming joyfully, The Lord shall bless your generosity. Wei Lai gladly accepted a small sack of rye flour, sufficient to last 3 days. Why not purchase a larger quantity at once to avoid frequent trips for supplies? This question had long been posed to the priest. The answer was, the corrupting malevolence of the dark deity causes food to spoil within a short time. Does flour spoil as well? Indeed, though at a much slower rate than other foods, flour can decay into a mass of black ash within a week. Other perishables, however, spoil even more quickly. Left out for just half a day, they can become repulsive and slimy by morning. All fruits and vegetables must be consumed the same day they are harvested. Preservation is not an option. Truly, this world is quite dreadful. Wei Lai had not tasted fresh fruits or vegetables in ages. Each day he endured the wretched black bread, hard and dark. As he passed the sawmill, Wei Lai glanced around cautiously and, seeing no one, stealthily gathered a handful of fine pine sawdust, mixing it into the flour. Sinfulness increased by 10. What a lack of virtue. Wei Lai intended to craft bread that was both hard and unpalatable, thereby excluding the penny-pinching commoners and ensuring that the Eucharistic bread reached those who truly needed it. After procuring flour, Wei Lai ventured into the shop to purchase some mutton tallow candles and sheep oil, materials sourced exclusively from the pastoral region. Only the pure white lambs, untouched by their mating season, could yield the tallow necessary for sacred implements. Indeed, merchants were notoriously miserly upon seeing Wei Lai approach for supplies. They did not even consider donating a few items, instead insisting on full payment. Sir, I perceive a dark omen upon your brow. Could it be that your spiritual pollution levels are alarmingly high? Perhaps a visit to the church for prayer might be in order? Wei Lai mischievously threatened the shopkeeper, a man with a sparse mustache. You little acolyte. Mind your words. I was just tested recently. My level is only 21. The shopkeeper quivered in fear. This was no jest. Exceeding a level of 25 would lead to removal by the peacekeeping officers. A level of 21 was already quite high. I happen to possess a vial of holy water. Perhaps you should wash your face with it. Wei Lai nonchalantly produced a bottle of freshly drawn well water. Ah, thank you. The shopkeeper eagerly reached out for it. 2 silver coins. May the Lord bless you. Amen. Wei Lai smiled benevolently. Nickel silver or pure silver? The shopkeeper grimaced as he reluctantly produced 2 gleaming coins. The moral degradation value increased by 20. The currency of this realm differed from that of the common fantastical worlds. It was categorized into nickel-silver coins, which were inferior coins made of copper, iron, and nickel, used for small transactions. With a purchasing power equivalent to 1 piece of black bread per coin, pure silver coins, crafted from 90 silver, inscribed with a cross and the visage of Jesus. Having a purchasing power equivalent to 10 nickel-silver coins, sufficient to buy an entire loaf of black bread, and holy silver coins, made of 999 pure silver and blessed by high priests, possessing the ability to ward off evil spirits, valued at 10 pure silver coins, capable of purchasing a fur garment, yet rarely used by common folk, serving as a currency among the elite. Indeed, the standard currency was silver, as it possessed innate properties to restrain malevolent forces. Utilizing silver currency diminished the likelihood of succumbing to greed or the temptations of demons. Silver utensils and vessels could also eliminate microorganisms, prolonging the shelf life of food. As for gold, a metal of even higher value, Wei Lai had yet to encounter it since his arrival. It is said to possess an enchanting allure that can easily captivate one's mind, causing ordinary individuals to descend into madness at the mere sight of it, yearning to claim it as their own. Consequently, a century ago, it was entirely appropriated by the upper echelons of the church, though its ultimate purpose remains shrouded in mystery. After procuring all the necessary materials, Wei Lai ambled toward the church, responding to the greetings of his neighbors with the demeanor of a courteous young man, while simultaneously inquiring whether there were any vacant rooms available for rent. He harbored no desire to continue residing within the church, laboring without compensation. After all, what if Father Cain were to return in a fit of bestial rage and take it out on him? At this moment, Wei Lai fervently kneads dough in the kitchen of the church, murmuring not the sacred scriptures customary for the making of communion bread, but rather a continuous stream of grievances. It perplexes me how, in the illustrious land of Italy, renowned for its culinary heritage, the offerings have dwindled to such a lamentable state. Where are the pizzas? The pastas? The tiramisus? The cheeses? The beers? How has it come to be that only this wretched loaf of bread remains, a fare even more insipid than British cuisine? Indeed, the town where Wei Lai resides is none other than a small settlement named Gil, nestled within the former Italian region of Florence. Although the concept of nations has largely dissipated, with the Vatican assuming the reins of governance over much of the European continent, the geographical names persist. Poor Wei Lai has endured months of desiccated bread, his mouth nearly watering for something more delectable. Father Cain elucidates this predicament by asserting that once one has indulged in the pleasures of fine food, desires awaken. With desire comes the peril of gluttony. Thus, maintaining a simple diet is deemed beneficial for fortifying one's faith. Nonsense. To subsist on the most meager of fare throughout one's life. Entirely unaware of the joys of gastronomy, what purpose does existence hold? This rudimentary bread, lacking even yeast for fermentation, is merely a mass of overcooked dough. While it may be palatable when freshly baked, once cooled, it could even serve as a weapon. Lacking any divine enhancement, what Wei Lai produces hardly qualifies as communion bread. It is merely a coarse, sawdust-like bread that barely satisfies hunger. Praise the Lord, they say, giving thanks to God for the sustenance provided. One by one, Impoverished townsfolk gather at the church entrance to receive food assistance, expressing profound gratitude to the Almighty. With a cheerful smile on his face, Wei Lai's heart brimmed with resentment. Here I am, toiling away at dawn to procure flour for you, mixing in sawdust, kneading dough, and baking bread. Yet you offer your gratitude to the Almighty instead of to me, correct? It seems I shall have to increase the sawdust by another 20% tomorrow. The accumulation of merit points is painfully slow. Despite my relentless efforts in both creation and baking, I only earned 20 merit points after delivering 10 loaves of black bread. The pace at which one can engage in nefarious deeds is far swifter. After the recipients of the bread departed, Wei Lai returned to the kitchen to prepare himself a bowl of rye noodles, seasoned with a pinch of salt and mutton fat. Delightful. Though it was a rather bland dish, it surpassed the black bread by leaps and bounds. Ah, what a fragrant indulgence! However, as the priest warned, the unauthorized creation of culinary delights is a curse, for recipes constitute a form of knowledge. To acquire knowledge necessitates contemplation, yet such contemplation can lead one astray, tempting them with the allure of knowledge and the insidiousness of deceitful deities, thus leading to corruption. Abandoning thought and knowledge, the mindless recitation of scripture has become the means of survival for humanity. The third pillar of evil, the god of curses and deceit, also known as the malevolent advisor, symbolizes conspiracy and cunning, adept at exploiting the weak-minded and their curiosity towards knowledge. It is this very entity that has cursed all knowledge, robbing humanity of its proudest technological achievements. Consequently, Wei Lai only dares to secretly prepare himself a simple bowl of mutton-fat noodles during the priest's absences. After distributing the black bread and satisfying his hunger, Wei Lai washed his hands in holy water and offered a prayer before the statue. Oh, the cooldown for Pandora's box has concluded. It is time for transformation once more. He pondered what other items within the church could be altered. It would be a waste of transformation attempts to place ordinary items of common quality, gray, within. He must seek out items imbued with a touch of holy power to partake in the change. An ancient scripture from a bygone era, second tier. Wei Lai ventured boldly, bringing forth all of Father Cain's fine equipment, determined to wager on a grand scale. As he placed the second-tier ritual tool into Pandora's box, a notification of a 20-point increase in misdeed value appeared. Engaging in such nefarious acts repeatedly, one could fear that upon the priest's return, the church would be left with naught but its structure. The Pandora's box trembled violently, and with a resounding bang, black smoke erupted. Upon opening the box, it was found to be utterly vacant. Your equipment has vanished. Ah, I have even purified my hands with holy water. How could this be so malevolent? Though the items were not Wei Lai's, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. Undeterred, he turned back to find another silver chalice, second tier. Misdeed value increased by 20 once more, and Pandora's box began to shake again, followed by another explosive sound. The scene was nearly identical. Wei Lai hurriedly opened the box, only to witness a wisp of black smoke rise, revealing the box's bottom as empty. Ah, no, not again. Have my belongings been consumed once more? Wei Lai was on the verge of madness. Yet, like a gambler blinded by fortune, he remained resolute. What were the odds of 3 consecutive failures? The first 2 could be dismissed as mere misfortunes. The third time, surely, would bring him great success. Wei Lai promptly retrieved a silver cross, second tier, and, without hesitation, cast it into the magical box, followed by a fervent prayer directed towards the heavens. The box began to vibrate intensely, buzzing with energy. Resembling a grand lottery in the throes of excitement, Wei Lai felt an inexplicable thrill. Suddenly, a burst of searing steam erupted, forcefully lifting the lid of the magic box, and a plume of orange flames emanated from the bottom. As the smoke and flames dissipated, a silver cross, flickering with a fiery glow, was revealed at the base of the box. Your equipment has been enhanced. Indeed, winning the grand prize was no easy feat. Flame of the Silver Cross rank, Tier 3 attribute, Sacred Flame effect. When utilizing this cross to cast sacred spells, it will inflict additional sacred flame damage. What a marvelous item. Wei Lai hastily retrieved the cross. Ouch, it's hot. He instinctively touched his earlobe, nearly dropping the cross in surprise. What is this? A branding iron? His reaction almost sent the cross flying. Your mental pollution value has reached 20, and you are now subjected to the resistance of the sacred attribute. Damn. When did that happen? Was it during that reckless gambling spree? I must repent immediately. As the day's time with the magic box came to an end, Wei Lai concealed it back under his bed, draped the flame cross around his neck, covered it with his coat, and quickly knelt before the statue. Reciting the Bible with heartfelt sincerity, confessing his greedy transgressions and vowing to refrain from gambling for the next 12 hours. In a bid to lower his mental pollution value below 5, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he glanced at his merit value of 50 points and demerit value of 80 points. Sigh, my heart is inclined towards goodness, yet my merit value grows so slowly. Between exorcising demons and distributing bread, it has only reached 50 points. However, my demerit value is already ripe for the bestowal of blessings. Wei Lai resolved to take a leisurely stroll, indulging in a bit of mischief, with the hope of securing a demonic blessing by nightfall. Engaging in virtuous deeds is no easy task, while malevolence abounds in every corner. He rode his bicycle across the street, startling elderly ladies, frightening young children, deceiving devout followers for their small silver coins, disturbing nests, and kicking dog bowls, only to be met with the ire of their owners as the dogs barked in protest. After wandering through the nearby neighborhoods for an entire afternoon, he successfully accumulated the remaining 20 points. Wei Lai did not even wait to return to the church. He hastily activated the 100 points of wickedness to invoke the Demoness Blessing. Demoness Blessing 1. The cost of strength silver, your physique enlarges by 20. Bestowing upon you a permanent enhancement of 10 in both constitution and strength at the expense of 10 years of your lifespan. Oh, my goodness. They want to take away 10 years of my life right off the bat? Absolutely not. I have not yet lived enough. Demoness Blessing 2. The Jester's Trick, silver. You engage in a game with the Demon Jester. Victory grants you a random skill from the Jester, 34th tier, while defeat incurs a harsh punishment. A jester? The visage of the masked figure from Saw instantly flashed in Wei Lai's mind. I certainly do not wish to play games with a jester. Demoness Blessing 3. Dangerous Quest, silver. Upon completing a perilous task, you shall receive a generous reward. None of these demonic tasks are straightforward. Each presents a choice between sacrificing your life or undertaking a daunting challenge. Wei Lai felt a tinge of regret, questioning why he had so foolishly approached the realm of demons. Yet, the allure of the substantial rewards associated with perilous tasks had emboldened his timid heart. He was to complete a dangerous mission within a span of 12 hours. Failure to do so would result in punishment. To his astonishment, the task was not assigned by the system, but required him to seek it out himself. With a sense of determination, he resolved to find a less hazardous undertaking. As he perused the nearby streets, scanning for potential triggers for the task, he soon encountered a flustered man rushing towards him, clearly in a state of distress. Wei Lai. Assistant priest. Is Father Cain not at the church? The man exclaimed. Indeed, Father Cain is away on a trip. What troubles you, Uncle Jim? Wei Lai replied, recognizing the craftsman from a nearby carpentry workshop. Oh, what shall we do? Uncle Jim was visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Calm down, Uncle Jim. Panicking will not help. What is the matter? You may confide in me, Wei Lai encouraged. It concerns Sophia, you know her, right? Uncle Jim managed to collect himself slightly. Of course, the kind-hearted seamstress who lives with her grandmother. She even mended my clothes, Wei Lai recalled, adding silently, what a generous soul she was. Yes, she has passed away. Uncle Jim lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. How could this be? When did it happen? Wei Lai gasped in disbelief. We do not know. Last night, a crow was incessantly cawing atop her roof, but we paid it no mind. Today at noon, when her tailor shop remained closed, we thought to check on her, only to find, alas, her grandmother was all that remained. What shall we do? Uncle Jim sighed deeply. Is it a mourning crow? Wei Lai immediately thought of the foul-mouthed crow he had cast away. How long has she been gone? Perhaps a day. Uncle Jim hesitated. We must act swiftly to perform the cremation, Wei Lai declared with utmost seriousness. In this world, tainted by the corruption of the pestilential deity, any deceased individual, regardless of their cause of death, would undergo a horrifying transformation within 3 days at most, or even a single night at the very least. The microorganisms within the corpse would seize control, causing the dead to rise once more. Father Cain had repeatedly warned Wei Lai that the dead must be dealt with promptly. If possible, they should not be left overnight. Assisting with cremation and guiding the souls of the departed was one of the most vital duties of the local priest. The task had presented itself. We understand the urgency of the cremation, but with Father Cain absent, can you lead the proceedings? Uncle Jim inquired, his worry palpable. If there are no better alternatives, I must fulfill my duty. Wei Lai responded with solemnity and reverence. Without a doubt, this was a task of demonic significance. You have accepted the task, body handling. Let us hasten, Assistant Priest Wei. Uncle Jim urged. Very well, I shall retrieve some ritual implements from the church. Wei Lai nodded in agreement. At this moment, dusk had descended, and the town's bell had sounded its first chime, urging the residents to hasten their tasks and prepare for the journey home. Many townsfolk, their faces etched with concern, gathered at the entrance of the tailor's shop, mourning the sudden demise of Sophia. The typically vibrant and healthy Sophia. Why had this tragedy befallen her? The town's constable, equally troubled, urged everyone to return home, emphasizing the necessity of securing doors and windows tightly and refraining from venturing out that night. Jim, has the priest arrived? Upon spotting Jim, the constable inquired anxiously. The priest is away on a trip, but I have summoned Uncle Wei Lai, the assistant priest, Jim replied, sharing his own trepidation about whether Wei Lai, lacking formal ordination, would be capable of performing the purification of the body. Let us step inside and assess the situation. Wei Lai was eager to complete the ritual before nightfall. Very well. Proceed inside. Everyone, please make way. The constable called out, urging the crowd to disperse. Wei Lai entered the tailor shop, where an array of both new and old cotton and linen garments hung, exuding a simplicity reminiscent of the medieval era. As she traversed the shop and made her way to the rear courtyard where the living quarters were located, a sorrowful sound of weeping reached her ears from a distance. Sister Sophia's grandmother was hunched by the bedside, her tears long since dried. The grandmother recounted how, a few days prior, Sophia had accidentally pricked her foot with a rusty pair of scissors while sewing. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but it became evident that the constable had already ascertained the cause of death. Perhaps 3 centuries ago, the tetanus virus was not so easily contracted, and the likelihood of fatality was low. However, in the era of the four-pillar malevolence, even the slightest hint of a virus could prove deadly. Wei Lai gazed upon Sophia's face, obscured beneath a piece of cotton cloth, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Though he had encountered the deceased before, having assisted the priest in 2 cremation ceremonies over the past 3 months, his role had merely involved menial tasks, handing over towels, offering holy water, but never had he been called to take direct action. Summoning his courage, he lifted the covering cloth the moment Sophia's visage was revealed. His heart twisted in shock, and those behind him gasped in horror. It was utterly terrifying. The symptoms of tetanus manifested as spasms in the facial and throat muscles. Sophia's death was a ghastly sight. Her once kind and warm smile was now unrecognizable, her countenance contorted in agonizing torment, marred by numerous scratch marks. Her murky eyes bulged from their sockets, and her jaw, dislocated from muscle spasms, hung open in a grotesque manner. Wei Lai, the assistant priest, was indeed reliable, as Uncle Jim silently commended his composure. Composed? My legs are frozen in fear. Someone please help me. Hastily, he replaced the cloth, chiding himself for his curiosity. Why had he looked? It would have been better to incinerate her at once. Time was of the essence. The ceremony must commence. He called for all unrelated personnel to withdraw and requested the sheriff to construct a cremation pyre in the courtyard. Wei Lai was unwilling to wait another second. Can the assistant priest delay for just one more day? I cannot bear to part with Sophia, the frail grandmother implored, gazing weakly at Wei Lai. Out you go. A group of neighbors swiftly intervened, lifting the elderly woman away, fearing that if the corpse were to transform that night, her life would be of little worth, while the entire neighborhood would pay a heavy price. Wei Lai took a deep breath, preparing to commence the purification ritual. A few audacious men remained in the room, assisting in unveiling the white cloth that covered Sophia's corpse. Wei Lai felt a sense of psychological readiness and managed to calm down somewhat. Upon inspection, she noticed a darkened wound on the top of Sophia's foot, from which a pitch-black flesh bud writhed, reminiscent of a worm. The corpse had already begun to undergo a transformation. She was certainly not a recent casualty. The old woman had secretly lain in repose at home for a day. Had the discovery been delayed any longer, it was likely that tonight would have witnessed her metamorphosis into the undead. Wei Lai ignited a second-tier exorcising incense and placed it within the sphere of forgotten fragrance. A silver chain coiled around her fingers, suspended above Sophia's lifeless form. As the smoke enveloped the ceremonial proceedings, "Oh, divine radiance, please expel the impurities and malevolence within her, allowing her to receive the Lord's favor with a pure spirit. May the Spirit of the Lord be with her, guiding her through the shadowy veil of death into the realm of eternal life, where she shall forever dwell in peace and paradise." Wei Lai recited the eulogy with profound devotion. According to the customary practices of Father Cain, the peculiarities of the corpse would soon subside, allowing for its eventual cremation. However, after Wei Lai's incantations, rather than experiencing purification, the body began to writhe. In an instant, the atmosphere of the room turned chaotic. A cry of the corpse has transformed, ignited a wave of terror as a group of robust men screamed like frightened maidens, hastily fleeing the scene. It merely twitched a bit. What transformation is this? Come back. Wei Lai was determined not to let the mission fail and urgently called them back. Return. The sheriff, stationed at the door, pushed everyone back inside. Help me restrain her. I must perform the purification. As Wei Lai observed that the incense was ineffective, he resolved to use holy water for cleansing. 6 hesitant men approached, binding her limbs with coarse rope, their combined weight pinning her down, rendering her immobile. Wei Lai opened a sacred vial and poured the second-tier holy water from it, beginning to douse Sophia's forehead while chanting, Almighty God, you have created all things and purified the world with the great flood. At first, the corpse merely struggled, the veins beneath the skin bulging like worms, twisting and writhing, while 6 men barely managed to restrain it. As Wei Lai's holy water reached the wounds on her feet, it cascaded upon the writhing flesh. Suddenly, the corpse erupted with a terrifying force, thrashing violently. The 6 strong men gritted their teeth, their full strength exerted, yet they could not pin her back to the bed. In a moment of desperation, Wei Lai knelt upon Sophia's abdomen, extracting the flaming crucifix that hung around his neck and pressing it firmly against the center of the corpse's forehead. In the name of God's wrath. With that utterance, the crucifix emitted a brilliant red light, becoming exceedingly hot, causing smoke to rise from Sophia's forehead. As the mutated corpse began to calm, Wei Lai could no longer contain himself and released his grip. To his dismay, the crucifix burned his hand as if it were a branding iron. In an instant, the malevolent corpse was fully activated, crashing through the bed and violently lunging upwards, propelling Wei Lai against the wall. With a fearsome roar, the completely transformed Sophia revealed her skin, now a ghastly gray, as countless black flesh buds writhed upon the surface, howling as they lunged towards the cornered Wei Lai. Wei Lai was thrown to the ground, the back of his head striking the corner of the wall, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Fortunately, the 6 men proved to be somewhat dependable. They anchored themselves to the ground, their boots firmly planted, desperately using hemp ropes to restrain Sophia's limbs. Each of them, their faces flushed with exertion, summoned every ounce of strength to precariously hold back the transformed corpse. Sophia's dislocated jaw hung open, a gray tongue dangling perilously close to Wei Lai's face, while a horrifying sound emanated from the depths of her throat. Wei Lai, you must escape. We can no longer hold on, Uncle Jim exclaimed, his face flushed with effort. Wei Lai found himself cornered against the constricted wall by Sophia's lifeless body, with no avenue for escape. Just then, Uncle Jim exerted additional force, pulling Sophia's hands back. This tugging inadvertently tore open her corset, unleashing the once coveted sight of Sophia's ample bosom, which sent Wei Lai crashing against the wall. This is perilous, he thought, devoid of any sensuous feeling, only experiencing a sense of suffocation. Should things escalate, Wei Lai feared he might be the first transmigrator to be smothered to death. At last, the undead Sophia, realizing her limbs were restrained, slowly turned her head to gaze at the man gripping the rope behind her. Her grayish-white pupils lacked any glimmer of life. The men, who had been praised for their reliability just moments ago, were now stricken with terror, hastily releasing the rope and fleeing, not forgetting to lock the door behind them. A transformation had occurred. The frantic cries only served to ignite a wave of panic, completely overlooking the fact that Wei Lai remained in the room. As Sophia's undead form turned to face him, a low growl reverberated through the chamber, as if she were poised to pounce in the next instant. Wei Lai doused the remaining holy water upon Sophia's visage, scalding her face as though it were subjected to sulfuric acid, emitting wisps of steam accompanied by a hissing sound. Seizing this opportunity, Wei Lai sprinted towards the door. For a zombie, even one that 6 burly men could scarcely subdue, was hardly a matter for concern regarding tasks. He needed to flee post-haste. What the hell? Who locked the door? His exclamations erupted within the confines of the room. Turning back, he beheld Sophia, her face grotesquely transformed as the holy water had purged her flesh from her bones. Her eyes had melted away, and in a fit of rage, she flailed her arms and charged headlong into the wardrobe, which splintered into fragments upon impact. Damn it, I will fight to the end. Wei Lai gritted his teeth and seized a rough cloth strip, wrapping it tightly around his hand. Grasping the top of the flaming crucifix once more, he leaped into action, positioning himself behind Sophia, using the crucifix like a dagger, plunging it fiercely into the back of her skull. In an instant, a searing blaze erupted atop the zombie's head, the crucifix transforming into a searing brand. This time, with the cloth strip secured around his hand, Wei Lai did not relinquish his grip. Instead, he exerted control over Sophia's body, propelling her through the room and stumbling towards the pile of timber in the courtyard. The immensely powerful zombie collapsed into the woodpile, and Wei Lai, hesitant to withdraw the crucifix, swiftly rolled away. "Pour the oil," cried Wei Lai, rousing the stunned security team, who hastily grabbed wooden spoons to drench Sophia with the flammable liquid. The inferno roared to life, and the creature within the woodpile convulsed for an extended period before finally succumbing to stillness. May the glory of the Lord illuminate the path of the departed, guiding her to her eternal abode. Beneath the fierce flames, Wei Lai exhaled a sigh of relief, praying as he traced the sign of the cross upon his chest. Task accomplished. The demonic mission is complete. Rewards are being extracted. Wei Lai was so consumed by his emotions that he could not bear to await the completion of the cremation, nor to collect the ashes, and he did not even retrieve the flaming crucifix before limping back to the church. He had sustained an injury. While attempting to ambush Sophia from behind, her nails had raked across his leg, leaving him with a maddening itch, as if insects were burrowing into his flesh. Wei Lai understood that the venom coursing through Sophia's body was the foul essence of the corrupted plague god, a viral curse that necessitated an urgent purification at the church. If the venom penetrated too deeply, it would not be long before he too would transform into a wretched husk under the dominion of the plague god. Upon returning to the church, Wei Lai hastily filled a bath with clean water and poured in all the holy water available, submerging himself entirely. A sharp, piercing pain surged through the wounds on his legs, akin to salt being poured into a fresh wound. Yet, he bore the agony, knowing it was the holy water purging the venom. The burns on his hands, however, felt a soothing coolness, offering him healing. As Wei Lai soaked in the bath, he found a moment of tranquility to assess his gains. You have purified the corrupted Sophia. Merit points gained, 30. You have completed the demon's blessing, dangerous task. Reward, Crow Sorcerer's demon vaccine. With a sudden puff of smoke, an oddly shaped, antiquated silver syringe appeared in his hand, containing a vial of deep crimson liquid that resembled blood more than a vaccine. Crow Sorcerer's demon vaccine. Effect: the skilled healer Crow Sorcerer Hussein meticulously developed this low-tier vaccine against the plague god using a substantial amount of demon blood as its base. Once injected, it grants immunity to viruses of Tier 3 and below. Furthermore, with each infection from a low-tier virus concocted by the plague god, it converts the infection into 123 points of constitution. Such a treasure. Wei Lai, concerned that the holy water would not entirely expunge the tetanus virus, did not hesitate to inject himself. The remaining silver syringe was also a valuable item, which he carefully stowed away. The demon vaccine began to absorb the tetanus bacillus virus. Was there an absorption process? Wei Lai felt a sudden twitch in his eye, followed by an overwhelming stiffness as his muscles seized uncontrollably. He could hardly manage his body. Had he not moved so violently, causing the bath to topple over, he might have drowned in the holy water. His muscles spasmed and stiffened throughout the night, only awakening when sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated his face. You have triumphed over the tetanus virus. Muscle strength enhanced, power increased by 1, constitution increased by 1. Damn it, what a night. It felt like I died and came back to life, but at least I didn't suffer a loss. Wei Lai grumbled as he rose, stretching his limbs. Indeed, his previously frail body felt significantly more robust. Was this the essence of rebirth through destruction? Broken bones, upon healing, would surely be more resilient than they were before. Thus, in this world, could the healed organs emerge even stronger? He pondered trying to tackle ailments such as HIV, syphilis, gonorrhea, and genital warts to see if he could forge an indomitable weapon from them. After the turmoil of the previous night, the spilled bathwater had left his bedroom in disarray, and without replenishing the holy candles in the church, he wondered if any mishaps had occurred overnight. Wei Lai tidied up his bedroom, and then approached the statue of the deity Esu to light a sacred candle and offer his confessions. After glancing at his merit points, which stood at 70 with no demerit points to his name, he realized that his task for the day was to accumulate a total of 100 merit points to invoke a blessing from the angels. As he listened to the old night watchman passing by, ringing his bell, Wei Lai followed his usual custom of opening the window to greet him. "Hey, old man. May I ask you something?" The Bible records that the Garden of Eden is a room from which one cannot exit without certain conditions. Why can God enter and exit freely? The old watchman chuckled, showing his teeth as he shook his bell. "All is well, esteemed assistant priest. You are truly a good man. While most people tend to ignore him, you greet him daily." His demerit points increased by 20. Ah, the jokes of hell, eternally amusing. Upon opening the church doors, Wei Lai encountered Uncle Jim, who approached with a hint of guilt on his face. "It brings me great joy to see you well. Assistant Priest Wei Lai, we have gathered Sophia's remains this morning. Here is your cross." He handed over a flame-wrapped cross encased in cloth. Do not take it to heart. Thanks to your assistance, I could not have succeeded alone. Wei Lai accepted the generous reward, refraining from blaming them for their last-minute retreat, expressing that frequent donations to the church would suffice. That is well and good. We wish to ask you to officiate Sophia's funeral. I cannot preside over the funeral. Father Cain will return in a few days, and I must not usurp his role. Wei Lai, who typically shunned early endeavors unless for profit, found officiating a funeral less appealing than partaking in the feast. Very well, we shall postpone the funeral for 2 days. Uncle Jim bowed and departed. Subsequently, Wei Lai began crafting sawdust bread, aiming to earn an additional 20 merit points by noon. With enhanced muscle strength, kneading the dough became effortless, and he no longer felt fatigued to the point of being unable to lift his arms. Tasks that took 4 hours the previous day were completed in 3 today. With the remaining time, he prepared himself a bowl of mutton fat rye noodles, savoring each slurp, as the impoverished villagers queued to receive their portions. Wei Lai gained another 20 merit points. What a frustrating endeavor. After all this effort, I might as well have told a hellish joke. Observing his merit points had reached 90, Wei Lai decided to take a stroll, hoping to find elderly ladies in need of assistance across the road, while also gathering information on any households afflicted by illness. The local gossiping women at the village entrance served as the town's information hub, and he quickly learned of a little girl next door suffering from tuberculosis, who had been coughing for a week. The priest had already visited, but to no avail. Her parents had given up hope for treatment, isolating her in an abandoned barn surrounded by firewood, providing only thin gruel and bread daily, awaiting her demise to hastily arrange for cremation. Infectious diseases in this world were indeed a most terrifying affliction. Even a minuscule cold virus, when meticulously orchestrated by the malevolent deities of decay and plague, can prove exceedingly fatal. The medical techniques from the Golden Age, even those from 3 centuries past, are rendered utterly futile. In that moment, Wei Lai resolved to visit the ailing young girl. Upon his arrival at the courtyard, he found the girl's parents silently praying outside an abandoned warehouse, awaiting their daughter's final breath. Startled by Wei Lai's intentions, they immediately waved their hands in protest, exclaiming, "No. My daughter suffers from a dreadful lung disease. How could we impose upon you, esteemed priest, for fear of contagion?" "I understand," Wei Lai replied, "yet as a devoted acolyte, I cannot stand idly by while this poor lamb wanders aimlessly in the labyrinth of chaos, without guidance towards the heavens." With a profound solemnity, he traced the sign of the cross upon his chest. The couple, overwhelmed with emotion, fell to their knees, weeping, and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Wei Lai for his willingness to bestow a final blessing upon their daughter, ensnared by the grip of plague. Wei Lai, consumed by vanity, adjusted his long robe and opened the barn door, stepping inside. Cough, cough, echoed a feeble sound from within the dimly lit space. "Is that you, Mom and Dad?" The girl spoke in a barely audible whisper upon hearing the door creak open. "It is I, the church's assistant priest, Wei Lai." He smiled as he approached the bed where the girl lay, gently pushing aside the straw that obscured the window, allowing sunlight to pierce the shadows of the barn and illuminate the girl's pale, emaciated face, devoid of color. "Assistant priest," the girl began to speak, but a fit of coughing nearly took her breath away. "It's all right. You will be fine, my child," Wei Lai reassured her, tenderly patting her chest. "I know I am dying. I am not afraid of death, but I fear I will not ascend to the kingdom of heaven. I dread becoming a monster." She sobbed weakly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Do not fear, dear child. I shall guide you to the serene paradise of heaven," Wei Lai responded, genuinely lamenting the plight of such a lovely girl, destined to perish. He felt powerless to alter her fate, recognizing that even if Father Cain were to return personally, he would be equally helpless. All he could do was ensure her departure was peaceful, dignified, and devoid of regrets. "Really?" She coughed once more. "Will I truly ascend to heaven?" The girl's visage visibly brightened with a hint of color after a vigorous cough. "Yes, I will escort you to paradise," Wei Lai assured her, gently clasping her hand. He then instructed her parents outside to bring in a basin of clear water, unfastening her garments to cleanse her frail body, ensuring she left this world in purity. Though she was incredibly weak, the girl felt an overwhelming shyness, biting her lip tightly. After a moment, she summoned the courage to speak softly, "Assistant priest, I have one last wish. I want to experience the feeling of love." "Ah, you truly wish to ascend to heaven. But is that wise? If it were to end in tragedy, would I not become a murderer?" Despite his reservations, Wei Lai ultimately granted the girl her final desire. Kissing her lips tenderly, Moments later, with her yearning for a beautiful life extinguished, she succumbed to the flames of fate, leaving the world behind. Wei Lai gazed at the roaring flames, wiping his lips, and for the first time since his journey began, he fervently yearned to return to the golden age of Earth, an era when the majority of ailments could be effortlessly cured. A soft cough escaped his lips, a clear indication that his close proximity to the girl had led to an unfortunate infection with the tuberculosis bacillus, resulting in his affliction with pulmonary tuberculosis. You have granted Lori peace, earning 10 merit points. Would you like to activate the angel's blessing for 100 merit points, or retain them for future use? Cough, cough, activate. Wei Lai coughed forcefully twice, a dull ache already manifesting in his lungs. This was a testament to the formidable power of the tuberculosis bacilli manipulated by the corrupt god. Merely hours had passed, and his body had already succumbed to weakness. Should he be provoked by the demonic vaccine of the crow sorcerer, an even more devastating force would be unleashed in an instant. Angelic Blessing 1. Randomly acquire an item. Level evaluation. Tier 3. Wei Lai pondered for a moment. Although the Tier 3 equipment would significantly enhance his abilities, it paled in comparison to the divine gift of the Pandora's box bestowed by the demon, an entirely different caliber. Pass. Angel Blessing 2. Judgment's Grace. Upon receiving this blessing, each time he passes judgment upon the creations of the malevolent deities, he shall receive an additional reward of 10 merit points. An economic blessing? It may prove beneficial in the later stages, yet at this juncture, it holds little utility. Angel Blessing 3. The All-Seeing Eye, Tier 3. By acquiring the All-Seeing Eye, upon activation, he will be able to perceive the faint traces laid by the malevolent gods, discerning their paths, consuming 1 point of divine energy per second. The angelic blessings do indeed come with their complexities. They promise much yet deliver little. Ahem. I shall choose the All-Seeing Eye then. Just as Wei Lai's hand hovered over the fog of blessings, the mist came alive, enveloping his face and burrowing into his eyes. Hiss. How hot. Wei Lai felt an intense burning sensation, as if his eyes were melting. The pain drove him to submerge his head in a basin of water, providing a momentary relief. Once the stinging subsided slightly, he lifted his head to gaze at his reflection in the water, astonished to find his pupils transformed into a shimmering golden hue, quite striking indeed. However, prior to acquiring divine power, he was depleting his own mental energy. After a brief activation, he was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Cough, cough, coupled with the severe cough brought on by tuberculosis. Wei Lai felt as though death were imminent. His legs nearly buckled beneath him, rendering him unable to walk. He had intended to crawl into bed for a brief respite, but suddenly recalled that he had yet to utilize today's Pandora, compelling him to rise once more. He hastily selected 3 ritualistic items to place within the magical box: a holy silver bottle, Tier 2, a holy water leech, Tier 1, and a holy candle, Tier 2. With a loud bang, the first item exploded and vanished. Damn it, what a loss. The second leech met a similar fate, transforming into a mourning crow. What the hell? Wei Lai cursed. The crow flapped its wings and flew away, cawing, damn it. Damn it. Now, this neighborhood was graced with 2 mourning crows, disturbing the peace in the dead of night. The mischief value increased by 10. The third high-grade holy candle transformed into a small particle of purifying incense, possessing a potency far superior to ordinary exorcism incense, capable of dispelling the corrupting magical energy left by malevolent deities. Wei Lai was too consumed by coughing to concern himself with examining his attributes. He merely wrapped the incense in oil paper to protect it from moisture and kept it close to him. Each fit of violent coughing seemed to tug at his heart. His throat saturated with a metallic taste as he expelled blood-tinged phlegm. It was excruciating, as if his lungs might burst from the effort. Throughout the night, his coughing showed no signs of abating, leading him to question whether the vaccine was indeed as described or merely a one-time remedy. Fortunately, in the latter part of the night, he succumbed to unconsciousness, finally finding a semblance of peace. As the morning bell tolled, Wei Lai slowly awakened, discovering dark blood clots scattered around his bedside. He touched his chest, relieved to find some recovery. You have triumphed over the tuberculosis virus, Stage 2. Your lungs have been fortified, gaining 2 points of vitality. How splendid. Wei Lai approached the window, greedily inhaling the fresh air, exhaling the stale remnants of his struggles, and indeed felt a significant enhancement in his lung capacity as he noticed the night watchman approaching, ringing his bell. Wei Lai leaned out over the windowsill and tossed out a hellish jest. Hey, old man, do you know when a priest doesn't like little boys? When they fall from the sky. The night watchman looked up, grinning broadly, and Wei Lai's mischief score increased by 20. Speaking of priests, if all goes well, Father Cain should be returning in a day. Should I take my leave? But where could I possibly go? In this world, without the church as protection, one would soon succumb to malevolent thoughts. Just as Wei Lai was lost in contemplation, a sudden knock resonated at the church's grand door. He approached and opened it, surprised to find a familiar face. It was the historian Elvin, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor weary, clutching a book at the threshold. Has Father Cain not returned yet? Wei Lai inquired. It should be in the next couple of days. Have you been tainted again? Wei Lai raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to confront him. After I returned that day, I intended to cast the contaminated book into the fireplace, yet I couldn't bring myself to do it. This thought tormented me for 2 days, which is why I sought the priest. If he is not available, I shall take my leave. Elvin clutched the book tightly to his chest. I advise you to leave the book here. Otherwise, you may find sleep elusive tonight. Wei Lai, now intrigued, wondered what kind of book could wield such allure. Will you truly burn it? This is a tome from centuries past. Every copy lost is a tragedy, Elvin said, his reluctance evident. Rest assured, I will safeguard it until a means of purification is found. Wei Lai smiled gently. With great hesitation, Elvin finally relinquished the book to Wei Lai, though his grip remained tight, his nails turning white from the pressure. Relax, Elvin. You should be grateful for having triumphed over the treacherous evil. The Lord will commend your resolve. After offering some words of comfort, Elvin gradually loosened his hold. Wei Lai tucked the old leather-bound book under his arm and turned to Elvin with curiosity, asking, as a historian, what have you discovered? May I hear about it? Can I really share? Elvin glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. He had long been engrossed in the study of Earth's history, yet had no one to share his findings with. Everyone regarded him as a madman and kept their distance. Of course, if you don't mind, you can come in and talk about it, Wei Lai invited, equally intrigued. The two engaged in a heartfelt conversation within the chapel. You may not know this, but our world experienced a golden age 3 centuries ago. People back then boasted magnificent electronic technologies and advanced medical practices. They could dive into the depths of the ocean, soar through the skies, and travel at great speeds in metal boxes. Can you imagine? They constructed buildings over 800 meters tall. Elvin spoke with fervor. Oh, surely their real estate prices must have been incredibly low. Wei Lai grinned mischievously. I am, after all, someone who traversed time from 300 years ago. How could I not know? Indeed, the Golden Age was filled with towering edifices, and everyone could live blissfully within them, free from financial worries and the struggle for sustenance. Elvin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Your research is utterly pointless. Wei Lai rolled his eyes. Later, he recounted the tale of humanity's excessive violence, greed, hatred, selfishness, and debauchery, which led to the arrival of the 4 pillars of evil deities. Elvin's voice lowered in fear as he cast a glance at the crucifix bearing Yasu. Debauchery? Damn it. I can barely manage to indulge 8 times a week. Who dares to accuse me of excess? Wei Lai muttered under his breath. Subsequently, the world rapidly decayed, and humanity was compelled to abandon everything, willingly demolishing skyscrapers, crushing metal boxes, shattering electronic devices, and burning books. Only when everyone relinquished their worldly desires and returned to the embrace of the divine did the invasion of the evil deities momentarily subside. Elvin eagerly recounted so much that he could hardly contain himself. Were it not for Wei Lai needing to prepare the communion bread, he would have been reluctant to leave. After bidding farewell to Elvin, Wei Lai, while the bread baked, was equally curious about what book had tainted Elvin's mind. Sitting by the fireplace, he stealthily unwrapped the old leather covering the book, ready to toss it into the flames at the first sign of anything amiss. However, the moment he opened the leather, revealing an ancient, slender tome, he was utterly captivated by the flowing magic emanating from its cover, unable to tear his gaze away. The entire book seemed enveloped in an enigmatic power, captivating the soul deeply. The surface bore distorted, tadpole-like characters of unclear meanings, yet conveyed a distinct message. Do you wish to acquire the most precious treasures of humanity from the Golden Age? Then, let us open the book. Herein lies the invaluable past of humanity, a treasure trove of exquisite knowledge, sufficient to satiate your yearning soul. Wei Lai's pupils gradually reflected a faint shade of purple, as his soul sank into an endless abyss, and the air was filled with seductive whispers that echoed in his mind, causing his mental corruption levels to soar. The all-seeing eye activate. With the last vestige of his consciousness, Wei Lai summoned the newly acquired angelic blessing, the all-seeing eye. A sudden burst of golden light emanated from his pupils, instantly dispelling the beguiling magic, and his mental corruption levels swiftly diminished. What a terrifying power! Wei Lai gasped in fear, realizing how formidable the relic of the old era truly was. Indeed, it could tempt one like a malevolent deity. Yet, despite his apprehension, he was reluctant to destroy it in flames. He was eager to uncover its contents, straining against the mental toll of the all-seeing eye. He focused intently on the words inscribed on the cover of the book, determined to penetrate the miasma of evil. However, in the next moment, his head throbbed as if it might split apart. No, he lacked the support of holy power. Relying solely on his mental strength was insufficient to breach the barrier of the dark god. Then, Wei Lai recalled the purification incense he had obtained the previous day. He retrieved it, lit it, and placed it within an incense holder, surrounding the book above with its fragrant smoke while reciting from the scriptures. In the name of the Almighty, I beseech you to cleanse this foul and malevolent entity, unveiling its true form. Indeed, under the swirling smoke of the purification incense, the malevolent miasma enveloping the book gradually dissipated, leaving behind a thin layer of ash. As he brushed away the ash, he finally beheld the true cover of the book. What a shock! Had I wasted a piece of incense on this? The surface of the book boldly proclaimed it to be the Michelin 3-star culinary guide, Italian edition, published in 2030. What a travesty! An antiquated culinary guide? One that boasts of large plates with scant portions, 1 escargot, 2 blades of grass, a mere stroke of sauce, selling for 189 yuan at a Michelin restaurant? Wei Lai truly wished to cast it into the fireplace and watch it burn, considering it a relic of a bygone era. Even if I were to find a suitable place, it would undoubtedly have long since become a desolate ruin. However, upon casually flipping through the pages, I could not help but marvel. Perhaps it was the protective enchantment of chaotic magic that preserved it so remarkably well despite the passage of 3 centuries. The delectable dishes recommended within tantalized Wei Lai, who had subsisted on nothing but black bread for 3 months, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Prosciutto tomato meat sauce pasta, creamy mashed potatoes, hearty beef pizza, and Marco Polo seafood baked rice. Goodness, I am so hungry. Wei Lai glanced at the black bread in the hearth and then turned his gaze back to the images in the culinary guide. It was as if he beheld the captivating dance of an 18-year-old beauty, stirring his heartstrings in a most tantalizing manner, though not a temptation from an evil deity. It nonetheless set his thoughts adrift. By all that is holy, when I find the time, I must follow this culinary guide, even if it leads to a desolate ruin. I shall venture inside and take a seat. With a resolute will, Wei Lai fixated on the pictures in the guide, furiously gnawing at his exceedingly humble rye bread, imagining it to be pasta drizzled with tangy, sweet tomato sauce. As the black bread neared completion, Wei Lai finally tucked away the culinary guide and resumed his task of distributing black bread to the destitute. Though the accumulation of virtuous deeds was slow, it was indeed secure and steady. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In Father Cain's study, there were several tomes that had previously been denied to him. Now, equipped with the all-seeing eye, he was no longer fearful of being ensnared by sinister influences. Perhaps it was time to take a look? With that, he made his way to the study, opened the bookshelf, and rummaged through his notes and various books. Among them was the maintenance manual for the young boy's back door, a guide on postpartum care for young girls, and advice on how to win the affection of a 50-year-old priest by a nun. Good heavens, what a hypocritical old codger. Wei Lai muttered a few curses before activating the all-seeing eye, determined to discover whether any of the other books contained intriguing content. However, upon engaging the all-seeing eye, his pupils contracted in an instant. The once repulsive words dissipated under the gaze of his golden pupils, revealing the authentic content beneath. Common spice plant manuals, methods for producing ordinary incense, and herbal remedies to combat plagues emerged before him. Wei Lai was taken aback. Oh no! He had been manipulated by the gods of knowledge and cunning. Merely altering a few words had led to a monumental misunderstanding with Father Cain, who had once saved his life. Father Cain did not forge copper. Had he inadvertently switched out his sacred implements and put him in danger? Suddenly, Wei Lai was drenched in a cold sweat. Amitabha, may the heavens protect us. Father Cain is a good man. Surely he shall be safeguarded. I cannot bear the thought of losing him. I would never forgive myself for 3 days. After fervently praying before the statue, Wei Lai tidied the church a bit and resolved to venture out, seeking to find a patient to fortify his spirit. In truth, during these times, the number of the ill was scant. The town's limited interactions meant that there were few avenues for illness to spread. Should someone fall sick, their family would immediately isolate them, awaiting death before purging the remnants with fire. Nonetheless, he managed to learn of one case. An elderly farmer, after a day of toil, had recently developed an abundance of painful, oozing sores on his skin, suffering from unbearable itching. His condition had deteriorated, leading him to contemplate self-destruction in his agony. However, the teachings of the Lord categorically forbade his followers from taking their own lives. Such an act would condemn them to eternal damnation. Thus, in his despair, he confined himself within the barn, lamenting his fate. Upon hearing the news, Wei Lai resolved to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the household, he found the mistress in tears, consumed by despair and contemplating an end to the farmer's suffering, yet unable to summon the courage. When a trainee priest, the church's assistant minister, arrived, the woman poured forth her sorrow, recounting the trials faced by her husband. A lifetime of diligent toil, timely payment of tithes, and unwavering adherence to every commandment. Why, she lamented, must they endure such profound anguish? As Wei Lai listened to the feeble wails emanating from the barn, he made his intentions known. The lady of the house was equally astonished, uncertain if this was indeed an infectious disease. Yet, the fact that the assistant priest was willing to provide comfort at the end of life, guiding him towards the heavenly realm, left her profoundly moved to tears. Subsequently, Wei Lai opened the barn door, and the putrid stench and horrifying sight nearly compelled him to turn back and vomit. The farmer, afflicted with festering sores, had lost all semblance of humanity. His skin was a gruesome tapestry of blood and flesh, with not a single unblemished spot. His fingers had left a trail of bloody scratches on the barn's wooden floor. He resembled a flayed corpse more than a living being. Your prayers have been heard by the Lord. I have been sent to guide you, Wei Lai declared, his presence like a ray of dawn illuminating the deranged farmer's eyes. The farmer, now regaining a flicker of consciousness, slowly knelt before Wei Lai, repeatedly bowing his head. Lord, I am in such agony, it can end now. My child, I shall guide you through the river of death to the shores of paradise, Wei Lai replied. He summoned his willpower, slowly pouring the holy water for a symbolic baptism of the farmer. Behind him, the festering sores pulsated, and upon contact with the holy water, they erupted in a nauseating display, splattering purulent fluid onto Wei Lai's face. Nevertheless, in his sanctified state, Wei Lai persevered, completing the final baptism for the farmer from head to toe. The farmer's devout spirit sustained him throughout the excruciating ritual, and despite trembling in pain, he did not relinquish his clasped hands. In the light of the Lord, let me free you and lead you to a place of peace, Wei Lai proclaimed, igniting the pile of wood in the barn with a fiery cross. A maddening itch spread across his body, as if flesh were sprouting anew. Having just completed Joseph's final rites, Wei Lai felt an unsettling sensation on his hands and face where the pus had splattered, his skin rising and falling as if something were trying to emerge. The severe itching compelled him to scratch, yet he knew he must refrain. To do so would risk tearing his skin as the farmer had done. It seemed yet another tormenting night lay ahead. Upon returning to the church, Wei Lai hurried to complete the day's tasks before the festering sores fully erupted. The transformation of Pandora's box was underway. Everything of value within the church had undergone a change. What remained were mere consumables of the lowest tier. Well, it's no great loss if Lord Yasu has to do with fewer candles. Toss the holy candles in. Boom, boom. Transformation. The incense of slumber vanished, replaced by the soul-calling fragrance. Ah, here comes sleep, like a pillow. I shall simply drift away into slumber. As he pondered, Wei Lai bound his feet with strips of cloth, igniting the incense of deep slumber at his bedside. He then secured his hands with the same cloth and bit down on it tightly to prevent himself from scratching. The efficacy of the incense was profound, and soon Wei Lai was plunged into a profound sleep, while pustules began to slowly spread across his body, first on his face and upper torso, then extending to his lower body. Even in slumber, he felt an intense and unbearable itch, accompanied by a burning sensation. Fortunately, his hands were bound, preventing him from tearing at his skin, leaving him to writhe in agony. The relentless itching, intertwined with nightmarish visions, filled the first half of the night, as if he were beset by a swarm of insects. It was not until the latter half of the night that he found a semblance of calm, as the lesions on his upper body began to recede. However, during this quieter time, the doors of the church were suddenly flung open. Moments later, in a daze, Wei Lai sensed someone calling his name and felt his clothing being undone. For reasons unknown, the nightmares of the night transformed into a desperate urge to relieve himself. The harder he pushed, the more it seemed to retreat. When the morning bells rang, Wei Lai stirred, muttering, "Cursed bells, not allowing anyone a moment's rest. I shall smash them one day. Wei, you are awake." A familiar, Gentle voice echoed beside him, nearly causing Wei Lai to leap up in fright. "Father!" he exclaimed. Sitting up abruptly to find Father Cain seated beside his bed, smiling as softly as ever, while grinding some herbal remedy in his hands. "Ah, I have returned. I noticed the lesions on your skin. This is no trivial ailment. I hope these remedies prove effective," Father Cain remarked with concern. Wei Lai quickly loosened the strips binding him, extricating his hands with a hint of embarrassment. "Come now, remove your trousers. I shall assist you in applying these ointments. This concoction I have developed should be beneficial," Father Cain said, displaying a vibrant green herbal paste. No, I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Wei Lai hastily rolled up his pant leg, revealing his fully healed thigh. Immediately, a multitude of scabs, remnants of his recovery, cascaded down, leaving his skin unmarred. "You have triumphed over the bacterial blight of the corruption god. Your skin has experienced a slight regeneration, granting you an increase of 2 points in constitution." Father Cain stared in astonishment, firmly recalling the horrific pustules that had covered Wei Lai's body upon his return the previous day. How could he have healed in such a short span of time? Could this be a miracle? Ah, yes, indeed, a miracle. This is not the first time I have been healed. When Sophia transformed into a corrupted corpse and scratched me, I feared I would also succumb to infection. Yet, after a night of prayer before the statue, I was restored. Wei Lai hurriedly defended himself. In Father Cain's eyes, there was an unmistakable excitement, akin to that of a priest encountering a young boy. As an utterly devout priest, he would never doubt the authenticity of a miracle. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You are the chosen one, favored by the Lord, endowed with a pure body, destined to save his people from the plague." A pure body? Yes. A constitution untouched by the corruption of the plague, the divinely appointed individual to resolve the pestilence. Father Cain spoke earnestly. Whether it was an improvised term or something he had heard elsewhere was unclear. "Indeed, that night, I distinctly heard the call of God. I am the chosen of the Almighty." Wei Lai, without a hint of embarrassment, shamelessly affirmed this. "If that is the case, it is imperative that I take you to the basement to show you my treasure." Father Cain had an unprecedented fervor. "Ah, I am the chosen one. And yet I must see a treasure?" Wei Lai was taken aback, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. "Precisely because you are the chosen one, I must absolutely allow you to witness it." Father Cain appeared immensely proud. "Witness it?" Wei Lai's voice trembled slightly. "You will surely enjoy it," Cain said with a mysterious smile, gesturing for Wei Lai to follow. Wei Lai hesitantly donned his boots, feeling a sense of unease as he followed closely behind. Not forgetting to inquire, was the exorcism successful on this trip? "Well, it was not particularly smooth," came the reply. "A mischievous spirit was born there. And while I was momentarily distracted, it stealthily swapped my exorcism tools. Fortunately, my faith remains unwavering, and the Lord continues to grant me his protection, which enabled me to triumph over the malevolent forces." Thus, Father Cain harbored no suspicion towards Wei Lai whatsoever. Wei Lai wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging a grave error on his part. He pondered. For the past few days, he had guarded the church alone, believing it to be safe from thieves, thus neglecting to lock the door. Upon his return, he discovered that numerous silver ritual implements had been stolen. Wei Lai feigned regret. "Do not blame yourself, nor hold him accountable. Perhaps he encountered unforeseen difficulties. With winter approaching, life becomes increasingly arduous for everyone," Father Cain remarked with a gentle sigh. "Oh, your kindness is truly worthy of divine admiration. You are indeed chosen by God," Wei Lai exclaimed. "The 3rd commandment forbids the frivolous invocation of God's name." Father Cain replied with a newfound seriousness. "Yes, sir." Wei Lai had managed to deceive the devout priest, earning himself a 10-point demerit in moral integrity. Before long, they arrived at the stone door of Father Cain's basement. He retrieved a cross-shaped key from around his neck, unlocked the mechanism, and pushed the door open. Once the candles were lit, the entirety of the basement was revealed to Wei Lai. The walls were adorned with various symbols of the hexagram, inscribed with sacred biblical commandments. As a dozen holy candles flickered to life, the darkness in every corner was dispelled, creating an atmosphere of profound sanctity. This sanctuary was established by my predecessor, who employed the hexagram as a formation, the commandments as sigils, and the holy candles as guides. Within these walls, any actions taken shall remain untainted by the corruption of the 4 pillars of evil. Here, we may engage in any pursuits without fear of moral decay, Father Cain explained. Any pursuits? Wei Lai's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, I am conducting research on the creation of incense. Outside these walls, One is easily swayed by malevolent forces. Father Cain gestured toward some rudimentary handmade instruments on a nearby shelf. So, you mean to create incense? Wei Lai wiped his brow. What else did you think? I had imagined you would be concocting herbal remedies. I will indeed create some herbal concoctions, but I am still in the research phase and not particularly adept at it. So, Father, will you teach me how to make incense? Wei Lai inquired, puzzled. Father Cain turned solemnly to meet Wei Lai's gaze. No. I intend to formally guide you onto the sacred path of serving God. The form of energy we will harness is divine power, derived from absolute faith in God, which then melds with one's physical strength to coalesce into a holy force capable of dispelling all malevolence. At that moment, Father Cain was instructing Wei Lai in the sacred chamber on how to focus his will and consolidate divine power, thereby strengthening himself. Successfully harnessing divine power was a prerequisite for embarking on the sacred path. Without such empowerment, one would lack the strength to combat the minions of evil gods, rendering any innate talent futile. Without this sanctuary, the process of gathering divine power would be susceptible to the mental interference of the four pillars of evil, and a moment's carelessness could lead one into the domain of darkness. Yet, even without the interference of the four pillars, and despite Father Cain's guidance, Wei Lai found no progress in his endeavor to extract divine power. Because Wei Lai does not possess an unwavering conviction, each day he contemplates hellish jokes, accumulating a modicum of mischief. Father Cain's immense anticipation, as time gradually elapses, transforms into a growing unease. Why has Wei Lai been unable to harness the divine power? Typically, novice clergy members can usually summon this sacred energy within a few hours. Those with exceptional talent and unwavering faith might achieve it in a matter of minutes. Yet, after 8 hours, Wei Lai still wears a countenance of frustration, unable to produce even the slightest manifestation. This won't do, Father. I seem to be out of sorts. Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow? Wei Lai's anxiety grew, especially since he had yet to utilize his Pandora's box or share any infernal jokes. If he did not hasten, the opportunity of the day would be squandered. No, you must concentrate, dismiss all distractions from your mind, and recite the scriptures, allowing only your faith in God to remain, so that you may receive the strength bestowed by the Lord. Father Cain, however, seemed somewhat troubled himself, his disbelief growing at the notion that Wei Lai, a chosen one, could not even gather divine energy. He proceeded to relight the nearly extinguished sacred candle. This. Wei Lai realized that Father Cain would not cease until the ritual was completed, knowing that today's ceremony might not reach fruition. Reluctantly, he settled his mind, facing the crucifix and beginning to recite the scriptures, striving to eliminate all distractions. Yet, the more he attempted to clear his thoughts, the more those previously penned infernal jokes resurfaced in his mind, mocking him as if to say, "You never seek divine aid. And now you come in desperation to grasp my feet. You wish to be granted divine power? How about 2 large bags instead?" After 4 more hours, as night began to fall, Wei Lai had still produced nothing, yet 2 more infernal jokes sprang to mind. Unable to contain himself, he implored, "Father, perhaps we should postpone. I seem to be quite out of sorts today." Father Cain finally sighed, even offering Wei Lai an excuse. "Well, perhaps the affliction within you has not yet been entirely purged, thereby hindering the synthesis of divine power. Yes, let us not waste the sacred candle. I shall extinguish it for you." Wei Lai assisted in tidying up the sacred candles and discreetly took 3 for his own purposes, to later convert in his magic box. Father Cain quickly regained his composure and returned to the church to attend to his clerical duties, as it was Sunday and a significant mass was to be held, drawing the majority of the town's residents. Wei Lai, serving as an assistant, busied himself alongside, as he heard the sound of the bell ringer passing by outside. He was reminded of the infernal jokes he had yet to share. Quietly, he approached the window, opening it to greet the elderly bell ringer. "Hey, old chap. Do you know why Catholicism cannot thrive in India? Because Jesus went there, and even if you cover your backside with both hands, Buddha is far superior. Who is mightier, Buddha or Jesus? Surely Buddha. After all, Jesus cannot cover Sun Wukong with his palms. Where are you? Bring forth the holy wine that I have been gifted." The voice of Father Cain called out. "Coming. I shall bless the bell ringer." Wei Lai hurriedly returned. The wickedness value increased by 40. How delightful it is. Indeed. What is this talk of divine power? Nothing compares to the thrill of a demon's blessing. However, the transformation of Pandora's box has become rather dull, as there are no high-quality sacred artifacts to convert. The low-grade sacred candles merely yield incense. Once again, He has produced an incense that can delay the time of corpse transformation and a meat candle. Wei Lai glanced at his misdeed value, which had reached a notable 90 points, and contemplated putting in some extra hours today to invoke the demon's blessing once more. This time, Father Cain had returned from a business trip, bringing back 2 silver bottles of exquisite wine from the neighboring town. Such a treasure is a rare sacrificial offering, revered in rituals as the holy blood of ASU. Father Cain, risking his life to procure this sacred wine from distant lands, would never allow you impoverished souls to partake in it for free. Wei Lai first poured a glass for the priest alone, then discreetly poured out half of the remaining wine, diluting it with water before serving the other townsfolk. What became of the saved wine? Naturally, it was reserved for Wei Lai's late-night snack. After assisting the priest in the intricate rituals of worship, the townspeople experienced a moment of spiritual purification and tranquility. Gradually departing from the church, "You must be weary. Rest early." "I shall keep watch tonight," Father Cain remarked, nodding at Wei Lai. No. Today's prayer for divine strength has failed. Perhaps my faith is insufficiently steadfast. I wish to repent before the statue for an entire night, Wei Lai declined repeatedly. Very well, Father Cain nodded in approval, but suddenly appeared to sense something, casting a wary glance around. Why does it seem there is an aura of malevolence? Wei Lai was taken aback. The cursed demon candle he had transformed still rested in his pocket. What malevolent spirit would dare approach a church? "Father, you must be exhausted." "Perhaps," Father Cain replied, nodding slightly, fatigue evident in his demeanor as he retreated to his chamber for a respite. Shortly thereafter, Wei Lai dozed on the pew in the chapel, estimating that the priest had succumbed to slumber. Seizing the opportunity, he hurried outside, intent on disposing of the demon candle he had conjured this time, along with the previous one. Silently exiting the church, he approached a nearby brick kiln. Observing the embers of the fire still flickering within, he casually tossed the demon candle inside, hoping to eradicate the menace once and for all. Just as he was about to flee after discarding the cursed object, a dense plume of black smoke erupted from the kiln behind him, coalescing into a demonic form adorned with fiery horns, emanating a sinister laughter. "At last, you have summoned me," it cackled. "By all that is holy, how can this be? After fervently praying for so long, even the gods have remained silent, yet this cursed candle summons a demon at the slightest provocation?" Wei Lai gasped, turning on his heels to escape. "Stop! Do not flee!" The demon bellowed from behind, its voice reverberating with menace. Wei Lai found himself paralyzed, his muscles rigid and unyielding, as he uncontrollably turned towards the source of his fear, prompting an immediate capitulation. Better to endure ignobly than to perish. What worth is a stance when survival eclipses all? "Who are you, O treacherous lord? Spare me, and I shall submit. Begone with your impertinence." "I am Satan," roared the demon, its form wreathed in smoke and flames. "Oh, Santa Claus? Why do you resemble a demon emerging from the chimney? It isn't even Christmas. Where are my gifts?" Wei Lai unqueried, visibly perplexed. "Old man egg. I am the sovereign of hell, the merciless king of demons, Satan." The demon bellowed, its visage ablaze with fury. "Satan, my lord, how could you be here?" Wei Lai stammered, his anxiety palpable. "I am Satan, the most wicked villain in all realms and universes. My power is drawn from the dread of humanity. My name sends shivers down spines. Yet, 3 centuries ago, humanity's malevolence summoned the 4 pillars of evil from the abyss, rendering my own wickedness mere folly in their presence. These 4 fools bring only despair, obliterating the world's order. Look around. All now tremble only before the 4 pillars of evil, having forgotten the universe's most malevolent demon, Satan. As the most nefarious being of the bygone era, I summoned you from the past to vanquish those 4 pillars and restore my fearsome reputation upon earth. Wait. How am I deemed the most nefarious of the olden days? I find it curious that the foremost adversary of Azoth is an Eastern figure." Wei Lai unmused. "Indeed. Our ancient deity summoned over 100 chosen ones, and you are but one among them," the demon scoffed. "Wait, there are hundreds of other traversers?" Wei Lai felt his protagonist aura wane. Most of them perished upon arrival, devoured by the 4 pillars of evil, their souls reduced to naught. "You are the most fortunate, or perhaps the most overlooked," Satan remarked with disdain, flames billowing from its nostrils. "Overlooked is splendid. I prefer to develop quietly," Wei Lai replied, surprisingly content. "Now you understand, do you not? Cease your incessant meddling with angelic blessings. They are futile. Azoth is cunning. Focus on wicked deeds. For your elder brother Satan shall shield you." Satan proclaimed, crossing its arms with pride. "Could you grant me a pair of succubi for my pleasure?" Wei Lai inquired suggestively, licking his lips. I see your mother as a succubus. All succubi pledged themselves to lust 3 centuries ago. I lack even one to accompany me. Satan retorted, suddenly incensed. Surely, you must provide some benefit. I cannot simply kneel before the evil gods and serve them. Wei Lai immediately sought to negotiate for rewards. Then continue. In an instant, the entire demon composed of smoke transformed into a swirling vortex of pitch darkness, howling as it penetrated Wei Lai's nostrils, advancing with brutal force to seize his heart. You have awakened the fundamental powers of the demon, with a current maximum magical capacity of 100 points. Ah, the power of the demon, is this the end? In this place, where churches abound, you bestow upon me the essence of demonic energy, and before I can confront the malevolent deity, I am to be incinerated by the tribunal. Wei Lai exclaimed in terror. Humph, rest assured, I have placed a seal upon you. As long as you do not reveal yourself, no one will perceive the existence of this power, nor will it hinder your cultivation of sacred arts, provided you are capable of such. The voice of Satan gradually diminished. Wei Lai lifted his garment, and indeed, he beheld a pentagram seal of a demon situated over his heart, with the power of the demon lying quietly within, not revealing the slightest hint of its presence. He sighed with relief. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I have incurred a moral debt of 100 points. Humph, you better work hard for me. The voice of Satan dissipated along with the extinguishing of the flesh candle. Moral debt, minus 100 points. Damn, this is extortion. Wei Lai nearly howled in despair. Curse it, what a loss this is. After a day of relentless effort cultivating holy power, he was summoned by Satan at night, forced to endure a harsh ordeal. And filled with demonic energy. What use is this demonic power to me? The area where I reside is entirely the domain of the church. Once the demonic power is revealed, it matters not whether it belongs to Satan or an evil god. They will burn you without a second thought. Upon returning to the church, he dozed off in a daze for half the night. It was only when Father Cain came to rouse him for morning prayers that he finally awakened. This time, during the prayer, Wei Lai was filled with utmost sincerity. Yet he was also gripped by profound trepidation. If there exists Satan, then undoubtedly God must exist as well. O great Lord Jesus, please be magnanimous. Do not hold a grudge against me. I was foolish and did not mean to offend you. In the future, let the jokes of hell be shared with a few. For it is impossible to silence Wei Lai. It would be far too profitable in terms of moral debt, and we cannot lie. The blessing of holy power still did not descend upon Wei Lai. After completing the morning prayers, Father Cain did not compel Wei Lai to meditate further. As if he had come to understand that when the time is right, awakening will occur naturally. For now, it would be best to impart foundational teachings. The church was running low on holy candles and holy water, and incense for exorcism and purification also needed to be prepared. Even if Wei Lai could not awaken holy power and become an extraordinary chosen one, he could still become an excellent priest, safeguarding peace in the region. However, Wei Lai's mind had long since wandered elsewhere. This small town was truly tedious. With barely 100 residents, it felt akin to a collection of NPCs. And no new plot lines could be triggered after 3 rounds of wandering each day. The daily tasks were monotonous, and a lifetime of this was all too predictable. At last, one day, after finishing the preparation of the incense, Father Cain announced that the materials had been exhausted and that they needed to venture beyond the town to gather more. Wei Lai quickly proposed to join him to see the world. Father Cain did not refuse. This outing would not be too far, and if all went well, they might return before nightfall. Wei Lai, of course, had his own plans. Ever since Father Cain's return, he had been subjected to the monotonous diet of meager communion bread. Each bite so dry that it felt as if it could choke one from Italy to Lugiaswi. The rare occasion of a feast, occurring only once every half-month, involved the slaughter of 2 plump sheep and a pig for the townsfolk to share. This ritual had to be presided over by the priest himself, who would boil the meat in water, forbidding the addition of even salt. This bland and pungent fare was solely intended to provide the essential nutrients for survival, rendering it nearly inedible. Otherwise, those with wavering faith might succumb to a frenzy of gluttony after tasting something delicious. Thus, with a culinary guide hidden beneath his bed, Wei Lai found himself drooling daily, yearning to venture out and relive the joys of the world. Subsequently, he took a food magazine and sought out the historian Elvin, hoping to verify the maps of the olden days against those of the present in order to find the correct route. Elvin indeed possessed a hand-drawn map of this era, and after a quick comparison, they soon identified the remnants of a nearby Michelin 3-star restaurant. Wei Lai promptly transcribed the map and returned to the entrance of the church, where he met Father Cain, preparing for their departure. The two were explaining to the townsfolk that there would be no distribution of communion bread at noon. Unexpectedly, Elvin appeared, carrying an adventure pack, eager to join in the quest for the relics of the bygone era after catching sight of a culinary magazine. The exploration of ancient gastronomic remnants? Father Cain, utterly bewildered, was completely in the dark. Wei Lai fidgeted with his boot, at a loss for how to articulate the situation. Fortunately, Elvin seemed to sense Wei Lai's discomfort and took it upon himself to exclaim with great enthusiasm, "You see, I entrusted Wei Lai with the purification of an ancient tome, which contains accounts of a culinary relic nearby. I implore you to take me along for the excavation." Alas, Father Cain harbored a profound aversion to gluttony. Wei Lai felt their adventure slipping away. Ancient delicacies? As anticipated, Father Cain furrowed his brow, his rejection more resolute than ever. "I regret to inform you, Elvin, that for us clergy, indulging in food beyond what is necessary for sustenance is deemed a fall from grace. We cannot accompany you." His stern words, though archaic, proved effective. Under Father Cain's guidance, the small town had never witnessed an incident of gluttony. Elvin, doused with cold water, stood there scratching his head, realizing that without the protection of the clergy, venturing beyond the church's sanctuary was a daunting prospect for an ordinary citizen like himself. Wei Lai, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, encouraged him with a gaze that seemed to whisper, "You go ahead. Let us part ways for now. You haven't cited the historian's audacity, adding 10 points to your moral deficit. What moral deficiency is this? Historians ought to exhibit courage. I am merely bestowing upon you the valor. How's that incitement?" Subsequently, Father Cain and Wei Lai ventured beyond the town, preparing to gather herbs and spices. Elvin, gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, followed the direction indicated by the culinary guide. Father Cain observed him, fell into a brief silence, and chose not to speak, merely continuing on his path. Along their journey, the two began to identify and collect various herbs and spices, placing them into their backpacks. Wei Lai, for the first time, beheld the world beyond the small town, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Standing high upon the fork of a tree, he could discern the distant ruins of a grand city, as if it had weathered a cataclysmic earthquake, with remnants of walls and structures scattered everywhere. This striking tableau profoundly stirred Wei Lai's spirit, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. Due to the ages that had elapsed, these relics were now enveloped in a thick mantle of foliage, vines, and branches, which had supplanted the once glorious civilization of humanity's golden age. In the past, people had desperately sought to penetrate the bustling city, vying against one another for mere fragments of silver. Yet now, in this era dominated by the 4 pillars of malevolent deities, individuals fervently fled the confines of the city, seeking solace in the countryside for their weary souls. The two did not venture into the ruins of the metropolis. Instead, they gathered various plants and berries along the desolate roadsides. One should not underestimate the peril posed by these natural flora. Some had been tainted by the corruption of the dark gods, and a careless pluck could lead to the insidious encroachment of malevolent forces. Before foraging, Father Cain would employ certain purifying incense to dispel the toxic insects and vile miasma lurking within the jungle, carefully completing the gathering process thereafter. Once finished, he would shake the incense ball, offering words of praise and gratitude to God for the provision of these plants, which aided humanity in overcoming their tribulations. Wei Lai pondered with a reverence. If the divine truly wished to assist, it ought to manifest in a more obedient manner, devoid of thorns and barbs, growing conveniently at my doorstep to spare me the arduous journey. Some precious herbs and spices possess an innate spirit. When one attempts to gather them, they might spring to life and flee. Such ethereal herbs require the priest to utilize soothing incense to calm their essence, gently coaxing them with kind words before borrowing a tincture, only to return them afterward. Must one even placate a mere mandrake root? Allow me. I would simply employ modern methods to extract it, boil it for a restorative broth, undoubtedly benefiting the kidneys. Wei Lai scoffed. Father Cain spoke of another deeply corrupted plant creature, one that transforms into a horrifying monster, luring gatherers with its bountiful fruits before launching a sudden underground ambush, posing a grave danger. Encountering such a creature could spell doom, even for the most astute. Fortunately, they did not cross paths with one this time. Beyond herbs and spices, Wei Lai surreptitiously collected some wild tomatoes, radishes, and turnips as well. Their gathering endeavored until dusk approached, signaling that it was time to return to the church. Wei Lai gazed anxiously in one direction, his thoughts consumed with concern for Father Elvin, who was presumably venturing alone into the ruins. Should we not offer him a word of caution? What if he encounters peril? Father Kane's eyes drifted toward the distance, revealing a hint of hesitation. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, he sighed softly and resolved to support Elvin. Their destination, a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Onward. The desolate expanse lay shrouded in darkness, enveloped in a profound silence intermingled with chaos, as though the world had been obscured by a heavy curtain, rendering sunlight and vitality unattainable. The night sky was devoid of stars, a vast abyss of darkness consuming all light, as even the moonlight and starlight seemed to have vanished from this forsaken land. As a sort of half-master, half-disciple duo, the priest and acolyte traversed the shadows, clutching a dimly flickering candle. The sacred light offered sanctuary to only a meter around them. Beyond its glow, an infinite and profound darkness awaited. Surrounding them, withered grass leaves trembled in the faint breeze, producing a rustling sound that heightened the sense of desolation and unease. A sudden, chilling gust of wind swept through, carrying a mournful whistle, akin to a specter wandering the wasteland in search of lost souls. This sensation of icy dread, akin to stepping into an abyss, sent shivers down Wei Lai's spine, stirring an involuntary fear from the depths of his heart. This fear acted like the most delectable bait, beckoning sinister entities from the shadows, their forms amorphous, writhing in the darkness, emitting eerie laughter or whispered murmurs. "Father, are you cold? Perhaps we should return," Wei Lai suggested, his concern for Elvin's fate waning. Having not been forewarned of the terrors that the night wilderness harbored. Steadfast in your faith, with the Lord in your heart, you shall bask in radiant light. Father Kane's gaze remained resolute, undaunted as he strode forward with determination. "Very well," Wei Lai replied, feeling somewhat tense but relieved as his fear dissipated. "Damn it. If only I had a mighty Gatling gun, I would stride across this wasteland with confidence." Father Kane, accustomed to traversing the dark, exhibited remarkable skill in navigation. Guided by the culinary guide's map, he swiftly located the edge of the city. The first Michelin 3-star restaurant, as chronicled in the guide, lay not far ahead. Yet within the urban zone, the presence of tangible monstrosities had notably increased. Low, threatening growls echoed through the darkness, soon accompanied by a howling wind. Suddenly, a terrifying blood wolf leapt from the shadows, lunging directly at the two. "Be careful," Wei Lai cried, instinctively preparing to dodge. But Father Kane had already raised the sacred candle, reciting a holy incantation and exhaling gently. In an instant, the candle erupted into a blaze of golden flames, striking the blood wolf and sending it tumbling backward. The ignited blood wolf let out a piercing howl, fleeing into the distance. "Impressive, Father," Wei Lai exclaimed, his voice resonating with admiration. The city ruins teemed with dark entities, and the scent of incense lingered in the air. Father Kane, however, maintained an air of gravity, keenly attuned to his surroundings. "Which one shall we choose?" Wei Lai rummaged through his backpack. "The beast-repelling incense." "Very well." Wei Lai ignited the finest quality of the exorcism incense and placed it within the silver censer held by the priest. The curling white smoke emanating from the censer released an aura loathed by malevolent beasts and entities, causing them to retreat in haste. With the incense's efficacy aiding their progress, the two swiftly advanced, traversing the overgrown streets and navigating the debris of broken stones and bricks, until they finally arrived at the once celebrated Michelin 3-star restaurant of the bygone era. This establishment had suffered extensive damage, with half of its front hall collapsed. The enormous sign, previously obscured by entwining vines, was now partially severed by a machete, revealing its full name. Wei Lai glanced at the incision on the vine. "Fresh. Alvin has arrived." "Alvin? Are you inside?" he called out in an attempt, yet received no response. "Damn it, coward. Could he have fled back? Something is amiss here." Filled with an ominous aura, the priest furrowed his brow. It appeared to be merely an ordinary ruin. Wei Lai raised the candle, illuminating the dining room. It was shrouded in gray, thick dust coating every surface, and the furniture was severely corroded, with nothing of value to be found. "Let us check. If Alvin is not here, we should leave," Father Kane suggested. As the two entered the dining room, the porcelain tiles underfoot had become brittle with age, crumbling into grains of sand with each step. "Alvin?" Wei Lai whispered. The ground bore the chaotic footprints left by Alvin, indicating he had searched here as well. He must have departed, though it was uncertain if he had discovered anything worthwhile. "We should leave," I sense an ominous premonition. The hairs on Father Kane's neck stood on end, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable evil. "All right, let us go." Wei Lai, turning his back to the priest, activated the all-seeing eye, attempting one last effort to uncover hidden treasures. Indeed, under the gaze of the all-seeing eye, the peculiarities within the dining room were revealed. It was a service bell on the bar. How strange, a commonplace service bell exuding an eerie magic. Wei Lai approached and pressed the service bell. The crisp chime resonated throughout the once quiet dining hall, momentarily shattering the stillness. In a slight tremor, a pink fungal blanket, seemingly composed of countless microorganisms, surged forth from the crevices of the floor, enveloping the surroundings from all sides. It was the boundary key. They had inadvertently touched something. Father Cain was struck with alarm. The boundary key was a hidden realm concealed within the tangible world. Upon contact with this key left by the outside, the hidden world would reveal itself. Just as the two attempted to flee, it was already too late. The exit had been preemptively sealed by the fungal blanket, emanating a faint pink glow that illuminated the entire restaurant. Wei Lai? Father Cain, help! Save me! Elvin's voice, a mix of despair and excitement, echoed through the air. Goodness, so you too have touched the boundary key. Cooking, slicing, plating. Have more ingredients arrived? A deep, ominous voice reverberated in the restaurant, accompanied by the sound of sharpened blades and the clattering of kitchen utensils. Turning around, they were confronted by a humanoid creature towering over 3 meters. Its gaunt frame draped in decaying flesh, clad in tattered chef's attire. The decaying chef, corrupted by chaotic malevolence from a bygone era, still clung to an unwavering obsession for culinary excellence, wandering through the realm of decay. It was presently sharpening a rusted chef's knife, while nearby, the historian Elvin was imprisoned in a rusted iron cage. It has been ages since I last cooked. The knife has rusted, affecting the flavor. The grotesque chef muttered to itself, seemingly intent on transforming Elvin into a dish. Father Cain, help me. This monster wants to eat me, Elvin cried, tears streaming down his face. In the name of the Almighty, by the power of the sacred flame, incinerate all evil. Father Cain's eyes blazed with fury as he lifted his lantern. A burst of radiant golden flames erupted from the lantern, surging towards the terrifying chef. Fire? You haven't even prepared the ingredients. What fire are you igniting? The decaying chef roared in anger, sweeping its massive hand to extinguish the flames effortlessly. Then drawing forth a finely honed boning knife, which it hurled towards Father Cain. The priest, caught off guard, had just released the sacred fire and was unable to summon the holy shield in time. In the next moment, he was powerless to resist as the knife struck his shoulder, pinning him deeply against a stone pillar in the restaurant. What? Wei Lai rushed over, attempting to pull the knife out to rescue him, but was astonished by the chef's immense strength. The blade was lodged firmly in the pillar, unmoving. Run. Its chaotic power far exceeds mine. I cannot overcome it. Father Cain grimaced, clutching his shoulder in pain. I want to run, but I need to escape first. Wei Lai gritted his teeth, straining to dislodge the knife. If I can get out, I must not return. In the Vatican, Father Cain held a sacred lantern in one hand, and under the blessing of divine power, the flame within blazed fiercely, nearly filling the entire lampshade. I will fight for your chance, he declared, as he hurled the lantern, which landed upon the fungal barrier at the entrance. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted, scorching a circular opening large enough for passage, though it was rapidly diminishing, destined to close once more. Run, Father Cain bellowed at Wei Lai. I will. Wei Lai gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, dashed towards the gaping tear created by the priest. However, just as he was about to cross the fungal hole and escape the confines of the dining realm, he suddenly halted. What difference was there between abandoning the priest and a beast? Father Cain had been his guide since his arrival, imparting wisdom with the devotion of a father. Was he to leave him here, to be devoured and consumed by the offspring of the malevolent deity, forever lost in chaos and barred from paradise? It was true that he lacked strength, but he possessed wisdom. Must one resort to violence to vanquish the evil? With gritted teeth, Wei Lai inexplicably retracted his body, allowing the mycelial blanket to close once more. Wei Yu. The priest's face displayed incredulity as Wei Lai surprisingly turned back again. Wei Lai, however, did not respond. Instead, he boldly plopped himself down at a table covered in mycelium, sweeping away the maggots from the surface with a dismissive hand, and slammed his palm down onto the table. Waiter, place the order. Water, place the order. A thunderous shout from Wei Lai startled the chef zombie, who was poised to butcher the ingredients. Order, order. Someone is placing an order. The decayed chef seemed to have stirred something deep within its soul, grasping its bald head and repeatedly chewing on those two words. Where's the chef zombie? We have guests eager to savor the delicacies. Wei Lai bellowed once more. To his astonishment, the chef zombie sheathed its knife and approached Wei Lai with utmost reverence, slightly bowing, its hunched form appearing exceedingly eerie. This scene left the other two onlookers utterly dumbfounded, completely oblivious to Wei Lai's intentions. What would you like to eat, dear guests? I have wine-baked eyeballs, mint-chilled liver, and roasted shank. The monstrous chef zombie continued to list the dishes. Gathering of heroes, Wei Lai exclaimed impulsively. The phrase seemed to stun the chef zombie, rendering it momentarily speechless. Indeed, Gathering of Heroes was the signature dish of this establishment, as highlighted in the culinary guide. Though it consisted solely of vegetarian fare, its flavors were distinctly reflective of the local style. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. We are out of ingredients for the Gathering of Heroes. The chef zombie expressed genuine remorse. Perhaps you might consider trying the brain with tomato sauce, it added, attempting to twist open Elvin's head, causing Elvin to scream in terror. I have brought the ingredients. I hope you can create a perfect specialty, Wei Lai declared, tossing the herbs, spices, vegetables, and radishes he had collected along the way with the priest. Perfect ingredients. I shall not disappoint you. The chef zombie truly turned to leave, its joyful little steps betraying a hint of excitement. On its way, it plucked the sharp knife from the priest's shoulder. It needed this swift blade. After descending from the pillar, Father Cain grimaced in pain, clutching his shoulder and using a touch of holy power to staunch the bleeding. Elvin, trembling with fear, crawled over stealthily, his legs quaking beneath him. Peering in, they found the decayed chef zombie already in the kitchen, wielding the knife with astonishing speed, slicing various wild vegetables with such finesse that each piece was as thin as a cicada's wing, allowing light to filter through effortlessly. An array of freshly gathered ingredients: tomatoes, red peppers, onions, garlic, celery, carrots, zucchini, and eggplant, were prepared separately, each respecting its unique characteristics. Enhanced with olive oil, crushed black pepper, sea salt, rosemary, thyme, chili, and parsley, the chef zombie orchestrated a remarkable culinary performance. Soon, a vibrant bowl of rustic stew was presented at the dining table, its aroma wafting through the air. The colors and shapes reminiscent of a bountiful countryside garden, adorned with blooming flowers. Please bring 3 sets of utensils. These 2 are also guests, it requested. Well, I believe that good things ought to be shared. Thus, Elvin and Father Cain were welcomed to the dining table, each provided with a knife and fork. As Elvin gazed upon the vintage delicacies, his initial trepidation dissipated and his eager fingers quivered with excitement. Father Cain, however, furrowed his brow. The thought of tasting food born from the progeny of an evil deity stirred a sense of aversion within him. Father, please, Wei Lai implored. The scriptures say, food and drink pass through the body, but the spirit of Jesus remains within. Was there really such a verse? Although the priest was unaware of Wei Lai's intentions, the notion that his refusal could jeopardize the lives of the other 2 compelled him to silently repent as he grasped the knife and fork. The trio simultaneously speared a medley of layered vegetables and brought them to their mouths, savoring each bite infused with a rich, fragrant sauce. The sweet and sour sensations blossomed upon their parched palates, instantly transporting them to a celestial paradise, as if they were enveloped in the vibrant hues of a bountiful farmhouse garden. Exquisite, utterly exquisite. How does it taste, my esteemed guests? The decaying chef eagerly awaited their praise with an upright posture. This is the most sublime delicacy I have ever tasted. Allow me to express my utmost respect, Wei Lai. The finest chef in all of Italy generously articulated his admiration. Yet, in the next moment, the once respectful chef's demeanor turned increasingly sinister. His grin widened, revealing a ghastly array of decayed teeth. Now it is time to settle the bill. The price is your hearts. Just as Elvin and the priest attempted to take action, Wei Lai suddenly slammed the table and exclaimed, however, you have overlooked the most fundamental quality of a chef. The decayed chef momentarily paused. Hygiene. You have failed to meet the most basic standards of cleanliness in cooking. The radish was not properly washed. Failure. The utensils are rusted. Failure. A rustic stew should be prepared over a wood fire, yet you resorted to using phosphorus fire, stripping away the essential characteristics of farmhouse cuisine. This is an utter failure. Most critically, there was a hair in the dish. A single hair. Wei Lai grasped a twisted strand of hair from the midst of the stew and raised it before the decayed chef corpse. This is impossible. Whose hair is this? I could never commit such a trivial blunder. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. The decayed chef corpse suddenly descended into madness, tearing at its own body with frenzied hands, nearly disassembling its skeletal frame. A trivial error, utterly intolerable. In a final act of desperation, it twisted its sparse-haired head, and with a sickening crack, severed its own head from its body, the imposing form crashing to the ground, while the head continued to curse itself incessantly. "Father!" Wei Lai shouted, awakening the priest. The master and disciple immediately fell into a harmonious rhythm, producing their sacred implements, wielding a silver cross, igniting a ball of incense, and reciting holy incantations to commence the purification ritual. A circular sanctifying flame enveloped the decayed chef corpse, the blazing holy fire beginning to sever its ties with the pestilent evil deity. Valuable purifying incense was cast into the circle of holy fire as if it were mere currency, each handful igniting sparks that purified the vile, decayed magic. "You shall not escape from the embrace of the Father." Even with just a head remaining, the chef corpse roared defiantly against the purifying flames. "Wei Lai, I lack strength." Father Cain's face turned pale, the holy power on the verge of depletion, his body swaying precariously. Would their efforts be in vain? Wei Lai glanced at his palm, grasping the flaming cross and raising it high with unwavering determination, shouting fervently, "Lord, I beseech the wisdom of the Holy Father, the glory of the Holy Son, and the mercy of the Holy Spirit. Grant me the strength to uphold justice." The conviction in this plea was so resolute that the holy power, which had previously eluded him, finally blossomed in his palm at this moment. "Embrace purification in the flames. O evil, ashes shall be your destined return." The radiant holy power emanating from Wei Lai's flaming crucifix replaced that of Father Cain, intensifying the sacred fire within the array. No, the furious roar of the head chef was gradually engulfed by the flames. As the holy fire extinguished, the entire gray mycelium began to fade away. Amidst the ashes, a gleaming and razor-sharp chef's knife was prominently embedded, its spine extending into pale rib-like projections, while the handle bore a striking metallic skull. "You have slain the plague envoy, the head chef, earning 100 merit points." Wei Lai was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that the demise of this head chef would leave behind such a knife. Instinctively, he shifted his gaze toward Father Cain, certain that the old-fashioned man would utter something about soul artifacts being temptations that must be destroyed. Fortunately, the venerable sage had exhausted his holy power and had already fainted. Wei Lai swiftly extracted the soul-infused chef's knife and stowed it away in his backpack. Goodness, it was rather heavy, weighing at least several dozen pounds. Was this truly an implement for a chef? And could it slice quickly? "Wei Lai, do you think we might escape?" Elvin inquired, his voice trembling with fear. "Rather than fleeing back overnight, I would prefer to remain here until dawn." Wei Lai shrugged, picking up the incense ball filled with protective herbs and hanging it at the entrance of the dining hall. He then lit holy candles around the area, creating a small sanctuary. I found myself puzzled by a certain detail. How could the head chef, whose hair was undeniably white, have lost a black strand within the mixture? Elvin leaned closer, adjusting his glasses in confusion. "It's best not to pry into the affairs of adults," Wei Lai retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Elvin. "Do you think there are chefs like that in other regions, as mentioned in the culinary guide?" Elvin asked, curiosity piqued. "Who knows? I've never traveled there." Wei Lai replied as he positioned the unconscious priest against the wall. "Will we embark on further adventures in the future?" Elvin wondered aloud. Despite having nearly soiled himself from fright, his adventurous spirit was commendably brave. "I hope you don't let the allure of gastronomy cloud your judgment. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Perhaps instead of tasting delicacies, you might find yourself as the dish," Wei Lai cautioned, wary of recklessness, especially considering Elvin, a historian, lacked any means of defense. Elvin seemed eager to say more, but Wei Lai urged him to get some rest to regain his strength. "If the priest does not awaken tomorrow, you shall have to carry him." With that, Elvin curled up in a corner, trembling, and endeavored to fall asleep as quickly as possible. Wei Lai promptly began to assess the gains from this adventure. The soul blade, a culinary knife forged from the decayed remains of a long-dead chef's spirit and body, was both heavy and sharp. Without sufficient wrist strength, one could not wield it effectively. Current bond level, first stage. Advancement requirement. Utilize this knife to create 10 dishes that satisfy the blade's spirit. Upon crafting a dish, the spirit enters a state of joy, while prolonged neglect leads it to a state of displeasure. Joyful spirit, the blade becomes light, entering a swift slicing state. Displeased spirit, the blade grows exceedingly heavy, rendering it unusable. Current status, displeased spirit, please suit it promptly. How absurd. Must a mere broken blade require appeasement before it can be wielded? Am I the master here? Or are you? Wei Lai's displeasure was palpable. He then turned his attention to the 100 merit points acquired from vanquishing the head chef. Realizing that he could activate the angel's blessing. Your merit points have reached 100. Would you like to activate the angel's blessing immediately or opt for a wager? Activate. Angel's Blessing 1. Healing Mastery. All your healing effects receive a 20 increase. This seems like a decent passive ability, but I currently lack any healing skills. Pass. Angel's Blessing 2. Enhancement Point. You may use this enhancement point to strengthen anything, including organs, bodies, items, equipment, or skills. This is quite appealing, simple, and direct. Angel's Blessing 3. Sacred Art. Holy Sword Technique. 3rd stage. Acquire the Sacred Art skill, Holy Sword Technique, summoning an energy sword composed of holy power. Inflicting a certain amount of damage, consuming 100 points of holy power. This skill is truly remarkable. However, upon inspection, Wei Lai noted that although his holy power had just awakened, his maximum capacity was a pitiful 50 points. It seemed he would be unable to utilize it anyway. Never mind, it is best to proceed with the enhancement. Wei Lai ultimately opted for a point of enhancement. The white smoke transformed into a radiant golden seed. Resting delicately upon Wei Lai's fingertips, this was the enhancement bestowed by the angel's blessing. Any part of the body could be fortified. Equipment would inevitably become obsolete. The essence of one's being is the true foundation, thus fortifying the body is of paramount importance. Wei Lai's smile gradually took on a rather lewd quality. Something all men could comprehend. However, reason ultimately triumphed over his lascivious thoughts. Having just acquired a soul blade, and finding himself unable to wield it with finesse, he decided to enhance his right hand instead. With that thought, Wei Lai grasped the golden seed and placed it upon his right wrist. Watching as it slowly sank beneath the surface of his skin, moments later, a warm flow coursed through his wrist, and he quickly felt the muscles in his right arm, from his palm to his forearm, become more robust and powerful. Your right forearm has received a unique strength enhancement, increasing its power by 5. How delightful. Wei Lai longed for a grand orchestral performance to celebrate their triumph. Glancing back at the two who had succumbed to slumber, he muttered in frustration, "Damn it. Here I am, keeping vigil while you both sleep soundly. Allow me to enhance your dreams a little more. My apologies, Father." As the Almighty wisely stated, without experiencing the mundane world, how can one truly comprehend its intricacies? Wei Lai extracted a piece of alluring demon incense and wafted it towards the two individuals to test the priest's resilience. The incense, imbued with an irresistible allure, stirred the primal desires within, causing a lewd smile to immediately surface on Elvin's face, while Father Cain struggled with evident distress. As night fell across the wasteland, the sanctified sunlight dispelled the gloom that shrouded the desolate land. Father Cain and Elvin awoke in succession, while Wei Lai, having kept vigil throughout the night, felt a throbbing weariness. "How do you feel, Father?" Wei Lai inquired with a hint of mischief in his tone. The malevolent forces of the wasteland truly are formidable. They even managed to breach the protective array and invade my dreams, Father Cain lamented, without once suspecting Wei Lai's malevolent intent. "How I wish it could happen again," Elvin mused, clutching his trousers with a touch of nostalgia. "We ought to return. I am utterly exhausted from my vigil." Wei Lai yawned profoundly, lamenting the missed opportunity to utilize the Pandora's box the previous day. "Indeed, it is time to set off," Father Cain concurred, nodding as he organized his belongings before heading toward the town. Along the way, Wei Lai gathered a selection of wild vegetables and berries, contemplating the culinary delights he would prepare to indulge his palate and, incidentally, please the blade spirit. Father Cain observed this and understood Wei Lai's intentions, merely shaking his head in silence, recognizing that with Wei Lai's talents, his path would extend far beyond his own, and as a mere guide, there was no need to curtail his exploration of the unknown. Elvin, however, bore a heavier burden. Wei Lai dashed about like an exuberant hound, collecting ingredients and burdening Elvin with the entire load, leaving the already slender figure panting in exhaustion. By midday, the trio finally returned to the town. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Lai swiftly sliced the radishes in the kitchen, each slice thicker than Maria's finest. They were either unevenly thick or haphazardly cut. The knife, discontented, clattered heavily to the floor in protest. To wield such a tool with such inadequate skill was a profound affront to its very essence. Damn it! Could not a novice receive a modicum of encouragement? Wei Lai cursed under his breath, rubbing his sore, aching wrist, even with his right hand having undergone rigorous training. Using this kitchen knife was utterly exhausting. Yet, what choice did he have? Practice was the only way forward. Wei Lai could only grasp the incense ball, ignite the soothing fragrance, and utter a few words of praise to appease the blade's soul. Eventually, after a few strokes on the whetstone, it finally cooperated with Wei Lai in completing a task of chopping vegetables. Even in its unprocessed state, the slices of raw radish were delightfully crisp and refreshing. Unfortunately, the priest, a staunch traditionalist, remained steadfast in his ascetic fasting, subsisting daily on the most rudimentary bread and water, merely meeting the minimal physiological requirements for survival. Living entirely on faith. On the seventh day of Wei Lai's earnest culinary practice, still in its infancy, an unexpected visitor disrupted the usual tranquility of the small town, a gravely injured courier. In the bygone era of 3 centuries past, a courier might have been considered a lowly profession, one marked by toil and sweat. In this age, however, it had transformed into a high-stakes vocation, demanding unwavering will, exceptional physical prowess, and a quick mind, qualities essential for survival. Frequently transporting goods between cities, couriers often found themselves unable to reach shelters in time, forced to spend nights outdoors. Without sufficient strength to safeguard their lives, many would have perished long ago. When he stumbled into the town, his body was covered in numerous small wounds, sprouting fleshy growths resembling tendrils, and his eyes, clouded with dark veins, revealed a deep-seated corruption. The fact that he had not yet succumbed to mutation was, in itself, a miracle. Any hope for his recovery seemed utterly unattainable. Father King conducted a cursory examination and shook his head, delivering a somber verdict. At such an advanced stage of corruption, even immediate transport to the Vatican for purification by a cardinal might not guarantee restoration. Moreover, the journey from here to the Vatican would take at least 2 weeks of relentless travel, and it was doubtful whether the courier would survive the night. Prepare for the ritual, the priest announced with a heavy heart. I must retrieve my cargo. Despite the encroaching darkness upon his mind, the courier clutched the priest's hand tightly, refusing to forsake his duty. A few silver coins a month, and even now, he is thinking of delivering the goods. Wei Lai scoffed, digging at his nose. The town of Arezzo had been struck by plague, and the middle-aged courier trembled as he produced a crumpled delivery slip from his pocket. By the name of God, I swear we will find your cargo. The priest was taken aback and then tightened his grip, offering a solemn promise. It's all medicine. Wei Lai had initially been eager, contemplating the prospect of acquiring some wild goods. Upon hearing that it was medicine, his interest waned. My backpack is lost. It contained my wages. Please ensure my ashes are returned home, the courier stammered, revealing an array of last wishes. My friend, do you still have wages? Wei Lai's eyes brightened, pondering the considerable reward for such a perilous undertaking. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power, Father Cain reassured him regarding his final wishes. Father, allow me to take on this task. I promise to see it through. Wei Lai resolutely stepped forward. To ensure safety, he decided to include the sheriff in the search party, striving to return before nightfall. The priest nodded in agreement. However, Wei Lai, reluctant to share the spoils of their collective endeavor, discreetly departed from the group as they exited the town. He activated the all-seeing eye, seeking out the residual traces left by the courier during his flight. Under the keen perception of the all-seeing eye, Wei Lai swiftly uncovered the faint clues of the courier's escape, following the trail ahead. This individual proved remarkably tenacious after sustaining injuries. He managed to traverse 3 to 4 kilometers before reaching their town. Based on the evidence at the scene, it appeared that the courier had been ambushed by a creature lurking in the darkness while resting in an abandoned house, leaving chaos in its wake. Wei Lai observed several damaged wooden crates at the scene, their contents having entirely decayed into a puddle, rendering any semblance of their original form utterly unrecognizable. Wei Lai took out the shipping manifest of the courier and cross-referenced it. There were 4 wooden crates, 2 iron boxes, and 1 silver box. Could this courier be a superhero? Wei Lai gestured towards the size of the box, which was no smaller than a noodle box. He single-handedly carried 7 boxes. The wooden crates had been shattered, leaving the contents strewn across the ground. What had become of the other boxes? Wei Lai once again activated the Eye of Omniscience and discerned a conspicuous trail on the ground, indicating that some malevolent entity had dragged away the box. As he followed the trail, weighing the decision of whether to infiltrate the lair of the sinister being to retrieve the box, he suddenly stepped into a void and plummeted into the sewers of a bygone era. Damn it, who lacks the decency to steal a manhole cover? As Wei Lai fell into the sewer, he rubbed his lower back and, just as he regained his footing, he was met with a cacophony of squeaking sounds, and a multitude of crimson points emerged from the darkness. Holy light, please illuminate my path. Clutching the flame cross, Wei Lai cast forth a sphere of orange flame, illuminating the entirety of the sewer. The holy light spell, imparted to him by Father Cain, is a fundamental divine incantation, typically serving to provide light and a slight purifying effect. However, under the enhancement of the flame cross, this sphere of holy light emitted a searing heat. Bathed in its glow, the shadowy creatures of the sewer were instantly revealed, a nest of field mice. Goodness, these rodents were colossal, each with ruby-red eyes, their sharp claws radiating an aura of malevolence. In that moment, they surged toward Wei Lai, their numbers undoubtedly exceeding 100. Wei Lai gazed upward at the fallen manhole cover, which plummeted at least several meters into the abyss. Behind him lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, offering no clue as to where it might lead. There was no alternative. He resolved to take action. Hail to the blade of the soul of the knife, with its razor-sharp edge. It would surely cleave the looming rodent before him as effortlessly as one slices through vegetables, unleashing a lavish feast of flesh and blood. Wei Lai extolled the virtues of his soul knife, swiftly drawing it from his waist for a quick strike. The spirit of the blade rejoiced, entering a frenzied state of cutting. Almost in the very instant the horde of rats lunged forward, the skeletal form of the kitchen knife in Wei Lai's hand illuminated with a vivid crimson glow. The mad flurry of slashes relentlessly severed flesh in midair, the blood-red gleam of the blade outshining even the eyes of the rodent swarm. And the echo of their anguished squeaks reverberated through the sewers. After several minutes of exertion, Wei Lai collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. As the holy orb of light flared once more, the ground around his feet was littered with writhing halves of rats. Simultaneously, before him lay a rat pelt, brimming with flesh that bloomed like a lotus, drenched in the heart's blood of the massive rodents, each piece of meat pulsating with vitality. It was a bizarre feast. Such skillful knife play, yet it is time for me to depart. Wei Lai shuddered. However, the soul knife in his hand was displeased, its weight increasing, conveying a singular message: eat. I'm not hungry at the moment. I shall save it for a late-night snack. Wei Lai mused, though he had never partaken of rat meat. The spirit of the knife grew increasingly irate, and Wei Lai struggled to lift it. If he continued to disregard the culinary creations it offered, he feared he might never wield it again. Reluctantly, Wei Lai steeled himself, pinching a piece of rat meat and placing it into his mouth to chew. Though it could not be deemed exquisite, it possessed a unique flavor, lacking in any overpowering fishiness, and was surprisingly tender, far better than the boiled pork and lamb served in the church. With lunchtime still ahead, and free from psychological burdens, Wei Lai found a flat stone to use as a grill, poured a bit of lamb fat, and began to enjoy his barbecue. Only then did the spirit of the knife restore its satisfaction and joy. Wei Lai subsequently went to inspect the nest of the corpulent rats. Indeed, he discovered the missing boxes belonging to the courier, 2 made of iron, 1 of silver, and a small satchel. Upon rummaging through the satchel, he was astonished to find 2 gleaming holy silver coins, 20 ordinary silver coins, and a collection of miscellaneous impure silver coins. In addition, there was a badge, the courier's insignia, which granted the bearer the profession of courier. With each ascension in professional rank, one would receive a certain enhancement in attributes. The badge was registered to Jink, blessed by Bishop Russell of the Umbria district, and currently held at the 1st level, a weight capacity increase of 30 kilograms. A badge that enhances attributes? Wei Lai had never heard of such a thing and resolved to inquire with the priest upon his return. As for these silver coins, they were undoubtedly a gift from nature. My apologies, dear courier. While I did not locate your silver coins, I stumbled upon wild silver coins that emerged from vanquished rats. A moral deficit of 20? What virtue is lacking? Is it not a justified expectation to receive compensation for labor? Naturally. Wei Lai also examined the other cargo boxes to see if they contained any wild treasures. Unfortunately, the iron box was filled entirely with unknown herbal concoctions, emitting a foul odor, the purpose of which remained a mystery. The only silver box, approximately the size of a small suitcase and a palm-as thickness, was intricately engraved with sacred incantations and equipped with a lock, which could not be opened without a key. Just by observing the quality of the box, one could surmise that it contained something valuable, and Wei Lai was almost driven to smash it open in his eagerness. Nevertheless, he restrained himself and carefully transported all the boxes out of the sewer. He truly admired the courier, capable of carrying such a heavy load across the wilderness. No wonder the remuneration was so high, especially with the inclusion of holy silver coins. Wei Lai suddenly recalled that the freight handler's badge could augment his carrying capacity, and he hastily adorned himself with it. However, it proved to be of no avail. This item was bound to the identity of its user, and it could not be donned by just anyone who happened to find it. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Wei Lai dragged a multitude of boxes across the desolate expanse towards the town, fatigued to the point of resembling a weary hound. It is worth noting that during his encounter with the mutated field mice, he did not emerge unscathed. His body was marred with numerous small wounds. At this moment, the virus carried by the claws of the mutated mice began to insidiously manifest, eroding his vitality and inducing a wave of debilitating dizziness. Fortunately, upon encountering the other members of the security team, he felt a sense of relief and, rather than making the arduous journey back, allowed himself to recline upon a stretcher, feigning the role of an injured party. Upon returning to the town, the freight handler, mustering his last ounce of strength, clung to life just long enough to witness the retrieval of his cargo, thus fulfilling his final wish. Trembling, he removed a silver key from his chest, exhaling his last breath. This key was intended to unlock a silver cabinet, but it existed in two halves. One half remained in the freight handler's possession, while the other half was held by the recipient. With only a half key, Wei Lai found himself unable to unlock the silver box. You have fulfilled the dying wish of the freight handler, Jim Kirk, earning 20 merit points. Regrettably, he could not locate the pouch he had mentioned. The mutated mice were far too fearsome, and I dared not venture deeper. Wei Lai sighed with feigned regret. Perhaps this was also his fate. Father Cain would certainly harbor no suspicion towards Wei Lai. By the way, I also found this, which should belong to him. Wei Lai produced the freight handler's emblem, intending to inquire about its significance. Yes, this is the exclusive badge of their freight handlers, imbued with potent blessings, typically crafted under the auspices of a diocesan bishop, and bound to its bearer. In the case of a high-ranking emblem, it must be returned to the cathedral upon the bearer's ascension to the afterlife. In contrast, a low-ranking emblem is tacitly permitted to accompany the deceased, the father remarked, gazing intently at the badge. Wei Lai was still pondering the possibility of the priest returning the badge to him. Even if it were rendered useless, could he not transform it using Pandora's box? No one anticipated that the priest would actually conceal the badge, intending to accompany the freight handler in death, leaving Wei Lai in a state of frantic disarray. You should take a rest as well. I can manage the ceremony alone, said Father Cain, who noticed the injuries on Wei Lai's body. Although aware of his incorruptible nature, a flicker of concern lingered within him. Very well, Wei Lai replied, feeling somewhat lightheaded and feverish, before retreating to the church for rest. Father Cain then commenced the cremation ceremony alone, and by evening, he completed the cremation of the freight handler, in accordance with the latter's final wishes. He gathered the ashes and placed the badge upon the urn. Wei Lai endured a tumultuous night, afflicted by a virus from mutated wild mice. His fever soared to an alarming 42 degrees Celsius, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Blood seeped from his skin, eyes, nostrils, and ears, rendering him a ghastly specter without the need for makeup. Father Cain visited him once, yet offered no remedy, instead resorting to silent prayers. In his feverish state, Wei Lai's willpower waned, and under the influence of the malevolent deity, he seemed to hear the priest's sinister laughter. Turn over. I wish to experience you at 42 degrees. Wei Lai awoke in terror, springing up to grasp the priest's neck, his visage marred by blood streaming from all 7 orifices, startling Father Cain. Fortunately, he managed to guide Wei Lai back to his bed, soothing him throughout the night with a calming incense, safeguarding his mind from the insidious intrusion of malevolent entities. By the latter half of the night, Wei Lai's fever began to recede, and the symptoms of his bleeding started to mend. You have triumphed over the hemorrhagic fever virus, level 2, gaining an increase of 2 to your constitution, with a slight enhancement in your overall physical attributes. Upon seeing himself covered in dried blood, Wei Lai hurried to fetch water for a bath. Father Cain had also prepared for him a fresh gray cotton robe and a pair of new leather boots lined with cashmere. New attire? Wei Lai was somewhat puzzled by the sudden generosity, as the church's funds were typically quite scarce. The Arezzo region was plagued by an epidemic, and as the chosen one, untainted by sin, you were the ideal candidate to deliver aid to that afflicted area. Father Cain regarded Wei Lai with solemnity. Is it finally time to leave the novice village? Wei Lai felt a pang of nostalgia for his days of languishing in this quaint settlement. While the material conditions were poor, there was a comforting sense of safety. He understood that once he stepped beyond this small town, the outside world would be rife with unimaginable horrors. Yet, there was no turning back. Time was of the essence. Every moment the plague claimed innocent lives. Father Cain urged him onward. All right, I will prepare and depart at once. Wei Lai nodded, turning to organize his belongings. In truth, there was little to prepare. The largest item was the Pandora's box, which filled 23 slots of his pack. Fortunately, when it was not in transformation, it could hold a significant amount. Father Cain had gathered numerous sacred items for Wei Lai: holy water, candles, oil, incense, bandages, a map, as well as some communion bread and a small silver flask of wine for sustenance during the journey, ensuring they would resist the corrupting forces and not spoil within 2 days. He even gifted Wei Lai his own holy lantern, level 3, the highest sacramental tool he possessed, serving as the finest farewell gift, aiding Wei Lai in traversing the darkness without succumbing to the taint of malevolent thoughts. Wei Lai was also deeply moved, wiping away tears as he promised that once he achieved success, he would elevate Father Cain to the position of bishop, no longer confined to this small church devoid of nuns and choir boys. In order to fulfill the duties of a porter, Wei Lai had to shoulder 4 cargo boxes, in addition to his own luggage, including the urn of the porter, which collectively weighed nearly 50 kilograms. It felt as though he were being treated like a beast of burden. The critical issue was that in this era, the use of livestock was no longer feasible. Any cattle or pack animals were the most susceptible to madness instigated by malevolent thoughts. The old-fashioned automobiles and motorcycles had been completely discarded, leaving human strength as the new energy source. These boxes were merely secured with simple strips of cloth, swaying precariously with every step, making the journey perilous. The villagers of the town sent Wei Lai off with tearful eyes, hoping for his safe and swift return. Return? What a joke. There isn't even a charming maiden in this entire town? Am I to come back and tell stories to a deaf man? Father Cain handed Wei Lai a piece of pure white parchment, embossed with silver, a letter of recommendation praising Wei Lai's exceptional qualities. He felt embarrassed to read it, fearing his cheeks would flush. Below it, Father Cain had sealed it with his wax-melted emblem: Reverend Cain Rich, 3rd-class rural priest. Your qualities and talents should not be buried in a place like ours. I cannot guide you further. You should pursue higher studies at the Vatican's headquarters. According to the Church's regulations, if you obtain recommendations from 10 regional clergy, you may enter an advanced monastery to learn more profound sacred arts. May you become a saint guiding humanity toward the light. Amen. I will, Father. May the Lord also bless you. Wei Lai bowed deeply to Father Cain, then hoisted the cargo and made his way toward the town of Arezzo. On the very first day after leaving the novice village, Wei Lai, in a fit of exasperation, pried open the urn of the porter and scattered its contents 2 miles away, merging them with the desolate earth. Can you believe the urn spoke at night? Despite knowing this was merely a trick of the malevolent deity to instill fear, it was quite bothersome. A little compensation, please. You want me to assist with tasks and deliver ashes? He retrieved the accompanying emblem from the urn, brushing off the remnants of ash before discarding it into Pandora's box. Then followed a moment of kneeling in repentance for his transgressions. After all, as God said, put down the butcher's knife, and you will find the shore. Reaching the shore only to pick up the knife again is an entirely different matter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The box trembled slightly. Boom. A burst of golden light erupted from within, and the long-awaited enhancement effect finally manifested. Indeed, sacrificing ashes to the heavens generated boundless divine power. Damn, let us hope it doesn't T-bind to the user. Freight handler emblem level 2 primary effect. Increases carrying capacity by 30 kilograms. Secondary effect. Enhances leg musculature. Boosting strength by 5 user. Unbound goodness. The Pandora's box has completely erased the user's binding information. Wei Lai immediately fastened the cargo handler's emblem to his waist. A surge of warmth emanating from the insignia, enveloping his legs and enhancing the strength of his muscles. When he hoisted the cargo once more, it felt significantly easier. Even lifting 2 additional wooden crates became a seamless endeavor. Wei Lai did not neglect to utilize the other 2 opportunities as well, typically transforming consumables. After all, acquiring equipment is no simple task. Most conversion outcomes yield various types of incense and spices. Throughout his journey, Wei Lai indulged in the scenic beauty, his mind wandering, occasionally practicing his swordsmanship by plucking wild carrots or capturing a lowly corrupted creature to slice for a modest feast. Often, even before dusk, his overly cautious nature prompted him to seek a location to erect a shelter. Those couriers who perished along the way did so due to an excessive eagerness to press forward, only to find themselves lost in the dark without a refuge, ultimately succumbing either to the madness of corrupted thoughts or the nocturnal assaults of monstrous beings. Is it not entirely reasonable for a novice to be slightly slower? A suitable shelter must possess 3 characteristics. First, it should provide protection from wind and rain. Second, It must allow for the lighting of sacred candles to dispel the darkness. Third, it should conceal any light from the prying eyes of night-dwelling creatures to avoid drawing peril. Based on these criteria, underground basements or intact buildings are generally preferred. Occasionally, within the vast expanse of the wilderness, one might encounter shelters previously established by predecessors, thus saving the time required for setting up. On the second day of his journey, Wei Lai spotted a wooden signpost from a distance, its arrow indicating the proximity of a shelter. Although 3 hours remained until nightfall, he prudently sought refuge within. This was a shelter specifically designated for couriers, repurposed from a sewer. With heavy stone slabs sealing the manhole cover, only those with the robust musculature of seasoned couriers could hope to displace it. Wei Lai exerted every ounce of strength to shift the immense boulder aside, gaining entrance to the sanctuary's interior. The space was remarkably tidy. Furnished with a modest bed and some rudimentary cooking utensils, even firewood for warmth was thoughtfully provided, indicating that porters occasionally rested here. On the wall hung a charcoal-drawn map, meticulously marking significant locations such as nearby towns, villages, shelters, monster lairs, rivers, and other notable sites. A group of impoverished souls. Could they not afford a mere sheet of paper? Must they resort to defacing the walls? Wei Lai grumbled as he transcribed the map's information onto his own. If a ready-made map were available, he would have simply rolled it up and taken it. Upon completion of his transcription, he discovered that his fledgling village, Gill Village, was marked with the labels, impoverished, lacking specialties, unable to replenish supplies, and devoid of medical resources. Damn it, what an unvarnished truth. No wonder the village remains so destitute. With scarcely any outsiders visiting throughout the year, how could the economy possibly thrive? Wei Lai casually erased the map information, annotating it with, "This place has spicy maidens." A 5-point increase in mischief. What a lack of virtue. Is the elderly lady cultivating Mexican chili peppers not sufficiently fiery? Subsequently, Wei Lai rummaged through the sanctuary and astonishingly discovered several silver cans sealed with wax on a shelf. They were labeled, "Emergency food. Take only a modest amount. Consume entirely after opening, and please replenish upon your next visit." Canned goods. I had presumed that the food of the bygone era had perished. Wei Lai was overwhelmed with excitement, hastily retrieving all 6 cans from the cupboard. The appearance of the cans bore little distinction from those of the olden days, save for their silvery texture, with the can openings sealed by a cross of holy wax. Only in this manner could they withstand the pervasive decay brought forth by the malevolent deity of corruption, allowing the sustenance to be preserved for an extended duration. Food provided. Along with silver, what a gracious gift from the divine. Without a hint of hesitation, Wei Lai embraced all the canned goods, anticipating a grand feast today. He had beans, potatoes, pork, honey, cheese, pickled sea fish, and sugary biscuits. Goodness, do couriers earn such high wages? The fare was simply exquisite. Just the mere mention of these delicacies made Wei Lai's mouth water. He ignited the fireplace, opened the cans, and poured their contents into a pot to warm them up. Beans served as the staple, while the potatoes stewed with pork constituted the meat dish, and the pickled sea fish acted as the soup, complemented by freshly sliced wild radish as a refreshing side. However, as he began to indulge in this sumptuous repast, he was appalled. What a sheer waste. The individuals responsible for this culinary endeavor hardly deserved the title of chefs. The beans were merely boiled, with perhaps a sprinkle of salt at best. The combination of potatoes and pork tasted as if the potatoes had been shoved into the mouth of a pig, with a distinctly unpleasant flavor reminiscent of a pig's snout being bitten into. The pickled sea fish emitted an unbearable stench, as if it had been preserved under the armpit of a perspiring butcher on a sweltering day. Wei Lai added spices and wild vegetables to adjust the flavor, making it barely palatable. After finishing the meal, he did not forget to crush the can and take it with him, showing his commitment to not litter and pollute the environment, a commendable quality indeed. His misdeed value increased by 20. What a lack of virtue. I must make amends the next time I pass by. After enjoying a delightful meal, Wei Lai hung the lantern gifted by Father Cain atop the shelter, waiting idly for sleep to claim him. How tedious it was. In the dead of night, there was nothing to do, even if he wanted to go for a run. He had no resources. What kind of life was this? If only he had a handheld gaming device that could only play Tetris. He could craft a couple of hellish jokes, but there was no one to share them with. The system timely reminded him, "Your misdeed value has reached 100 points. Please select a demon's blessing or place a wager." Already full? I haven't done anything particularly wicked lately. Wei Lai scratched his head. Since he was idle, why not indulge? Demon's blessing 1. 5 crows source. Crow Sorcerer, you will receive 5 crows imbued with a slight amount of demonic power to fight for you. Good heavens. Those 2 morning crows from before kept me awake at night, and now I'm to have 5 more? No, thank you. Demon's Blessing 2, Succubus Transformation Spell Source. Tormented succubus transform into a succubus, enchanting hearts with your alluring form. This one is splendid. Wait, who transforms into a succubus? Me? No way. Demon's Blessing 3, Jester's Roulette Source. Demon Jester engage in a mischievous roulette with the Demon Jester. Red spaces grant item rewards, while black spaces incur penalties. You may continue playing until all stickers are revealed or you choose to forfeit. My physical resilience has improved significantly. Surely I won't perish this time, Wei Lai mused. Slapping his thigh? Damn it, whether it rains or shines, I'm bored. Let us gamble. With a bang, the black smoke dissipated, revealing a roulette adorned with black and red cards. At the center, a Jester Demon's smiling face, pointing toward the wheel. There were a total of 22 sections, 10 red cards, 10 black cards, in addition to 1 angel card representing a grand prize, and 1 demon card signifying extreme punishment. Wei Lai rubbed his hands with holy water and muttered, damn it, if I don't draw the grand prize today, I might as well be a dog. After the first round, the roulette spun several dozen times before coming to a steady halt on a black card. What the hell? Is this a joke? The first card is a punishment. Despite his initial confidence, Wei Lai reluctantly tore off the punishment card. The piercing, sinister laughter of a jester echoed around him. Insert a toothpick between your big toe and kick the wall with force. Ah, Wei Lai's scream surpassed that of the most brutal fiends in the wasteland. I'm done. I can't play this anymore. Wei Lai gazed at the black card on the prank wheel, a sense of dread enveloping him. The mere thought of continuing the game, with such terrifying penalties looming, sent shivers down his spine. Yet, could he truly resign himself to such defeat, to abandon the game and incur losses? Had he not already eliminated the probability of 122? Perhaps the next round would bestow upon him a grand prize. Damn it, he would press on. If I, Wei Lai, do not let out a cry, I shall not be deemed a man. Ah, the next card revealed yet another punishment, a black card. A lit candle was placed at the center of the stool. He was to sit down, but his posterior must adhere completely to the surface of the seat. Wei Lai's fingers trembled as he withdrew a sacred candle, thicker than his thumb, and swallowed hard. Oh, hee. The demon clown on the spinning wheel let out a sharp cackle. No, he must not give up. Having already eliminated 2 trap cards, the next must surely be a reward. In agony, Wei Lai grimaced and spun the wheel once more. Punishment card. While in an inverted position, consume at least 1 liter of water. Just drinking water. A trivial task. However, the arrogant Wei Lai nearly choked with every sip. Tears and snot flowing freely, resembling the struggle of drowning. Hee, the demon clown's laughter grew increasingly piercing. Where is the child that cries daily? Where is the gambler that loses perpetually? I shall spin and spin. Punishment card. Exit the sanctuary and give the first malevolent creature you encounter a slap. Then mimic a monkey while racing back. What? Go outside in the dead of night? Wei Lai could not help but swallow again. Yet, compelled by the severity of the punishment card, he donned his shoes, grasped the sacred candle, and lifted the manhole cover of the sanctuary. The wasteland was engulfed in darkness, filled with eerie howls, and bizarre shadows writhed in the gloom. May the first creature he encounters be feeble. Wei Lai cautiously advanced with the candle in hand. Soon, he spotted a creature, its mottled fur and claws as hard as steel, digging into the ground in search of food. The concrete of the bygone era crumbled like tofu. The corpse mole, a corrupted and mutated beast, was adept at tunneling, hiding in underground nests by day, and emerging at night to forage. Possessing diminished sight yet acute sense of smell, Wei Lai held up the candle lamp and glanced at this creature, its nearly withered eyeballs. The corpse-digging mole sniffed the air, turning its head as if it had caught a whiff of fresh meat. Wei Lai, with an exuberance akin to that of a monkey, scampered back to the sanctuary, chattering and leaping in a delightful frenzy, much to the chagrin of the enraged mole that followed in relentless pursuit. The odds of drawing 5 penalty cards in succession stand at a mere 1 in 10,000. These penalty cards, when applied to the singular limbs, demand the application of chili sauce. Glancing down, Wei Lai braced himself. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated once more within the sanctuary. Come now. What does not kill me shall only serve to fortify my resolve. Wei Lai was almost lying down as he spun the wheel. This time, fortune smiled upon him. A reward card for an exhilarating magazine. Oh, this is it. How delightful. Wei Lai's hands trembled with excitement. After enduring hardships, may the blessings flow in abundance. Spin again. A reward card for 3 coin-carrying crows. Another crow? Is there a fate between me and crows? Coin-carrying? Wei Lai gazed at the crows that emerged from the transformed reward card. As the 3 crows descended into the narrow shelter, a cacophony of chaos ensued. One of the crows immediately spotted the pouch of silver coins that Wei Lai had carelessly left by the bedside. Squawking loudly, it flapped its wings and swooped down to peck at it, attempting to escape through the chimney. Alas, the narrowness of the chimney proved its undoing, and the crow became stuck. Wei Lai forcefully yanked it out, reclaiming the money. Damn it, next time go steal from someone else. Wei Lai opened the shelter's lid and drove out the 3 crows. Keep drawing. Reward card, Pandora's Box Protection Voucher X3. Affixing this protection voucher to Pandora's box ensures that even in the event of a failed transformation, the equipment will not vanish. Excellent. Truly excellent. Wei Lai admired the protection vouchers as he tucked them into his wallet, anticipating their future use. Reward card, Succubus Incense X3. This incense allows one to enter the dream realm of the succubus, experiencing a release of the mind. What are you doing? Testing me, a prospective priest, with this? You must think I am an easy target. Wei Lai chuckled to himself as he carefully tucked away his belongings, observing the diminishing reward cards. He felt the likelihood of drawing a penalty card increasing, which rekindled a spark of hope within him. What manner of punishment could the ultimate demon card entail? He fervently wished to avoid it. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. To his astonishment, the ultimate penalty struck far sooner than anticipated. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in joy, and now the pointer had unexpectedly settled on the demon card. The sinister laughter of the demon jester echoed even more chillingly. Wei Lai trembled as he removed the demon card. To his astonishment, a line of text appeared on its surface. You are granted one final opportunity. Tear up the demon card and surrender, or face a lifelong memory of its consequences. Note, once you surrender, the roulette game shall conclude. Surrender? He laughed heartily. How could a man of honor yield in the face of destiny? Are you reluctant to part with the grand prize? Even if it means enduring hardship, I shall accept it. A gambler knows no regret and will persist until the end. Let the results be revealed. Wei Lai roared as he activated the demon card. Congratulations. You have triumphed over the demon trial and acquired a fragment of demonic power, the ominous eye. This gift, bestowed by the demon sorcerer, Dr. Crow, Rom, is said to possess the ability to perceive the threads of death. With these eyes, you can command flocks of crows and gain their perspective, consuming demonic power in the process. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a punishment card? How did I receive a demonic power instead? Wei Lai was momentarily taken aback before realizing the truth. Good heavens, it turns out the demon card was the true reward. That golden card must be the snare. The demon jester, having failed to ensnare anyone, sighed and transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. Oh wait. Did I not say I was done playing? Why the rush to leave? We have already drawn all the grand prizes, and the remaining cards are predominantly punishments. Particularly one super prank card. Are you truly intent on continuing? The demon jester danced with glee, eagerly retrieving the wheel once more. Excitement bubbling within at the prospect of what was to come. Just teasing. I have no intention of playing again. Ha 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 ha. Wei Lai pointed at the demonic jester, bursting into a crow-like cackle. The jester was taken aback, for it was none other than myself. With a thud, the smoke dissipated. Damn it, yet another reward in the form of eyes? A pair of omniscient eyes. A pair of ominous ones. Do I possess such an abundance of eye sockets to accommodate these orbs? Are they to be crammed into my eczema-ridden visage? Fortunately, this ominous eye is not a tangible eyeball, but rather a surge of magical energy, readily summonable to enter my own eyes, thus not conflicting with the omniscient vision. I shall brighten the holy candle a tad. Today's evening class concludes here. With explosive magazines and seductive incense in tow, let us proceed. At dawn, invigorated and refreshed, I shall embark once more on my delivery journey across the wasteland. Wei Lai looked up and spotted 3 coin-collecting crows perched on a nearby tree, their beady eyes darting about with mischievous curiosity. It is an inherent trait of certain crows to gather glittering objects, be it gemstones or silver coins. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The ominous eye from the crow demon, a prize he had won yesterday, seemed capable of controlling these birds. Ominous eye activate. Instantly, a chilling surge of dark magic emanated from the demon's seal within his heart, flowing into his eyes, which were engulfed in a vast expanse of black and crimson. The entire vista transformed. The sky and earth morphed into shades of black, white, and gray, with writhing black lines reminiscent of the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. Only the crows above remained vividly red. As the children approached, Wei Lai directed his gaze towards the crows and, indeed, succeeded in establishing a magical connection, bringing them under his command. Go to the nearby village and pilfer silver coins, returning to offer tribute to your magnificent master. And don't forget to bring along those 2 mournful crows from my hometown. For the first time, Wei Lai found crows to be quite endearing, leading him to consider the necessity of raising a few more. Not only would it earn him silver coins, but it would also increase his notoriety. What should have been a 3-day journey at full speed took Wei Lai a full week to reach the Arezzo region. However, as soon as he set foot in this area, the entire atmosphere exuded a nauseating sense of oppression. The low-hanging clouds overhead displayed a sickly green hue, clearly under the direct influence of the deities of decay and pestilence. Upon arriving at the signpost marking the Arezzo region, he was greeted by a chilling inscription accompanied by a skull, warning travelers, quarantine zone. Do not enter. Who were they trying to frighten with such warnings? Wei Lai glanced around, noting the absence of others, and wiped the sign clean, altering it to read, Welcome to the Arezzo Sisterhood, 10 notoriety. Do not enter. A hoarse voice emanated from behind him. A diminutive figure, swathed in a linen cloak and stooped in posture, brandished a pitchfork and approached unsteadily. Oh, I am here on delivery, just a half-porter. You know the way to the Arezzo convent to deliver medicine? Wei Lai explained. Do not enter. The gatekeeper mumbled almost to himself, his body swaying slightly. Brother, you haven't passed on, have you? Wei Lai inquired, bending down to discern the cause of the figure's peculiar behavior beneath the cloak. Unexpectedly, the individual lunged at him with a frenzied roar, revealing a grotesquely hideous face beneath the lifted cloak, resembling the warty back of a toad, with features so distorted they were nearly unrecognizable. What in the world is that hideous creature? Wei Lai exclaimed, burdened with his cargo and unable to escape in time. He raised a foot and kicked a stone at the ground, which struck the creature squarely in the forehead, splitting its skull open. Startled, Wei Lai dared not look again, fearing the image would haunt him for a lifetime. Shaking his head, he donned a simple cotton mask and ventured further into the Arezzo region. The plague-ridden area was permeated with a faint green miasma, corrosive in nature. Any prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to illness, whether mild or severe. In the midst of the saintly lantern, Wei Lai infused the air with a purifying incense, safeguarding his own security. This thin, toxic miasma would swiftly infect commoners with disease, while those endowed with divine power could purify themselves even after inhaling a small amount. Along the desolate path, not a soul was in sight. Only graves strewn across the landscape, adorned with new crosses. Passing through several villages, he found them utterly deserted, leaving him to ponder whether the inhabitants had fled or met their demise. Not only were the people gone, but the flora had also dwindled amidst the pestilential air. Plants began to mutate grotesquely, with tree branches sprouting agonized human-faced gnarls. The devastation that had befallen this place was no mere happenstance. It was not the result of his leisurely wanderings. Wei Lai surmised that this locale had likely been devoid of life for some time. The morning crow, under his command, perched upon a branch, cawing in a cacophony, all dead. The entire family gone. Be quiet. Wei Lai scolded the crow, as the noxious miasma thickened. The surroundings grew increasingly indistinct, rendering him unable to discern east from west. The Eye of Omen opens, with the demonic vision activated. He beheld vast shadows of death swirling above a particular area amidst the oppressive miasma. Shall I take a look? With no one to confer with, he turned to his crow. The morning crow screeched, dead. All dead. Resolved, he decided to investigate on his own. Wei Lai ventured towards the region shrouded in a shadow of death, pausing after approximately an hour before a forest ravaged by severe deforestation. I am a nun of the martyrdom order. May the Lord grant me unwavering perseverance and boundless strength to conquer the evil within my flesh. A feeble whisper echoed through the mist ahead, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of chopping wood. Oh, is that Sister Nun? Here I come, Wei Lai exclaimed with exhilaration, for he had finally stumbled upon a living nun. Before the divine, he envisioned a seamless process of teasing, penance, and confession. Sister Nun, I am here. Yet, engulfed in fog and driven by urgency, Wei Lai failed to notice the slope ahead. His foot slipped, and with the weight of his burdensome box, he lost his balance and tumbled down the hillside. It was only as he neared the bottom that he realized he was not sliding into a pit, but rather a massive graveyard. Countless corpses lay piled, each grotesque and deformed, their features twisted beyond recognition, far more monstrous than any troll. What the hell? Someone pull me up. Wei Lai kicked the nearest hideous cadaver in a desperate attempt to escape the nearly vertical pit. Before he could ascend, he heard hushed voices from above, murmuring, "Sister Lian, we must complete the cremation immediately. It won't be long before they rise as the undead. The wood is too damp to ignite. We lack sufficient fuel. We cannot allow the forces of evil to defile the bodies of the villagers. It is time for the nuns of the martyrdom order to offer ourselves to the Lord." "Hey, what are you talking about? Can someone please pull me up? Help!" Wei Lai shouted upward. "Sister Lian, I think I hear someone calling for help down below. Do not heed the whispers of the malevolent. They are trying to thwart our sacrifice," replied Sister Lian firmly. "Whispers my foot. I am a frayed handler. For heaven's sake, pull me up," Wei Lai shouted furiously. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as the frenzied nuns resumed their prayers. Wei Lai dared not ascend the slope wielding a kitchen knife, fearing the displeasure of the knife spirit. Instead, he dug his 10 fingers into the soil, gradually inching his way upward. After climbing more than halfway up the 10-meter pit, he suddenly discerned the resolute and powerful prayer emanating from above. "O Lord, heed the final supplication of the martyr's convent. May my blood and flesh ignite as flames of compassion to purify this malevolent thought." Looking up, he beheld a figure clad in a black cloak leaping into the pit. The bad news: just as Wei Lai had ascended significantly, he was abruptly sent tumbling back down. The good news: it was a woman who had fallen. Oh, how soft! A nun descending from the heavens, her body ablaze with flames, and Wei Lai hurriedly reached out to extinguish the fire. In the chaos of extinguishing the flames, it was only natural that his hands inadvertently grazed places they ought not to have touched. Depravity points increased by 10. "Wait a moment, miss. How do you possess 4 thunderbolts?" Wei Lai, in a state of alarm, hastily lifted the hood of the nun's cloak. "Goodness! Even nuns have succumbed to this virus?" Though not as severely afflicted as the deceased villagers, their bodies were grotesquely deformed, with numerous growths sprouting upon their faces. Having just touched them, he found his hands covered in tumors. How unfortunate! What a calamity! You are a nun, yet you discover that the flame of your devotion has been extinguished by another? Despite her ailing condition, she was still taken aback. "I am merely a frayed handler." Wei Lai had not finished his explanation when yet another nun, engulfed in flames, leapt down from above. Where on earth are these nuns falling from? Could they not drop down in a healthier state? Wei Lai rushed to catch one after another, ultimately saving 3 nuns, yet his hands encountered 16 growths. What a farcical jest of this new age. "Who are you? Why do you impede our martyrdom?" Despite having saved their lives, the nuns appeared overwhelmingly indignant, promptly readying their veils to conceal their disfigured faces. "So, you seek martyrdom? I thought your minds had been tainted by dark gods, leading you to contemplate suicide." Wei Lai scoffed, rubbing his nose. "Suicide? We are engaging in a sacred martyrdom." The nuns' fury intensified. The act of taking one's own life is considered a grave sin within their doctrine. Wei Lai could not fathom their intentions. Perhaps they were eager to incinerate the bodies in this grave pit to prevent their transformation. However, the freshly cut timber was insufficient for combustion, and there were no other combustible materials available. Thus, they had no choice but to become the kindling themselves, leaping into the pit to ignite the fire, purifying the bodies tainted by the malevolent deity. What a noble spirit of martyrdom! Having dedicated themselves to God, they found themselves still alive, and their anger towards Wei Lai's interference was palpable. Was this not a deception? "Calm yourselves, sisters. I am a trainee priest from Gil Village, also serving as a part-time courier, here to deliver supplies to your convent," Wei Lai hastily explained, adding a veneer of dignity to her presence. In the outside world, one's identity is self-assigned. Technically, an acolyte is merely a priest assistant, hardly a true cleric. A trainee priest, however, qualifies as a semi-clerical figure. "Supplies?" The 3 nuns regarded the box behind Wei Lai with disbelief, astonished that anyone would dare deliver goods to an epidemic zone. Is this also a form of martyrdom? Bound by duty and loyalty, the courier had already perished on the delivery route. "I must ensure the supplies reach the convent." Wei Lai remained resolute. "If that is the case, I can guide you." The first martyr nun spoke with newfound respect. "Once I depart, you want to pursue martyrdom, will you?" Wei Lai suddenly felt a flicker of doubt. To martyr ourselves in the name of righteousness against the malevolent deity is indeed the path we must tread, the martyr nun declared. Indeed, the other 2 nuns echoed, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve, infused with a fervent longing for martyrdom. Just then, a disturbance arose from the pile of corpses behind them. Bereft of the nuns' prayers, the bodies began to transform, grotesque and deformed, slowly writhing and struggling. It would not be long before they morphed into a horde of savage corpses. "Sisters, the time for martyrdom has come." The leading nun's eyes shone with determination as she prepared to sacrifice herself once more to ignite the pit. They were capable of invoking the sacred fire. Yet their bodies had long been ravaged by disease, rendering their divine power insufficient to summon the flames. They could only burn their souls and flesh. Quickly, you must escape. Another nun urged Wei Lai. Wait. Wei Lai interjected, her gaze piercing into the heavens. If the Lord has led me to you, it must be to save you, to preserve your lives, and to anticipate a more glorious martyrdom in the future. Amen. In the next moment, an immensely fierce fire erupted from the cross held by Wei Lai, instantly igniting the timber within the pit. The roaring flames silenced the corpses before they could fully awaken. You have saved 3 martyr nuns, earning 30 merit points. Thank you for your assistance, dear friend, one nun remarked, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes for not achieving martyrdom. Alas, damn it, I forgot to climb up before setting the fire. Wei Lai Guang pondered on his pretentiousness, only realizing he was at the bottom of the pit when the flames wafted towards him. He hurriedly scrambled up on all fours, pulling the other 3 nuns up with him. Finally, panting heavily, he sat down and gulped a mouthful of fresh water. The 3 nuns, their faces obscured by black veils that concealed their deformities, appeared less intimidating. However, upon witnessing Wei Lai drink, they all unconsciously swallowed. Having not savored such refreshing water in a long time, Wei Lai discerned the longing in their eyes and extended the silver water jug towards them. We have used your utensils. It may infect you. The nun shook her head. Then let us use this, Wei Lai said, retrieving a flattened silver canister, skillfully shaping it into a cup, and pouring water for each of them. They cherished the offering and drank it eagerly, then sighed deeply. Thanks be to the Lord's grace. Go eat dirt. Wei Lai rolled his eyes, initially intending to share some biscuits with them. Since they chose to thank God instead of him, he decided to dismiss them. However, he inquired about the nature of the epidemic that had befallen the area. Leprosy, known as a dreadful affliction, had begun to spread throughout the village 6 months prior. Initially dismissed as a mere skin ailment, it had escalated to a crisis, with nearly 23% of the population infected by the time it was recognized. Those afflicted first developed grotesque tumors on their skin, their limbs contorting grotesquely, followed by a dislocation of their facial features. Although the nuns were not particularly concerned with their appearance, they were still women. The mere thought of their bodies ultimately becoming deformed compelled them to grasp their thick robes tightly. Rest assured, medicine has arrived. It should be able to cure your ailments, Wei Lai declared, patting the box behind him. Let us hope so. The Arezzo convent is not far from here. You need only walk a few more hours in that direction, a nun directed him. Alas, could you not accompany me? Wei Lai genuinely felt that wandering amidst the miasma of the virus was unwise. We regret to inform you that we must remain here at the cremation site to purify the bodies transported from various locations. We must continue to gather firewood for the next batch of corpses, the nuns replied, once again lifting their heavy axes in preparation for the next round of cremation fuel. Wei Lai gazed at the resolute figures of the 3 nuns illuminated by the fierce blaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Though she had saved them this time, it would not be long before they might once again consider themselves as fuel for martyrdom. Their courage moved Wei Lai deeply, inspiring her to craft a dark jest. What distinguishes a martyr nun from a Jewish person? After receiving directions, Wei Lai was on his way to the monastery. Eager to avoid lingering in the miasma of the corrupt plague, he hastened his pace. Within less than half an hour, he spotted a figure emerging from the mist ahead. Stumbling toward him, with a sense of vigilance, Wei Lai quickly concealed himself behind a thicket, shrouding the light of his lantern with his robe. Great Lord, I am Sister Ling, a martyr for the faith. I beseech you to grant me strength. Mr. Lake, please do not frighten me with your mutations, Sister Ling implored. A petite young nun, scarcely 5 feet tall, struggling to drag a heavy body bag toward the cremation pit, delivering the dead, truly. They even have a half-grown child doing this grim task. What if she encounters a nefarious individual on the way? Wei Lai thought with a mischievous grin. Shall I frighten her? With that, he picked up a stone and tossed it onto the body bag, producing a dull thud. Instantly, the young nun, named Ling, jumped in fright, her hair standing on end. Cautiously, she glanced over her shoulder, relieved to see the body bag lying still. With a sigh of relief, she patted her chest, muttering, "Phew, I scared myself." Lo and behold, this young nun had yet to succumb to infection. Wei Lai, captivated by her pristine appearance, was struck by a wicked thought. A harbinger of doom, let us give her a fright. With a mere glance, 2 nearby crows began to circle above Sister Ling, cawing ominously, "Someone is about to die. Someone is about to die. Go away. Bad birds. Leave me be," Sister Ling exclaimed, jumping up to shoo the crows away. One of the crows alighted directly on the body bag, pecking at it inquisitively. These ominous creatures, known as harbingers of death, could easily provoke a corpse's transformation. The body, previously dormant, stirred violently within the bag, roused by the crow's disturbance. This terrified sisterling, who foolishly attempted to press down on the infected corpse, only to find herself grasped by a cold wrist through the thick bag. A ghastly visage emerged, snarling and lunging at her. "Ah!" Sisterling screamed, her distress contrasting sharply with the 3 martyr nuns from the cremation pit, making her seem as innocent as a chick freshly hatched from its shell. With a surge of wickedness, Wei Lai felt his mischief score rise. "Ah, the mischief points are in the bag. It is time to unleash my prowess." With the strength of a freight handler bolstering his leg, Wei Lai executed a powerful side kick, sending the afflicted corpse flying at least 10 meters away, crashing into the remnants of a bygone, eerie structure. Flame purification. The flaming cross unleashed a fiery spell, striking the body bag and igniting the leprous corpse within, causing it to gradually carbonize. "Ah!" The novice nun, Ling, had not yet comprehended the situation when a cry of horror lingered on her lips as she gazed up at the man who had appeared just in time. "Almost too late. Are you injured? Allow me to examine your body." Wei Lai smirked, revealing a mischievous grin. "Oh, I'm fine," Ling replied, looking up at Wei Lai, her face inexplicably flushed. "I'm a novice nun from the Arezzo convent," she said shyly, unable to meet his gaze. "I have come to deliver medicine." Wei Lai bent down, taking her by the arm and lifting her to her feet. I am just a novice nun," Ling stammered, feeling bashful and avoiding eye contact. "I thought I heard someone praying earlier, claiming to be a martyr nun. Did I mishear?" Wei Lai inquired with a hint of mischief as he stroked his chin. "Ah, I was merely testing the holy incantation," Ling admitted nervously, stuttering. "In the name of transgression, I call upon the Lord." If the convent's matron were to find out, she would surely administer a sound thrashing. "Oh, do not be so anxious. It's just a small secret. I wouldn't hold it against you for a lifetime. Now, let us return to the convent." Wei Lai generously patted Ling on the shoulder. "Ah, all right," the novice nun replied, finally taking delicate steps to lead Wei Lai toward the convent. The chilling green mist lingered, and the occasional eerie cries from the village accentuated the terrifying atmosphere reminiscent of Silent Hill, causing Ling to unconsciously draw closer to Wei Lai, seeking a semblance of safety. "Is there truly no man around here? No priests, guards, or soldiers? It's astonishing that they would send a girl like you to carry the corpses." Wei Lai casually remarked. "They're all sick. The soldiers who went to search for the plague source have not returned," Ling answered timidly in a whisper. "Oh, may the Lord bless them with safety. But why have you not been infected? Could it be that you are also chaste?" Wei Lai asked with curiosity. I do not know. Our novice class has been studying in the convent. The nuns have allowed us to come out to help because the adults are overwhelmed," Ling confessed, a hint of fear creeping into her voice, worried that she too might become as grotesque and terrifying as the leprous patients. Alas, what a tragedy. How many beautiful novice nuns must be sacrificed? Even sending 2 to assist at the church in Jill village would suffice. I wouldn't have to run out here. Wei Lai lamented dramatically. "What are you saying? We are also members of the martyr nun order, willing to dedicate ourselves to God," Ling declared, her vow lacking conviction and instead sounding somewhat timid. All right. A meaningful sacrifice is called martyrdom, while meaningless death is termed suicide. Failing to cherish the life bestowed by the Lord is a blatant violation of doctrine." Wei Lai gently caressed Ling's head, offering a faint smile. Ling silently reflected on this statement, feeling an inexplicable resonance with its truth. The two finally arrived at the Arezzo monastery before dusk, a converted relic of a bygone school. Modest in size, its surrounding walls adorned with lush ivy. At the heart of the monastery stood a bell tower, emanating an enigmatic holy light, bestowing its protection upon the nearby populace. At the entrance of the monastery, numerous tents had been erected, filled with various grotesque lepers, alongside afflicted nuns who came and went to tend to them. Although their care provided no real healing, it offered a semblance of solace in their final moments. The lifeless bodies of the deceased were continually carried out from the tents and laid by the roadside, awaiting transport to the cremation pits. The available fuel for incineration had been exhausted, leaving charred remains scattered about the makeshift pyres. Consequently, the deceased could only be dragged farther into the forest for their final rites. The arrival of Wei Lai, particularly the heavy suitcase he bore, captured the attention of many. Dean McGonagall gestured towards the direction for Wei Lai, yet hesitated to enter herself. Wei Lai passed through the gate of the monastery and entered the chapel, where he encountered the venerable Dean Mag, who was fervently praying before the crucifix. The man appeared to be in his 50s and bore the early signs of leprosy, with several disfiguring growths adorning his face. Respected Dean Mag, I, Wei Lai, a temporary courier, am here to deliver your goods. Kindly acknowledge receipt. Wei Lai stated with solemnity as he produced the shipping manifest. Dean Mag exhibited a flicker of surprise. It was indeed remarkable that someone had come to deliver the support he had requested, especially given the area had been designated a quarantine zone. I regret to inform you that my predecessor met a tragic fate during the delivery, and some of the cargo was lost. I am an apprentice priest from Jill Village. Wei Lai lamented as he handed over the manifest. Dean Mag scrutinized the items listed and signed the document with gravity, hoping they would assist in overcoming the dire circumstances. Wei Lai then produced half of a silver key. I fear it may no longer suffice. Basic medicines have little effect against the rampant plague. I only hope. Dean Mag retrieved the other half of the key, and together they fitted the pieces into a silver chest. With a resounding click, the cabinet opened, revealing a sacred artifact radiating a pure light. The Soul Gun, Grade 6 sacred artifact. A revolver crafted entirely of holy silver alloy, driven by an unwavering faith in God, capable of inflicting tremendous damage upon malevolent entities. Alongside the Soul Gun were 12 exquisitely engraved silver bullets. By the heavens! Wei Lai exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that a level 1 courier would be entrusted with such a formidable Grade 6 revolver. Had he known, he would have pried it open at any cost. I see, Dean Mag remarked, gazing at the holy firearm as if understanding something profound. Are you dissatisfied with the cargo? I can arrange for an unconditional return, he offered. Wei Lai felt a surge of regret, as if he had missed an incredible opportunity. The Vatican's directive was clear: we must eradicate the pathogen responsible for the plague and prevent its spread, rather than saving those already afflicted. Dean Mag's eyes hardened with resolve as he called to a nearby attendant, summoned Sister Fasky. Soon, a tall young nun entered the monastery with an air of authority. Her movements brisk and purposeful, a crucifix short sword at her waist. She knelt with vigor, indicating she had not contracted the virus. Sister Martyr Fasky, reporting for duty. The walls have been repaired significantly. What are your orders? How impressive. Well, I thought, perceiving her more as a soldier than a nun. The Vatican support has arrived, a holy revolver. It is temporarily entrusted to you. You must quickly attune to its power and prepare to eradicate the plague's source. Dean Mag stated with solemnity. The holy gun. Sister Fashki's gaze fixed upon the silver cabinet, visibly transforming into a frenzied desire for combat. This opportunity must be cherished, for it may not present itself again. You shall refrain from participating in any tasks over the next few days and focus solely on gathering your strength, declared Dean Mage gravely. Indeed, I shall not betray the glory of the Martyrdom Society, Fashki proclaimed, striking her chest with fervent enthusiasm. Quite impressive, Wei Lai remarked, observing the violently swaying orb. Unable to suppress a raised eyebrow, Fashki, sensing Wei Lai's scrutiny, furrowed her brow in curiosity. Who is this person? We owe our gratitude to this diligent courier, who risked peril to enter the epidemic zone and deliver the Holy Lance here. Dean Mage acknowledged with a hint of warmth. Excellent. We are in need of a courier to transport the bodies, and you have been conscripted, Fashki declared haughtily, directing her gaze at Wei Lai. Excuse me. Who do you think you are to commandeer me? Wei Lai retorted defiantly. Courier Wei, we shall provide appropriate remuneration. 1 corpse for 1 silver coin, Dean Mage added. Eager to find someone to assist in clearing the excessively accumulated bodies to prevent a collective transformation, Wei Lai was displeased. Is this a matter of money? It's about attitude. What does requisition mean? Am I a mule? Just because of her attitude. We need to increase the payment. We can offer 2 silver coins if you can indeed transport all the corpses. Dean Mage believed that, in this scenario, money held no value. Furthermore, Wei Lai, trapped in the epidemic zone, would likely succumb to illness soon, no matter how much he earned here. He could not take that wealth with him, ultimately becoming just another skeleton in this plague-ridden area. Deal. Wei Lai exclaimed, suddenly enthusiastic. A month's salary for Father Kane was only 3 silver coins. Transporting a single corpse cost 2 silver coins. At that price, even with no corpses, I could create some for you. After unloading all the goods and leaving the chapel, Wei Lai approached the little nun, Ling, who was in the process of moving the next corpse. What's up with that woman named Fasiki? Why is she so arrogant? Are you referring to Sister Fasiki? She is the head nun of our monastery's combat division, devoting herself entirely to the Lord, resisting the encroachment of the plague. The recent outbreaks of corpse transformation were quelled by her leadership. She is truly a hero, Ling replied, her fists clenched in admiration, eagerly aspiring to be as formidable. Pfft. She looks like she's on her period. Wei Lai scoffed disdainfully. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, preparing to begin transporting the corpses. The monastery had at least 50 corpses piled up, and transporting them all would amount to 100 silver coins. However, making multiple trips seemed excessively time-consuming. Logically, decapitating them in advance could help prevent corpse transformation to some extent. Yet, according to doctrine, untransformed corpses were still considered believers of the Lord, and those who were beheaded could not enter the kingdom of heaven. Thus, no one dared entertain such malicious thoughts. Don't you have any carts? Flatbed carts? Wei Lai searched around but found no auxiliary tools. Carrying the corpses solely by physical strength would require countless trips. We dismantled all wooden tools for fuel some time ago. The little nun said softly. Wow, what genius. You took apart all your transportation tools for firewood. Now we have to drag the bodies several kilometers to the forest for cremation. Wei Lai could not help but applaud. We didn't expect the situation to escalate this severely. The little nun replied timidly. Why not just tear down the houses as well? That way, you would have even more fuel. Wei Lai pointed to the nearby houses. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, Yes, tear down the houses. No, that is forbidden. Doctrine states that houses are private property, sacred and inviolable. The little nun, Ling, waved her hands in fear. The homeowners are all dead. No one will accuse us of trespassing. The Lord will understand, Wei Lai said with a mischievous smile, running off to dismantle the houses. In truth, the furniture and fixtures within the homes had already been taken for fuel, leaving only the beams and window frames behind. Wei Lai swiftly set about dismantling doors and windows. When those proved insufficient, he tore down the beams, constructing a pyre, layer upon which he arranged the corpses. The young nun watched anxiously, uncertain of how to respond. Hey, little nun, if you do not lend a hand, they will transform into the undead come nightfall. At that point, the souls of the villagers will be barred from entering paradise, and you shall bear the guilt. Wei Lai urged fervently. Is this truly martyrdom? Sister Ling pondered momentarily before comprehending, and she began to assist Wei Lai in transporting the timber. At last, after the destruction of 3 houses, they had amassed enough wood to erect a cremation pyre. Wei Lai should also be awarded 30 points of misdeed value. For the souls of all believers. Rely on God's mercy, may they find eternal rest. Amen. Wei Lai earnestly prayed for the deceased, guided by the flaming cross, invoking sacred power to ignite a fierce blaze that would incinerate the bodies of leprosy patients. Upon completing the cremation ceremony, he was rewarded with 50 points of merit. However, after using the already scarce divine energy twice within a day to accomplish the task, Wei Lai found himself utterly exhausted, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Even the simultaneous notifications of his merit and demerit points reaching their limits barely registered in his weary mind. All he could think about was sleep. Please, take me to rest. I am utterly spent, Wei Lai gasped, unwrapping a high-sugar biscuit he had been saving and chewing it as he sought sustenance. Let us rest in that nearby house. Sister Ling suggested promptly. We cannot go to the house. Who knows what might emerge in the dead of night? We should find a room at the monastery, Wei Lai countered decisively. But the monastery does not allow men inside. Sister Ling protested, waving her hands in denial. What does it matter at this hour? Breaking the rules to save lives is a form of martyrdom. Wei Lai insisted, persuading Sister Ling to accompany him into the monastery. They sought out a secluded, empty room to take refuge in. After Wei Lai hung the lantern from the ceiling, he finally collapsed onto the bed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Phew, I can finally relax. Well, I'll take my leave now, he said, as Sister Ling felt a peculiar discomfort in remaining there. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let us have a bite to eat. It seems you haven't had a proper meal in ages, have you? Wei Lai promptly produced a tin of biscuits and a jar of honey. Indeed. Lately we've only had a spoonful of oatmeal porridge each day, Sister Ling remarked, her gaze fixated on the biscuits in Wei Lai's hands, almost entranced. Is it permissible to indulge in a little snack? Wei Lai scooped a generous portion of honey with a biscuit and offered it to her. Ultimately, Sister Ling could not resist the pangs of hunger and accepted the sweet, delightful honey biscuit. At last, someone is sharing delectable food. Come. The wild radishes are crisp and sweet. If we don't eat soon, they will spoil, Wei Lai exclaimed, thrilled to encounter a companion who did not incessantly chatter during meals. He retrieved a wild radish from his backpack and swiftly sliced it into thin pieces with a knife, generously pouring 2 glasses of wine from a silver bottle. Sister Ling was momentarily taken aback. unable to fathom how Wei Lai managed to produce so much food from his backpack. Was life outside the convent truly this extravagant? Come, eat. Wei Lai has indeed been infected with the leprosy bacillus once again. However, this time the infection is not as intense as before. It did not erupt and heal overnight, but rather lies in quiet dormancy. The prolonged incubation period and the potent contagiousness are precisely what contribute to the widespread outbreaks of leprosy, transforming it into a plague. Wei Lai rolled up his sleeves and glanced at the raised lumps on his skin, dismissing them without concern. As his primary focus was on collecting his wages from the previous day, the nature of his work demanded daily payments, for a delay might result in non-payment. Within the confines of the monastery, nearly every individual was engaged in various tasks, as the medicines transported by Wei Lai yesterday had commenced their preparation. Even if their efficacy was limited, they provided a semblance of solace to the weary souls. Director Mage, I processed 50 corpses yesterday, all of which were respectfully cremated. So it's time for payment. Wei Lai, who had spent the day indulging in trickery, had the audacity to request his due when it came to money. 50 corpses? Director Mage momentarily found herself taken aback. Indeed, Sister Ling can attest to that. She assisted me throughout the day. Wei Lai insisted on involving the novice nun. Yes, the bodies have indeed been removed. Director Mage glanced out the window. Although she was somewhat astonished, she turned back to open her coin pouch. In this plague-stricken area, currency had lost all value, and those who had been infected could not escape the inevitable decay. Wow. Wei Lai's eyes gleamed at the side of the shining pouch filled with holy silver coins, the delightful sound of coins clinking lifting his spirits. Director, if there are any further tasks, please do not hesitate to assign them. Are you certain you wish to undertake more tasks? Director Mage regarded Wei Lai with a hint of skepticism, noting the bulging lesions that had begun to appear on his face. Did he truly remain oblivious to the fate that awaited those afflicted with leprosy, certain death? Of course, in the service of saving the Lord's followers. I am willing to selflessly offer myself and, in the process, earn a bit more. Wei Lai had never encountered such lucrative work before. In that case, we require your assistance in digging graves. Should you possess the skill to carve tombstones, I shall pay you 5 holy silver coins for each complete grave. Director Mage took a deep breath. 5 coins is quite reasonable. While acquiring coffins may prove difficult, digging the graves themselves is absolutely feasible. I assure you, I will provide you with a perfectly excavated villa-sized plot. Upon hearing this, Wei Lai immediately became invigorated. This avenue to wealth was enticing. The succubus called for a bath. But he was determined to remain here, wielding his shovel with fervor. Just for the sake of the price, even without tools, I would employ my teeth as a spade, my toes as a hoe, and use a crowbar fashioned from a jill to excavate a 3-bedroom apartment for you. This is the list from our monastery. As for gravestone materials, there should be plenty in the cemetery. Dean Mage, with a heavy heart, extracted a list. Wei Lai took a look and was momentarily taken aback. How could all these living individuals be listed? There was the novice nun Ling, the battle nun Faki, and the 3 he had encountered at the crematorium, including the headmaster. McG, Headmaster McG, have you made a mistake with the list? These people have been alive all these years. Wei Lai hurriedly inquired. Indeed, this is the crypt prepared for the entire convent. You should make the necessary arrangements, Headmaster McG sighed. Are you implying that everyone will perish in the plague-stricken area? Wei Lai seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Precisely. Not a single soul can escape the plague zone. All we can do is eradicate the pathogen and halt the spread of the corruption instigated by the malevolent deity, McG stated, her eyes devoid of fear, merely expressing regret that her sisters would not be able to attain a more meaningful martyrdom. Is there truly no way out? Wei Lai gazed at the living names on the list, suddenly feeling the silver coin in his hand lost its allure. McG glanced at Wei Lai. We have already succumbed to corruption. Unless a high-ranking priest of the scarlet level were to purify our tainted bodies, but they have sent us the Holy Lance, which indicates they are preoccupied with other matters and expect us to resolve this ourselves. Preoccupied with other matters? I suspect they are busy embracing young boys. Wei Lai left the chapel in a huff. Excavate graves? The thought of the list suddenly drained Wei Lai of motivation. What are you doing here? Suddenly, Ling's soft voice broke through, her presence a delicate silhouette beside him. She was also clad in a black hood and veil, yet her petite stature stood out distinctly, making her easily recognizable. Have you been infected as well? Wei Lai directly reached out to unveil her face. What are you doing? Ling exclaimed in surprise, relieved to find her face beneath the veil still smooth and unblemished. Humph, if you haven't been infected, why the veil? Wei Lai rolled his eyes. I just feel guilty that everyone else is afflicted while I seem fine. Ling hastily replaced her veil. The headmaster says you all are doomed. Wei Lai leaned against the wall, crossing his arms with a sigh. Yes, we have all prepared ourselves, the young nun replied calmly. Her hands clasped before her chest as she softly uttered, we can only hope that the Lord still accepts our impure souls. Have none of you considered fighting back? Are you just going to wait for death? Wei Lai looked at her incredulously. How can we fight back? The young nun appeared puzzled. Forget it. Wei Lai shook his head and turned to leave. Where are you going? To fight. Wei Lai replied without looking back. Heading to his room and kneeling before the cross hanging on the wall. Grant me the angel's blessing. Angel's blessing 1. Tier 3 weapon you have acquired an offensive Tier 3 weapon, though it seems of little necessity. Angel's blessing 2. Sacred word of authority, you have mastered the Tier 3 sacred word, capable of intimidating malevolent souls. While it may prove useful at another time, it currently offers minimal assistance. Angel's blessing 3. Divine revelation, you have received a divine revelation, illuminating an answer to your present uncertainties. Will the Almighty grant me an answer? Wei Lai gazed at this blessing, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that this was precisely the boon he needed most. He chose divine revelation. The blessing's mist enveloped the crucifix of the agony of Jesus upon the wall, radiating a golden glow. O Lord, please reveal to me if there exists a 10th tier artifact, easily found and manageable, without any adverse effects, left abandoned in the wilderness. Please inform me of its location. This is my greatest uncertainty at present. If a 10th tier is unattainable, then even a 7th, 8th, or 9th tier would suffice. Wei Lai was in a state of ecstatic frenzy. This place held remnants of ancient technology that could alleviate the plague afflicting the area. A luminous orb drifted from the crucifix, settling upon Wei Lai's forehead, marking an arrow coordinate in his field of vision that pointed to a certain area. Wait a moment. I do not wish to learn about the cure for the plague. Where is the artifact? Wei Lai exclaimed. Unfortunately, the golden light from the crucifix had vanished, as if it found it embarrassing to utter another word to Wei Lai. Damn. Wei Lai felt as if he had missed a golden opportunity. The nun, Ling, who had been following him, happened to witness this scene and felt a profound shock to her spirit. The revelation, it is a divine enlightenment bestowed upon me by the Lord. Wei Lai smiled faintly. The revelation, Ling's face flushed almost immediately. It is said that only the most devout among God's favored can receive the Lord's insight. Could that golden light just now have been the revelation? Hey, why are you in a daze? You are saved. Wei Lai lifted Ling's chin, revealing a mischievous grin. What? Ling exclaimed, startled as she touched her face. God has revealed to me a method to cure leprosy. We must now seek the relics of the ancient era. The thought of ancient artifacts stirred a hint of excitement within Wei Lai. We? Ling pointed to herself. Are you suggesting I go alone? Please. This isn't solely my responsibility. Your convent must contribute. Wei Lai even went directly to seek out Dean Mag, requesting some combatants. However, when he rushed to the convent hall to explain the situation, Dean Mag appeared quite astonished upon hearing of Wei Lai's revelation, her expression tinged with skepticism. After all, why would the Lord bestow a revelation upon an outsider like you instead of granting it to me or the other nuns? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Nonetheless, she informed Wei Lai that if he required assistance, he could seek Sister Fasiki, who was in charge of the combat group of the Martyr Sisters. All trained personnel were under her command. Fasiki? This could be troublesome. When Wei Lai found Fasiki, she was in the convent's backyard, training all the combat nun recruits, preparing to confront the source of the zero patient. The Lord grants us life. We shall wield our lives as swords. We shall annihilate all its enemies. The day we become martyrs will be the day we ascend to the kingdom of heaven. Martyrs. Martyrs. The group of slightly infected martyr nuns were all ignited with fervent determination. Wei Lai cast a glance at the sole revolver strapped to Faski's waist. A surge of envy swelling within him. That weapon rightfully belonged to him, regardless of whether he could wield a 6th-tier soul gun. Could he not simply sell it for a fortune if he failed to master it? At that moment, he stepped forward to request a team of support, but Faski, without allowing him to finish his reasoning, shot him a disdainful glare. Do not disrupt our martyrdom. Damn it, martyrdom. A group of lunatics eager to embrace death. With no support forthcoming, Wei Lai had no choice but to embark alone, armed only with 2 short blades from the Sisters of Mercy. He also decided to bring along the little sisterling, even if she could not lend a hand. Her presence would serve as a talisman against despair. And in dire situations, she could be used as bait, such a bargain, though the young nun felt a twinge of fear. Upon learning that their mission was to save the entire populace of the Arezzo district, she mustered her courage to join Wei Lai. Guided by the revelations in his mind and the accompanying map, Wei Lai's destination lay on the outskirts of the Arezzo district, requiring passage through a desolate wasteland from a bygone era. Considering the peculiar circumstances along the route, traversing it on foot would likely take 2 full days. Thus, the pair, lanterns in hand, advanced through the miasma, joking intermittently to dispel their trepidation of the unknown. As they distanced themselves from the monastery, grotesque leprous corpses occasionally emerged from the roadside, shrieking as they lunged to attack. Regardless of their strength, the sight of their misshapen limbs was enough to instill dread. Wei Lai sought to draw the soul blade, yet inadvertently provoked the displeasure of the blade's spirit. The weighty weapon, unwilling to sully its edge by cleaving through such vile, pestilent corpses, resisted her command. Left with no alternative, she was compelled to wield the nun's short sword in battle. These wretched corpses, cursed by the malevolent god of corruption, possessed a significantly augmented strength, rendering their assault no trivial matter. Wei Lai's combat style is rather straightforward. His enhanced limbs consist solely of his legs and right hand. With a swift knee strike, he shatters his opponent's kneecap, then seizing the moment as they collapse, he drives his short sword upward through their jaw into their brain. The notion of severing heads is but a waste of energy, dulling the blade unnecessarily. The nun's short sword is hardly a divine weapon, inferior even to the stainless steel kitchen knives of a bygone era. However, this method of execution has a significant drawback. The blood of the leprous corpses is rife with leprosy bacilli, which inevitably splatters onto Wei Lai's face and hands upon their demise. As the blood cascades down, grotesque swellings immediately rise upon his skin. With an overwhelming viral load, he is on the brink of entering the acute phase of the leprous disease. Are you all right? The ever-protective nun Ling inquires, unaware that Wei Lai has been vaccinated, and a wave of helpless guilt washes over her. Fear not, my faith is unbreakable. Even if my body should fall, my iron will shall propel my shell forward. Wei Lai proclaims, his sword pointed resolutely ahead, his gaze unwavering, reminiscent of a statue forged from steel. The young nun bites her lip, moved to tears. Yet, after merely a few hours of travel and having slain over a dozen leprous corpses, the leprosy bacilli within Wei Lai have reached a critical outbreak phase, distorting his body and depleting his energy reserves. Let us find a place to rest. There is a freight worker's shelter nearby, he suggests. Wei Lai can already feel a fever rising within him and hears the call of the father of corruption. With Ling's assistance, they arrive at the freight worker's shelter, its entrance still blocked by a massive stone, a precaution against theft. Wei Lai exerted the last remnants of his strength to shift the colossal stone, revealing the entrance to the sanctuary. Exhausted, he was pulled into the refuge by Ling, who guided him into a space that likewise housed a stockpile of essential supplies, including fresh water and provisions. Wei Lai lay in bed, feeling the rampant bacteria wreaking havoc within his body, eroding his cellular tissue, his face contorted in agony. His consciousness was directly confronted by the allure of the pestilence deity, his mental corruption levels soaring. Join our loving family. This is a bountiful garden, free from suffering, where one may eternally enjoy a beautiful life. Do not resist, come to us. The pestilence is too vile, let the deity of joy come. I shall only cast my lot with it. Even in his haze, Wei Lai steadfastly repelled the pestilence deity's enticement. Child, do not resist. Once you embrace our family, you will find your ailing body transformed into something splendid. What should I do? Sister Ling, the young nun, gently touched Wei Lai's feverish body, her anxious hands flailing as she unbuttoned his shirt, continuously wiping him down with the fresh water stored in the sanctuary to cool him. The spiritual weakness brought on by the high fever steadily eroded Wei Lai's willpower, compounded by the pestilence deity's direct domain, corrupting his mind further. I shall not cast my lot with you. I will only support the Lord of Joy. This was Wei Lai's final defiance. Oh, who is calling to me? A voice with an alluring timbre echoed in Wei Lai's mind. This is my domain. This is my feast. The pestilence deity was naturally displeased that someone dared to covet its banquet. Very well, it seems we shall meet again another time. However, I can bestow upon you a small gift. The seductive voice chuckled. An inexplicable thought took root in Sister Ling's mind, as if it had always belonged there. What? Can this truly expel the virus from Wei? Sister Ling's expression was fraught with tension. The following morning, after a night of torment, the demonic vaccine and the pathogenic bacteria within Wei Lai finally concluded their battle. His body returned to normal, and he even felt somewhat invigorated. You have triumphed over the leprosy bacillus, stage 4. Your body strength has been enhanced. Constitution increased by 3, strength by 1. Stage for leprosy bacillus. Aren't vaccines meant to combat only stage 3 plagues? How could it have protected against stage 4 as well? Wei Lai was perplexed, attributing it merely to good fortune, wholly unaware of the significant sacrifice made by another to extract the poison from him. Refreshing clarity washed over him as he stretched, donning his clothes. Damn. How did I end up undressed while ill? He glanced around to find Sister Ling standing awkwardly to the side, appearing flustered. What are you doing? I am well now. Thanks to the Lord's blessing, my affliction has been lifted, and I feel revitalized. Wei Lai felt as if he had released all his burdens. Do you not remember? Sister Ling's head was bowed, her fingers tightly clutching her dress. Remember what? Did I speak in my sleep yesterday? Wei Lai was startled. You must not believe it. It was all the deity's temptation. I did not heed a word. And no, it was nothing. Sister Ling bit her lip, shaking her head fervently. If it was nothing, let us have breakfast. Let us see what wild resources this sanctuary holds. Wei Lai skillfully rummaged through the cabinet and discovered several bottles of corn kernels and mashed potatoes, as well as some sugary biscuits. Although these were not particularly exquisite items, they were certainly preferable to enduring hunger. Wei Lai directly opened the cookie jar and stuffed 13 cookies into the hands of the little nun. We still have a long journey ahead, so I won't be cooking today. Once I finish my business here, I will treat you to a splendid feast. He continued, do not associate with this convent. They are but a group of lunatics, incessantly calling for martyrdom and death. I yearn for a quaint little town, a secluded corner to establish a humble church. Serve as a modest priest and care for a sweet little nun. Imagine her in white stockings. Why aren't you eating? If you can't walk later, I shan't carry you. Sister Ling finally lifted a cookie to her lips. The once delightful treat now tasted as bland as wax in her mouth. Hurry. Let us exert ourselves today and strive to reach the location indicated by the revelation. Having finished his meal, Wei Lai began to pack his belongings, taking the opportunity to visit the independent restroom at the shelter to utilize the blessings of the demon and Pandora. Demon Blessing 1. Curse of Fiery Wrath. You have learned the incantation of the demon, summoning a sphere of dark flames to attack. Demon Blessing 2. 3 Crows. You gain 3 formidable second-tier clawed crows to fight on your behalf. Demon Blessing 3. Imp. You will acquire a small imp that will obey your every command, serving you faithfully. How disappointing. Satan, just look at what these rewards entail. Now compare them to the blessings of the angels next door. Upon her initial encounter, Wei Lai drew 3 blessings that utterly failed to pique her interest. Reluctantly, she settled on the 3 crows, which at least bore some connection to her ominous eye. In her spare moments, she could surreptitiously pilfer the villagers' small silver coins, amassing a modicum of wickedness. Subsequently, regarding the 3 Pandora's boxes, Wei Lai contemplated fortifying her own prowess. She resolved not to rely on consumables this time, as she had fortuitously acquired 3 enhancement protection tickets previously, thus alleviating her concerns about potential equipment breakage. Wei Lai directly affixed the freight handler's emblem, second tier, with a strengthening protection voucher and tossed it into the Pandora's box. The box vibrated with a low hum. Bang! The enhancement failed, leaving the protection voucher reduced to mere ashes. No matter, there were still 2 more chances. The box continued to buzz and tremble. This time, a cloud of smoky text emerged from the box. The freight handler's emblem was on the verge of transforming into another random emblem. Would you like to use the strengthening voucher to halt this transformation? Wait, is it truly to be transformed into a different emblem? Wei Lai found himself in a quandary, torn between the desire to experiment with a new emblem and the trepidation of potentially acquiring a less advantageous class. After all, the enhancement of the freight handler was indeed quite useful. Ultimately, he resolved not to make the switch. With a decisive thud, the enhancement voucher vanished. This was his final opportunity. May the heavens and the infernal powers grant him favor. A buzzing sound filled the air, and with a radiant burst of golden light, success was achieved. The freight handler emblem was now at level 3. First tier enhancement, an increase of 30 kilograms in carrying capacity. Second tier enhancement, a boost of 5 in leg strength. Third tier enhancement, an enhancement of 20 in movement speed. Splendid. The increase in movement speed was palpable. He could run faster now. Off they went. Wei Lai secured the emblem around his waist, patted his thigh, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. The two continued their journey, while Sister Ling felt a swell of frustration, on the verge of tears, as her legs ached considerably. They had a long way to go. Yet after only a few steps, her pace began to slow. What's wrong? Can't you keep up? Wei Lai glanced back at the petite nun trailing behind. My legs hurt, the little nun replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Wei Lai helplessly shook his head, squatted down in a horse stance, and gestured behind him. Have we only taken a few steps? I truly have no way to deal with you. Come on up. The young nun hesitated for a moment, but eventually climbed onto Wei Lai's back. Do you know how to make a nun pregnant? Seeing that the young nun appeared somewhat downcast, Wei Lai couldn't resist sharing a dark joke. The young nun gasped in surprise. Hee. Just have a little boy fart near the nun's thigh, Wei Lai said with a mischievous grin. With a swift motion, the young nun playfully tapped Wei Lai's head in annoyance. Hold on tight. Steady the lantern. I'm going to accelerate. Wei Lai supported the young nun's legs and took off running. With the enhancement from the third-tier cargo emblem, his speed surged, and he disregarded the bothersome leprous corpses, dashing past them without a second thought. As he sprinted at full speed, they quickly entered the suburban area, where the human population had dwindled, replaced by beastly creatures similarly afflicted by the leprosy bacillus. Their grotesque forms rendered them even more terrifying and ferocious. I run, I leap, I shall not cease to battle. These creatures, tainted by the plague, bore no valuable spoils. Pausing to observe them was a waste of energy. If he could circumvent them, he would never stop to fight. Wei Lai stealthily activated the unfathomable eye, commanding the flock of crows to divert the approaching horde of corpses, ensuring his passage remained unobstructed. As he ran with such unimpeded momentum, the ominous signals of the apocalypse within his vision drew ever closer, leading him to a severely damaged structure. This was the Arezzo Disease Control Center, a remnant from 3 centuries past, a relic of the bygone era of disease management. The surface had been reduced to ruins, overrun with tainted vines, and a gaping pit hinted at the existence of subterranean levels beneath this edifice. A dense miasma of decay pervaded the lower depths, where the ground writhed with a coral-like green fungal carpet, indicating that the environment below was exceedingly hostile and far from welcoming for exploration. Shall we descend? Sister Ling inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. You may opt to remain here, but the nearby creatures will undoubtedly feast upon such a tender young nun as yourself, Wei Lai remarked, gesturing towards a lurking leprosy beast in the shadows. With that, he opened his spice box, filled with an array of incense derived from various transformations. The daily conversion opportunities of Pandora's box were predominantly utilized for crafting consumables, resulting in a plethora of aromatic incenses. The purifying incense, Tier 3, upon ignition, would create a purification field with a radius of 1 meter around the user, repelling any plague-laden miasma for a duration of 30 minutes. Quantity: 6 pieces. Thus, we have merely 3 hours to traverse the remnants of the bygone era. The ruins of the old era, Arezzo Disease Control Center, underground laboratory sector. Wei Lai and Sister Ling plunged into the subterranean laboratory, igniting the purifying incense to establish a sanctified zone, cautiously advancing forward. Over 3 centuries had elapsed, and they once again found themselves exposed to the miasma of the corruption plague's malevolent deity. The remnants of the old era had largely vanished, leaving behind a plethora of shattered glass vessels strewn haphazardly across the ground. A thick layer of mycelium carpeted the floor, moving as if it possessed a life of its own, imparting a peculiar sensation akin to stepping on soft excrement. The arrow of divine revelation continued to flicker, guiding him deeper into the laboratory's recesses. Remaining vigilant, Wei Lai felt an unsettling aura enveloping him. The atmosphere seemed fraught with peril, as if countless unseen eyes were fixed upon him. The mental tendrils of the corruption plague's paternal spirit were palpably tainting his consciousness. Wei, I sense it within me. The young nun suddenly grasped Wei Lai's arm, clutching her abdomen in anguish. Focus your mind. Do not succumb to the allure of the malevolent deity. If necessary, close your eyes and recite the scriptures. Wei Lai's faith was resolute. He would rather embrace the deity of pleasure than submit to the corruption plague's dark god. Of course, should the deity of pleasure seek his allegiance, he would present himself as a cultured individual yearning for profound knowledge, aspiring to navigate through the decadent flowers without a leaf touching him. Sister Ling obediently held the crucifix, shutting her eyes to recite the scriptures, resisting the temptations of the corruption plague's deity. After traversing several hundred meters, they arrived at a room with a steel door ajar. The weathered sign at the entrance, obscured by the mycelium, revealed faintly inscribed words, viral sample storage. The steel door stood wide open, and nearly all the sample storage canisters had exploded. Their contents, viral samples, now conspicuously absent. It appeared as though the viral samples had come to life, tearing apart their containers and fleeing, rather than being shattered and removed by an external force. This incident was not recent. Perhaps it had transpired centuries ago. Hopefully, these awakened viruses had long since departed. Yet, From the shadowy depths of the room, a rustling sound emerged, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. The all-seeing eye awakened. The omniscient gaze that could detect evil suddenly activated, revealing a multitude of red dots in his field of vision, akin to a thermal imaging device. Rats. Scurrying through the alleys, stealthy and insidious, the most adept carriers and spreaders of disease. A swarm of rats, their eyes gleaming a vivid crimson, fixated on the unwelcome intruders. Their bodies were grotesque, riddled with decay, yet they persisted in their existence, not due to any extraordinary immunity, but because the corruption plague's deity required these little creatures as vessels for the viruses, harbingers of contagion. No one could ascertain the multitude of viruses they harbored. Even though Wei Lai had received the demon vaccine, he dared not risk even a scratch from them. Run! Wei Lai shouted vehemently, raising the flaming crucifix to create a barrier of fire against the plague-ridden rodents, swiftly pulling Ling to flee. The air was pierced by the frantic screeches of the rats. Behind him, a tide of vermin surged forth, thousands of plague-ridden rats thronging eagerly, intent on the succulent feast laid before them. Despair enveloped Wei Lai. Had he known, he would have chosen the fiery spell in the morning, rather than 3 pitiful birds. What use were these wretched creatures? His frustration was palpable. However, his raven minions soon revealed their worth. 8 crows soared down from the entrance, screeching as they swept along the corridor, their piercing cries instantly stunning the rodent horde. The newly joined clawed crows swooped low, seizing the plague rats in their talons, rending them apart in a spray of crimson. No. The target of the apocalypse lies behind the swarm. Retreat is not an option. In a swift motion, Wei Lai sliced a leaping plague rat in 2 with his dagger. Perhaps we can circumvent them. Sister Ling observed the labyrinthine passage, her grip on the silver crucifix tightening with anxiety. Help me hold the door. Wei Lai lifted a tempered glass door from the ground, barricading the entrance, gesturing for Sister Ling to brace against it. It was a makeshift defense, but they had little choice. I will do my utmost. The young nun pressed her entire weight against the glass door, straining to hold it firm. The tide of rats collided with the glass door in an instant, and through the transparent barrier, Sister Ling caught a harrowing glimpse of the decaying rodents. Their pus-filled eyes bulging, shrieking in terror. Glory be to the Blade Lord. I beseech you to emerge. With your razor-sharp edge, cleave through these filthy rats. I shall purify your blade with the purest holy water, polish the edge with the whitest cloth, and hone it with the finest whetstone. I will offer you 10 exquisite culinary ingredients in gratitude for your valor. Wei Lai swayed the incense ball, soothing the spirit of the blade. As a Michelin 3-star chef's knife, it was exceedingly reluctant to engage in such a wretched battle akin to a sewer, yet Wei Lai's praises brought it great delight. Is it done? The glass is cracking. Sister Ling trembled as the swarming tide of rats surged perilously close, gradually breaking the glass. She could even catch a whiff of their foul stench. Glancing back, she saw Wei Lai still murmuring, comforting the venerable spirit of the blade. At last, the glass in Sister Ling's hands succumbed to the relentless assault of the rat tide, shattering into a myriad of shards as the tide of rats came crashing forward. Ah! Sister Ling screamed in terror, crouching down and covering her head. Surprisingly, the horde of rats completely disregarded her as a tender and delectable morsel. Instead, they circumvented her. Lunging toward Wei Lai. Left eye, grant me clarity to behold the true visage of these rodents. Right eye. Bestow upon me the foresight to capture the trajectory of death's approach. The spirit of the blade rejoiced. Kill. With a mere arm's length. The soul blade swiftly sliced in Wei Lai's hands like a blossoming lotus, instantly unfurling a radiant net of blades. Not a single rat could breach the brilliance of the blade's barrier, each one cleaved in 2, falling to the ground. Impressive. Wei Lai flicked the bloodstains from the blade, reverently cleansing it with holy water, wiping it with a white cloth before sheathing it. Pleasing the spirit of the blade was somewhat troublesome. Yet the assistance it provided was unparalleled. Why didn't they bite me? Sister Ling pondered, gazing at her hands in confusion. They didn't bite you? You've struck gold. You must be a favored one of the divine, under the Lord's protection. Wei Lai's eyes sparkled with realization. The leprosy bacillus had not infected her. And even the plague rats avoided her. This little nun undoubtedly bore divine favor. She must be taken. However, before that, since the rats posed no threat to her, why not have her lead the way? The little nun truly did not expect Wei Lai to be so pragmatic as to actually suggest she scout ahead. Given that the range of the purifying incense was limited to a meter, they could not stray too far apart. Wei Lai simply hoisted Sister Ling's slender leg over her shoulder. The thought of selling her thigh as a form of martyrdom felt rather shameful. Indeed, under the protection of the little nun, The rats scurrying through the underground laboratory showed no inclination to attack. They completely ignored her presence. The two advanced in this peculiar manner, gradually delving deeper into the subterranean laboratory. At last, they reached the end of the underground area, facing a gray wall. If it weren't for the signs of revelation, no one would have known that behind this sealed wall lay a hidden chamber. As I pried apart the severely weathered bricks, a steadfast stainless steel door was revealed, still firmly sealed. The electronic code for its opening had long succumbed to decay, and the mechanical gears of the lock seemed to be irrevocably jammed, refusing to budge. The only solace was that the erosion had not spared merely the mechanical lock. The surrounding circle of cement wall also crumbled under the weight of decay. Indeed, the door remained resolutely committed to its duty. While the walls could no longer sustain their burden, Wei Lai flexed his ankle, leaping forward with a forceful kick that struck the steel door, causing a resounding crash as the junction between the door and the wall fractured. A second kick followed, and with a thunderous roar, the door collapsed entirely, sending a plume of dust swirling and revealing the last sealed laboratory. After centuries, this hidden chamber finally came into view for the two. Within the modest space lay a corpse, now desiccated, draped in a researcher's white coat that crumbled at the slightest touch. A badge hanging from its chest indicated that he was a senior researcher of this very laboratory. On the table rested a yellowed farewell note, which read, "Everyone outside has gone mad, smashing and destroying everything. They fear the so-called evil god and are intent on obliterating anything that might disturb their sanity. Yearning to return to a primitive society. It is sheer madness. This is anti-science. Anti-human. I will not allow this, absolutely not. This is the culmination of our entire team's research, the fruit of everyone's labor, and it shall not be destroyed." The note continued, detailing a device labeled the pathological cell analyzer. Simply insert the needle into the patient, and the apparatus will commence collecting the infected pathological cells from the blood, automatically deciphering their RNA structure. According to the Calvin biological formula, it will compile a targeted synthetic bacteriophage vaccine. Note: this instrument can only produce bacteriophages that have been recorded. Unrecorded viruses require the original strain for analysis. Current records, 0, in essence. This device serves as a bacterial gene analysis instrument capable of examining the structure of pathogens per the aforementioned Calvin biological formula, subsequently producing effective bacteriophages for treatment. Even in 2030, this concept would be regarded as cutting edge. It was astonishing to discover that such advancements had already been achieved in this forsaken place. Wei Lai beheld the instrument, encased within a vacuum-sealed chamber. Its size was modest, yet its form bore a resemblance to a firearm, akin to an electric drill. After shattering the vacuum glass, Wei Lai grasped the relic of a bygone era, feeling its substantial weight. Naturally, after being preserved for centuries, it was inconceivable that it could be utilized without further ado. Even the energy source posed an insurmountable challenge. In Wei Lai's eyes, the divine revelation appeared as a swirling mass of golden light, which miraculously floated forth and penetrated the relic of a bygone era, thus bestowing upon it a sanctified essence. If the malevolent deities possess the power to corrupt all matter, why should my Lord not have the ability to sanctify something? Yet, possessing solely this aberrant cellular analyzer is insufficient. It lacks any recorded mapping of viruses or bacteria and must extract the original strains. Fortunately, there are those already engaged in this endeavor. The martyr nuns of the monastery, under the guidance of Fasiki, have embarked on a quest to combat the agents of the plague, and I shall merely reap the rewards in due time. Wait, curse it. After those women vanquish the plague agents, they will undoubtedly incinerate everything. Oh no, do not let them burn my original strains. Those are the very fruits of my labor. Wei Lai hurriedly packed the mutated cell analysis gun into her backpack and, grasping Sister Ling's hand, fled the underground laboratory. Do you know where Fasky and the others went to confront the leprosy pathogen? Wei Lai immediately inquired after escaping the disease control center. I know about the leprosy pathogen. It originated from Diwen village, which was the first area to be quarantined. Many patients were not evacuated, and the first patient was Uncle Hunter Dak. Sister Ling promptly responded. Ah, you seem to know quite a bit. Wei Lai remarked, somewhat surprised. Well, I was born in Diwen village and occasionally visit my uncle and aunt. Many people from that village hunt wild animals for food, Sister Ling admitted, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Really? You eat game as well? If we had gone there a few days ago, it would surely have delighted the Blade of Spirits. Wei Lai expressed with a tinge of regret. I advised them not to hunt wild animals, but they wouldn't listen. When I was a child, I had a little creature that curled into a ball. I named it Little Ball. I wonder how it is now, Sister Ling said, a touch of concern in her voice. All right, whether it's Little Ball or Little Peach. Those childhood stories can wait for later. We must be on our way. I hope that woman has not finished her battle, Wei Lai urged, prompting them to set off. The two immediately dashed towards Diwen village marked on the map. For the vow of martyrdom. Sisters, advance. We are the fervent sword of the Lord, destined to shatter all filth. It must be said that Fasky, this fervent nun, possessed an extraordinary charisma. Under her fervent call, the martyr nuns, despite their frail bodies, unleashed an inexhaustible fighting spirit fueled by profound faith. Diwen village was among the first regions to experience an outbreak of leprosy. The security forces and stationed soldiers from the holy church nearby failed to suppress the chaos. Amidst the dense toxic fog, at least hundreds of leprous corpses roamed. Blessed by the corrupt deity of plague, their physical strength significantly enhanced. The battle nuns of the martyrdom order found it exceedingly difficult to sever the heads of the leprous corpses with their swords, even with their full might. A mere contingent of 20 soon found themselves heavily surrounded by the grotesque horde of corpses. Although Fasky possessed a sole gun revolver supported by the church headquarters, she had only 12 bullets, and she was reluctant to expend them unless absolutely necessary. Sisters, I can no longer fight alongside you. May my blood illuminate the path for your continued advance. For the Lord. A severely injured martyr nun could no longer stand, kneeling on the ground, embracing her own body as she initiated the martyrdom ritual, transforming into a blazing torch. The other nuns, displaying a trace of reluctance, plunged their short swords into the body of their sacrificed sister, their blades tainted with the flames of martyrdom. As they wielded them to sever the heads of the leprous corpses, whenever the martyr's torch threatened to extinguish, a nun would resolutely offer her own body, embracing her sacrificial sister, becoming new fuel to illuminate the shadows cloaked by the clouds of corruption. When Wei Lai and Sister Ling arrived, the battle nuns of the Martyrdom Society had already sacrificed half of their ranks, yet their fervor only intensified with each confrontation. The blazing martyrs' torches soared high into the heavens, casting a brilliant light that dispersed the noxious clouds summoned by the corrupted pestilence god. A group of frenzied women, utterly mad. Wei Lai couldn't help but curse upon witnessing the scene. Beside him, Sister Ling's eyes shimmered with tears, her hands clasped around a crucifix, evidently moved by the spectacle. However, the leprous corpses, blessed by the corrupted pestilence god, were not so easily vanquished. Among them were some who were not entirely dead. They had willingly embraced the pestilence father while still alive. Retaining the consciousness of their former selves, they did not charge mindlessly like ordinary undead, but rather exhibited considerable combat prowess. At present, Wei Lai discerned 5 warriors who had surrendered to the corrupted pestilence god. By their attire, he could distinguish a hunter, a security captain, and 3 holy soldiers. In the name of God, traitors, your fate is sealed in death. This time, Sister Fasky unleashed her full might, drawing forth her soul gun revolver and roaring as she pulled the trigger. Each bullet that soared forth caused the air to tremble. The holy silver projectiles traced lines of judgment through the air, violently tearing apart the enemies who had aligned with evil, their heads exploding like rotting watermelons. The soul gun, named Fury, could only be wielded by those whose spirits matched its madness, a perfect embodiment of Sister Fasky's character. Were it in Wei Lai's hands, he might struggle to even calm the 2 incense balls without jamming the revolver. Bang! Bang! Fasky fired 6 shots in rapid succession, reloading swiftly as she pursued the most agile leprous hunter, only to miss with all 3 subsequent shots. This iron is impure. Wei Lai shook his head in dismay. What do you mean? Sister Ling asked, puzzled. It still requires refinement, dear sister. Wei Lai felt a surge of joy at having someone to play off of. Seeing her waste 3 precious bullets ignited Fasky's anger. My heart is the Lord's heart. My eyes are the Lord's eyes. The Lord's words shall not miss. They shall strike true. Through unwavering faith, one can alter certain established physical laws and achieve the unimaginable. The next bullet, though still evaded by the nimble leprous hunter, suddenly veered in its final trajectory, striking its target's green brain matter with explosive force. What the hell? Can bullets curve like in Yanchuanying? Wei Lai was utterly astonished. The battle in Diwen village had reached a conclusion, and clearing the mindless leprous corpses was not particularly troublesome. As Wei Lai observed the tide of battle turning in their favor, he boldly leapt into the fray to assist, albeit somewhat recklessly, nearly earning a bullet from Fasky. Well, it's me, the cargo handler, Wei Lai. Do not shoot, he exclaimed, hastily raising his hands to identify himself. Not you again, Fasky frowned, his expression tinged with irritation. Indeed. It is I once more. However, This time I have procured an ancient relic capable of curing your leprosy. You ought to express your gratitude, Wei Lai boasted, proudly gesturing towards his backpack. An ancient relic? Fasky regarded him with palpable skepticism. Believe it or not, the choice remains yours. You can either cling to life or succumb to the meaningless decay brought on by the plague of the corrupt deity. Wei Lai shrugged nonchalantly, approaching the corpse of the first infected leper hunter and casting a glance at Fasky. Mind if I take a look? Suit yourself. Fasky continued to scrutinize Wei Lai's every movement. Wei Lai extracted the pathological cell analyzer from his backpack, aimed it at the heart of the leprosy hunter, and fired. Several syringes pierced its body, commencing the extraction of its malignant cells. Minutes later, the extraction was complete, and a green indicator light illuminated, signaling the transition to the bacterial analysis phase. With gratitude for Ms. Fasky's assistance, he knew that upon completing the bacterial structure analysis, this device could continuously produce a remedy capable of curing leprosy. However, he typically charged a fee, which Wei Lai had yet to calculate. Suddenly, an alarm light flickered to life. What on earth? He exclaimed, bewildered. Was the machine aging after centuries of use? No, that couldn't be. Wei Lai, in a state of confusion, inspected the indicator lights and flipped through the manual. The warning read, sample error. This sample is not from the original strain. Please re-extract the sample. Isn't this the leprosy pathogen? Then what is? Wei Lai pondered, raising his gaze. As the initial infectious agent, the original strain bestowed by the corrupt pestilence god was typically the most potent. After all, wasn't the leprosy hunter the strongest? Hadn't Fasky fired 4 shots to bring it down? What is going on? Fasky approached, her expression tense. It is not the leprosy pathogen. Only the original strain can be analyzed. Wei Lai stood, dumbfounded, staring at the analyzer. What? It isn't the pathogen. Fasky immediately scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Ling, did you not say this hunter was the first infected? Wei Lai turned to inquire. Yet, upon looking back, he saw Sister Ling, a frail figure standing alone amidst the toxic fog, trembling in agony as she clutched her own body. Beneath her gray habit, something writhed violently, resisting all attempts to subdue it. With an expression of profound fear, Sister Ling lifted her gaze toward Wei Lai, seeking his help. What is happening? I thought you were not infected, Wei Lai questioned, perplexed. The ominous cawing of crows echoed from the branches, instilling a sense of dread that kept him at bay. Someone is about to die. In the next moment, a grotesquely deformed arm, unmistakably swollen beneath her right rib, erupted forth, resembling a constrictor ready to strike. At its tip was a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, lunging straight for Wei Lai. What the hell is going on? Wei Lai barely had time to react, attempting to roll away for safety. However, the toothy appendage had no interest in him. Its target was the pathological cell analyzer in his hand. The corrupt pestilence father despised this device, and it must be destroyed. The monstrous arm hoisted the analyzer and flung it into the air, its toothy maw poised to shatter this precious relic of a bygone era. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Fasky had fired, accurately shattering the arm. Wei Lai hastily caught his precious possession, unable to comprehend the unfolding events as he gazed at Sister Ling. I am truly sorry. I did not realize, he stammered. The young nun appeared ghostly pale, resembling a specter rather than a living being. Her body was grotesquely infested with countless tumors, swiftly engulfing her original form, transforming her into a severely deformed mass of leprous flesh, with dozens of malformed arms ineffectually flailing about. In that moment, Wei Lai understood. It dawned on him that Sister Ling was, in fact, the very source of leprosy. It was no wonder she did not contract the virus. It was clear why the laboratory mice refused to consume her. She was a symptomless carrier, meticulously nurtured by the plague god, capable of spreading the contagion without exhibiting any signs of infection. Cursed be it. Who would have thought that the insidious grasp of the plague god lay hidden within our convent? Fasky clenched her teeth in fury, raising her soul gun. Yet she was at a loss as to which part of the massive leprous mass to target. Do not speak so. She likely remains unaware of her own condition. Wei Lai retorted, his fists clenched in anger, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the young nun. Damn the plague god. You have ruined everything. Sisters, prepare to continue the fight. Fasky shouted, drawing her short sword anew and adopting a battle stance. You all engage first. Wei Lai quickly retreated a couple of steps. Humph, coward. Fasky was unabashed in her scorn. Your father is the coward, Wei Lai thought, determined to belittle her. With a fragrant incense lit, the hymn of praise commenced. The surviving martyr nuns, each a master of their craft, infused their blades with the fire of martyrdom, launching an assault against the leprous mass. It loomed like a colossal viral entity, its bloated form riddled with tumors, from which elongated, malformed arms sprouted, wildly thrashing about. The martyr nuns charged fearlessly, relentlessly striking at these arms, carving a path for Sister Fasky to advance. For the redemption of our martyr's honor, the flame shall spare no coward. Fasky roared as she leapt into the fray, brandishing her sword ablaze with fervent flames, plunging it into the flesh of the leprous mass. Yet, her assault failed to rend it open. Soon thwarted by protruding bones, the erupting tumors splattered her with a putrid, greenish ichor, which cascaded over her, instantly birthing hideous growths upon her skin. At that moment, Wei Lai finally appeased the spirit of the blade, dashing forth, vaulting over the path forged by the nuns with their lives, and leaping high to pierce the skin of the mass with a sharp kitchen knife, driving it deep until the hilt was reached. With a downward pull, the razor-sharp edge glided effortlessly as though butchering beef, cleaving the entire leprous mass in twain. A cacophony of indescribable organs spilling forth. Ling. Wei Lai immediately spotted the petite figure of Sister Ling, ensconced within the thick, fatty tissue. Grotesque veins grotesquely intertwining with her form. In her hazy consciousness, Ling gazed upon the man who called her name, struggling to lift her arm. Wei Lai desperately grasped her hand, attempting to pull her free. However, the slick, viscous fluid made it impossible to maintain her grip. The gaping wound, marred by the leprous flesh, was slowly beginning to close. Get back, Fasky bellowed, raising the soul gun behind Wei Lai. Wait, Ling, give me your hand. Wei Lai continued her struggle. Bang! The bullet from Fasky whizzed past Wei Lai's ear, piercing through Ling's heart with a piercing wail, instantly blooming into a vivid spray of crimson. Damn it! Wei Lai felt a wave of dizziness. The madwoman behind her had fired the gun, deafening herself in the process. She was no longer human. Fasky yanked Wei Lai by the collar, pulling her from the encroaching mass of flesh. Before them, the shattered cavity in Ling's chest was grotesquely regenerating, malformed tissue filling the void. Indeed, how could one favored by the corruption god easily escape the grasp of decay? No. She is the one I believe in. She will surely break free from the deity's control. Wei Lai's gaze was resolute as she looked at Ling. Ling's pallid face showed slight movement. Her lips quivered as her hands gently caressed her abdomen. Don't go, Wei. Let our family of three stroll through the garden of the Father. Suddenly, Ling's belly ballooned like a grotesque balloon, until the skin stretched and tore, revealing a repulsive, malformed maw, a thick tongue drooping with viscous saliva. It seems reality is devoid of fairy tales. Wei Lai's face twisted in horror as she clutched Fasky's hand. Shoot. Quickly. Shoot. Eliminate it. Eliminate her. Perhaps in this world, there are not as many inspiring fairy tales as one might hope. Just as an egg will harden when plunged into boiling water, the individual will is often powerless against erosion. The corrupted nun Ling exhibited no signs of clarity in her gaze, her entire being beginning to undergo violent transformation. Father Wei, in the pestilence's cradle, has prepared a feast of decay. Why not drink the purulent wine with me? My will is as strong as steel. Filthy insects and maggots shall not sway me. Faced with the allure of the corruption god, Wei Lai felt a profound revulsion. Sisters, the final moment has arrived. The martyr nuns shall permit no traitor to surrender to the dark god. Fasky, in a fit of rage, dragged her short sword across her palm, the martyr's blood igniting the blade in a fervent blaze. Then let me merge with you, becoming nourishment for the father of corruption. Nun Ling raised her hands, and the monstrous growth erupted, releasing a thick miasma of pestilence, dozens of malformed arms extending outward to sweep over everyone present. Shall we not retreat? Wei Lai observed the martyr nuns beside her. Undeterred by the encroaching toxic fog, they fervently ignited their faith and charged boldly forward. They possessed courage and spirit, but alas, lacked wisdom. As Wei Lai observed the fearless nuns advancing forward, he held his breath and plunged into the dense miasma, not to join the fray, but rather to locate several severed leprous arms. Drawing forth a pathological cell analysis gun from behind, he pierced one of the arms, initiating the extraction of pathological cells. With insufficient samples, he resolved to extract from 2 more arms until the display confirmed successful sample extraction. The analysis of the cellular structure commenced, and the artificial bacteriophage was being compiled. Upon completion, the current bacteriophage reserve stood at 1020. In a mere span of minutes, nearly half of the martyr nuns entangled with the leprous mass had succumbed, their weakened bodies unable to withstand the encroachment of the plague, with infected areas growing increasingly severe. Even Fasky, who had long resisted the taint of the plague with her unwavering fervor, began to manifest large tumors on her face, corroding her steadfast faith. At that moment, She found herself firmly grasped by several leprous arms, being dragged toward the gaping maw of Sister Ling, which was split open at her abdomen. Yet, just as she was about to be devoured, Fasky astonishingly raised her soul gun with one hand, aiming it at Sister Ling's head. With a hoarse voice, Sister Ling declared, "You are out of bullets. Your absolute faith in the Lord. My flesh, with its unwavering loyalty, every bone, is my most fervent bullet." In a fit of sheer madness, Fasky bit off her pinky finger and stuffed it into the magazine. The gun spirit rejoiced. "Die, you wretched filth of corruption." Boom. To everyone's astonishment. Despite the absence of bullets, the soul gun erupted in a brilliant flash of light, shooting straight into the decaying head of Sister Ling. What the hell? Can someone explain how a finger was crammed into the magazine? And how did it fire? This is utterly unscientific. Wei Lai roared, utterly stunned. However, this shot did not completely vanquish Sister Ling. As the pathogen, her body had no vital points. The viral cells coursing through her were the source of her power, and her shattered head was slowly beginning to mend. This shot merely provided Wei Lai with an opportunity to strike. Wei Lai, clutching the cellular analysis gun, charged fervently towards the grotesque tumor, summoning all her strength to leap and thrust the device deep into Sister Ling's chest. A multitude of engineered bacteriophages targeting the leprosy bacillus surged into Sister Ling's body, akin to microscopic robots, voraciously consuming the malignant cells within. Almost visibly, the enormous mass began to shed its outer layers, crumbling to ash, as the grotesque form writhed and fell to the ground in agony. Yet, no ailment could vanish instantaneously due to medication. Healing required time. Despite the millions of bacteriophages injected, their disintegration could not occur in an instant. The frenzied Sister Ling, in excruciating torment, flailed her deformed arms and grasped Wei Lai's body, attempting to force him into her jagged maw. No matter how fiercely he resisted, he could not escape her overwhelming strength. "Ling, awaken." Wei Lai gritted his teeth, mere meters away, roaring at her face. The once pure visage of the young nun, now severely ravaged, began to show signs of clarity and pain under the onslaught of the bacteriophages. "Awaken. Do not succumb to such a hideous entity. You are a resolute martyr." Unyielding, Wei Lai shouted with all his might. A tear traced the corner of Sister Ling's eye, and she indeed released her grip on Wei Lai. With great effort, she steered her cumbersome, leprous form towards the flickering ember of martyrdom left by the nuns. "You do not deserve to defile this." Fasky, an ardent purist, vehemently opposed the notion of allowing one who had descended into the chaotic and malevolent realm to perish in martyrdom. However, Wei Lai had already positioned himself atop Fasky, firmly covering her mouth, exclaiming, "Damn it. After all the effort to awaken her will, you still persist. What would happen if she fell back into despair? What could you use to restrain her? Your stale arguments?" Fasky, devoid of strength, glared furiously, her eyes wide with indignation. Were it not for the constraints of doctrine, she would have unleashed every curse she had ever known. Sister Ling dragged her heavy body forward. With each step, large portions of her flesh disintegrated into ash. "I will not yield. I am a martyr." Sister Ling ultimately surrendered to the flames of martyrdom, her entire being engulfed in a fierce blaze. Her massive form gradually collapsing into an empty shell, dissipating into ashes with the wind. As the pathogens perished, the sky over the epidemic zone cleared, the ominous clouds dissipating, revealing a spectral image of the pestilential deity in the heavens. "Lost children, I shall not blame you for ravaging my plague farm. You simply do not comprehend our noble aspirations. I look forward to the next time we meet, when you shall embrace me." Thus, the epidemic in the Arezzo region reached a conclusion, with all the survivors, still in disbelief, gazing towards the sky. "Begone!" Fasky, filled with rage, forcefully pushed Wei Lai aside. She remained resolute in her belief that the once fallen nun, Ling, was unworthy of resting alongside the other martyred sisters. "Even in death, your remains shall not lie together," she declared as she advanced towards the relics of nun Ling, intent on separating them. With a mere glance from Wei Lai, the crows perched upon the surrounding trees, intrigued by the spectacle, took flight in a flurry, their wings stirring up a tempest while their claws flailed chaotically. "Hey, Fasky. Now, let us examine these ashes. Which mount is sacred? Which one is fallen?" Fasky, consumed by fury yet powerless, nearly ground his teeth to dust, ultimately resigning himself to acknowledge Ling's status as a martyr nun. Wei Lai sighed as he took out the incense ball, standing before the smoldering ashes. In his capacity as a novice priest, he sought to guide the souls of the martyr nuns to the sacred realm of paradise. However, just as the ritual reached its conclusion, a wisp of faint smoke lingered, refusing to ascend to the heavens. Instead, It swirled around Wei Lai before finally entering the incense ball. Souls that have descended into wickedness are rejected by God. The soul incense ball has transformed into a soul-bound artifact, bestowing upon him a unique ability, soul fragrance. When the soul fragrance delights, the effects of the incense are significantly amplified, accompanied by special enhancements. Yet, when the soul fragrance is displeased, there is no displeasure. Ling could never be displeased. Ling will always cherish being close to Wei Lai. Wei Lai never anticipated that her intention to flirt with a docile little nun would lead her to become the very essence of her own soul's attachment. This perplexing world is truly disheartening. Upon returning to the martyr nun convent in Arezzo, Wei Lai informed Dean Mage that she possessed a remedy for leprosy, capable of healing all afflicted patients. However, as a mere freight handler, allow me to indulge in some mundanity. I must charge for my services. At that moment, the system presented a conversion table. 0 holy silver coins, 5 points of virtue, 5 holy silver coins, 0 points of virtue, 10 holy silver coins, 5 points of vice and essence. The more one charges, the less virtue one accumulates. If one were to capitalize on the misfortune of others by imposing exorbitant treatment fees, it would further increase one's vice. Oh dear, this is quite a conundrum. Wei Lai sought to accumulate both merit and silver coins. How could he achieve this? It was quite simple. The impoverished exchanged merit points, while the affluent could be taken advantage of for their lack of virtue. The analyzer had successfully produced a sufficient quantity of leprosy bacteriophages, which Wei Lai first administered to the Sisters of the Martyr Nun Society. Remarkably, effects could be observed within a mere 8 hours. However, for those whose limbs and faces were severely deformed, this remedy offered little in terms of aesthetic improvement. Yet, for those with milder conditions, any deformities would diminish within 24 hours post-treatment. This relic of a bygone era was not merely a product of technology. It was also imbued with divine blessings, resulting in astonishing efficacy. Fasky's woman, with wide eyes, watched as Wei Lai injected the bacteriophages into the other nuns but felt too shy to approach him, particularly as he explained that earlier injections would enhance the likelihood of recovery for the deformed areas. The martyr nuns cared little for their appearances, yet they did not wish to kneel before the sacred image of the cross bearing a visage of deformity. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself. Walking over to Wei Lai, turning her head away, silently linking her arm with his, and extending her hand. "You insufferable tsundere." Wei Lai shot her an exasperated glance. Administering an injection without the inclination to engage in petty rivalry, he was eager to exploit the wealth of the affluent. With his merit points exceeding 100, he contemplated whether to draw upon the blessings of angels or to double down. After treating the nuns, Wei Lai attended to several commoners in their tents before announcing that the supply of the remedy had been exhausted, with the next batch not available until the following day. Prioritizing the treatment of the poor. This announcement incited panic among those outside. Some were merchants, others administrators, fully aware that each day of delay increased their peril. And without timely treatment, they risked a lifetime of deformity. Immediately, some astute merchants discreetly approached Wei Lai, offering to purchase the remedy with holy silver coins. How could that be permissible? To use money to insult a clergyman? Wei Lai was a man of principles. He could not so easily abandon them. Purchasing the remedy was out of the question, too crass. However, they could donate their entire fortunes to him in exchange for a certificate of atonement, which could be redeemed for the remedy. Thus, some merchants in great distress relinquished their entire fortunes for Wei Lai's certificates of atonement, which they then exchanged for the remedy. Not only did they gain 100 holy silver coins, but they also acquired 10 points of lack of virtue. Regrettably, in this era, the clergy are exalted while merchants are undervalued. The wealthy remain a minority. Wei Lai did not manage to reap substantial rewards, yet his earnings surpassed the meager salary of a rural priest, due to the replication of bacteriophages, which required the consumption of sacred power. The entire healing process lasted a week. Remarkably, Wei Lai accrued 1,024 merit points, 114 demerit points, and 514 holy silver coins. The merit points he diligently preserved were sufficient to unlock a prism-level angelic blessing, which filled him with anticipation. He sought a secluded room, lit incense, bathed, and fervently recited prayers, ready to embrace the blessing. Prism-level angelic blessing 1. 3 emblems. You receive 3 random occupational emblems, with levels fluctuating between 1 and 6. Truly, the prism level is impressive. It grants 3 emblems right away. Had he known, one of Wei Lai's emblems as a freight handler bestowed him beneficial attributes in carrying capacity, leg strength, and movement speed. With these 3 emblems, he would surely transform into a superhuman. However, the random allocation within the 1 to 6 range instilled a sense of unease in Wei Lai. Prism level Angelic Blessing 2, Radiant Sacred Artifact. You will receive a random Radiant Sacred Artifact. Excellent, simple yet powerful. It is known that items of levels 1 to 3 are merely considered sacrificial supplies, referred to as ritual instruments, while level 36 items are termed sacred tools. This Radiant Sacred Artifact must be level 7 or above. Yet, Wei Lai hesitated. Would he be able to wield such a high-tier artifact? Would it become an object of desire for others upon acquisition, forever out of reach? On to the next. Prism level Angelic Blessing 3, 666. You receive a 6th-tier Scholar Emblem, a 6th-tier Holy Crystal, and 6th-tier Scholar Sacred Art. This blessing lacks randomness, directly revealing all the rewards. Wei Lai found herself in a profound internal conflict, yearning to indulge in the advertisements and acquire all 3 items. Yet the thought of pulling her hair out was overwhelming. Ultimately, she opted for the 6th option, deeming it the most prudent choice. After all, the prospect of a greater reward might slip through her fingers, leaving her unable to seize it. As the blessings dissipated like mist, 3 items materialized before her gaze. The first was a silver emblem intricately engraved with the likeness of a book, emanating a gentle blue radiance. Scholar Emblem level, 6 levels 1 and 2. Energy recovery speed increased by 25 levels 3 and 4. Mental strength augmented by 12 levels 5 and 6. Learning speed enhanced by 50. It appeared that the Scholar Emblem amplified her cognitive abilities, enabling her to absorb knowledge at an accelerated pace. Oh, had such an item existed in her previous life, would she have needed to fret over the college entrance examinations? Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Lai adorned his shirt with the pendant, immediately feeling a refreshing surge of power enveloping his mind, instilling within him an extraordinary strength that made enduring 2 sleepless nights seem trivial. He then turned his gaze to the second Blue Crystal Pendant. Blue Crystal Pendant 6th Order Sacred Artifact Energy Storage, 500 when casting spells. It reduces energy consumption by 25 during prayers. It enhances energy recovery speed by 25. The 6th generation energy-saving treasure. It not only stores energy but also conserves it while boosting recovery speed. It is perfectly suited for someone like Wei Lai, who harbors wavering faith and depleted vitality. Without further ado, he hung it around his neck. Next came the final item, the 6th Order Scholar's Sacred Technique, Deep Meditation. This technique allows one to close off their mind and enter a state of profound meditation, effectively shielding oneself from all external distractions and enabling focused thought at an accelerated pace, significantly enhancing cognitive abilities. Is this truly an enhancement tailored for assistance? Or has he genuinely begun to perceive himself as a scholar? Wei Lai was contemplating whether deep meditation could influence daydreaming when he was unexpectedly summoned by Dean McGonagall of the monastery. Reluctantly, he rose and followed the nun to the dean's office. Upon arrival, Dean McGonagall greeted him with utmost courtesy, expressing her gratitude for his healing efforts that had liberated the people of the Arezzo region from the clutches of the malevolent plague deity. Wei Lai had grown weary of the empty pleasantries, finding them insipid and devoid of substance. Why don't you contribute some funds instead? He thought to himself. The Aretine region, now in dire need of revitalization, particularly the monastery, required substantial reconstruction, and it was hoped that Father Wei could be generous in his donations. The bitter visage of Dean Mage struggled to form a semblance of a smile as she spoke. Previously, she had believed that the entirety of Aretino was doomed, rendering silver coins utterly valueless. Thus, when seeking labor, she had been indifferent to the expenditure. Now, with the region gradually recovering, the necessity for funds had evidently increased. How audacious! You old hag, I haven't even asked you for money, yet you come begging for me. Wei Lai silently berated, nearly springing to his feet in indignation. Regrettably, my recent cargo run was rushed, resulting in the damage of numerous goods at the freight station. Upon my return, I shall face penalties, and my earnings may not suffice to cover the fines, he lamented, even contemplating a further request for funds. Father Wei, in light of your assistance to our monastery, I would like to extend an invitation for you to peruse the remnants of sacred scripture preserved within our institution, Dean Mage stated. Fully aware of the nuances of human interaction, when one receives aid, it is only fitting to reciprocate, and they could not expect financial contributions without offering something in return. The impoverished nuns of the monastery had little to offer. Certainly, they could not expect the sisters to entertain their benefactor. Virtually every grand church or monastery possesses a fragment of scripture bestowed by the papal headquarters or relics of saints, serving as a divine protection against the clutches of malevolent forces. Of course, the small chapel in Gil village lacked such artifacts. Relying solely on the integrity of its inhabitants to ward off evil, Dean Mage sought to exchange the opportunity to review these remnants for Wei Lai as silver coins. Acknowledging that, had he not rescued the monastery, few would have been afforded such an opportunity. Wei Lai hesitated, pondering the significance of merely glancing at it, as it was not a gift to him. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to proceed. It was an opportune moment to test his scholarly abilities, to see if he could reference the original text of the Bible and glean some profound insights. With a pained expression, he reluctantly produced 100 sacred silver coins and handed them to Dean Mage. "You may study for 1 hour," Dean Mage stated, providing the terms. "What? 1 hour? How exorbitant!" Wei Lai grimaced, feeling the sting of the payment. Dean Mage then guided Wei Lai through several buildings until they reached a towering belfry. After passing through 2 iron gates guarded by battle nuns, they began their ascent. The clock tower, repurposed from an ancient observatory, was not overly tall. After traversing 2 floors, they arrived at their destination. The chamber was adorned with protective incantations, designed to thwart any ill-intentioned individuals from absconding with the sacred pages of the Bible. These original pages, inscribed over 2 millennia ago by the disciples who chronicled the sacred words and deeds of Jesus on papyrus, are referred to as the original Bible. Through the passage of thousands of years, many fragments have been lost, leaving only a few remnants, which still harbor immense magical power. Wei Lai gazed at the remnants of a Bible, inexplicably suspended in midair, and at times felt an overwhelming urge to report the deception. The parchment, no larger than an A4 sheet, was torn into 4 or 5 fragments, and the muddy yellow pages bore indistinct inscriptions that rendered their content nearly indecipherable. Even if one could discern the letters, the ancient script, dating back over 2 millennia, bore little resemblance to modern language, vaguely reminiscent of Latin at best. Yet, to truly comprehend its meaning was an insurmountable challenge, as the words failed to coalesce into recognizable vocabulary. A century ago, the founder of our monastery, the first female martyr, drew inspiration from this very fragment, igniting the flame of martyrdom that led to the establishment of the martyr sisterhood. Dean Mage looked upon the Bible remnants with immense reverence. "May I touch it?" Wei Lai inquired, his eyes fixed on the suspended page. "Absolutely not." Dean Mage firmly declined. "Damn it, after spending so much money, I can't even touch it. This is a ripoff. I shall never return." Wei Lai felt a pang of regret for his expenditure. Enlightenment? What enlightenment could be gleaned from something so illegible? Nevertheless, having already paid the price, he had conveniently acquired a scholar's emblem and contemplated attempting to interpret the text. Wei Lai settled cross-legged, wholly absorbed in the drifting remnants of biblical pages. He etched each word into his mind, entering a profound meditative state. Though he comprehended not the ancient script of the original text, he recognized the lineage of the Indo-European languages, which have evolved over millennia from the Phoenician characters. Much like the abstract nature of ancient Chinese pictographs, one could ultimately trace back to some semblance of meaning through traditional characters. The content of the biblical fragments imprinted upon Wei Lai's consciousness, with the seemingly chaotic symbols traversing within his thoughts, intertwining and overlapping as they sought comprehensible fragments. The scholar's emblem of the 6th tier greatly facilitated Wei Lai's understanding. An hour passed, yet his comprehension remained elusive, prompting Dean McGregor to remind him that time was up. After 3 hours, a glimmer of inspiration emerged, leading him toward deeper understanding. Dean McGregor, unable to contain his impatience, urged him on, yet still, there was no response. It was not until 5 hours had elapsed that a complete biblical narrative unfolded before him. The words weaving and dancing as characters sprang to life from the remnants of the pages. Wei Lai found himself immersed in the scene, the teachings of the saints vividly materializing within his mind. Wei Lai slowly opened her eyes, her gaze remarkably clear and bright. It is a tale of devotion. The entire fragment speaks of a saint amidst darkness, igniting her own fingers to bring forth light, an account of self-sacrifice. The first generation of nuns from the martyrdom order misinterpreted the essence of the Bible, confusing devotion with martyrdom. From the remnants of the sacred text, you have grasped the sacred art, the offering of holy fire. By dedicating your very soul, you summon a blazing divine flame, inflicting intense fiery damage upon your foes, while simultaneously depleting both mental and holy energy. Wei Lai approached the window of the bell tower, gazing down at the individuals in the square who were transporting the corpses. This body is a sacrifice. The sacred flame ignites my soul, purifying the world and banishing evil. May the light of the divine illuminate my path, and the power of sacrifice incinerate all malevolence. Amen. Wei Lai clasped his hands together, gazing skyward with a gentle sigh. Suddenly, beneath his feet emerged a radiant, crimson-golden sacrificial array. As fervent flames of holy power swirled around his form, ultimately coalescing into a fiery tongue that descended upon the heap of corpses, transforming it into a shimmering sea of gold. Headmaster McGonagall looked at Wei Lai with disbelief. Was that the martyr's fire cultivated by the Order of Martyr Nuns? Did you glean such power from the remnants of the Holy Scriptures? Why is its might so vastly amplified? Why does this scene exude such sanctity? In comparison, our use of it feels akin to terrorists bearing explosive devices. Overwhelmed and fatigued, Wei Lai sensed he had perhaps displayed too much grandeur as the holy power within him waned. Can you enlighten me on what you have discerned from the pages of the Scriptures? Headmaster McGonagall gazed at Wei Lai with immense urgency. Wei Lai was indeed generous, personally deriving insights from the remnants of the Scriptures, an experience akin to the profound awakening in the Dragon's Field. This was a moment of enlightenment. The distinction between being told by others and experiencing it firsthand is profound. You have misunderstood. What the remnants convey is not martyrdom, but rather devotion. As for ASU, he is not as fanatical as you may think. Not martyrdom, but devotion? Dean McGregor murmured, his spirit momentarily unsettled. Wei Lai was unable to fathom the extent of his own words' potential harm. Exhausted and dizzy, he extracted his recommendation letter and presented it to Dean McG, stating, "Please assist me by drafting a recommendation letter. I shall retire to rest for the time being." Dean McG sighed with regret. Aware that the Martyrdom Society had been established for over a century, and the fervor for martyrdom had deeply penetrated the hearts of every nun, she feared that even she lacked the power to instigate change, even if it were a mistake that could only persist in their erroneous path, as any forceful attempts to alter it might yield counterproductive results. As the most moderate faction within the Martyrdom Society, she hoped that the nuns nurtured in the forthcoming days would not be so excessively radical, though the true beauty of the Vatican's headquarters remained unknown to him. It was nonetheless a path laid out by Father Kane, and without a clear objective, Wei Lai resolved to follow it. The head of the convent of martyr nuns in the Arezzo region, Ms. McG, also inscribed an exceedingly high commendation for Wei Lai in the recommendation letter, endorsing his admission into the Vatican's seminary for further studies. As Wei Lai was about to depart, he discovered that Sister Fasky was also preparing to leave. "Where are you headed?" Wei Lai inquired with curiosity. "This incident has made me acutely aware of my own insignificance and my impotence in the face of the minions of the malevolent deity. Continuing my studies here will not yield substantial improvement. Thus, I have resolved to return to my homeland and partake in the border conflict," Fasky replied, her gaze fixed upon the overcast northern sky. "Homeland? Aren't you from Arezzo?" Wei Lai asked once more. "I was born in the Germanic lands, a region ravaged by the scourge of war. It was my parents who sent me here to seek refuge in the monastic life. And I believe it is time for me to return." Fasky's eyes sparkled with fervor for the war. "Ah, from Germany. No wonder your temperament is so formidable. I dare not provoke you. Farewell," Wei Lai exclaimed, clicking his tongue in admiration. After organizing her belongings, she prepared to leave the area. At that moment, Dean Mag also produced a list of necessary supplies, requesting Wei Lai to travel to the Umbria region to deliver it to the district bishop, seeking the transportation of urgently needed provisions for the monastery. Wei Lai, lacking a concrete direction, accepted the task and set off for the Umbria region. With an empty box slung over his shoulder, he leisurely traversed the landscape, gathering fragrant herbs and wild vegetables. Before darkness fell, he sought out a shelter, where he could engage in the art of incense-making and culinary delights. As the soul of the incense ball, Ling became the recipient of Wei Lai's incessant chatter, unable to contain his irreverent humor, which he shared with his soul companion. "Ling, do you know what a little dog would say upon encountering a martyred nun?" The little dog would exclaim, "Thank God for bestowing upon me the aroma of roasted meat." The incense ball jingled in protest, expressing its discontent. Wei Lai laughed heartily beneath the candelabrum as he opened a blank tome, embarking on the documentation of his research into the art of incense crafting. The incense recipes imparted by Father Kane were relatively elementary, primarily consisting of first and second-tier formulations. In contrast, the Pandora's box transformed its contents thrice daily, frequently yielding some exquisite third-tier incenses. Wei Lai has just acquired a scholar's emblem and wishes to conduct reverse research on the formulas of third-tier incense to establish a stable source of procurement. Once he successfully formulates the third-tier incense, the Pandora's box will have the potential to evolve into a fourth-tier incense. Subsequently, he will endeavor to develop a formula for the fourth-tier incense, leading to the creation of a fifth-tier variant. Currently, Wei Lai is investigating a type of third-tier awakening incense, whose primary function is to rouse those in a coma, invigorate the lethargic, and temporarily liberate individuals ensnared by the malevolent influence of dark deities from spiritual corruption. He meticulously scrapes a small amount of the incense with a knife, ignites it, and delicately inhales its fragrance to analyze its compositional formula. Ingredients include mint leaves, applewood, and calamus. Wei Lai diligently discerned the most crucial sin amidst the smoke. It was not merely a common plant, but rather a specially treated enchanted flora. What could it be? Where there is contemplation, there is a thirst for knowledge. And where there is a thirst for knowledge, one becomes susceptible to the attention of the most cunning and insidious deities. The psychedelic sage, subjected to sulfur fumigation and then ground into powder with ice stones. Infused with lavender essential oil. Such a complex process. Who is speaking? Wei Lai was suddenly alarmed. The voice that had just resonated in his mind was undoubtedly the seductive whisper of a malevolent god. How devious. To reveal the answer while he was engrossed in his research. Over time, do you intend to make me reliant on you? To ultimately bring me under your control? Wei Lai gritted his teeth in resentment, yet there was no denying that the answer provided by the treacherous minister and wicked deity was indeed correct and profoundly enlightening. Were he to conduct the research independently, it would likely take him a couple of months to devise such a complex method. Oh, how cunningly devious you are, wicked deity. Wei Lai's pen trembled, and his heart was in turmoil, for he found himself utterly incapable of inscribing the configuration demanded by the treacherous god of deceit in his notebook. Record it, he thought, for I merely admire any seeker of knowledge. I shall not interfere with your thoughts. As a wise elder, I offer you a spark of inspiration. He understood that once he committed it to paper, it would leave a vulnerability in his soul, leading him to rely on the treacherous god's guidance whenever faced with challenges. His thoughts gradually becoming tainted until he was wholly ensnared as a double agent under its control. In the depths of his inner struggle, Wei Lai ultimately retrieved the sultry magazine bestowed by the demon's blessing, releasing a torrent of pressure, thereby liberating himself from the god's seduction. He then opened an incense ball, infusing it with a fragment of forgotten incense, and lit it, dispelling the implanted answers of the treacherous god from his mind. To seek answers, one must shun shortcuts and embark on a journey of self-exploration, step by step. The treacherous god sighed, retreating in disappointment. Another day of conquering oneself. Wei Lai felt rejuvenated and settled down to continue his study of the awakening incense, refining the recipe for the final ingredient. Oh, the agony of confusion. Who can assist me? Just a hint would suffice. The treacherous god replied, I sense someone calling for me. Perhaps delve into deep meditation and see if you can uncover a clue. Wei Lai's sixth-tier scholar skill was characterized by its ability to seal the mind, warding off external distractions. The treacherous god was met with a closed door. Within the realm of meditation, Wei Lai's thoughts became remarkably focused and clear, swiftly unraveling the tangled web of confusion. The art of incense blending, akin to mathematics, cannot be approached by merely forcing numbers together in a haphazard manner to reach 10. Though results may be achieved, they lack intellect. One must explore the properties of the spices, comprehend their effects, extract their essences, and discard impurities to foster a harmonious synergy in the incense's characteristics. A page of notes on the properties of spices began to compose itself in his mind. As his immersive meditation shielded him from external distractions, he spent the entire night in research, feeling no fatigue. Wei Lai had meticulously cataloged the fundamental properties of the spices, embedding them within his memory without preserving any tangible manuscript, lest he fall victim to the treacherous god's corruption. Engaging in research demands absolute vigilance against the treacherous god, a caution repeatedly emphasized by Father Cain. For the cunning treacherous god does not act with the blatant intent of the other three evil deities. Its schemes are insidiously subtle, leading one to believe they are relying on the benevolence of the system's grandfather while they ascend to the pinnacle of life. An Umbrian city. This small relic of the bygone era suffered less damage compared to other regions. Some factories even continued to operate. It stands as the most prosperous light industrial area in the entirety of the old Italian region. In addition to the logistics transit center and the continuous casting coin factory situated in this locale, there resides a grand cathedral, as well as the papal guard, the military force directly under the Holy See, and the oversight team responsible for maintaining public order. Furthermore, the profession of freight carriers, which holds significant importance in this new era, has established its headquarters here, facilitating the transportation of goods across the nation and occasionally undertaking international assignments. Wei Lai, bearing several empty boxes, was naturally regarded as a freight handler and received immense appreciation from the local merchants. Everyone knew that upon returning from a mission, His pockets would be filled with the greatest riches. Wei Lai's identity is somewhat precarious, for his occupational badge was acquired through the theft from a lifeless body. It was only after erasing the binding mark via Pandora's box that it became his own. Fortunately, this incident is not particularly dire, and Wei Lai finds no necessity to engage in deception. The more he fabricates lies, the more his inner turmoil and guilt could be exploited by the malevolent deities lurking in the shadows. Wei Lai confidently arrived at the Umbrian freight headquarters, where he elaborated on the situation to the staff within. A first-tier freight worker had tragically perished near the village of Gil during a delivery. Given the significance of the cargo, a local apprentice priest took it upon himself to assume the role of the freight worker, bravely delivering the goods to the perilous epidemic zone. This indeed warrants commendation as a heroic feat. Who would dare question the theft of another's insignia? As for how bound insignia could be utilized by you and even leveled up, it is undoubtedly a miracle bestowed by the omnipotent God. Should one wish to delve deeper, let them inquire with the Almighty. Wei Lai encountered no obstacles, for the position of a freight handler, fraught with peril, is perpetually in need of personnel. Moreover, he is a brave individual willing to venture into epidemic zones. Faced with a staffing shortage as winter approached, the head of the freight headquarters promptly extended an invitation to Wei Lai, formally welcoming him to the Umbria Freight Center and allowing him to bypass the internship phase, directly ascending to the esteemed third-tier position. Wei Lai did not refuse, for indeed, freight handlers earn a substantial income. A single trip can equate to the annual wages of an ordinary farmer. Thus, the person in charge officially registered Wei Lai's identity, and the resident bishop, Russell, bestowed upon him a new exclusive third-tier badge, while the old badge was to be retrieved and returned to his family. Bishop Russell was a kind-hearted and gentle cleric, with a benevolent expression that instilled a sense of familial care in those he gazed upon. He oversaw the creation and upgrading of emblems for the entire freight headquarters and would offer blessings to the departing freight handlers, purifying their spirits and healing their wounds. Wei Lai recounted the events that transpired at the Arezzo monastery to Bishop Russell, accompanying his account with a requisition form from Dean Mack. The plight of the nuns in Arezzo must indeed be dire. I shall promptly arrange for the finest courier to deliver supplies, Bishop Russell remarked with astonishment, considering how the martyred nuns triumphed over the malevolent god of pestilence. Your Excellency, aside from being a courier, I also serve as an acolyte in Gil Village. Father Kane has recommended that I pursue further studies at the Vatican Seminary, thus I require some letters of recommendation. Please feel free to assign me any tasks. Wei Lai spoke with utmost respect. Father Kane, if I recall correctly, he is quite an adept master of incense. It is no small feat to study at the Vatican. Each year, many young people from various nations are sent to learn, and the system of recommendation letters indeed acts as a sort of ticket. Young individuals ought to seize the opportunity. Bishop Russell nodded in approval. I merely wish to draw closer to the glory of God, Wei Lai humbly expressed. Very well, I shall assign you some tasks, rest assured. They will not be overly perilous, for you are still a novice. Should you succeed, I would not hesitate to provide you with some stationery for your recommendations, Bishop Russell said with a kind smile. Thank you, Your Excellency, Wei Lai replied. Now, go and learn the skills of a courier well. Delivering goods is no simple matter. Even seasoned couriers face a high mortality rate, often succumbing to unforeseen dangers. It has been years since anyone at the courier headquarters has lived to retire. Moreover, the death rate for newcomers reaches a staggering 50%. Most succumb to madness, lost in the wilderness, or perish from various crises. To economize, the courier headquarters ceased providing any gear long ago. All equipment must be procured by the couriers themselves. Damn it, even the food delivery service provides a uniform. Yet here, they don't even offer a work outfit? Wei Lai seethed with anger. Nonetheless, the headquarters had arranged for a disabled veteran courier to train Wei Lai and several other young recruits in the essentials of wilderness survival. The veteran, diligent in his duties, taught them meticulously when to use specific knots, how to pack goods to minimize swaying when carried, techniques for maintaining balance while running and climbing, and how to conserve energy. He instructed them on acquiring food and water in the wild, as well as how to read maps and identify marked water sources, monster lairs, villages, and shelters. Having traversed various regions of Italy for years, the veteran courier, though merely a fifth-tier advanced courier, possessed a wealth of experience that could fill days and nights with tales. Regrettably, the pre-employment training was limited to a mere day, leaving Wei Lai yearning for more insights into the life of a courier. Thus, the old man with a limp was invited to dine and drink with them in the evening. The seasoned freight handler was tempted to accept, as his retirement had rendered his earnings quite meager, and he nostalgically yearned for the days of his youth when he spent lavishly. He understood that the young man surely sought to glean more of the freight handler's wisdom. Unfortunately, recounting tales could be a perilous endeavor. A single slip of the tongue could inadvertently summon the attention of a certain malevolent deity, thereby tainting his spirit. Having survived to retirement, he owed it all to his prudence, absolute, unwavering caution. While other freight handlers boasted of their safe returns and shared their thrilling experiences, he quietly retreated to the shadows, as if the tumultuous events he had just endured were unworthy of mention. He was acutely aware of his own frailty in the presence of the four-pillar deities. The less one asserted their existence, the more subdued their demeanor, the longer one could survive. Consequently, when confronted with Wei Lai's invitation, he coldly declined. It was merely admiration, a reverence for his predecessor. There was no ulterior motive, just a simple meal. Wei Lai could not let such a valuable opportunity with an experienced individual slip away. Very well. The old freight handler finally conceded, unable to resist the allure of a sumptuous feast. However, the venue must be chosen by him, and it should not be inexpensive. Of course, Wei Lai readily agreed, wondering if the meal would bring him to tears. He was also eager to discover the culinary delights of Umbria. When the old freight handler led Wei Lai to a rather obscure restaurant, it became evident that only seasoned freight handlers were privy to its location, as they always managed to procure the most sought-after delicacies. Wei Lai had initially anticipated that in this bustling center of trade, the restaurants would present an exquisite dining experience, with the elderly gentleman making the selections. However, upon the arrival of the dishes, Wei Lai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Is this truly the pinnacle of Italian cuisine in your era? Boiled beef and brine? How utterly absurd. Chef, are you treating us as if we were mere dogs? With such fresh vegetables and fruits at your disposal, you choose to toss them together haphazardly? Is this a stew, or merely slop fit for swine? Is this bowl filled with noodles, or simply a mush? Wei Lai banged on the table and stormed into the kitchen to confront the chef. Step aside. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a chef. The kitchen, filled with a chef whose eyes were vacant, hesitantly made way for him. Clad in soiled, blood-stained garments, he resembled a butcher far more than a culinary artist. This predicament arose from the Vatican's long-standing advocacy for moderation in desires and a simple diet, discouraging the pursuit of culinary pleasures to avoid succumbing to the temptations of malevolent deities. Such coarse sustenance has shaped the unrefined palates of contemporary society, leading to an utter lack of discernment and taste. Wei Lai believed it to be utter nonsense. I refuse to accept that a sumptuous meal could lead one to be swayed by the malevolent deity. I cannot fathom that even the Pope would subsist on mere scraps. Go away. Do not squander these precious ingredients. After pushing aside the chef, Wei Lai unsheathed the soul blade and gently swept through the basket, filled with an exquisite assortment of fresh fruits and vegetables. Such treasures are indeed rare, only found in the material transit hub of Umbria. It is time to evoke the culinary memories of the long-lost Italians from a bygone era. The soul blade rejoiced. With a flicker of light, the blade danced, and vegetable peels scattered in every direction. Ingredients plunged into the simmering pot, swirling amidst a medley of spices. Freshly slaughtered steaks sizzled over the sacred flame, brushed generously with a thick layer of oil and sprinkled with spices, crackling delightfully under the intense heat. The spices collected by Wei Lai are not merely intended for the creation of incense. They are, in their own right, a richly aromatic seasoning. Suddenly, the delightful fragrance wafting through the restaurant captivated the patrons waiting outside, who peered curiously inside, their hearts inexplicably yearning. In just half an hour, Wei Lai distributed the hearty stew from the large pot and arranged the grilled steaks upon the tables. My goodness, what is this exquisite aroma? Why does my mouth water incessantly? My very soul trembles in anticipation. Yet, Wei Lai did not forget the etiquette of dining. He gently tapped the soup pot with a spoon, reminding everyone, let us not forget to give thanks to the Almighty, for it is His benevolence that has bestowed upon us this sustenance. It was only then that the guests returned to their senses, closing their eyes in sincere gratitude for the Lord's generosity. Once the prayer concluded, the guests scooped the fragrant farmhouse stew into their mouths with their soup spoons. And in an instant, the unparalleled flavors conquered their palates and souls. Italians, with their inherent genes that yearn for comfort and culinary delights, exclaimed, "Oh God! I have never tasted such exquisite fare in my life. This must be a feast from the heavens." The spirit of the blade rejoiced, and its rank ascended. The next task, to create 30 delightful dishes. The kitchen knife in Wei Lai's hand glimmered with a radiant light. Even the seasoned freight handler was moved to tears, as the stew in the bowl stirred memories of his childhood, of his mother's simmering vegetable soup in the kitchen. The strictures of the past were far less severe than they are now. Little brother, if you wish to know something, I shall speak freely. Provided you occasionally prepare such dishes, the old freight handler implored earnestly, grasping Wei Lai's hand with the fervor of a priest. Of course. Tell me about the most bizarre experiences you've encountered during your freight journeys. What say you? Wei Lai was equally pleased with his culinary skills. Oh, it was truly a dreadful plague. The rain fell and poisoned everyone it touched. The elder finally opened up, recounting his extraordinary experiences. His thrilling adventures left listeners in awe of the world's terrors, man-eating forests, toxic rains, enchanting songs in the night, and fearsome beasts roaming the wilderness. Not only was Wei Lai captivated, but the other patrons in the restaurant also engaged in fervent discussions, transforming the previously somber atmosphere into one of lively excitement. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the night sky. The inspectors are coming. The guests scattered like startled birds, retreating into the shadows in various directions. Even the leg-disabled old freight handler sprang to his feet, fleeing with a speed that rivaled a dog's. In his haste, he did not forget to warn Wei Lai. Don't let the inspection team catch you. Run. Are the people in the big city so wild? Wei Lai thought, and he too dared not linger. Swiftly making his escape. Most of the patrons here were seasoned freight handlers, their legs strong and agile. By the time the inspection team, torches in hand, arrived, all had vanished without a trace. Captain Lorry. Those wretches. They've slipped away again. The captain of the inspection team, with a face etched by countless scars, entered the makeshift restaurant with little hope of apprehending anyone. Those freight handlers, with their wavering faith, always schemed to undermine the ecclesiastical decrees, making them elusive targets. Even if caught, the punishments would be lenient. After all, the bishop of the freight terminal would always find a way to extricate them. Especially with winter approaching and the demand for freight handlers in dire need. However, this time, he sensed something different in the air, his once-dull gaze sharpening with intensity. He extended a finger, scraping the bottom of a wooden bowl to taste the remnants of the vegetable soup. In that moment, his soul was shaken. He realized that a chef had emerged. In the bygone era, even if not revered, a chef was as common as cabbage. From the head chef of a five-star restaurant to the cook in every household. Yet, in this new age, being a chef had become a taboo subject. Subject to inspection and regulation, the church's doctrine had always advocated for self-restraint and the reduction of inner desires. Wei Lai was entirely oblivious to the fact that he had been placed on the first-tier wanted list by the inspection team, his likeness remaining shrouded in darkness. The following day, Wei Lai strolled leisurely through the public market of Umbria, indulging in the purchase of various intriguing items. With over 600 silver coins jingling in his pocket, he initially believed himself to be quite affluent. However, as he wandered, he found it insufficient for his desires. An adept freight handler, who must often endure the rigors of the wilderness, undeniably requires superior equipment. With the weather growing increasingly frigid, it seemed prudent to acquire a warm and waterproof leather fleece bodysuit. A premium lambskin bodysuit cost him 100 silver coins, vanishing from his purse. While traversing the ruins, where sharp debris littered the ground, a sturdy pair of cowhide-soled boots was essential for both warmth and protection from moisture. According to seasoned freight handlers, boots are akin to a handler's second life. One should never skimp on footwear, and if finances allow, it is wise to carry an extra pair. Thus, another 100 silver coins slipped away for 2 pairs of climbing boots. This expenditure did not account for other miscellaneous items. The freight headquarters provided cargo boxes that were outdated and cumbersome, lacking durability. To ensure a secure journey and maintain cargo integrity, one must invest in their own shipping boxes. While iron boxes are heavy, they offer stability for ordinary goods. If one could procure an old plastic box from the black market, it would indeed be a stroke of luck, as such boxes are both lightweight and robust, to protect perishable goods from the encroachment of chaotic magic. Silver boxes are a necessity, with even more exquisite items requiring sanctified cabinets inscribed with protective incantations. Moreover, one must consider ropes, adhesive tape, shelves, climbing picks, saws, shovels, and canned food. These trifles cumulatively amount to a significant expense. Wei Lai winced at the cost of his purchases, lamenting the time he had neglected to nurture a few crows. At the very least, they could have returned to him with silver coins daily, their mischief contributing to his ever-growing wealth. Wei Lai purchased a small silver cabinet with preservation capabilities to store the wild fruits and vegetables he had foraged. If left exposed to the air, the malevolent magic of decay would cause them to rot within a day or two. While wandering, he found himself at the entrance of a canned goods shop, where he gazed at the exorbitant prices of canned food, lamenting the superiority of wild produce. Suddenly, without warning, he was forcefully pressed against the wall by a pair of strong hands. Two men, clad in uniforms that exuded an air of menace akin to invaders entering a village, interrogated him, demanding to know, "Did you visit the black market restaurant at the old bazaar yesterday?" Their tone was laden with a certainty that was unnervingly palpable. Wei Lai appeared utterly bewildered, still in a daze. Black silk? What black silk? Where is there black silk? Another inspector casually swatted the hand of this rookie, saying, "Don't waste your time on this young one. The black market is not a place for someone of his inexperience." Subsequently, the two inspectors turned their attention to another, slightly older freight worker in the store. This worker reacted with remarkable speed, darting out the back door and disappearing without a trace. "Stop! Don't run!" the inspectors shouted as they took off in pursuit. Our freight worker, burdened with dozens of pounds of cargo amidst the ruins, fleeing from the relentless beast of decay, had survived. Could these inexperienced fools really catch up? What on earth is going on? Wei Lai wondered, peering curiously. Who knows? This group of inspectors meddles in everything, even monitoring how delicious canned goods are. Who can we reason with? Our freight workers toil hard while out and about. What's wrong with enjoying a good meal? The canned goods store owner retorted irritably. Are they going to monitor how fragrant my stool is as well? Wei Lai exclaimed in frustration. Well, that's beyond their reach. Haha. Young man, would you like to try some freshly sealed potato puree cans? They can last for a month. The owner then mysteriously added, with sugar. Goodness. Why the mystery over adding sugar to potatoes? One would think they were spiced. Wei Lai scoffed. Do you have honey canned goods? High sugar biscuits? He believed these to be true delicacies. The canned goods store owner's expression shifted instantly. We run a legitimate canned goods store. Where would such contraband come from? Off you go. These are all prohibited items. You mustn't venture to the black market on Old Ruin Street after dark to buy honey canned goods from a merchant with a jar on his head. Oh. Wei Lai suddenly grasped the situation. Oh what? If you can't afford it, don't disturb my business. The store owner waved him away. After leaving, Wei Lai decided to find a lodging to wait for nightfall, hoping to explore the black market for treasures. The food provided by the inn was unpalatable to Wei Lai's discerning palate, so he opted to roast some beef in his room instead. His crow returned with 2 pure silver coins, earning him a point of mischief value, to which Wei Lai rewarded it with 2 strips of meat. The defensive forces of Umbra were far from as weak as those of Gil Village, and at Wei Lai's request, the morning crows stood still like ordinary birds, daring not to make a sound, lest they risk being shot down by the city guards. Wei Lai sat by the window on the 2nd floor, savoring the aromatic grilled meat, and glanced at his misdeed score of 345 points. He decided to commit a few more misdeeds to reach the coveted 500 points, thus unlocking a golden-level demonic blessing. What misdeeds shall he indulge in? Wei Lai glanced at the idle crows perched upon the rooftop beside him, and a mischievous thought surged within his mind. The ominous eye of the demon manifested, and his vision instantly shifted to the crows. Several of them took flight, seizing Wei Lai's spice jars, and soared into the distance. It was dinner time, and numerous households were preparing simple evening meals. Wei Lai's gaze fell upon the backyard of the inspection headquarters, where smoke was rising from a cooking pot. A plump cook was simmering a bland oatmeal porridge in a large iron pot, seizing the opportunity while she turned to fetch water. Wei Lai commanded a few crows to dive bomb down, scattering the spices into the pot. The cook, oblivious to the commotion, returned and added water to the pot, stirring vigorously to blend the spices with the porridge. Taste. What was there to savor in a pot of coarse grain porridge? It all tasted the same, didn't it? Until bowls of the thick porridge were served to the members of the inspection team. The first spoonful elicited confusion. Another taste. What was this flavor? Many could not resist taking a few more bites. The captain-level inspector merely sampled a spoonful, then slammed his hand on the table, overturning the bowl. Who made this porridge so delectable? What did you add? The plump cook nearly wet herself, kneeling on the ground in tears, exclaiming, I truly do not know. I cook it this way every day. I have no idea what made it taste so good. Wasn't he at you? Or perhaps that flock of birds? The inspector pointed at the crows perched on the eaves. I don't know, she cried. Take her away, interrogate her. Instantly, everyone poured out the porridge. Depravity points increased by 30. Through the eyes of a raven, Wei Lai observed a group of inspectors still savoring the remnants of delicious congee, and she couldn't help but laugh aloud. As night fell, the people of Umbria, harboring their secret thoughts, stealthily slipped into the darkness, heading towards the southern ruins of the city for a clandestine trade in contraband goods. Wei Lai donned a full-body trench coat and a comprehensive hooded mask. stealthily plunging into the shadows as he advanced toward the derelict ruins. Strictly speaking, the location of these ruins still fell within the boundaries of the Umbrian urban area, not far from residential neighborhoods. However, due to severe structural damage, the site had been left abandoned, as clearing it would require considerable manpower. Consequently, it had naturally evolved into a clandestine haven for unscrupulous couriers, where various illicit goods were traded. These couriers, perpetually on the move, often traversed the remnants of a bygone era, either as a shortcut or in frantic flight from corrupted beasts, inadvertently stumbling upon relics from the past that had remarkably survived the ravages of time. Normal channels for trading such artifacts were, without a doubt, non-existent. Inspectors would peruse thick volumes of regulations, seeking any means to classify them as contraband, subsequently seizing them. Reluctant to relinquish their possessions, the couriers would undoubtedly devise schemes to offload these items, giving rise to a burgeoning black market. Upon his early arrival, Wei Lai found only a handful of individuals selling goods, each cloaked in anonymity with hoods and masks, their stalls illuminated by sanctified candles meant to ward off malevolent spirits as they peddled their wares. Wei Lai looked around, his excitement palpable. To his astonishment, the majority of items for sale were relics from a bygone era, rarely seen artifacts from the past. Yet now it seemed every freight handler possessed at least a couple. However, his elation was swiftly tempered as he discerned that many of these so-called relics were mere facades, utterly lacking in true value. For instance, at one stall, there lay a small piece of metal shrouded in chaotic black mist, its nature indiscernible, priced at 200 silver coins. The vendor claimed it was acquired from a chaotic fire sorcerer of the olden days, possessing the abilities to summon flames and dispel darkness. Wei Lai pondered the size and shape of the object, contemplating whether it was simply a lighter, although he was uncertain if it would possess any unique utility after purification. He couldn't help but think that selling it for 200 silver coins seemed rather excessive. Most relics from the bygone era were enveloped in thick layers of chaotic magic, which had preserved them over the span of 3 centuries and endowed them with distinctive characteristics. They required the purification by clergy to dispel the chaotic energies before revealing their true forms, evoking a sense of unboxing a mystery. However, this mystery box was merely a trivial endeavor for someone from the present, like Wei Lai, who could, at best, engage in a game of guessing based on the vague outlines obscured by chaotic magic, arriving at a conclusion that was likely close to the mark. Wei Lai stroked his chin, observing and pondering over the peculiar items before him. The mobile phone steering wheel and the 2-headed dragon can seem to indicate that not all relics from the bygone era were worthy. Suddenly, a newly set-up stall attracted a crowd, all eager to witness the spectacle. "Angel's tears," exclaimed someone. "I saw someone sell this last time. Is that true? The tears that can restore sight to the blind? My lord, how much do you intend to sell it for? 300 silver coins? That's exorbitant." "Exorbitant? It's the liquid that can grant sight to the blind. If I were blind, I'd pay 500 silver coins. Once my vision is restored, I could earn back any amount. 300 silver coins. I'll take it." A voice rang out as a one-eyed man stepped forward, producing a bag of silver coins and tossing it onto the stall. He was a level 6 elite freight handler who had been splashed by the venom of a ferocious beast, resulting in the loss of one eye. Shoo. Although some recognized him, the unspoken agreement in the black market was to remain silent. Angel's tears? What could that possibly be? Wei Lai leaned closer to examine the small vial shrouded in dark mist. Its shape vaguely resembled eye drops, with the exchange of money for goods. The one-eyed freight handler eagerly tested the object. He poured a jug of high-purity holy water over the chaotic magical fog, amidst the hissing and smoke. The chaotic magical energy enveloping the relic was purified, revealing a soft gelatinous vial. It truly was Angel's tears. What a profit! Those around him were filled with envy. Although 300 silver coins were quite costly, enough to purchase a modest home in a corner, it paled in comparison to the value of sight. The one-eyed man removed his eye patch, tilting his head back to let the angel's tears drip into his eye socket, hoping for his venom-scorched eye to regain its former clarity. However, instead of the soothing coolness of healing, he was met with searing pain. The eye, which had previously been able to perceive a glimmer of light, was now completely blind. "Ah, this is not Angel's tears, it's poison." The one-eyed man seized the stall owner, shouting in furious indignation. "I never claimed it was Angel's tears." The stall owner trembled in fear. "Curse you. Refund my money." The one-eyed man's rage reached its peak. "Please, please." The stall owner felt unjustly accused in the black market. Once an item was sold, the seller bore the responsibility, regardless of its quality. There was no room for returns. Unfortunately, he had encountered the one-eyed man, whose temperament had been somewhat marred by the corruption of the malevolent deity. Refunding the money seemed the only way to avoid a beating. Reluctantly, he returned the silver coins to the one-eyed man, along with the toxic potion. As the crowd dispersed, shaking their heads, only Wei Lai remained. Pointing at the vial on the stall. "How much are you selling it for now?" "Ah, you want it?" The vendor was momentarily taken aback. This potion was indeed toxic. It was merely an inquiry, yet it was so inexpensive that it was taken without a second thought. Wei Lai casually remarked, "If you desire it, it would cost you 5 holy silver." The vendor, uncertain of its true value, could only provide that estimate. Wei Lai casually tossed 5 holy silver coins and took away the bottle of counterfeit angel's tears. Was that not just some powerful adhesive? To carelessly drip it into one's eyes was indeed reckless. Wei Lai shrugged and pocketed the adhesive. While it held little practical value, it remained a relic of a bygone era and could prove useful in critical moments for sealing boxes. Gradually, the number of vendors in the black market increased, along with the quality of their goods, and Wei Lai finally laid eyes on something worthwhile, unable to resist the urge to make a purchase. A multifunctional folding and trenching tool. Judging by its contours, it was indeed a folding and trenching shovel. It combined the functions of chopping, sawing, digging, prying, picking, hammering, and even serving as a cooking pot. All in one. With just this single entrenching tool, one could save a considerable amount of space on other implements. However, the vendor was no fool. Although he did not know precisely what it was, the dense metallic texture could hardly warrant a bargain price. Among the relics of the past, even a piece of scrap metal could fetch a handsome sum. Thus, he casually set the price at 500 holy silver coins, curious to see if anyone would bite. Wei Lai inquired around the stall for quite some time, yet the vendor showed no inclination to lower the price. Furthermore, he mentioned that if the items remained unsold, he intended to seek out a wild priest for purification. Desiring the goods but hesitant to reveal too much eagerness, Wei Lai felt a sense of urgency gnawing at him. Ultimately, he decided to set up another stall beside the vendor. "Oh, brother, have you ever ventured into the ruins of the old era? Are you selling items you've brought out?" The vendor jestingly remarked. With a mischievous smile, Wei Lai busied himself with preparations, utilizing an iron box as a makeshift grill. He offered the holy fire as fuel and threaded several succulent pieces of lamb onto skewers, commencing his delightful endeavor of barbecuing. A furtive sprinkle of spices wafted through the air, creating an aromatic allure that captivated many passers-by. Grilled skewers. Only 2 silver coins each. If you find them unsatisfactory, you need not pay. Wei Lai enthusiastically promoted his wares. 2 silver coins per skewer? It seems rather steep, yet the aroma is undeniably enticing. Drawn by the intoxicating scents of spices and rendered fat, a few patrons ventured to purchase a skewer. Upon tasting, they were instantly entranced, their souls ignited by the robust flavors. The rich, savory essence of the lamb, seared to perfection by the flames and complemented by an array of fragrant spices, delivered an unparalleled culinary experience. "One more skewer. I'll take 2. Forget counting. 5 skewers. Just give them all to me." In an instant, the 30 lamb skewers that Wei Lai had prepared were snatched away, the clinking of coins resonating in triumphant harmony, leaving the neighboring vendor utterly astonished. "It's all gone. Finished. Come back tomorrow." Wei Lai had not prepared an abundance of materials. Firstly, the fuel was drawn from his own sacred energy, consuming his mental strength and being somewhat depleted. He could not afford to maintain a constant blaze. Secondly, the spices were crafted from his own fragrant materials, which he could not entirely sacrifice for grilling meat. "Hey, my friend, what are you selling? How can you make such a fortune in a short while?" Even the vendor selling the entrenching tools looked utterly astonished. "Here, I've saved you a skewer. Do give it a taste." Wei Lai squinted from beneath his hood and offered a skewer of grilled meat. "Ah, you actually saved some for me? I truly appreciate it." The vendor took the skewer, removed his mask, revealing an honest and ordinary face. After tasting the skewer, he was rendered speechless, equally astonished. "How's this made?" "It's extraordinarily delicious. Let me share a secret with you. But you mustn't tell anyone about my iron box. It's a relic from the olden days known as an oven, which has become host to a culinary spirit. Just place the raw materials inside, and it will transform them into delectable dishes," Wei Lai whispered conspiratorially. "A soul artifact. How remarkable." The vendor was taken aback. "Indeed. Just be cautious. If the inspectors catch wind of it, they will surely seize and destroy it." Wei Lai lowered his voice furtively. "Those damned inspectors are always looking to siphon our profits. By the way, do you intend to sell this oven?" The vendor gazed at Wei Lai, who had earned 60 sacred silver coins in just half an hour, with palpable envy. "Of course, I'm selling it. You have no idea how difficult it is to appease a culinary spirit. If it's displeased, no amount of pleading will prompt it to cook for you. Wei Lai complained incessantly. That's all trivial. How much are you asking? The vendor nervously rubbed his hands together. I'm not sure. This is my first time setting up a stall. If you're interested, make me an offer. Wei Lai, seeing the vendor's eagerness, nearly burst into laughter. I'll offer you 200 sacred silver coins. I know it's not enough. Choose anything you fancy from my stall. The vendor was exceedingly anxious. This is a soul artifact from an ancient era, typically priceless. Moreover, items that yield profit are fiercely sought after, with offers ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 sacred silver coins. I feel a twinge of guilt for underpricing this young man. Forget about picking. I'll take everything. Wei Lai, with a mischievous glint in his eye, decided to acquire all 3 items from the stall. That sounds good. It's a deal. The vendor readily pushed the items toward him. Wei Lai readily delivered the iron box, also advising him to carefully soothe the temperamental culinary spirit within. The stall owner, cradling the old-era oven, couldn't help but beam with delight, envisioning a future of profits from this relic of yesteryears. He yearned to inquire further about the intricate details of Wei Lai's usage, hoping for a demonstration as well. Wei Lai, fearing exposure, commanded the morning crow to emit a sharp cry. The inspector has arrived. Instantly, the entire black market erupted into chaos, with vendors and shoppers alike diving into the shadows, scattering in all directions. Depravity score increased by 30. Wei Lai has acquired a versatile entrenching tool. With the breath of the divine, he soothes curses, and with a heart of purity, he dispels the evils of the world. May the hand of God alleviate all pain, and I beseech the power of the Holy Spirit to purify all impurities. Upon returning from the black market to the inn, Wei Lai placed the 3 antiquities, procured through cunning means, upon the table. He retrieved a ball of incense, filled it with third-tier purifying spices, and began to chant incantations around the relics. The sacred purifying smoke swiftly neutralized the chaotic magical energies that enveloped the antiquities, unveiling their concealed properties. The first item was indeed the multifunctional entrenching tool. However, it was no ordinary shovel. Having been subjected to centuries of chaotic magic, its material had been enhanced, bestowing it with additional capabilities. Dreaded entrenching tool rank. Tier 5, a shovel of peculiar appearance. Its functionalities are astonishing, even capable of frying an egg on its blade. Curse power. When you excavate items, it will disturb nearby creatures slumbering beneath the earth, prompting them to go berserk. What a remarkable find. Wei Lai waved the object in his hand, appreciating its fitting texture. It was not merely a tool but could serve as an effective weapon, with its razor-sharp edge capable of cleaving through even the toughest of barriers. Corrupted by chaotic magic, its metallic strength had been enhanced, rendering it impervious to damage. He casually glanced at the other 2 relics he had acquired through deception. A fruit-themed smartphone? Good grief, in this era. A device devoid of power and signal is utterly useless. Although it appeared intact, Wei Lai attempted to power it on, but it yielded no response whatsoever. Discovering electronic gadgets from an antiquated era was undoubtedly the most frustrating experience, resulting in a total loss. Should he perhaps use the Pandora's box to transform it? After all, he had not exhausted today's usage quota. The box vibrated gently as it hummed. With a hiss, a cloud of smoke emerged. Sony sports earphones. A pair of in-ear headphones designed for active use could be worn around the neck, yet it seemed they were also devoid of power. Oh, splendid. A device worth several thousand had been reduced to a mere 300, still useless due to lack of charge. What a waste of an opportunity. Wei Lai contemplated severing it but ultimately decided against it. It was not heavy, so she thought it best to place it in a corner. The third item, a doll. Not a charming stuffed animal, but a lifelike doll with a realistic infant face. Gazing upon that uncanny visage, a chill ran down Wei Lai's spine, as she experienced the unsettling phenomenon known as the uncanny valley. Wei Lai could even discern the indistinct label that read, "Made in China, Yiwu City." Ah, indeed. It is a product of domestic origin. Wei Lai inexplicably felt a surge of warmth akin to that of reuniting with family. One cannot help but wonder what form the homeland has taken amidst this cataclysmic upheaval. Surely, it has not succumbed to a newfound faith in God? The soldiers, with their ironclad resolve, must have endured through these trials. Wei Lai, enveloped in an inexplicable melancholy, embraced the domestic doll. 3 centuries have passed, and only the 2 of us remain. We must rely on each other. Suddenly, the doll blinked, and a peculiar smile crept across its lips. Wei Lai, with an air of disdain, flung open the window and, with a swift kick, sent the doll soaring into the abyss. "Begone, malevolent entity!" she exclaimed. corrupted by chaotic magic. The doll had awakened a nefarious essence. While its power may be lacking, its ability to instill fear was undoubtedly exceptional. From this day forth, the city of Umbria would harbor a ghostly doll, delighting in scaring children from its perch at the window in the dead of night. A surge of mischief was added to her soul. Oh dear, how could releasing a wild doll be deemed wicked? She pondered. Alas, the only bounty of the night was a versatile entrenching tool. It appeared that venturing into the realm of antiquated blind boxes was not as lucrative as anticipated. Wei Lai meticulously wrapped the engineer's shovel in leather and secured it to his back, knowing that should the inspector discover it, confiscation would be inevitable. It was yet another bountiful day, and he expressed his gratitude to the divine before retiring for the night. In stark contrast to Wei Lai's fruitful endeavors, a certain vendor returned home clutching a dilapidated iron box, embarking on his devotion to the culinary spirit. He lit holy candles and sang hymns, subsequently placing fresh ingredients into the box, which, despite their initial vibrancy, showed no signs of change even as they began to rot. It was entirely understandable that the culinary spirit was not easily appeased. Once it was satisfied, however, all would be well. In the days that followed, Wei Lai refrained from venturing into the black market, fearing he might be caught by the vendor. Instead, he continued to procure the supplies he required. Spices, in particular, held no direct utility for the common folk. Thus, most were supplied directly to the church, with no corresponding shops existing in the outside world. Wei Lai inquired for quite some time before finally locating a minor official responsible for the spice warehouse. He attempted to corrupt him with money, persuading him to pilfer some rare spices to sell to himself. After all, no matter how diligently he collected, how many varieties of spices could one person truly amass? Ultimately, purchasing would still be necessary. The warehouse official wrestled with his conscience for 2 days, contemplating the harsh winter ahead and the potential suffering of his family, particularly the risk of his children contracting pneumonia from the cold. Reluctantly, he consented to the theft and sale. However, he insisted on increasing the price by 50%. This was because, after the theft, he would have to go to the church to confess and seek absolution, and that 50% was to be given to the priest. What a predicament! One person seeking profit through purchase, while another risks theft, only for a significant portion of the profit to end up with the priest. Wei Lai was consumed by envy. He resolved to construct a church of his own and sell indulgences, enduring a profound sense of loss. He spent 300 silver coins on rare magical spices, replenishing his material repository and significantly facilitating his research on incense. To his astonishment, inciting others to pilfer resulted in an unexpected gain of 30 points in moral depravity. To compensate for the deficit in silver coins, he had to rekindle his ambition of selling gourmet food. He was aware that the local porters were not of the most upright character, with the prevalent spirit of liberalism. They had always defied the constraints of dogmatic regulations, making them excellent trade partners. Thus, Wei Lai ingeniously set up a rudimentary kitchen in his inn room, procuring fresh ingredients to prepare sumptuous Italian risotto, which he then jarred in silver containers. As dusk fell, he donned a hooded cloak and ventured onto the streets, resembling a merchant from a bygone era. Upon encountering porters, he would approach them, lifting his cloak. "My friend, would you care for a boxed meal?" Selling fried rice became a clandestine endeavor. Fortunately, nearly every porter eagerly paid for his offerings. After deducting costs, he could earn a profit of 3 silver coins per jar, providing a much-needed boost to his finances. However, the minions of the inspection squad were akin to bothersome flies. Within just 2 days of his venture, they had caught wind of his activities and began a fervent manhunt for the seller of canned meals. A porter who had not been pursued by inspectors was considered unworthy. Even if one could evade the inspectors and escape to the wilderness, it would merely result in being fodder for wild dogs. Much of a porter's running prowess was honed through the pursuit of inspectors. Not apprehending him was inconsequential. Bishop Russell would surely bail him out. This became the porter's mantra. Now, Wei Lai had joined their ranks, selling boxed meals while being relentlessly chased by the inspection squad, with a group of onlookers among the porters whistling encouragement. "Hey, kid, run faster. Don't get caught. You'll bring us shame." Although Wei Lai lived in a new era devoid of smartphones, he still managed to play his version of a daily chase, feeling that if he was to be pursued through several streets by the inspection squad, that day would be deemed wasted. Nonetheless, the chief inspector was exceptionally furious this time, having issued a stern directive. The apprehension of this flagrant violator of regulations was imperative, and he was to be dealt with severely. Every time Wei Lai ventures out to sell goods, he dons a hooded cloak to conceal his identity. Yet, he increasingly senses an intangible pressure, as the number of relentless inspectors pursuing him has grown both in quantity and incompetency. Had it not been for the use of a hallucinogenic incense yesterday, which befuddled his pursuers, he might have faced dire consequences. This morning, before Wei Lai even entered the agricultural market, the crows sensed an ominous portent, cawing in disarray. The humiliated inspector had mobilized a large contingent, lying in wait near the market, intent on capturing the chef on this inevitable path. "Surrender, you deceitful chef. You are under arrest." A hooded youth fell directly into a fishing net, subjected to the wrathful beatings of the inspectors. "No, not me. You've mistaken the wrong person." Regardless of his cries of injustice, he was dragged away to the interrogation room of the inspectorate. Wei Lai, from a distance, felt a pang of sympathy. Unable to look away, he had merely spent 2 silver coins to hire a novice porter of similar stature to buy some vegetables, only to discover the trap laid for him. The moral decay has increased by 20. It seems the atmosphere has become increasingly oppressive, prompting him to consider retreating for a while. Bishop Russell has been overly indulgent with these delivery workers. It is time for him to retire. Delivery personnel ought to be regulated. The daily grievances of the inspectorate have begun anew, just as they managed to apprehend 2 violators before they could administer proper punishment. Bishop Russell, with various excuses, intervened to release them. Yet, what can be done? Bishop Russell is a sacred cleric appointed by the Vatican, while they are merely local security managers hired for the job. Meanwhile, Wei Lai finds himself in the sanctum of the cargo headquarters, undergoing a trial set by Bishop Russell. Wei, are you prepared for your trial?" Bishop Russell's wrinkled face bore a kind expression. Despite handling hundreds of matters daily, he remembered Wei Lai, always ready to serve the Almighty. Wei Lai bowed, placing a hand on his heart. Indeed, a commendable young man, full of faith. Bishop Russell nodded approvingly. "Let me assign you some simple tasks to familiarize yourself. How about this task? The village of Bruce has suffered from a blight, causing all crops to wither overnight. They urgently require food supplies. You need to deliver 300 kilograms of grain within 3 days. There should be little danger along the way. Can you manage this?" Wei Lai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. "Are you treating me like a beast of burden? At my tender age, if my delicate waist were to be broken, it would adversely affect my fertility," he replied, placing his hand on his chest. "In deference to your esteemed position, I am willing to undertake more perilous tasks to sharpen my resolve." "The youth possesses such courage," remarked Bishop Russell, as he sifted through a thick stack of assignments. "Here is a Tier 3 task. You must journey to the Zeta pasture to drive 30 sheep. En route to Umbria, you are certain to encounter ferocious beasts. You must endeavor to safeguard the flock as best as you can." Wei Lai was momentarily taken aback. Was the freight handler also tasked with herding sheep? If he were to encounter the temptations of a malevolent deity along the way and falter, would he not jeopardize his task evaluation? "Your Excellency, I have never herded sheep." Might there be an alternative? Wei Lai's discerning nature surfaced. It appears I must diligently seek a solution for you," Bishop Russell remarked, surprisingly unperturbed, as he pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him. As a protege of Father Cain, you must possess some rudimentary ritualistic skills, correct? "Indeed, I have studied diligently under Father Cain for quite some time," Wei Lai acknowledged with a nod. "Then, regarding this task that has troubled me for an extended period, I hope you can bear the burden," Bishop Russell expressed, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "I am willing to alleviate your concerns, Your Excellency," Wei Lai replied, feeling inexplicably exhilarated. "The matter is thus. Beneath the church lies a unique corpse, and I require a steadfast believer to transport her to the volcano, where she will be consigned to the flames for the cremation ritual." After delivering his request, Bishop Russell felt an inexplicable twinge of regret. "However, this endeavor is exceedingly perilous. I shall undoubtedly advance fearlessly along the sacred path," Wei Lai affirmed without hesitation. "Will undertaking some ordinary tasks earn me the bishop's recommendation?" he inquired. For it was only through such daunting tasks that one could attain a higher evaluation. Wei Lai contemplated the benevolence of Bishop Russell, who, recognizing him as a novice, would likely not assign him particularly perilous tasks. He accepted. Bishop Russell, reflecting on the gravity of the assignment, noted that Wei Lai's unwavering acceptance indicated his considerable confidence. "Come with me," he said, rising to lead Wei Lai into the cathedral situated behind the freight headquarters. As they traversed the hallowed halls, greeted by the reverence of numerous clergy, they arrived at the subterranean chamber beneath the church. This modest stone chamber, adorned with various sacred incantations on its walls, housed a sarcophagus upon a stone pedestal, exuding an ominous aura. Encircling the six-pointed star pattern on the floor, 6 priests knelt, reciting incantations to suppress the corpse within the coffin. This is. Wei Lai's heart sank upon witnessing the scene. I am to transport a body that requires the restraint of 6 priests to a volcano? Inside lay the corpse of a messenger of an evil deity, slain half a year prior by the holy knights of the temple in the city of Umbria, and subsequently sealed beneath the sanctuary, Bishop Russell elucidated succinctly. Then why not incinerate it? Wei Lai inquired, puzzled. That is not permissible, Bishop Russell replied gravely. It still harbors substantial chaotic energy that could result in a catastrophic energy explosion, posing a grave threat to the safety of Umbria. The optimal course of action is to consign it to the volcano, allowing the divine fire of creation to consume it. May I inquire which malevolent deity it serves? Wei Lai swallowed hard. It is the god of lust and pleasure, Bishop Russell confessed with a hint of distaste. Well, that's unfortunate, Wei Lai muttered, staring blankly at the coffin. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Bishop Russell queried. No issue, Wei Lai stammered. This task is indeed perilous. Only those of unwavering resolve can manage it. Are you certain you are not overextending yourself? Bishop Russell asked one final time. No, I am not overextending. Wei Lai vehemently shook his head. When will you be prepared? Can we depart now? Bishop Russell inquired. Both the freight headquarters and the cathedral were perpetually short-staffed. Disposing of this body would free 6 lower-ranking priests for other duties. Yet, there was a lingering concern about whether this young man could fulfill the task. If he were to abandon the corpse in the wilderness, it would necessitate dispatching additional personnel to retrieve it. Give me 1 hour. I will be ready to depart in 1 hour. Where is the restroom? An hour later. The lower-ranking priests carefully removed the body of the messenger of pleasure from the stone pedestal, adorning the coffin with various sacred seals and binding it with chains of holy silver. Wei Lai leaned against the wall, his countenance worn and emaciated, resembling the remnants of medicinal refuse from the Huan sect. With a feeble gait, he returned to the hidden chamber. An hour, 7 times. Truly, that was the limit. Not a single drop remained. During the journey of transporting the corpse, one must refrain from opening the coffin, and under no circumstances should one gaze directly upon its visage. Regardless of the temptations encountered, one must steadfastly uphold one's faith. May the Lord be with you. Amen. Bishop Russell finally raised his staff and gently bestowed a blessing upon Wei Lai. The angelic blessing spell enhanced all of his physical attributes by 20, lasting for a duration of 3 days. Wei Lai took a deep breath and accepted the task list handed to him by the chief attendant beside him. He instructed the priest to securely fasten the coffin to the metallic frame on his back. Subsequently, he covered it with a layer of weatherproof cowhide, enveloping the coffin. It was quite heavy, approximately 200 kilograms, yet still within the limits of his physical capacity. He jumped in place and ran around a bit. It was secured well. No issues. Off he went. Special mission: transport the remains of the Herald of Joy to the volcano for incineration. Difficulty: SS level. The challenge of this mission did not stem from external dangers. The body of the Herald of Joy was lifeless, incapable of stirring up any turmoil. However, the malevolent power of the dark deity contained within still had the potential to influence the surrounding minds, presenting a different kind of peril. As Wei Lai departed from the freight headquarters, bearing a coffin upon his back, many seasoned freight handlers discerned the nature of the cargo from its silhouette. Instinctively, they recoiled, murmuring their admiration and offering silent accolades. What a daring soul! Unfazed by the peril, he boldly undertakes such a daunting task. Does he value his life so lightly? Wishing you the best of luck, they exclaimed. Ah, may fortune smile upon this coffin. Amen. Wei Lai chuckled mischievously as he graciously acknowledged the kind wishes bestowed upon him. It was not until he was about to depart from the main thoroughfare of Umbria that he noticed the peculiar behavior of the inspection team, who were inexplicably scrutinizing the cargo workers entering and exiting the city, particularly focusing on the youthful countenances. In recent days, amidst their fervent pursuit of the elusive chef, the inspectors had not been entirely devoid of success. They had unearthed a crucial lead. The chef was relatively young, approximately 18 years of age. It was surmised that he would likely venture out on a mission soon to evade the growing scrutiny. Consequently, the inspectors stationed themselves at the entrances, interrogating the young cargo workers. Me? Feel free to search, Wei Lai exclaimed, turning his body to facilitate their probing into his belongings. The inspectors, showing no courtesy, lifted the leather tarpaulin draped over Wei Lai's back. In the blink of an eye, their faces drained of color, causing them to recoil several steps, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. There lay a coffin, ensnared, and sealed with an array of incantations and chains. The most sinister task of transporting the dead. Why not conduct a more thorough inspection? Open the coffin and examine it for contraband. With a wicked grin, Wei Lai took a couple of steps forward. Get lost. You fool. The inspection team captain's face turned pale as he hurriedly dismissed them like a harbinger of misfortune. Wei Lai raised two middle fingers in a bold act of derision, striding out of the Umbrian city with an air of arrogance. After glancing at the signposts and comparing them with his map to confirm his direction, he set forth on his journey. He contemplated a visit to the black market, hoping to procure a compass, as reliance on maps alone could prove unreliable. With the map stowed away, Wei Lai advanced resolutely in a singular direction. This one-way journey was expected to take approximately 7 days, covering a considerable distance. To avoid any prolonged uncertainties, he needed to quicken his pace. The first 12 hours of travel were quite stable as Wei Lai traversed well-established roads, encountering several other freight carriers returning from their own tasks. One seasoned carrier shared a valuable tip with Wei Lai during daylight hours. It was advisable to remove the rain tarp from the coffin, allowing it to absorb the sun's positive energy to mitigate any malevolent aura emanating from the casket. After expressing her gratitude to Wei Lai, she followed his advice and removed the raincloth, intending to cover it again at nightfall. As anticipated, by the evening, the coffin began to stir uneasily, emitting soft whispers that danced around Wei Lai's ears. It was as though a seductive beauty was gently breathing by his side, murmuring tender words. Do not call out anymore. There is not a single drop left. Wei Lai Xian, resolute as a saint and serene as a Buddha, remained unshaken, his heart undisturbed. Gazing at the map, he discovered a haven for freight carriers and pushed open the heavy stone door, stepping inside for a temporary respite. Situated near a major freight route, this refuge surprisingly housed 3 other freight carriers. It was Wei Lai's first encounter with fellow carriers in such a sanctuary. Although the space was ample enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals, he felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought of not being able to indulge in the canned goods alone. "Ah, what a lively day. Another has arrived," exclaimed a middle-aged freight carrier with a bushy beard, laughing heartily. "Hey there, lad, haven't seen you before. A newcomer?" called out a shorter, muscular freight carrier with a grin. Come, sit down and sample the ale I procured from Finley Village," said the last, a stout man, raising a bottle from the table. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Wei Lai cheerfully unloaded his cargo, placing it in a nearby vacant spot before approaching their table. Indeed, a true novice. Look at those slender arms and legs. The short one was unabashed as he pinched Wei Lai's arm. "Come, let me show you what the muscles of seasoned workers should look like." With a hearty laugh, the bearded man stood up. Ho ho! The 3 seasoned freight carriers bellowed in unison, slapping their thighs to reveal rock-solid muscles, resembling champions of bodybuilding. This is the physique a freight carrier ought to possess. Young man, you need to train harder. Indeed. I have just begun my journey and will require the guidance of my seniors, Wei Lai replied with a modest smile. Ha ha. Well said. The stout freight carrier laughed heartily. Suddenly, the rain tarp draped over a coffin in the corner slipped, revealing the chains and incantations that adorned it. In an instant, the sanctuary fell silent, as if breath itself had ceased. The smiles of the 3 seasoned freight carriers froze on their faces, contorted in discomfort. Damn it, it's a corpse bearer. The bearded man stammered, confirming his fears. Yes, but do not worry, it has been quite docile, only singing softly along the way, and its voice is rather pleasant. Wei Lai remarked with a smile. I believe the evening is still young. We can continue our journey. The bearded man suddenly rose, heading toward his freight shelf. Don't go. Senior, the night is fraught with danger. Wei Lai urged hastily. Not dangerous at all. The bearded man retorted, shouldering his freight and making his exit. What could be more perilous than sharing a roof with a cursed corpse? Oh, I just remembered. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday. I must hurry back. The short one exclaimed, quickly rising to follow suit. There's no rush. The celebrations are only in the evening, Wei Lai replied. Wei Lai urged once more, there is no rush. Let us depart later, celebrate the birthday banquet at home, and set off tomorrow. The entire village will be feasting. Wait for me. Let us go together. The portly freight handler, already barefoot on the bed, upon noticing the other 2 departing, hastily sprang to his feet, his shoes improperly donned, and stumbled after them. The wine. Brother, we forgot the wine. Wei Lai called out. No need. Consider it a gift. The stout man hurriedly dashed outside, calling out to the 2 ahead. Wait for me. Ah, freight handlers are truly good souls, Wei Lai acknowledged with a nod. Were it him residing comfortably in the shelter, and a corpse bearer arrived. he would undoubtedly have kicked him out. Good souls ought to accompany you for a while longer. Wei Lai also sent out the morning crow, cawing loudly to intimidate the three of them, earning a total of 30 points for mischief. Now, the sanctuary is left with only Wei Lai, along with a solitary corpse. Wei Lai, as usual, rummaged through his canned goods, preparing a few simple dishes to first satiate his hunger. After all, how could one find the strength to gain weight on an empty stomach? Today's recipe appeared promising, and with great delight, he diligently recorded it. Having feasted and quenched his thirst, he still had ample time before sleep, prompting Wei Lai to resume his exploration of advanced incense formulas. However, the coffin beside him grew restless, exuding an alluring, purple aura that wafted through the cracks like ethereal smoke, wrapping around Wei Lai's neck. It whispered softly, as tenderly as the star performer of a high-end KTV. Enough of your charms, he thought. Do you not understand, wise one? I have exhausted myself to undertake this task. Your allure is as futile to me as showing a film to a eunuch. Wei Lai remained engrossed in his incense concoctions, utterly impervious to any worldly desires. In his pursuit of a full 8 hours of restorative sleep, he dedicated merely 3 hours to his incense research before retiring beneath the covers, wholly unaffected by the temptations of the harbinger of pleasure. On the following day, while transporting the cursed corpse, Wei Lai had already deviated from the main road, embarking upon a narrow path leading towards the volcano, encountering not a soul along the way. Wei Lai ambled along the fractured path, a testament to centuries of time that had allowed the stubborn grass and trees to encroach upon the asphalt beneath his feet. Under the direct rays of the sun, the coffin behind him fell into a renewed silence, no longer emitting any sound. This only served to heighten Wei Lai's sense of ennui, prompting him to break the silence and stir the atmosphere. If Maria were to give birth as a virgin, does that equate to Azu's having breached her purity? He mused, a hint of mischief in his words. The coffin swayed slightly, releasing an eerie magic that enveloped Wei Lai, whispering with a sinister giggle, "Do not lose your composure. My speaking to you does not grant you the liberty to provoke me." Wei Lai maintained his stoic demeanor, as wise as a sage. He glanced at the map. Though the hour was still early, he needed to meticulously plan his itinerary for the day, determining where to rest, replenish his water supply, and find shelter for the night. This path was rather secluded, with few havens along the way. With the strength of his legs, he had to quicken his pace to reach the next refuge before dusk fell. Thus, Wei Lai hastened his steps, willingly expending his energy in a run, and finally approached the designated shelter as twilight descended. Wei Lai gazed at the setting sun, pausing to take a sip of water before covering the coffin with the leather rain tarp once more, preparing to muster his strength and dash towards the shelter. However, the relentless pace of the day had undoubtedly drained him of considerable energy and stamina, significantly diminishing his vigilance and focus. In a moment of distraction, while leaping over a puddle, he met with disaster. With a sudden clatter, as Wei Lai sprang over the waterlogged ground, he landed awkwardly amidst the grass on the opposite bank, only to be met with the sound of clinking metal. A trap, he thought. But he hardly had time to react. A massive boulder rolled nearby, and a noose ensnared his feet, leaving him suspended upside down, his head striking the ground with a heavy thud. It was a noose trap, set by humans. "Ha ha ha, we've caught one," exclaimed the robbers, their laughter echoing with malevolent glee. "Finally, a catch. I've been starving for an entire week. A plump lamb, it must be." 3 filthy ruffians, brandishing rusty blades, approached with gleeful malice. Suspended as he was, Wei Lai, disoriented from his fall, found himself unable to grasp the knife to sever the ropes binding him, fumbling in vain. Just then, one of the bandits rushed forth and struck him squarely on the head, rendering him unconscious. In his haze, he could still hear their vile chatter. "Boss, let's kill him. Feast on his flesh." "No, wait. This lad's skin is tender, and he smells delightful." They cackled, their sinister laughter chilling the air. The nearby shelter had become a den for these brigands, and Wei Lai, tightly bound, was unceremoniously dragged inside, beneath the flickering flames of the hearth. The 3 miscreants rummaged through their spoils. Wei Lai was not the first courier they had robbed. The isolated road had its advantages, as all missing couriers were deemed lost to the wilderness, a common occurrence that raised no suspicions. Yet this time, they stumbled upon goods they had never encountered before. "Is this a coffin? Why are there so many papers affixed to it? And this chain, it's pure silver, quite valuable." The 3 dolts felt as though they had struck gold, tearing off the sacred symbols from the coffin in their eagerness to dismantle the silver chain for profit. Ugh! Fortunately, at that moment, Wei Lai groggily regained consciousness. Blinking through the haze, he beheld the three brigands, who had already removed the seals from the silver chain, their insatiable greed compelling them to pry open the coffin. "Stop. Let go," he bellowed, struggling against his bindings, but his roar failed to rouse the robbers, whose eyes were glazed with avarice, relentlessly prying at the coffin as nails. As the silver nails were systematically extracted, a spark of desperation ignited within Wei Lai. He began to chant incantations. "This body is devoted to the battle for justice. The sacred flame ignites my soul, purifying the world and driving evil away." In an instant, a fierce will ignited into holy fire, severing the bonds that constrained Wei Lai, allowing him to spring forth like a cheetah. With a powerful knee strike, he shattered the temple of the third bandit. Following that, a surge of holy fire was thrust into the ear of the second bandit. The leader of the bandits, startled awake, hastily seized a rusted sword, preparing to resist. Yet Wei Lai had already grasped the discarded entrenching tool, swinging it with ferocity, cleaving both head and sword in twain. Before he could catch his breath, a chilling creak echoed from the coffin lid. As Wei Lai turned, he beheld the lid slowly rising, a dense purple mist seeping forth. Damn! With a leap, Wei Lai thrust his body horizontally, delivering an elbow strike that forced the coffin lid back down. Sensing the lid's unnatural movement, he exerted all his strength to repress it, attempting to re-nail the coffin shut, but found himself unable to free a hand. As the lid was again pushed upward by an overwhelming force, Wei Lai gritted his teeth. Ling! With a resonant chime, a silver incense ball soared into his hand. Trembling, he unfastened the incense bag and retrieved a fourth-tier corpse-restraining powder conjured by Pandora. After igniting it, he placed it at the seam of the coffin lid, laboriously reciting scripture to suppress the corpse within. The incense smoke wove its way through the coffin's crevice, intertwining with Wei Lai's prayers, gradually diminishing the lid's force. However, the malevolent energy that escaped infiltrated the nostrils of the three bandits Wei Lai had just dispatched, reviving them momentarily, causing them to stagger and rise like animated corpses. Meanwhile, Wei Lai was engaged in the corpse-restraining ritual, leaving him no opportunity to confront the three zombies. A flash of crimson determination ignited within him. Crows, come. Fortunately, the three foolish bandits had deemed the heavy stone door of their shelter too laborious to move daily, substituting it with flimsy wooden planks that allowed the wind to seep through. 5 sharp-clawed crows shattered the wooden door, raising their talons to scratch and peck at the necks of the 3 zombies, preventing them from approaching Wei Lai. "In the name of the sacred, I command you, decaying flesh. Cease your unrest. You no longer belong to this world. Return to the shores where you belong. I, as a messenger of the divine, with a heart of justice and mercy, will quell your turmoil. May you find peace. Amen." With a resounding boom, the incense ball burned away, and the coffin lid was finally pressed back down, the undead ceasing their thrashing. Wei Lai finally let out a long sigh of relief. One by one, he hammered the silver nails back into the coffin, then grasped the holy silver chains to bind the coffin securely once more. Regrettably, the seal inscribed with incantations had been torn by 3 imbeciles, thus losing its power of confinement. "Damn it," Wei Lai muttered, utterly exhausted, hardly able to lift his hand. Turning back, he noticed 3 more corpses awaiting his attention, prompting him to curse in frustration. Maintain your composure. As a competent priest, one should uphold the ideals of pure benevolence. Regardless of the sins one committed in life, it is essential to patiently guide you in recitation to purify your transgressions and ferry you towards the heavenly realm. Alas, it is a pity that I am unqualified." Wei Lai exerted considerable effort to impale the corpses of the 3 on a nearby tree, inscribing in fury the words, "The fate of those who rob the freight carriers." What a wearisome day it has been. Little did he anticipate being so exhausted by the following day. May the journey ahead prove to be more tranquil. Wei Lai scarcely had the opportunity to examine the spoils of his conquest. He hastily consumed a few honey biscuits before succumbing to a deep slumber in the filthy shelter occupied by robbers. After a night of restorative sleep, he awoke revitalized, ready to inspect the contents of the refuge. 3 cargo worker badges. These vile creatures had undoubtedly ensnared at least 3 cargo workers here, and their ranks were not insignificant. All at the 3rd tier. Their cargo boxes lay in disarray, with edible items consumed and inedible ones scattered chaotically. Nothing of particular value was discovered. Even by the hearth, there lay a grim array of bones, marked by gnawing. They not only plundered but also resorted to cannibalism. To leave their corpses to the wilderness was too lenient a fate for them. If time permitted, he would relish the opportunity to excavate their skulls and repurpose them as chamber pots. Now, Wei Lai found himself confronted with 2 choices: to return the badges to their rightful families, revealing the tragic fate that befell their loved ones, thus earning 30 merit points. Or to cast the badges into the Pandora's box for transformation, perhaps obtaining a new class emblem, albeit at the cost of 30 demerit points. Wei Lai contemplated the alterations of Pandora's box. The likelihood of a transformation into a mere disappearance or an upgrade held no utility for him. A 13 chance of morphing into another class emblem might not prove beneficial either. The source of his misdeeds was stable, yet the accumulation of merit was arduous. Thus, it was wiser to return these items. Consequently, Wei Lai stowed the 3 emblems into his backpack, pocketed a bag of holy silver coins he had unearthed, and once again hoisted the coffin onto his back, resuming his journey. This marked the 3rd day of transporting the corpse. The seals and charms adorning the coffin had been shattered, and the magical aura emanating from the casket had become increasingly palpable, incessantly tugging at Wei Lai's heartstrings. The tangible magic coiled around his neck, akin to a mischievous maiden, gracefully perched upon his shoulder, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Are you weary, young sir? Why not take a seat and indulge in conversation with me? I find myself quite bored. My heart's sincerity is as steadfast as a rock, and my courage is unyielding as I forge ahead." Wei Lai focused intently, his ears closed to distractions, even resorting to lighting incense to concentrate his will against the temptations of pleasure. Consulting the map, he noted that beyond this point, there would be no shelter for porters. However, there existed a small village, home to a resident priest and a well that offered a source of fresh water. Wei Lai's water supply has nearly been depleted. It is indeed time for a replenishment. Today's objective is this very village. The joyous emissary from the coffin behind me has been mischievously causing a ruckus all along the way. At one moment, she tempts with words reminiscent of a succubus, and at another, she transforms into the guise of a young girl, pitifully perched upon my shoulder, twirling her braided hair and teasing my ears. "Does Brother Wei Lai not like me this way?" She pouts. "In truth, I was coerced into this life. From a tender age, I was sold into a den of iniquity, compelled by the madam to please repugnant men. This is why I detest it. Brother Wei Lai, you are a good man. Could you perhaps let me go? I promise I shall never engage in wrongdoing again. I implore you, dear brother." Wei Lai's gaze was resolute as he moved forward, not even casting a glance at his shoulder. He understood that if he allowed himself to soften, he would be susceptible to the allure of desire that could invade his mind. "Oh, dear brother, why not turn back and glance at me?" A teasing voice chimed in. "Are you still afraid of your sister?" This time, however, Wei Lai remained unresponsive, igniting a surge of jealousy within him. With the incense ball ablaze, it emitted a burst of pure white smoke that forcefully shattered the petite figure perched on Wei Lai's shoulder. The spirit of the joyous envoy let out a piercing scream as it was thrust back into its coffin. "Well done, Ling." Wei Lai couldn't help but commend her. The 3rd day's journey through the fragrant woods was not particularly rushed, yet the path became increasingly steep and arduous, requiring considerable climbing. By the time dusk fell and he arrived at the village, Wei Lai was utterly exhausted. It was hard to believe that such a remote location harbored a small village. However, the presence of a maple forest here was vital, as it produced a high-grade syrup, a luxury resource sent to the Vatican that required careful harvesting. The workers tasked with collecting and refining the maple syrup had settled in this village, accompanied by a resident priest and several security personnel. Typically, this village could cultivate and gather enough basic supplies for half of its needs, while the remaining half had to be delivered by cargo carriers from Umbria. Thus, Wei Lai's arrival was met with great enthusiasm. After all, the cargo carriers only visited once a month. If missed, the villagers would have to tighten their belts to survive. And as winter approached, their fear intensified. "Don't celebrate too soon. I am not here to deliver goods, but for another purpose," Wei Lai said, waving his hands repeatedly amidst the jubilant crowd of villagers, his awkward explanation drowned out by their cheers. It was only when someone impatiently approached from behind, attempting to assist him with unloading the coffin, that Wei Lai's sharp reprimand silenced the crowd. "Be quiet. I am not a delivery man. Where is your priest?" This command brought a hush over the excited villagers, their faces reflecting astonishment. "I am Father Raven. May I inquire as to your business in our village?" Emerged a middle-aged priest, his deep-set eyes peering out from beneath a faded gray robe. "Greetings, Father Raven. I am the cargo carrier Wei Lai, sent on an urgent mission by Bishop Russell, and I require a place to rest for the night." Wei Lai responded courteously, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. "You are not delivering supplies to us?" Father Raven seemed more mercantile than anticipated, his gaze lingering on the large boxes behind Wei Lai. "I regret to inform you that I am not here for that purpose. I have other duties." Wei Lai replied with a hint of disappointment, causing the surrounding villagers to display expressions of despair. Is there some turmoil in Umbria? We have not received any support supplies for 2 months. Father Raven furrowed his brow tightly. Although Umbria remained unchanged on my way here, I encountered 3 bandits who robbed all the passing merchants. While I managed to eliminate them, I fear that your supplies have already been consumed by them. Wei Lai explained, eliciting a chorus of despairing sighs from the surrounding villagers. According to customary practice, Umbria seldom compensates for lost supplies. Even if one were to reapply, the priority would be significantly postponed. The deep-set eyes of Father Raven similarly reflected a profound sense of regret. No one relishes the gnawing sensation of hunger, especially with winter approaching, as procuring food here has become increasingly arduous. Wei Lai gazed at the emaciated faces of the villagers, particularly the few starving children whose pallor was strikingly evident, and his heart ached with compassion. Yet, he was helpless. The provisions he carried were barely sufficient for his own sustenance, leaving no surplus to share. All right, disperse. Go back. Go back. The 2 soldiers stationed in the village, seemingly unaffected by hunger, brandished their iron swords and shouted to drive the villagers away. I wish to go to the church to pray. I kindly asked the priest to guide me, Wei Lai said, turning to Father Raven. This way, please, Father Raven replied, leading Wei Lai to the wooden church at the heart of the village. The church of Maple Sugar Village was old and dilapidated. Its interior was far from the meticulousness maintained by Father Cain. The wooden walls leaked drafts, the altar was coated in dust, and the central statue of the cross of Jesus bore the marks of chipping paint. It was evident that Father Raven was not a reliable priest. Had he known Wei Lai's thoughts, Father Raven might have jumped up to choke him, exclaiming, if you had gone 3 days without a proper meal, would you possess the strength to clean the church to perfection? I can barely muster the energy to speak during services. The nuns had starved themselves to save a morsel of food for the children. Oh, the audacity! Initially, Wei Lai had hoped to find in this priest someone as dependable as Father Cain, who could assist him in keeping vigil over the coffin through the night, allowing him a peaceful slumber. However, it appeared that such hopes were in vain, and he would need to keep watch himself. Hoping to find solace in the radiance of the holy statue, I regret that I cannot provide you with dinner. Our food supplies are critically low, Father Raven said, his eye sockets appearing even more sunken. I am profoundly grateful that you allow me to rest here. Please do not trouble yourself with dinner. I kindly ask you, Father, to ensure that no one disturbs me tonight, including yourself, Wei Lai replied respectfully. Father Raven, after a moment of hesitation, spoke again. May I inquire if you have any surplus food? It need not be much. Many of the children here are still hungry. In fact, my last meal was 2 days ago. Wei Lai was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this village had fallen into such dire straits. Although he had not excessively stocked food supplies, he was relatively well off. After some contemplation, he decided to part with a few cans of food that he was not fond of, offering them to Father Raven. His benevolence earned him a commendation of 10 merit points. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of all the residents of Maple Syrup Village, I express my gratitude. Father Raven exclaimed, his surprise evident as he embraced the cans and bowed repeatedly before exiting the chapel to secure the door. However, as he cradled the cans and made his way to a long-neglected kitchen, intending to concoct a pot of porridge to share with the villagers, his altruistic resolve wavered. The insidious forces of greed persistently undermined his noble intentions, tempting him to hoard the cans for himself. Distributing the food might only afford each villager a mere sip of thin broth, which would be of little solace to the widespread hunger. This was not selfishness. It was a strategy for the greater good. By keeping the provisions for himself, he could ensure his own survival and provide for more individuals in the long run. He was engulfed in tormenting conflict. Deep within, the robust defenses of his faith were being relentlessly eroded by the gnawing pangs of hunger. The village was far from tranquil. Wei Lai examined the doors and windows of the church, which could easily be kicked open with a single foot, serving merely as a symbolic barrier. Fortunately, it is said that only when one's basic needs are met can one ponder upon darker desires. This group of famished villagers is unlikely to be swayed by the allure of a malevolent deity. I must remain focused on suppressing the ominous coffin that lies behind this facade. Wei Lai found little pleasure in indulging in gourmet food, so he casually opened a can of potatoes, mixing it with honey and a handful of foraged berries to suffice for dinner. He lit a holy candle upon the altar, casting a gentle glow on the sacred image of the cross. Subsequently, he seated himself upon the coffin lid, adopting a meditative posture to sleep through the night, ensuring that even the slightest movement of the coffin would be felt. It was the first time he solemnly recited the Bible, fervently praying that the holy image would grant him a peaceful night. The arrival of Wei Lai was akin to the final straw that broke the back of Maple Syrup Village, plunging its inhabitants into despair. Prior to this, they clung to a glimmer of hope that the freight carriers would deliver supplies to help them endure the harsh winter. However, the news brought by Wei Lai extinguished their last flicker of optimism. The call to seize the maple syrup echoed relentlessly in their minds, a terrifying thought taking root and compelling their actions. Maple syrup, a tribute produced by this village, was exclusively reserved for the Vatican, offered as a high sacrifice to God. Yet, the villagers and the sugar workers were strictly forbidden from tasting it, with vigilant soldiers enforcing this decree, ensuring that no one dared to indulge in it privately. The villagers had always adhered to this commandment, for how could devoted believers steal food meant for their Lord? However, faced with the dire threat of starvation and the insidious provocations from a treacherous deity, they cast aside their faith, unanimously stepping out of their homes and marching toward the syrup warehouse. What are you doing? Have you all lost your minds? Get back. This is syrup dedicated to the Lord. Dare you defy it? In the darkness, several soldiers stationed at the warehouse brandished torches and swords, attempting to intimidate the advancing villagers. We are starving. Have mercy and give us something to eat, implored one villager, while another echoed, Uncle, we are so hungry. The soldiers, despite their threats, found themselves unable to deter the relentless crowd. Kill. The captain was forced to resolve, swinging his sword down in an attempt to instill fear. The loss of maple syrup was a grave sin in itself. Yet, even after 2 villagers fell, the crowd surged forward as if possessed, their eyes devoid of fear, filled only with insatiable greed for food. A silent command reverberated in their minds, and the villagers collectively charged toward the warehouse, the soldiers barely able to strike a second blow before being overwhelmed by the throng. The autumn and winter months were not the peak season for maple syrup production, and the reserves in the warehouse were scant. Otherwise, Umbria would have long since dispatched someone to collect it. Due to the high sugar concentration of maple syrup, bacteria and microorganisms could not thrive, thus the containers were merely ordinary wooden barrels, devoid of the need for preservative silver casks. The ravenous crowd broke through the warehouse doors, frantically smashing open the wooden barrels that stored the syrup, shattering them on the ground, and greedily licking up the syrup with no regard for the filthy dust beneath. Sweet. So sweet. After years of labor, I never realized our syrup was this delectable. Generations had spent decades refining the syrup here, and it was their first taste. Stop. Damn it. You all deserve to be hanged, roared the captain in a futile attempt to halt the chaos, only to be toppled by the surge of newcomers, his torch slipping from his grasp and igniting the entire warehouse filled with damp straw. Wooden barrels, syrup, wooden warehouse. Everything has become highly flammable, and a ferocious blaze engulfs the surroundings in an instant. Yet, this group of famished villagers has succumbed to madness, utterly oblivious to the raging inferno encircling them. They remain huddled on the ground, clutching wooden barrels, frantically licking them as if possessed. Even as flames begin to lick at their bodies, they feel no pain whatsoever. Starved, insatiably hungry, they yearn for more. The thought of a place abundant with food fills their minds. The porter's boxes, so large, must be brimming with delectable treats. If he refuses to share, then we shall seize it. Although the 4 great malevolent deities do not interfere with one another, nor do they see eye to eye, the deity of wicked counsel has no qualms about rescuing the joyful devotees from this coffin, thereby bringing them under his dominion while simultaneously extinguishing the porter. What in the world is happening outside? Why has it descended into such chaos? Well, I was also awakened by the commotion outside the church. Peering through the window, he beheld a house engulfed in flames, illuminating half the village. Why was no one attempting to extinguish the fire? Was there some unforeseen circumstance? Should he consider retreating and fleeing? Wei Lai sensed an ominous foreboding and glanced back at the coffin, which was unsettlingly emanating a purple aura of malevolence. In the dead of night, devoid of the protective presence of the church's statue, could he truly contain the seductive demon concealed within that coffin? Perhaps it was prudent to observe a while longer. To err on the side of caution, Wei Lai seized the entrenching tool and a kitchen knife, placing them within easy reach. Ever vigilant, he meticulously examined the doors and windows, ensuring they were securely locked. You are doomed. You are doomed. 3 cawing crows perched on a distant rooftop, their discordant cries echoing ominously. Curse you. Wei Lai felt an overwhelming urge to whip out his belt and fashion a slingshot to silence their mocking beaks. Indeed, amidst the cawing of the harbingers, shadowy figures with an eerie gait approached the church from the depths of darkness. This was it. Trouble had truly arrived. Clenching his teeth, Wei Lai retreated beside the coffin, glancing at the statue of the goddess, which radiated a faint halo of divine light, its benevolent smile reassuring him. He resolved to hold his ground in the chapel. At the very least, Father Raven could offer some semblance of protection. "Father Raven, come out. There's trouble outside." Wei Lai banged furiously on the partition. From the side chamber where the priest resided came an unsettling sound. Father Raven, holding a holy candle lantern in one hand and the entrenching tool in the other, Wei Lai cautiously approached. Once he neared the kitchen, he spotted a hunched figure kneeling on the ground, clad in a tattered clerical robe, clutching the can of food Wei Lai had just given him, drool dripping onto the floor. "I am sorry. My gluttony has led me astray from the teachings. I cannot control the contamination of my faith." With each word, Father Raven's tongue elongated by 3 centimeters, drooping to his chest, while his bones cracked and creaked, his body rising ominously, exuding a sinister aura. Good heavens! Wei Lai watched in shock as Father Raven's form began to distort, his gaze shifting gradually to one of regret. "I apologize." The entrenching tool swung sharply, the blade swiftly severing Father Raven's neck, a torrent of black ichor gushing forth. The headless corpse continued to grope about, rising to its feet, evidently. Its weakness did not lie in the head. "May the sacred fire grant your soul redemption." With a swift kick, Wei Lai sent Father Raven tumbling into the hearth, clasping his hands together as the sacrificial flames blazed fervently. From this moment forth, the priest would be forced to traverse the chimney like Santa Claus. Bang! Bang! The heavy pounding on the church's grand doors resonated, the already fragile wooden structure creaking ominously, teetering on the brink of collapse. As Wei Lai sprinted back to the chapel, he found it besieged by a frenzied throng of villagers, relentlessly battering the doors and windows. No, their forms had transformed. They were no longer mere villagers. Instead, they had become ravenous predators, tongues half a meter long dangling from their mouths, their emaciated bodies reinforced by chaotic magic, as resilient as leather, with sharp claws scratching at the already fragile wooden walls of the chapel. "I am so hungry. Come at me all at once." Wei Lai twirled his entrenching tool, his eyes brimming with fearlessness. This was merely a small village, numbering only in the dozens. With some effort, he could still mount a defense. However, the treacherous god of deceit was a master of manipulation, and when it intervened, it would not merely corrupt a group of villagers to assault him. Its aim was not to attack his physical form, but to invade his very soul. Those who had not undergone the brutal training of the ecclesiastical headquarters always harbored vulnerabilities within. The instinct to protect innocent children is etched into the human genome. To wound the spirit, one must wield the blade of a child. The treacherous god of deceit had employed this tactic with unfailing success. At the chapel's windows, a few children, still partially untransformed but swayed by the dark god's influence, extended their frail arms through the gaps, helplessly waving. "Uncle, I am so hungry." If Wei Lai were to strike down these children, even if he survived this crisis, his soul would bear an indelible guilt. And the treacherous god would exploit this weakness time and again, inflicting wounds upon his spirit. This, indeed, was the treacherous god's blade of children. Wei Lai gazed upon the children by the window, their corruption still in its infancy. If exorcism were to be executed in a timely manner, they might yet have the chance to revert to their former selves. However, in such a pressing environment, did he truly possess the capacity to divert his attention towards conducting the sacred rites? The system activated 2 temporary missions before his eyes. The fallen were unworthy of sympathy. Eradicate any who had forsaken their faith and succumbed to chaos, granting an increase in dogmatism by 3. To rescue the minimally corrupted inhabitants would yield 10 merits for each saved soul. Dogmatism, in essence, was an indispensable condition for ascending to the rank of a judgment knight, a cleric bound by strict tenets. In simpler terms, it entailed an unwavering adherence to the laws. Even if their own mother transgressed, they would wield their blade without a hint of mercy, resolutely unyielding in their duty. Wei Lai barely had time to think. The church's frail door was violently breached, creating a gaping hole through which the ravenous seekers, with their elongated tongues and hunched forms, slithered inside. Starving. How insufferable. When hunger strikes, gnaw on tree bark. Wei Lai, wielding his shovel like a weapon, flipped it over and with a single stroke, sent a villager flying. In light of the 10 points of merit, "I shall spare your lives. Almighty Father, we humbly approach your presence, yearning for your sacred light to pierce through all darkness and filth, cleansing our souls and steering us away from sin and temptation." Wei Lai opened his arms, gazing reverently at the sacred statue upon the altar, taking a deep breath. "Ling, let us together purify and save these lost lambs." A slender silver chain slipped from his wrist as the incense ball emitted tendrils of white smoke. With a mighty swing of the entrenching tool, he struck a villager's face, sending him sprawling. Simultaneously, the exorcising incense from the ball wafted into the air, coalescing into a serpent-like form under the control of the fragrant ling, darting into the villager's nostrils. The villager then writhed in agony upon the ground. The incense of his sister Ling was far more effective than the obstinate kitchen knife. Wei Lai stood before the statue, his feet firmly planted on the coffin lid. One hand held a fragrant incense ball, while the other wielded a spade with unwavering determination. He fought valiantly against the frenzied villagers that charged at him from all directions, effortlessly batting them away. Despite their skeletal appearances, these individuals had been imbued with the dark power of the malevolent deity, granting them considerable strength. One of them sank its teeth into Wei Lai's calf, but had it not been for his timely strike that severed its neck, the force of its bite, akin to that of a hyena, would have surely left a grievous wound on his leg. May your light penetrate the darkness, illuminating every corner of our hearts, guiding us away from the temptations of evil, as we steadfastly tread upon your path of radiance. As Wei Lai uttered this profound prayer, the statue of Yasu emanated a gentle glow, gradually diminishing the sinister influence of the treacherous deity within the church. Wei Lai wielded the engineer's shovel with fervor, the fragrant smoke swirling as if guided by a homing missile, deftly infiltrating the nostrils and mouths of every fallen villager. Merciful Lord, we acknowledge our frailties and inadequacies, beseeching your forgiveness and guidance. May your strength lead us, shielding us from all malevolent forces, allowing us to remain steadfast in our faith until the very end of our days. Amen. As Wei Lai concluded his fervent prayers, his hands clasped together, the statue of Saint Asu radiated a resplendent light, instantly dispelling the darkness that had enshrouded the church. The villagers' transformations gradually faded, restoring them to their former selves. He garnered a commendable 240 merit points. Exhausted, Wei Lai felt a dual weakness, both physically and spiritually, and instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. In Maple Sugar Village, 4 soldiers and 1 priest had perished overnight amid a warehouse fire and chaos within the church, leaving only 24 survivors. The remaining villagers curled up in despair in the corners of the church, engulfed in sorrow and regret. What more could be done to save the lost? One must see it through to the end. Without a priest to guide and soothe them, their shattered spirits would wane in faith. Soon, they would once again become mere puppets, subject to the whims of malevolent deities. Fortunately, Wei Lai had a solid foundation in this regard, having spent months with Father Cain, acquiring some eloquence. Even with his weary body, he dedicated an hour to officiate the Mass, granting absolution to the villagers in place of the divine. By the time he completed all, the first rays of dawn had pierced the horizon, marking a sleepless night of toil. After arranging for the villagers to clear the site, Wei Lai finally found a moment to rest his eyes. Merit points were hard to come by, usually accrued during times of great crisis. So he opted not to wait for golden blessings and instead opened 2 silver-tier angelic blessings directly. Angelic blessings were typically straightforward, devoid of complexities, and the silver tier offered little of particular distinction. He received a 4-angel strengthening voucher, capable of enhancing any order-related item to a 4th-tier quality while randomly bestowing new attributes. The incense spirit Ling had been so dutiful and compliant, residing within a mere 2nd-tier incense ball. It was time for an upgrade to a luxurious abode. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Lai directly applied the enhancement voucher to the incense ball, achieving purification amidst a dazzling radiance. Everlasting Holy Silver Incense Ball Grade. Tier 4 Attribute. Order Trait 1. Order-based incense receives an 80 enhancement effect, while chaos-based incense enjoys a 40 enhancement effect. Trait 2. The burning duration of the incense is extended by 100. Ling is both obedient and sensible, truly the epitome of an ideal partner. Wei Lai was exceedingly pleased with the cost-saving characteristic that prolongs the incense's burn time. It is indeed worth 2. I shall bestow upon you the title of King of Endurance. As the spirit rejoiced in the 2nd angelic blessing, Wei Lai became acutely aware of his own frailty, primarily due to a lack of sacred spells. Fortunately, this blessing included a reward of a sacred spell, which he decisively selected. Sacred Word. Silence. You have acquired the sacred word Silence, enabling you to mute sounds within a certain radius. This provides a measure of restraint against the seductive whispers of the malevolent deity. Excellent. While this skill lacks direct offensive capability, it at least offers a temporary reprieve from the incessant chatter of those entombed. The sole drawback remains his insufficient holy power, rendering him unable to utilize the sacred word continuously. After receiving 2 blessings, Wei Lai managed to carve out 3 hours for sleep, albeit brief, to replenish his rest. Though he felt fatigued, he knew he must rise. The villagers, gathered in the center of the village, appeared lost and disoriented, uncertain of their next steps. Having weathered this calamity, what lay ahead? Would they continue to suffer from hunger? Wei Lai, feeling helpless, could only carve out a bit more time to teach them. Step by step, how to consume tree bark and prepare wild vegetables. He personally cooked a pot of tree bark and wild vegetable soup to help them endure this difficult period. Once he returned to Umbria, he would personally petition Bishop Russell for assistance. The spirit of the kitchen knife, used for preparing what he deemed the food of the lowly, was deeply displeased. It was meant to serve the refined upper class, crafting exquisite gourmet dishes, not to assist the impoverished in boiling wild vegetables. The disgruntled knife spirit would likely require more than a couple of hymns to be pacified. After instructing them on how to cook wild vegetables and assisting with the cremation of the deceased, Wei Lai finally set off on his mission journey by midday. Of course, before his departure, he did not forget to engage in a rather unscrupulous act. He rummaged through the burned warehouse and discovered a small barrel of surviving maple syrup. An exceedingly rare condiment that, after being scorched by the flames, had developed a rich flavor. Its taste surpassed even that of honey, imbued with a distinctive maple aroma. Rather than offering it to the Pope of the Vatican, he thought it best to indulge himself first. After saving so many, was it not reasonable to seek some reward? The treacherous, malevolent god still attempted to admonish Wei Lai for his thievery. You despicable thief, your soul is tainted for having stolen a tribute. Guilt is the source of a spiritual void. What he took was rightfully his. Without guilt, there would be no spiritual void. And you, cunning malevolent god, could you not focus your attention on corrupting the bishops and paladins instead of this modest, unambitious fellow? After crossing a mountain beyond Maple Syrup Village, the map indicated that he had entered a desolate area. There were no shelters built by carriers, nor any villages, only the ruins of a few towns yet to be explored. The desolate area had its advantages. At least the wild plant resources were relatively abundant, with occasional sightings of berry bushes and some wild spices. However, at this moment, Wei Lai had no mind for gathering spices. Having had a restless night, he needed to concentrate on moving forward. Why toil so hard when the old man could offer him nothing but ephemeral encouragement? I could genuinely lead you to paradise. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and the women in the coffin began to stir once more. Silence. With a word of command, Wei Lai silenced the coffin instantly. Indeed, tranquility returned. Wei Lai was finally able to focus on his journey through the desolate wilderness, where the map revealed no existing paths. He had to carve his own way. Fortunately, he carried a versatile entrenching tool, which made clearing obstacles and felling trees for bridge construction a simple task. However, misfortune struck when, while traversing the jungle, he stumbled upon a cluster of rare snake-scaled fruits. How foolish of me, he thought. I only knew the sweet flesh of the snake-scaled fruit was delectable and that its skin could be crafted into spices. Yet I was oblivious to the fact that snakes also inhabited this area. Wei Lai's forearm was firmly bitten by a venomous snake concealed beneath the withered leaves. Had it been any other courier, they might have seized the fleeting moment of consciousness to revel in the euphoria of opening a coffin before succumbing to death. However, fortunate Wei Lai encountered a serpent tainted by the corruption of the plague god, whose venom had been transformed into a virus. This fortuitous twist provided Wei Lai, who had previously been inoculated with a demonic vaccine, a glimmer of hope. Yet, based on prior experiences, even if he triumphed over the virus, he would have to endure a night of excruciating torment, transforming his body into a battleground where the inactivated vaccine would clash with the virus before he could regain normalcy. He needed to find a safe refuge immediately. With none readily available, he resolved to construct one himself. He pressed onward, determined to escape the jungle first. The onset of the venom's effects was not immediate, yet Wei Lai already sensed a creeping weakness. After hastening through the underbrush, he finally discovered a suitable location for his shelter, a tree, large enough for three to embrace, that had mysteriously withered and died. Its stout trunk harbored a natural hollow, and with a little expansion, it could accommodate 2 or 3 individuals seeking refuge. Though the twilight hour was still distant, Wei Lai set down the coffin and seized a spade, mustering his remaining strength to excavate and enlarge the tree hollow. A chill and profound fatigue washed over him, sapping his willpower, while the woman in the coffin could not help but tease him. Purple mist seeped from the coffin's crevices, coalescing into a perfectly proportioned, long-legged figure, who dangled her legs over the coffin's edge. Oh brother, how could you be so careless as to get poisoned? It makes your sister so worried. Let me blow on it. Silence. Wei Lai's face, a pallid shade of blue, glistened with cold sweat as he struggled to utter a sacred incantation. Dragging his increasingly heavy body, he propped the coffin upright and maneuvered it into the expanded hollow, leaning in himself and using the intact bark to seal the entrance. He then suspended a sacred candle lantern above and ignited an incense ball to ward off evil. Utterly exhausted, he succumbed to slumber. The venomous effects ravaged his bodily functions, rendering him acutely aware of an Arctic chill enveloping him as he curled into a ball, shrinking ever smaller. His bones creaked as they were forcibly stretched, his form nearly folding into a spherical shape. The virus from the plague snake had mutated from the poliovirus, primarily targeting the joints and nervous system, capable of causing dislocations and deformities in the limbs. After an entire night of agonizing torment, as dawn broke, the demonic vaccine triumphed over the virus, and Wei Lai's contorted form gradually unfurled, restoring his original visage. Such is the nature of life, truly a source of endless worry. Wei Lai pushed open the modest wooden door and emerged from the tree hollow, cracking and stretching his limbs as if every joint were resetting itself. Encountering an unexpected boon during a mission, the reinforcement of his sinews had significantly enhanced his flexibility, allowing him to perform even the most challenging yoga poses with ease. This serendipitous gain was akin to discovering a miraculous elixir after plummeting from a cliff in a martial arts novel. Now on the 5th day of his mission, he could no longer afford to squander time. Wei Lai needed to hasten his pace to make up for the lost ground from the previous day. Climbing to a vantage point, he surveyed the surrounding terrain and, in conjunction with a vague map, resolved to take a shortcut through the ruins of a nearby town. Energized, he set off at a brisk pace. Why the rush to trample on delicate flowers? The voice echoed in his mind. Can you not spare a moment to indulge your sister in conversation? Silence. Wei Lai found the efficacy of the command to be increasingly useful, promptly silencing the corpse girl with a gag. Unfortunately, the spell of silence had a limited duration, and with his waning holy power, he could not maintain it indefinitely. After several attempts to mute her, he rolled his eyes and resigned himself to her incessant chatter. She no longer attempted to seduce him with her charms. Instead, she played the emotional card, weeping and recounting her tragic fate, pleading for mercy and offering to serve him as a slave or maid. She bore no name, as impoverished families believed that the longer a name was, the more likely it was to attract the attention of malevolent deities. Thus, she was simply referred to as the girl. Her mother was ill, her father a gambler, and her brother in school that could barely afford another mouth to feed, leading to her being sent to a local convent as a nun. It was only there that she received the name Gloria. She had hoped that under the radiance of her new master, life would improve, but to her dismay, the convent, while publicly serving God, clandestinely trained harlots to serve passing men and earn silver, with the headmistress corrupting the congregation. Because of her sweet voice, Gloria was enlisted in the choir at a young age, and as she matured, the fallen headmistress groomed her to become an emissary of pleasure, sent to various churches to corrupt priests and other clergy. Each word she spoke was rendered with such vivid detail that some shameful aspects stirred a tumult of emotions within Wei Lai, igniting a fervor in his heart. "Be quiet," he exclaimed, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, and began to recite scripture, seeking tranquility. "Oh, do not be afraid. Why act like a timid monk? I won't devour you, dear sister. Just give her a couple of slaps." Wei Lai lit a calming incense and hung it around his neck. The smoke billowed from the incense ball, forming a large hand that delivered 2 resounding slaps to the petite woman on his shoulder. "You little vixen, do not let me escape, or I will surely extract your soul and stuff it into a public toilet." "Silence." Wei Lai thrust a gag into her mouth, quickening his pace as he endeavored to traverse the ruins of the town before darkness fell. Meanwhile, the pleasure emissary, Gloria, confined within her coffin, acutely felt the looming threat. Whether through seduction or evoking pity, nothing could sway his resolve. Wei Lai was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. The more he recognized them, the more he fortified his defenses, leaving no opportunity for intrusion. Soon, Wei Lai ventured into the desolate town, where crumbling structures littered the landscape, and nature had aggressively reclaimed land once dominated by humanity. With each step, he trod upon shattered bricks, occasionally needing to scale a fallen wall. Wei Lai soon realized that his judgment had been mistaken. This was no mere small town. The ruins stretched for miles, and traversing them before darkness fell would prove to be quite challenging. Simultaneously, he discovered that within these desolate remnants of the city resided a pack of ferocious, corrupted wild dogs. They moved through the town like wolves, hunting other creatures. From a distance, their crimson fur was taut, accentuated by robust muscles, while numerous pale bone spikes jutted from beneath their skin, rendering them seemingly covered in barbs. Such a menacing appearance was unmistakably the result of corruption by the god of destruction and slaughter, the only malevolent deity Wei Lai had yet to encounter. Fortunately, Wei Lai had prepared for the expulsion of wild beasts, igniting a skunk incense capable of repelling them and diminishing their interest. Indeed, once the incense was lit, the savage wild dogs, who had been sniffing around behind him, sneezed violently and scampered off to other areas. Witnessing this, Wei Lai felt a sense of relief and continued his passage through the town. However, another spirit had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. It silently emanated magic, leaving behind a series of beacons on the ground. As evening descended, the corpse of the joyful messenger within the coffin grew increasingly potent in its magic, luring the brutal wild dogs that followed. When Wei Lai realized that the skunk incense had lost its efficacy, he turned around to find the wild dogs had formed into a pack, their crimson eyes fixated ahead, drool dripping steadily from their maws. "Damn it!" Wei Lai exclaimed, momentarily stunned, glancing at the incense ball, perplexed at its sudden ineffectiveness. How could this be? His sister was quite adept at training dogs, yet here he was, in danger of being reduced to mere bones by them. "Beaky, it must be you." Wei Lai ground his teeth in frustration. "I advise you to behave, or I want to be able to stop these mad dogs from silencing your foul mouth." "Silence." Wei Lai forcefully cast a silence spell. He then tightened his straps, boots, and belt, preparing to flee with all his might. Almost the instant he began to run, the savage wild dogs behind him commenced their barking chase. Their four-legged speed far surpassed that of Wei Lai, who was encumbered by the weight of a coffin on his back. "Damn it! What kind of joyous messenger are you? You must be a 200-pound behemoth." Wei Lai gritted his teeth, sprinting as if burdened by a pig. The joyful messenger's wrath, stifled by the silent spell, went unheard. "I cannot continue like this. Running in a straight line will surely lead to my capture," Wei Lai thought, hearing the barking grow ever closer behind him. Up the wall, he resolved to navigate through the crumbling remnants of the town, using the debris of buildings to evade the pursuing wild dogs. Wei Lai changed direction and sprinted towards a somewhat intact low-rise building. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop, traversing a sprawling tree, and leaped to the opposite side of the street, just when he thought he had momentarily evaded the pursuit of the wild dogs. He was unexpectedly met with a decaying wall that crumbled upon impact, allowing the pack of frenzied canines to catch up once more. Wei Lai had no choice but to ascend a dilapidated building once more, executing a remarkable triple jump. However, the vast pack of dogs had already entered hunting mode. No matter where he ran, he would invariably encounter one or two lurking nearby, perhaps owing to his experience selling lunchboxes in Umbria, where he was relentlessly pursued by inspectors through the streets. Wei Lai had honed his urban parkour skills. The uneven ruins and crumbling walls posed no hindrance to his swift movements. He traversed the terrain with the grace of running on level ground, skillfully evading the wild dogs in pursuit. Naturally, there were moments when he encountered a pack blocking his path, leaving him with no option but to bravely swing his entrenching tool in defense. While he lacked the strength to dispatch a dog with a single blow, he only needed to incapacitate one leg to evade their relentless chase. However, as he darted through the town to elude the wild dogs, the encroaching night began to blur his sense of direction. Observing the leisurely crows, indifferent to his plight, he felt utterly helpless. "Then assist me in expanding my vision." Left eye, ominous eye, activate. Oh, how dizzying. For the first time, Wei Lai employed dual perspectives. One eye gazed from a bird's eye view while the other maintained a normal sight, nearly causing the CPU to overheat. Fortunately, under intense pressure, he managed to stabilize himself. Maintaining balance, and with the aid of the aerial map, he discerned the distribution of wild dogs, allowing him to evade them effectively. Utilizing his dual vision, coupled with his exceptional skills in navigating the ruins, he evaded the pack for several hours, finally nearing his escape from the town. However, just as Wei Lai leaped from the ruins of a building, preparing to dash into the thicket, a ferocious wild dog, hidden in the debris, lunged at him mid-air, its gaping maw clamping onto the coffin behind him. With a terrifying crunch, the dog's powerful bite created a massive gash in the coffin, splintering the wood. "Damn it!" Wei Lai, suspended in the air, struggled to move but found himself immobilized. In desperation, he drew a kitchen knife to sever the bindings on the shelf, freeing himself from the coffin. Turning back, he beheld an exceptionally robust wild dog, its jaws clamped around the coffin, sharp teeth nearly severing it in two. "You are a wicked dog." As he was on the brink of escape, this unexpected turn of events filled Wei Lai with rage. With his center of gravity lowered and the kitchen knife glinting, he thought, "What cannot be consumed is refuse. What can be his sustenance?" The spirit of the blade rejoiced. The frenzied wild dog shook its head, slamming the coffin down with a powerful paw, crushing it beneath its weight. The force was devastating. The lower half of the coffin shattered completely, and the silver chains binding it snapped one by one. Wei Lai executed a swift slide. The glimmer of the kitchen knife shimmering like scattered stars, bursting forth upon the claws of the frenzied beast, erupting into torrents of crimson. A roar echoed as the mad dog lunged forward, only to find itself grasping at empty air. Wei Lai glanced back at the shattered coffin. Damn it. It had cracked to such an extent. The morning crows cawed incessantly, warning of a horde of dogs approaching. There was no time to ponder. Wei Lai deftly slashed through the mad dog's hind leg tendon with a swift backhand stroke. With a roll, he evaded its vicious bite and, with remarkable strength, seized the hair of the harbinger of joy, dragging the lifeless body from the coffin and sprinting away without a backward glance. Having escaped the relentless pursuit of the pack, he finally discovered a solitary relic of a bygone era, a signal station perched atop a mountain. He pried open the door and stepped inside to rest. Wei Lai gazed silently at the mummified corpse of the joyful messenger behind him for a long time. From the moment of departure, a series of unforeseen events had gradually unveiled the seal, paper talismans, sacred silver chains. Now, even the coffin lid had vanished. All that remained was a body ensnared in bandages inscribed with holy runes. It seemed that these bandages, etched with sacred spells, constituted the final line of defense. Brother, our distance has diminished yet again. Come now, we are quite familiar with one another. Do you not wish to behold my visage? I am utterly powerless, at your mercy. Do not provoke me, lest I unleash my disdain upon you. Wei Lai gasped heavily, sipping the sweet syrup repeatedly after running through the night. His stamina had reached its limit. Dear brother, do not be fierce. Allow your sister some respite from her injuries. The discarded bandaged corpse began to emanate an alluring magical power, attempting to corrupt Wei Lai's spirit in the process. Ling, call her. Wei Lai shook the incense ball. A cloud composed of corpse-restraining incense. Instantly, it surged towards the body, forcefully dispersing the lustful magical influence. You shall not have him. He is mine. This time, with the absence of the coffin's enclosure, the suppression was not as pronounced. The intertwining mist of purple and white clashed for an extended duration before finally settling into silence. Wei Lai paid no heed to the quarrel between the two women, leaning against the corner with her eyes closed, determined to replenish her strength and energy in preparation for the arduous journey ahead. On the sixth day, as dawn broke, Xiang Hunling, who had vigilantly guarded Wei Lai throughout the night, finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Ling, rest well. I shall not be swayed by these troublesome women on the path ahead. Wei Lai secured the incense ball close to her. Gazing at the body tightly bound in bandages on the ground, the outline revealed that it was indeed a woman of graceful stature, her slender calves, ensnared by the bindings, bore an unexpected allure. Slap. Wei Lai chastised herself awake. What the hell am I doing, admiring legs at a time like this? What is there to admire about a corpse? She crouched down to examine the body. The binding was made of ordinary linen, inscribed with an enigmatic red pigment that bore sacred incantations. However, the bindings were not secure, after dragging along the ground while evading a pack of dogs yesterday. They had loosened somewhat. This won't do. I cannot leave it on the ground, or else the shattered stones will tear the bindings apart. She resolved to tie it directly to her back instead. Oh, it's surprisingly soft, not at all like a corpse. What am I even thinking? Wei Lai self-hypnotized, carrying the burden as she embarked on the final leg of her journey. This time, devoid of Xiang Hunling's assistance, Wei Lai had to confront the temptations posed by the harbinger of joy. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze had swept in overnight, the once desolate expanse transformed under the gentle caress of the wind, revealing a vast sea of romantic blossoms akin to rolling waves, accompanied by petals brushing against her ears. A melodious laughter rang like silver bells nearby. Wei Lai, a man burdened by fate, in the blink of an eye, transformed under the gentle caress of the spring breeze into a pure-hearted youth, strolling through a sea of blossoms with his first love. Wei long dearly to be with you forever. Let us marry. Sweet whispers of affection resonated softly in his ears. How much is the betrothal gift? Will there be gifts during festivals? Do you expect a red envelope for your birthday? Are the parents to be supported? Is there a younger brother to care for? After marriage, who will wash the dishes and handle household chores? Whose surname will the child bear? Is a paternity test permissible? If infidelity occurs, what would the sentence be? Wei Lai's fervent desires gradually succumbed to a rising tide of irritation. How vexing. The all-seeing eye, awaken. Wei Lai's eyes sparkled with golden irises, and in an instant, all the illusions before him shattered, revealing the desolate reality beneath. Alas, dear brother, You truly lack a sense of humor. Wei Lai felt a warm, magical aura enveloping her, occasionally whispering in her ear. Perhaps it is best to refrain, she mused, considering that the effect of the silence charm lasted merely for a brief period. And today's journey had only just begun. Rather than squander her sacred energy, it would be wiser to conserve it. Let it chatter on. A formidable force of lustful magic coalesced into a translucent, delicate figure, gracefully leaping before Wei Lai, frolicking like a youthful maiden. You claim your faith is unwavering. Then gaze upon me with earnest eyes. I find it hard to believe you are truly devoid of desire. The ethereal songbird cupped Wei Lai's cheeks with its hands, locking eyes with her at an intimate distance. My faith may not be steadfast. I am indeed quite lustful. Yet, it is my fear of you that prevents me from looking your way. How unfortunate that you lack the ability to wield control over fear. Otherwise, I would have already surrendered. Wei Lai candidly admitted, with an air of indifference, that he had crossed over the faces before him, gazing towards the visible volcano ahead. Oh, why not simply pledge yourself to the Lord of the Abyss? Gu was taken aback, never expecting that this person, who had resisted her temptations all along and wished to cast himself into the volcano, would claim to have no faith. I never said I wouldn't pledge. But it must be at the right moment. Wouldn't you agree? The great demon of destruction knocked me down and asked if I would pledge. Of course I would. If your Lord of Pleasure were to offer me a grand palace, accompanied by 300 succubi and another 300 saintly maidens, providing for my every need without assigning me any tasks, I would certainly pledge. Yet you expect me to pledge on mere empty promises. That is quite the challenge. Dear sister, Wei Lai shrugged his shoulders. The thought of 300 succubi and 300 saintly maidens was audacious. And even the messenger of pleasure couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes. Desire is the ladder of human advancement. Without it, what distinguishes us from a salted fish? Wei Lai remarked casually. Please, can you spare me? I truly do not wish to die. Ji's tearful expression, filled with resentment, helplessness, and pity, could soften even the hardest of hearts. 10,000 silver coins, and I will release you, Wei Lai pondered. At the mention of 10,000 silver coins, Ji's body trembled. I, the esteemed messenger of pleasure, have corrupted countless devoted clergy and squandered untold treasures. I have exerted every effort to tempt you. And you say 10,000 silver coins can buy my life? Are they pure silver coins, not base silver? I possess holy silver coins. Who do you think you are insulting? Ji's heart shattered, her voice rising to an almost tearful roar. Then show me. How about 100,000? I will give you 100,000. I will certainly provide it, even if I must sing for my supper. No, this is a small venture. I do not extend credit. Wei Lai resolutely shook his head. Oh, that was a roar of gradual despair, a furious shout, surrendering all illusions. The sky darkened. As the saying goes, one cannot outrun a mountain. Wei Lai gazed into the distance, already able to discern the outline of the volcano, yet a considerable distance remained. During this final stretch, the messenger of pleasure, Gu, had seen through Wei Lai's essence, a man with a lustful heart yet lacking the courage to act upon it. His fear of corruption far outweighed his yearning for desire. He would never succumb to himself. Then let the archer Yu Ji take aim. Amidst the howling of the messenger of pleasure, the heavens and earth shifted ominously, dark clouds gathered overhead, and the twilight thickened ominously. Soon, cold raindrops began to fall from the sky. The rain splashed against Wei Lai's cheeks, stirring an inexplicable sense of alertness within him. Oh no, why is it suddenly raining? Wei Lai hastily reached out to search for the rain cloth, only to find nothing. Alas, at that moment, the rain cloth, which had enveloped the coffin, was also torn apart by the mad dog, leaving it behind in the ruins of the town. Would this rain, perchance, drench the sacred bandages and render the seal ineffective? Wei Lai swiftly turned to examine the corpse behind him. As anticipated, the sacred symbols on the bandages had become somewhat obscured after being drenched by the rain. Should the downpour intensify, the final seal would undoubtedly vanish. Gazing upward, the dense clouds heralded an impending tempest. An opportunity had been granted to you, foul man. Yet you failed to cherish it. Prepare to embrace your demise. A voice filled with animosity echoed behind Wei Lai, and as the winds howled, the loosely bound bandages danced wildly in the gale. You shall perish. You shall perish. The ominous raven, akin to a rebellious harbinger of doom, cawed excitedly. Damn it. Is there not a single refuge from the rain? Wei Lai surveyed the desolate landscape ahead, strewn with volcanic rubble, devoid of even a sizable stone. Even the trees were mere slender, withered trunks, offering no shelter from the deluge. There was no alternative. He would have to dig right where he stood. Wei Lai swiftly drew out a shovel, transforming into a human-shaped excavator, and began to fervently dig a pit on the spot, determined to create a refuge from the impending downpour. I have already sensed the liberation of power. It would be wise for you to comply and avoid unnecessary suffering. The holy markings, soaked by the rain, began to dissolve, and the loosely hanging bandages fell away, revealing the head of the harbinger of joy, a girl with skin of an icy blue hue, adorned with a terrifying smile. She extended her long tongue and licked Wei Lai's earlobe. A chill instantly coursed from the nape of Wei Lai's neck throughout his entire body. This icy sensation was no longer the mere magic of transformation, it was the palpable touch of flesh. This signified that the harbinger of joy had awakened. "Darling, you belong to me now." Her voice gradually morphed into a perverse excitement. At that moment, Wei Lai abruptly ceased his frenzied excavation with the engineering shovel. Suddenly sensing a violent tremor beneath his feet, he lifted his gaze, only to witness the expansive field of volcanic rocks subtly quaking. What could this mean? A volcanic eruption? Yet, in the next moment, the true instigator of the minor earthquake made its appearance. With a thunderous roar, a colossal lava sandworm, adorned with serrated rings, erupted from the gravel, akin to an ancient behemoth, unleashing a storm of stones. The ominous engineering shovel. Digging carries a certain probability of awakening slumbering creatures from the depths. What a coincidence! Beneath this volcano resides such a gargantuan lava sandworm, its diameter exceeding that of a heavy truck, with a visible portion extending 30 meters above the surface. The length of its subterranean body remaining a mystery. Roar. The sandworm's growl resonated, accompanied by the cascade of debris. Fortunately, Wei Lai was shielded by a protective cushion on his back, allowing him to bend down and evade the deluge of stones. Just as he was grappling with the harbinger of joy, another sandworm emerged. "Fool, flee. What are you dawdling for?" The cries of the harbinger echoed in Wei Lai's ears. In truth, she too had committed a grave error. The sandworm, having long dwelled underground, had completely lost its visual capabilities. If one remained motionless, it might struggle to locate its prey. However, once in motion, the sandworm could deftly detect the vibrations above, accurately pinpointing its quarry. Wei Lai was not an expert on insects and was therefore unaware of the characteristics of the sandworm. He was merely astounded that such a terrifying creature truly existed in the world. After a thunderous roar from the Herald of Joy, Wei Lai finally regained his composure and fled from the lava sandworm. The tremors caused by his frantic escape resonated through the ground, alerting the sandworm's sensory system, which allowed it to swiftly pinpoint the location of its prey. It opened its fearsome serrated jaws and lunged forward with ferocity. "Quick, take cover." The Herald of Joy screamed once more. Wei Lai sensed the looming shadow of the sky and leaped to the right, narrowly evading the gaping maw of the lava sandworm. Landing on a patch of open ground, the sandworm snapped its jaws ferociously, shattering the sturdy rocks into fragments with a resounding crack, sending debris cascading. What distinguishes this from a stone crusher? Wei Lai thought, acutely aware that should this creature seize him, he would be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Continue running? Nonsense. Its speed far outstripped his own. Blinded. Yet, as Wei Lai gazed up at the creature's mandibles, he found no semblance of eyes. Only rigid bristles stood starkly against its wrinkled skin. "Are you waiting to die? Run now. Don't hold me back." The voice of the harbinger of joy echoed once more. Silence. It appears that this beast does not rely on sight to hunt. Overwhelmed by terror, Wei Lai's thoughts raced like a speeding train. Though he had not studied the habits of sandworms, he had watched a few episodes of the animal world and understood that animals typically employ a few modes to track prey: sound localization, thermal sensing, olfactory cues, dynamic capture, or vibration detection. Given that this sandworm dwelled underground and lacked eyes, it was highly probable that it sensed its prey through vibrations. As long as he remained motionless, it might not detect his presence. Sure enough, even at a mere 2 meters from the creature, it did not attack. Instead, it expanded the bristles on its skin, attuning to the surrounding movements. Sure, Wei Lai carefully picked up a rock the size of a basketball and hurled it into the distance. The moment the rock struck the ground, the resulting shockwave indeed captured the attention of the lava sandworm, which lunged forward, snapping at the ground and consuming another mouthful of stones, unleashing a furious roar that sent a storm of debris flying. It was confirmed. It relied on vibrations to ascertain the location of its prey. Wei Lai commended his own cleverness. However, when he turned around, he nearly stumbled in fright. For a face of eerie azure hue loomed over his shoulder, adorned with a sinister grin. "You truly are clever. For heaven's sake, you almost scared me to death." Wei Lai nearly lost his balance. The immediate priority was to distance himself from this terrifying sandworm. Wei Lai landed on all fours, resembling a creature of the wild, stealthily crawling upon the ground while striving to minimize any sound of movement. However, after traversing merely a few dozen meters, the molten sandworm lowered its head and voraciously devoured a large mouthful of stones. Subsequently, its skin transformed into a furnace of searing heat, radiating a flickering orange-red glow. With a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, an eruption of molten magma surged skyward, only to descend like a meteor shower, nearly enveloping the surrounding area within 100 meters. To be scorched by such a force would surely sear through flesh, reaching the bone beneath. Damn it! Wei Lai recognized the creature's intent, to compel him into a frantic escape. He resolutely vowed not to fall into its trap. I shall endure. Wei Lai resolutely lifted Jalia's lifeless form, shielding it above his head. You shall pay for this. Though Jalia had dispelled most of her seals, she remained immobile, helplessly witnessing the crimson rain of lava cascading upon her, hissing and emitting dark smoke. Wei Lai was seared on the outer side of his thigh by a molten rock, the pain causing his eyes to twitch, yet he dared not move an inch. After enduring the relentless onslaught of meteor showers, he finally resumed his position on the ground. Inching forward with great caution, the lava sandworm seemed perplexed, pondering whether it could consume both of us. Was it truly enough to satiate its hunger? Having failed to detect its prey in the first wave, it resorted to gnawing on fragments of stone, preparing for a second barrage of molten rain. It sensed the presence of malevolent forces lurking nearby. Wei Lai spotted a relatively large stone ahead and quickly scrambled over to take temporary refuge. Damn it! What kind of abomination is this creature? Relentlessly pursuing me without any semblance of mercy? He gritted his teeth, cleansing his scalded thigh with holy water. This entity was not a creation of any malevolent deity. It belonged to the neutral faction, serving as a natural guardian of this planet, intent on eliminating all that deviated from nature. Its teeth could even shatter souls. The Harbinger of Joy was equally terrified, knowing that being consumed by this insect would leave its soul and flesh in tatters. In such a case, even the malevolent deity of joy would refuse to accept a fractured soul. Not a creature of malevolence? A guardian of nature? Why is it biting me as well? Leaning against the stone, Wei Lai clenched his jaw and tore 2 strips of bandage from the Harbinger of Joy, wrapping them around his injured thigh. Humanity, too, was a principal culprit in the destruction of nature, making it a target for the Guardian's wrath, while the Harbinger of Joy appeared less like an adversary. Damn it! I've never been on a yacht, nor have I tasted bear paws. Is this retribution coming for me? Is this vendetta shared? Wei Lai cursed vehemently. If I could resurrect with partial power, we would surely float away. The Harbinger of Joy, Gloria, gazed at Wei Lai with affection, playfully licking his earlobe. What are you looking at? Just resurrect. Wei Lai shot back. I only lack one final condition for my resurrection. The Harbinger's voice suddenly took on a sultry tone. What condition? It is, of course, the love we share, dear brother. The more joy we create together, the more my power is restored. The Harbinger of Joy's voice dripped with innuendo. What the hell? Yes. Will, come over here. Will, go over there. Wei Lai and the Messenger of Joy embraced, the fleeting joy rekindling a spark of magic that caused them to levitate. Below, the molten lava sandworm continued to spew forth scalding lava. However, their opinions diverged. Wei Lai wished to ascend to the summit of the volcano to fulfill the cremation task, while Golia was undoubtedly eager to flee from this volcanic realm. In their impasse, they slowly began to descend towards the ground, directly into the gaping maw of the lava sandworm, which roared in search of sustenance. Quick, more joy, please, Wei Lai exclaimed, frustration mounting. At a time like this, how can I feel joyous? Fool, can't you even use tools? As they neared the terrifying, jagged abyss below, Wei Lai ignited a holy candle and pressed it fiercely against Golia's body. Ah, what in heaven's name? In an instant, the joy-infused magic erupted, propelling them into the air, safely out of the lava sandworm's reach. Yet, once they escaped their shared peril, their temporary alliance swiftly transformed into animosity. Golia, having regained a semblance of magical power, began to whirl her flowing black hair, her visage contorting into a frenzied expression, sinister patterns emerging upon her face. Locking her gaze onto Wei Lai's eyes. Filthy man, look into my eyes. I see your mother, Wei Lai retorted, producing a vial of holy water and splashing it onto Golia's face, which hissed and produced white smoke as it marred her features. My face, you wretched soul. Golia shrieked in agony, her slender fingers grasping Wei Lai's throat as they plummeted towards the ground. Let the dead remain dead. Do not think to rise again. Wei Lai struggled to reposition himself, forcing Golia beneath him once more. Boom. They crashed heavily onto the volcanic gravel, the sound of Golia's spine shattering against the stones echoed. And Wei Lai, in a painful landing, dislocated all his fingers as he braced himself against the ground. He had to resort to biting his fingers to realign them one by one. Thank the Lord for providence. Their fall was fortuitously near the volcano's mouth. Less than 500 meters away, the air thick with the pungent scent of sulfur. Must you truly seek my demise? Golia lay helplessly, gazing up at the gray sky. Death is not the end. I shall beseech God for forgiveness, to cleanse your sins and restore the purity of your soul. Wei Lai hoisted Golia's body roughly and began to walk towards the volcano's mouth, step by step. Golia had once again succumbed to immobility, her voice tenderly singing. Instantly, an eerie magic enveloped Wei Lai's mind. Visions of grandeur and indulgence flashed before his eyes. An intoxicating feast, lavish parties, and spirited girl groups dancing with youthfulness. If only Wei Lai could relinquish his burdens, he could immerse himself in this illusory world. Silence. Wei Lai struggled to extract a single word from the realm of bliss. And in that fleeting moment, the illusion shattered, returning everything to tranquility, leaving only the powerless messenger of joy, limbs drooping. With heavy steps, Wei Lai ascended towards the volcano's mouth, bearing the weight of a lifeless body, gazing down at the crimson magma churning below, as thick plumes of black smoke billowed upward. Wei Lai positioned the lifeless body of Golia, kneeling reverently at the edge of the volcanic crater, gazing up at the heavens. In her final moments, I wish to believe she has profoundly pondered her transgressions and sought a path towards repentance. God is merciful. He is willing to embrace every soul that seeks forgiveness and grant them an opportunity for redemption. I pray that he may absolve her earthly sins and welcome her spirit into paradise, guiding her away from evil and towards the light of salvation. No, never. Golia's voice, filled with despair, erupted. My soul, my body, shall forever serve the god of lust, the lord of pleasure. Damn it, I assist you in your penance. And yet you undermine me? Wei Lai shouted angrily, kicking Golia into the volcanic abyss. As she plummeted, her smile morphed into a frenzied grin, her long hair wildly unfurling. Ensnaring Wei Lai's calf, threatening to drag him down with her. Let us perish together. Let our souls intertwine in servitude to the Lord of pleasure. Wretched harlot. Even in death, you seek to drag me down. Wei Lai firmly embedded his spade into the crevice of the rock to stabilize himself. Raising the fiery cross, he swung down a sacred flame, severing her hair completely. The Lord of pleasure shall surely guide me to his perfect palace, where I shall await your arrival. As she neared the molten depths, Golia's smile grew increasingly radiant. Suddenly, a lava sandworm erupted from the magma, voraciously consuming Golia's body. Its serrated teeth tearing her asunder before vanishing back into the molten flow. Oh, splendid! Let the creature devour you. Neither God nor the dark deity shall claim you now. Wei Lai clapped his hands in delight. Bishop Russell had warned that the essence within the emissary of pleasure was imbued with tremendous dark power, which could trigger a cataclysmic energy explosion upon conflict with material forces. Thus, the bishop had no choice but to assign the task of disposing of the body in the volcano. Wei Lai was acutely aware of the impending crisis surrounding the energy surge, yet she remained oblivious to its true magnitude. The deafening roar of the explosion reverberated through the air as the entire volcano quaked violently, spewing molten rock and flames that soared hundreds of meters into the sky, only to come crashing down like meteorites. Even the gluttonous lava sandworm found itself with half of its mouth blown apart. Weilina, in a frantic rush, barely managed to tumble down the volcanic crater. By some stroke of luck, she evaded the molten lava eruption, although she found herself in a disheveled state. At least she escaped unscathed from burns. You have destroyed the body of the Herald of Joy, Goliath, earning a commendable 100 merit points. At long last, the task has been accomplished. Wei Lai let out a long sigh of relief, uncertain whether Bishop Russell would bestow upon him any form of reward. Just as he intended to depart from this place, he suddenly sensed a stirring of the sword spirit. Wei Lai unsheathed the kitchen knife and observed its gleam, which seemed to beckon him toward a certain direction. As he approached, he was met with a substantial mass of steaming, dark red flesh, accompanied by an intact sandworm tooth. Goodness, has the sandworm been utterly vanquished? What does the blade's spirit signify? Does it perceive this as a delectable morsel? Very well then. Wei Lai meticulously gathered the flesh and blood of the sandworm, placing it into a silver vial to prevent decay, ensuring not to overlook a single tooth, for it could fetch a modest sum. Grateful for the gift from Golia, he whispered a prayer for her eternal rest, tracing a cross over his heart. Yet, Scarcely had he uttered her name when a small cluster of luminous particles began to drift towards him. Could this be a fragment of Galia's soul? Was it time once more to employ a soul-collecting artifact, akin to the fragrant soul bell? Wei Lai searched everywhere for something to accommodate this soul. However, everything he possessed was either a sacred item or something that this soul found unworthy. In the end, Golia's lingering spirit chose to inhabit a worthless object, a pair of worn-out earphones, an electronic device? What purpose does it serve to inhabit such a trinket? Wei Lai scratched his head in contemplation. Your merit points have reached 100. Will you activate the Angel's Blessing immediately, or opt for a wager? Activate. Angel's Blessing 1. 1, 2, 3. You receive a first-tier consumable, a second-tier item, and a third-tier equipment. Lacking allure, I shall pass. Angel's Blessing 2. 1 enhancement point to strengthen any limb, equipment, or item. This is a rather standard yet beneficial offering. The last enhancement fortified my right arm, rendering it exceptionally powerful. Angel's Blessing 3. 10 gold coins. Such a straightforward and enticing proposition stirred Wei Lai's heart, especially since he had yet to lay hands on gold coins. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the enhancement point. Had there been 2 enhancement points, he would have fortified both legs. Yet, with only one, it would be unwise to have mismatched limbs. Thus, he opted to enhance his waist. After all, the waist is a man's most treasured asset, bearing the burden of several hundred pounds. One must not risk injuring it. You have consumed the flesh of the neutral entity, Nature Guardian Magma Sandworm, gaining 2 points of constitution and a 10-point increase in fire resistance. On the second day after departing from the volcano, Wei Lai finally had the opportunity to savor the lava sandworm's flesh, transforming it into a delectable maple syrup-infused barbecue. Frustration consumed him. Had he known that consuming meat would grant him additional attributes, he would have risked his life to search for any remnants of meat within the volcano. The mere consumption of that worm's flesh ignited a fervor within Wei Lai, compelling him to plunge into the river and swim 2 laps to quell the flames of his inner turmoil. 3 days later, Wei Lai retraced his steps back to the city of Umbria, making his way to the cathedral of the cargo headquarters to meet with Bishop Russell. Initially, he harbored concerns about how to prove that he had indeed disposed of the corpse of the messenger of joy into the volcano. To his surprise, Bishop Russell greeted him with a warm smile and spoke first. I had my reservations about you, considering the perilous nature of this task. It was only a few days ago, upon sensing unusual activity from the volcano, that I realized I had not misjudged you, young man. You have accomplished the task I entrusted to you. Wei Lai restrained his eagerness for the promised reward and bowed deeply. Indeed, Your Excellency, this journey was fraught with peril, he declared, producing 3 cargo attendant medals and informing Bishop Russell of the bandits that had accosted him, resulting in the tragic demise of 3 cargo attendants. He then proceeded to mention the dire food shortage crisis that had beset Maple Sugar Village. Bishop Russell closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. May the Lord grant their souls eternal rest. I shall expedite the arrangement of a new supply shipment. Wei Lai elaborated on the crises he faced, embellishing his narrative to elevate the minor messenger, Golia, to the stature of a great demon, while he himself remained steadfast in his convictions. Bishop Russell, despite his busy schedule, deliberately postponed other engagements to patiently listen to Wei Lai's experiences, growing increasingly fond of the young man. It had been quite some time since an exceptional youth had emerged from the numerous monasteries under his purview. I have a question, Wei Lai inquired. What exactly is the lava sandworm? Why does it attack the envoy of joy? He presented a broken fong of the lava sandworm as he voiced his curiosity. Bishop Russell accepted the shard from his assistant, gently caressing it before nodding in response. The lava sandworm is also a child of God, a guardian of nature. They possess the innate ability to hunt down wicked deities, yet they often inadvertently harm the Lord's faithful. Your survival is indeed fortunate. Well, that certainly paints a flattering picture of God, doesn't it? Everything seems to originate from your family, Wei Lai thought, leaning more towards Golia's assertion that the lava sandworm was a neutral entity, a guardian born from the will of the earth for its own protection. This fong is remarkably intact. I can arrange for the church's smith to forge it into a weapon. If all goes well, it may inherit the lava sandworm's attributes, granting the power to vanquish the creations of evil gods. Bishop Russell, known for his vast knowledge, continued, the concept of vanquishing may be unfamiliar to you. To put it in perspective, consider the undead demons of the plague god. They lack the vital weaknesses of normal humans. Even when decapitated, they can still move. Even when shattered, they can reassemble. However, an attack from a natural guardian can employ special abilities to utterly eradicate their sins. Bishop Russell pondered for a moment before providing this example. That sounds splendid, Wei Lai exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, there is one matter that may pose a challenge for you, Bishop Russell said, his brow slightly furrowed. Please, command me. I am ever on the path of servitude to the Lord, Wei Lai replied, though he felt a twinge of unease. Surely, he wouldn't be asking for my lava sandworm fong, would he? I sacrificed my life for this. Logically, I had committed to writing you a letter of recommendation to the Vatican, and you've completed your task flawlessly. However, as you have seen, Umbria is in dire need of skilled couriers. If you are willing, could you take on a task for Umbria for a while? It was surprising that a bishop of such stature would speak to Wei Lai in a tone of negotiation. Is that so? I would be glad to alleviate the bishop's burdens, Wei Lai replied, bowing with his hand over his heart. He had a fondness for the courier profession, as it often allowed him to explore the ruins of cities and unearth relics from a bygone era, yielding considerable rewards. Nevertheless, as you have performed exceptionally well this time, I must reward you. Do you have any specific needs? I will do my utmost to fulfill them, Bishop Russell said with a smile, looking at Wei Lai. Confident that as long as the request was reasonable, it would likely be granted. Wei Lai found himself in a predicament. If he asked for too much, he feared it might adversely affect the bishop's assessment of him. Yet, if he requested too little, he would feel he had suffered a significant loss. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient biblical fragments he had contemplated during his time at the martyr nuns' convent. Your Excellency, Bishop, I once had the privilege of meditating on a fragment of scripture at the Arezzo convent, and it imparted profound insights, as though I were directly receiving the Lord's teachings. Might there be similar biblical fragments here? Wei Lai inquired with a hint of anticipation. This request was indeed difficult to refuse. The cathedral housed 2 fragments of scripture, but they were never lent out to the public. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bishop Russell unveiled a slightly humorous smile, saying, however, I cannot dampen the spirit of a devout pilgrim. I believe I can make an exception and allow you to meditate on them for a night. Thank you, Bishop Russell, Wei Lai exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, hardly able to articulate further gratitude. 2 pages. This cathedral possessed 2 complete pages of biblical fragments. Go ahead. These pages contain the chapters of the Gospel. If you glean sufficient understanding from the miraculous tales, it will be a wonderful achievement, Bishop Russell remarked with a mysterious smile, offering a subtle hint. Subsequently, the bishop's personal attendant, bearing the bishop's keys, escorted Wei Lai to the chamber where the biblical fragments were stored. After a complex unlocking process, a stone room on the 2nd floor of the cathedral, adorned with protective seals, was revealed. The preservation conditions far surpassed those of the Arezzo convent, and the 2 original fragments floated above a stone pedestal, emitting a faint golden glow. The bishop's attendant turned an hourglass upside down, speaking politely without any hint of arrogance. My Lord Wei, you may study here for 8 hours, but please refrain from touching the base of the pages to avoid triggering the protective alarms. Thank you. Wei Lai bowed in gratitude. As the heavy door of the chamber closed, Wei Lai settled cross-legged before the biblical fragments, lighting an incense designed to enhance mental clarity and inspiration, donning the scholar's emblem, and activating his all-seeing eye. The 2 pages radiated a divine and gentle luminosity, gradually imprinting themselves upon Wei Lai's consciousness. Once more, the ancient Hebrew text proved to be intricate and enigmatic, filled with lengthy discourses that eluded comprehension. Fortunately, Bishop Russell had provided a small clue, the chapters of the Gospel. Perhaps it referred to one of the chapters from Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, which respectively encapsulate the life, teachings, miracles, death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Bishop Russell had further hinted at the miraculous tales, undoubtedly pointing towards the Gospel of Luke. With this thread of insight, Wei Lai's understanding of the biblical fragments became increasingly clear and fluid. The fragments from the martyr nuns' convent embodied the principle of dedication, imparting the essence of sacrificial devotion. In contrast, the 2 pages from the Umbrian cathedral conveyed a message of blessing. From the ancient pages of the Gospel of Luke, you have gleaned divine arts, blessing arts. Weapon blessing. By chanting a hymn of praise, bestow a luminous blessing upon a weapon, endowing it with sacred or other attributes you possess, thereby augmenting its power. Consuming 20 points of holy energy. Angelic blessing. By reciting a hymn of praise, amplify the target's physical attributes by 20. Providing a personal shield capable of absorbing 100 points of damage, consuming 20 points of holy energy. Dawn blessing. Through the chant of a hymn of praise, grant the target an additional 20 points of constitution and willpower, along with a resistance of 20 points against adverse conditions, consuming 20 points of holy energy. Honor blessing. by singing a hymn of praise, instill unwavering courage, rendering the recipient immune to all mental attacks for a brief duration. Following a series of successful strikes in combat, they achieve the state of honor baptism, receiving a 30-point enhancement to all attributes. With each activation consuming 30 points of holy energy, note, the specific amplifying effects of the blessing arts are influenced by the maximum capacity of holy energy infused. Indeed, the contents inscribed on these two sacred pages recount the tale of the Son of God, the triune Jesus, as he traversed the earth, bestowing blessings during his journeys. To comprehend the pages of Scripture is akin to being transported 2 millennia back in time, witnessing Jesus himself preaching and bestowing grace. The 4 blessing arts are the wisdom that Wei Lai has derived from this experience. Had time permitted, perhaps greater insights could have been attained. Alas, the hourglass ran out, and the bishop as attendant entered to awaken Wei Lai and escort him away. Fortunately, the knowledge from the sacred pages is indelibly etched in his memory, and further profound understanding awaits in the future. Initially, Wei Lai intended to express his gratitude to Bishop Russell and perhaps showcase his newfound enlightenment. But the attendant informed him that the bishop was preoccupied with other matters and invited Wei Lai to observe the foundry adjacent to the cathedral. Wei Lai was, of course, concerned about his spoils and subsequently made his way to the smelting hall. This place was originally an armory dating back to a bygone era, where antiquated furnaces continued to labor, spewing forth fierce flames, while a dozen craftsmen were diligently crafting various tools and items. The bishop's attendant introduced him to the most exceptional artisan present, a burly man with a mane of gray hair and clad in sunglasses, Master Smith Darm. "Is this the tooth of a sandworm that you brought back, young one?" Darm inquired, lowering his sunglasses to scrutinize Wei Lai. "Thanks to the Lord's protection. Or else it would not have been me bringing back the tooth, but rather the tooth that would have devoured me," Wei Lai replied with a modest smile. "Humph. Such nonsensical prattle. I have no patience for charlatans. I shall not be working for him. Take your things and leave." Master Smith Darm huffed, turning back to his work. The bishop's attendant cleared his throat awkwardly. His temper is indeed quite foul, but his craftsmanship is unparalleled. Engage with him properly. Take a couple of days to reflect and return to the bishop for your task. Negotiate myself? Very well, Wei Lai mused, scratching his nose. Once the attendant departed, Wei Lai attempted to converse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Master Smith Darm brusquely retorted, "Do not stand there obstructing my work. Can't you see I'm quite busy?" With that, he bellowed, "Blower. What is taking the blower so long? Feed the flames. I'll do it." Wei Lai quickly seized the opportunity, rushing to the blower, firmly planting his legs and gripping the lever, vigorously operating the bellows. With a sufficient influx of air, the furnace before Master Smith Darm erupted into a fervent blaze. Darm barely glanced at Wei Lai. His brow furrowed in concentration as he turned to attend to a piece of black iron in his furnace. "The temperature is still insufficient. Increase the airflow. Where's the coal? Are we saving it for dinner?" Under normal circumstances, this high furnace temperature would suffice to melt cast iron. However, this was a piece of tank steel from a bygone era. Its material was exceptionally unique and had been corroded by malevolent energy, rendering it far more resistant to ordinary flames. Wei Lai's arms were nearly soaring into the air, while the nearby foundry apprentice was vigorously wielding a shovel, incessantly adding high-quality coke. Yet the black material remained obstinately unyielding to the flames. "What on earth am I supposed to burn? Why won't this stuff melt?" Wei Lai's doubts deepened. The Eye of Omniscience activated. A golden flash revealed that the surface of the black material was shrouded in a malevolent magical energy, rendering ordinary fire utterly incapable of purifying it. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my strength. I haven't even had breakfast yet." With that thought, Wei Lai pulled an apprentice to his position, then approached the furnace, kneeling on one knee, hands crossed over his chest, and began to chant a sacred incantation. "To this body, I offer, sacred fire, ignite my soul, purify the world, banish evil. May the light of the divine guide my path. And the power of sacrifice consume the malign." Instantly, within the furnace, golden holy flames erupted, blazing fiercely and swiftly shattering the black exterior of the black iron, while the inner metal gradually transformed to a vibrant orange under the intense heat. The foundry master, Darm's eyes lit up. "Good lad. Ah. Just a bit of a useful little sorcerer." Wei Lai chuckled self-deprecatingly at his own recent assessment. "What kind of fire is this? Keep it burning." Uncle Darm was unreserved, waving his hand to signal the apprentice helpers, "Bring out all that black iron from the warehouse that one tea melt." "Damn it. Am I being treated like a gas canister?" Wei Lai's eyes twitched in irritation. Fortunately, there wasn't much of this black iron, and after merely half an hour, Wei Lai had completely burned away the black shell, melting the inner metal to a fiery red. Several foundry craftsmen each took their share to forge. Wei Lai refrained from seizing the opportunity to inquire with Uncle Darm about crafting a sandworm's tooth. Instead, he chose to rest while admiring the work of the group of blacksmiths. Most were engaged in the creation of swords, guns, and armor, while a few were busy fashioning other tools. As a logistics hub, the city of Umbria also bore the responsibility of distributing weaponry to surrounding regions. Besides custom orders, the majority consisted of standardized equipment. Although the quality was commendable, there was nothing particularly distinctive about them. Suddenly, an apprentice rushed over, exclaiming, "Master Darm, the power hammer has broken down again. Shouldn't we extinguish the furnace first before inspecting it?" The power hammer was an antiquated relic of a bygone era, capable of compressing impurities in iron and shaping its form, significantly reducing the need for manual labor. Otherwise, wielding a heavy hammer by hand would undoubtedly be exhausting. Damn it. What a piece of junk. Breaking down every few days? Inspect what? Who can repair such outdated machinery? Just give it a good kick by the furnace. Darm retorted with irritation. It's already been kicked, and it's useless. The apprentice replied helplessly. Every day, just eating and not making any progress. Let me handle it. With his size 49 foot, Uncle Darm approached the power hammer and delivered 2 forceful kicks. Useless contraption. Get moving, or I'll dismantle you and melt you down. However, this time the power hammer seemed to have completely succumbed to its failure, emitting a hiss of red steam as the heavy hammer fell, rendering it utterly incapacitated. Damn it. Darm fumed, raising his foot to deliver another kick. Wait. Wei Lai hurried over. When he had recently scanned the machine with his all-seeing eye, he had noticed a faint glimmer of a weapon spirit emanating from it. He was all too familiar with such a glow, with the recently acquired Song Soul. He possessed 3 weapon spirits. Could it be that this machine also harbored a weapon spirit? Oh, no. For such a large machine, it should be termed a machine spirit. Has this machine ever caused a fatality? Wei Lai suddenly inquired. How did you know? It happens frequently. There are always foolish apprentices who make the mistake of sticking their heads into the machinery, Uncle Darm frowned. Ah, indeed. A machine spirit requires soothing. Step aside. Wei Lai dismissed those around him and retrieved a fragrant ball, igniting a soul-soothing incense. He circled the various components of the forging hammer, offering them solace. Simultaneously, he instructed someone to bring a bucket of beef tallow, performing maintenance on key areas based on his rudimentary understanding of machinery from a past life. The first verse sang praises to your striking rods, wishing them eternal strength. The second verse extolled your boiler, desiring it to remain as ardent as molten lava. The third verse celebrated your pistons and pumps, hoping they would forever maintain a smooth seal. As the third verse concluded, the soul-soothing incense enveloped the machine. And in an astonishing moment, cracks on the piston pump gradually mended themselves, the bent striking rod straightened, and the boiler's crankshaft became increasingly fluid. This defies the laws of science. Yet, perhaps this world has little regard for such principles. Boom, boom. The forging hammer, driven by unprecedented power, thundered robustly. Each mighty strike sending sparks flying as the red-hot iron on the anvil compacted tightly. This spectacle left all the blacksmiths dumbfounded, utterly perplexed as to how Wei Lai had revived the ancient machine. He had merely advised to apply more tallow to critical parts and to add water to the boiler. Add water? Why would we add water? We have never added water before, one blacksmith questioned. A steam-powered engine without water? Even with internal circulation, water must be added. What else could drive the piston rods? Wei's eyelid twitched. This world is utterly insane. A steam engine, operating for decades without a single drop of water, still functions? What then has it been consuming all these years? In the casting hall, the forging hammer struck powerfully, the furnace flames soaring high, and everyone was engaged in fervent activity. After successfully resolving 2 major troubles, Uncle Damma finally agreed to assist Wei Lai in crafting a weapon from the tooth of the sandworm. Of course, if one desires the finest materials to unleash the utmost efficacy, additional costs for materials cannot be avoided. So, our friendship only covers the processing fee, does it? Wei Lai gritted his teeth and surrendered 500 pure silver coins to procure the finest materials available, to serve as accessories complementing the fangs of the sandworm. The crafting process would require no less than 3 days. He was instructed to return after this duration to collect his items. After departing from the forging hall, Wei Lai sought refuge in an inn, spending 10 pure silver coins to secure the most luxurious room. He indulged in a refreshing bath and savored some slightly soft white bread. Ah, It seems that Golia has reincarnated into a pair of sports headphones. I must devise a plan to explore the black market, in hopes of finding some batteries and a power bank, while also seeking opportunities to earn a bit of money to replenish my rather empty purse. Wei Lai contemplated this and entrusted a young attendant at the inn with a couple of pure silver coins as a fee for running an errand, asking him to procure some fresh ingredients he required. Subsequently, he surrendered to slumber, replenishing his energy for an evening stroll through the black market. Several hours later, as darkness enveloped the Umbrian streets, Wei Lai awoke, rejuvenated and ready to rise. Beneath the veil of night, the radiance of the cathedral's beacon illuminated vast stretches of the neighborhood, while the officials enforced a curfew, forbidding any unpermitted presence on the streets. Those who dared to appear would inevitably face rigorous scrutiny. Although Wei Lai had not undertaken many missions, he scoffed at the meddling individuals, much like the seasoned freight handlers. Cloaked and masked, he equipped himself with the prepared ingredients and plunged into the darkened streets, making his way towards the ruins where the black market thrived. Many inspectors had grown numb to the sight. Even when they caught a glimpse of these elusive figures, they could only shake their heads in resignation. After all, who could possibly keep pace with this fleet-footed crew? Upon arriving at the black market, he found a bustling crowd of vendors and wanderers. Wei Lai seized an available spot and set about his craft once more. Skewers of beef and lamb, expertly cubed, sizzled over the sacred flames, infused with aromatic spices that sent sparks flying and fragrances wafting through the air. There was little need for shouting. Throngs of eager patrons surrounded Wei Lai, clamoring to sample his delectable offerings. Each one indulged, their mouths glistening with grease, leaving them yearning for more. Alas, Wei Lai had a limited supply of spices and did not intend to deplete his stock in a single day. He still wished to explore the market further. In this brief interlude, Wei Lai earned 200 pure silver coins. Indeed, the profits from culinary delights were quite generous. Tomorrow, he mused, he would double his prices. After all, as the exclusive chef, those yearning for his fare would find no alternative. With his purse now somewhat fuller, Wei Lai set off again, searching for any available batteries. The relics of the bygone era within the black market were mostly shrouded in chaotic magical energy, allowing only a vague outline to be discerned. Leaving him to rely on his own conjectures, Wei Lai sought out several rectangular black mist clusters and found a secluded corner to initiate purification. The cigar lighter was rather troublesome, seemingly intent on molding me into a smoker. These couriers, too, were quite something. They stumble upon scraps in the outside world and treat them as family heirlooms for sale, often demanding dozens or even hundreds of silver coins. The cost of a knife is several dozen, akin to slicing flesh. In the end, I nearly depleted the earnings of the day, acquiring a heap of junk. And after much effort, I finally managed to procure a power bank. The power bank, an ancient relic of the past. A compact energy cell capable of absorbing the surrounding resentment and converting it into electrical energy to recharge itself, currently holding a charge of 60. To my astonishment, it is even a rechargeable battery. Resentment? What greater resentment exists than that of the laborer? If placed in a few sweatshops, it would surely be fully charged in no time. Today's task is accomplished. Wei Lai settled into a corner to recharge his sports headphones, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement. In this desolate world, hearing a song from the old era truly brings tears to one's eyes. After a crackling burst of static electricity, a soft cooing sound radiated outward like a shockwave. It was akin to a silent classroom suddenly bombarded by an 80-decibel loudspeaker, instantly turning Wei Lai's face crimson with embarrassment as he hurried to switch it off. Almost every individual wandering the black market perked up at the sound, searching eagerly for its source. Wei Lai hurriedly pretended to turn his head, fixating his gaze on a nearby middle-aged man who was munching on a cucumber. This unyielding stare drew the attention of others as well. Me? The cucumber-munching man appeared taken aback. Mischief level increased by 5. Soon after, Wei Lai scurried to a more secluded spot, donned his headphones, and softly called out the name of Golia. Clearly, as merely a remnant soul, she was unable to respond to Wei Lai's summons, only able to emit a simplistic emotional essence. The soul of Gu expressed displeasure. A sharp, piercing sound of electrical static assaulted Wei Lai's eardrums. Ouch, how petty she is. Even in death, she still holds a grudge. What to do? Perhaps a little coaxing would suffice. Wei Lai took out the soul incense ball, intending to soothe the song's soul. However, the fragrant soul was displeased. How dare you suggest that the main wife appease the concubine? What a thought. In this predicament, Wei Lai busily attempted to comfort the fragrant soul with tender affection, while simultaneously praising the song soul's melodious voice, likening it to the heavenly chorus. He flattered from one side to the other, busy as a little Tom. At last, the song soul gradually relaxed, her emotions softening as she began to sing gentle and amorous tunes. A hymn? Such serenades can wait. Could we perhaps sing something more conventional? Wei Lai awkwardly cleared his throat. As for Song Leah, when dispatched to sway various bishops and priests, she relied on her clear and resonant hymns. Her soft and sacred tones truly captivating. However, Wei Lai was not fond of such melodies. Was there nothing with a bit more vigor? Rock, madness, dynamism, passion. Naturally, Song Leah had never studied such genres, yet the vintage sports headphones contained a wealth of music from a bygone era, owned by a trendsetter and filled with energetic tunes. The pulsating rhythm stirred Wei Lai's spirit, igniting a fervor within him that sought release. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. The inspectors are coming. Oh no. Run. A freight worker near the stall nearly screamed as he was pinned to the ground by the stealthy inspectors, their clubs mercilessly striking him, eliciting cries of pain. Experienced stall owners, each equipped with a quick pack-up mechanism, clutched the ropes on their carpets and fled in haste. Wei Lai, immersed in the pulsating rhythm of music, sought an outlet for his boundless energy. As the inspectors approached for yet another sweep, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations, while other freight handlers fled in disarray. Wei Lai defiantly perched himself atop a wall, provocatively beckoning the inspectors with a flick of his fingers. He turned, exposing a glimpse of his midriff as he twisted, pouting and emitting a playful tut-tut-tut. Such audacity. The inspectors were instantly consumed with rage, never having encountered such insolence. They resolved to apprehend him and subject him to rigorous interrogation. With a command issued, nearly all the inspectors brandished their batons and fanned out to encircle Wei Lai. Though they lacked the stamina of these rugged laborers who toiled outdoors daily, their training in coordinated tactics for encirclement and pursuit was impeccable, despite the absence of any enhancements. With the vibrant music fueling his spirit, Wei Lai found himself gliding through the chase with an inexplicable ease. He felt as if he had transformed into one of those daring parkour athletes from a bygone era, leaping and bounding across the ruins, occasionally executing a backflip midair. Observing the inspectors lagging behind, he took to higher ground and, accompanied by the energetic beats, performed a segment of a classic Michael Jackson dance. Utterly audacious. Capture him. The inspectors gritted their teeth in frustration. A thrilling chase unfolded amidst the urban ruins. No matter how they attempted to encircle and trap him, Wei Lai skillfully evaded their grasp with his nimble movements. With headphones on, it was as if he had embarked on a personal showcase, transforming the debris into a dazzling stage, playfully toying with the inspector squad. As the night wore on, fatigue set in, leaving the pursuers breathless. In a moment of misfortune, a young inspector slipped while chasing Wei Lai, tumbling from a high ledge and narrowly grasping the edge of the building. The 10-meter drop, with jagged stones below, promised a perilous fall that could result in grievous injury or a lengthy recovery. Snap! Wei Lai reached out and grasped the wayward inspector, pulling him back to the floor. A bit of playful mischief is one thing, but endangering lives is quite another. 3 merit points. Thank you. The young inspector, who appeared pale and shaken. Wei Lai deftly flicked the inspector's baton aside, striking fiercely at the heart of the dragon's nest. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens. Song Soul, Sony in-ear sports earphone soul source. Herald of joy, Gallia. As the song soul begins to perform, one is enveloped in an immersive auditory experience, achieving an optimal state of body and emotion. When the song soul revels in joy and sings with fervor, you too will be swept into a state of exhilaration, with all attributes undergoing extraordinary enhancement. Conversely, when the song soul is displeased, it will emit a dissonant cry at the most inopportune moments. What constitutes an optimal state? For instance, you might rise on a Monday morning, well-fed and well-rested, possessing exceptional skills and knowledge, yet upon entering the workplace, you feel as despondent as a lost soul, leading to frequent mistakes and subpar performance. The song soul, however, is capable of adjusting your optimal state, allowing you to perfectly showcase your acquired skills. After a 2-day respite in the city, while perusing a culinary guide, Wei Lai unexpectedly discovered the presence of a Michelin-starred restaurant nearby, not far from Umbria. For the next task, this location could serve as a promising destination. This dismal city offers little in the way of leisure and lacking acquaintances. Wei Lai found his stay in the inn rather tedious. After crafting incense for 2 days, he decided to pay a visit to Bishop Russell. As the saying goes, a gift can pave the way for favorable dealings. Wei Lai specially prepared a small box of high-purity, high-quality sacred incense, meticulously packaged, to present to the affable Bishop Russell. Your Excellency, I am grateful for your guidance. This incense is a craft taught to me by my mentor, Father Cain. It is but a humble token of my appreciation. Wei Lai offered the incense he had crafted and entrusted it to the bishop's attendant. To his surprise, Bishop Russell opened the box, allowing the attendant to ignite it for a brief evaluation. He nodded in approval, exclaiming, "This is an exceptionally pure sacred incense." It seems Father Cain's research in this field has reached an impressive level. However, Wei Lai knew that this was not Father Cain's formula. He had only mastered the third tier of incense. The incense Wei Lai presented was a fourth-tier concoction, refined through the enhancement of the Pandora's box, derived from an intermediate formula. "My Lord Bishop, I am prepared and would appreciate your assignment of tasks, preferably towards the direction of Old Pi City," Wei Lai stated. "Oh, while receiving a mission is indeed a positive prospect, are you certain you do not require a moment of respite? The accumulation of mental corruption from the malevolent energies is not to be taken lightly," Bishop Russell advised. His stance had always been clear. The couriers, who often traversed the darkened paths, were frequently subjected to the mental taint of the dark gods. Upon returning from each mission, they would seek solace in the church, confessing their burdens to alleviate their spiritual contamination. A refreshed mind would significantly enhance the courier's operational efficiency. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I am in excellent condition," Wei Lai replied, though the attendant approached him with a more intricate mercury measurement helmet. "I apologize, but for your health," he said as he fitted Wei Lai with the device, applying several cool patches to his forehead and the back of his head. Moments later, the mercury gauge barely fluctuated. At 0.8, "Your mental state is remarkably healthy," the attendant remarked with a slight smile. A mental pollution level of 0.8 is considered quite low, suggesting that Wei Lai had recently endured an incursion by a dark deity, though it had been swiftly repelled, leaving only faint remnants. "Indeed, my faith is unwaveringly loyal." Wei Lai sighed in relief, fearing the revelation of his recent escapade with the spring song. "Well, if you're resolute. I indeed have numerous tasks that require the expertise of capable individuals." Bishop Russell perused the sheepskin documents. The standard cargo missions could be directly accepted in the headquarters hall. But the matters at hand were complex and significant. Given Wei Lai's indicated direction, his options for tasks had been notably narrowed. Investigate the truth and recover the goods. In recent times, no fewer than 5 couriers have vanished near Old Pi City. Aside from the task records, there is no further information available. We are short-staffed and lack the luxury to conduct investigations. The mission requires ascertain the truth and recover as many goods as possible. Side task: bring back the remains and badges of the couriers. It was evident that this mission bore considerable risk, as all 5 couriers had perished in that location. However, the task location coincided with the Michelin-starred restaurants listed in the culinary guide, yet Wei Lai accepted the assignment nonetheless, vowing to fulfill it. "May the Lord bless you, Emmanuel." Bishop Russell wished to bestow a blessing spell upon Wei Lai, aiding him in completing his task with greater ease. "No need. I appreciate your guidance, my Lord Bishop. I have already learned the blessing spell myself." With his hands clasped together, Wei Lai murmured the angelic hymn, and in an instant, a pair of radiant angelic wings manifested behind him, scattering countless shimmering motes of light. "Angel's blessing," chuckled he. "Then off you go." Bishop Russell seemed to glimpse the future of Umbria, a gentle smile gracing his visage. After departing from the cathedral, Wei Lai made his way to the forging hall to inquire about the completion of his sandworm tooth. Within the fiery forge, the atmosphere remained resoundingly industrious. When Wei Lai encountered Uncle Dam, he nonchalantly gestured towards the adjacent box, exhibiting an air of pride, as if it were merely a casual creation. "Here, it is completed." Upon opening the box, Wei Lai was taken aback by the sight of a short dagger, its ivory blade gently curved and adorned with exquisite silver filigree. The hilt, crafted from sacred silver, was embedded with a striking red gemstone. It appeared more as a work of art than a weapon, despite Uncle Darm's attempts to feign indifference. A glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. "You little rascal, this is made from teeth. Unlike swords and blades that can be sharpened when dull, this precious item, if cracked, cannot be mended. Do not foolishly challenge others with it." "Cannot challenge? How does that differ from a mere artifact?" Wei Lai wondered, lifting the weapon. "Oh, why not try channeling holy power into it?" Darm suggested, setting aside his work and crossing his arms as he looked on. Wei Lai attempted to infuse the hilt of the dagger with divine power. The golden sacred energy flowed through the engraved sacred patterns on the blade, converging at the tip, where it emitted a radiant glow, causing the entire dagger to shimmer with brilliance. "Did you see that? The blade retains the ability to vanquish the creations of the corrupt deity of annihilation. As long as it pierces the body of the vile creature, it can be utterly destroyed. Uncle Darm grinned with increasing pride. So, it must be used as a finishing move rather than a direct confrontation? Wei Lai gazed at the resplendent blade in his hand. Do as you wish, just do not bring shame upon the weapon I crafted for you. I went to great lengths to enlist the skills of a priest capable of engraving these patterns. The meager sum you provided barely covered the cost of materials. Uncle Darm huffed with an air of arrogance. Ha ha ha, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Come, let us enjoy a smoke. Wei Lai, unable to offer anything substantial in return, produced a box of cigars he had acquired from the black market a few days prior and handed it over. What is this? Uncle Darm, unfamiliar with such a thing, took a deep inhalation after Wei Lai helped him light it, and the rich aroma enveloped his palate, instantly soothing his spirit. Excellent. Truly excellent. You are giving me this entire box? Well, who knows, perhaps I may need your assistance in the future. Wei Lai sheathed the sandworm's tooth in its crocodile leather scabbard, positioning it conveniently at his waist. Yes, I must practice a finishing move. The old city of Pai was a town of moderate size, now reduced to ruins under the self-imposed castration of humanity during the bygone era. As this mission involved recovering goods, Wei Lai embarked with a light load. Aside from essential supplies, he carried only some tape and rope for repairing boxes. Swiftly traversing the wilderness, Wei Lai found himself reminiscing about the days when automobiles raced through the streets. If only he could acquire a motorcycle. He wondered if any remnants of such functioning vehicles still existed among the artifacts of the old era. He would gladly spend his fortune to possess one. Wei Lai compared the map with the Michelin food guide, confirming that the restaurant she sought was situated at the heart of the city's ruins. However, as she approached the outskirts, within the forest woven from concrete and vegetation, several grotesque heads of beasts emerged, lurking insidiously. These were creatures deeply tainted by corruption, with ferocious beasts lurking at the perimeter. It seemed that the city was far from safe. The group of daring porters who ventured to take the shortcut were each endowed with remarkable skills. Upon entering the city, Wei Lai encountered several grotesque wild wolves, stealthily prowling amidst the ruins in search of an opportunity to strike. Clearly, they were cursed by the malevolent deity of corruption. Their appearances marred by grotesque green growths upon their necks, and their drool exuded a corrosive quality. This was poison, not merely a virus or bacteria, rendering Wei Lai's vaccines ineffective against it. This time, rather than employing incense to drive them away or fleeing in haste, Wei Lai boldly extended his hand in provocation, reasoning that they were merely pups, and he could not perpetually evade confrontation. With a fierce growl, the three corrupted wild wolves, having successfully encircled him, resolutely prepared to launch their assault, leaping into action almost in unison. Wei Lai drew a standard machete from the casting hall. Raising it high above his head while solemnly invoking the blessings of the weapon, I beseech the wisdom of the Holy Father, the strength of the Holy Son, and the mercy of the Holy Spirit, to bestow upon my blade an unending wrath. The half-meter-long blade emitted a radiant golden light that stretched 2 meters ahead. The robust male wolf, serving as the primary attacker, was struck down by a single blow, its skull cleaved in half and crashing heavily to the ground. With a swift sidestep, Wei Lai evaded the assault of a smaller female wolf, delivering a decisive slash that severed it in two. He nimbly retreated, narrowly avoiding the splatter of tainted blood. The last wolf pup, surprisingly astute, recognized the peril of Wei Lai's deadly gleam and promptly turned to flee. A family should depart in unison, Wei Lai thought, bending his knees slightly, and in an explosive burst of power, he pursued the small wolf, swiftly beheading it. He wiped the blade on the wolf's pelt. 3 wolves were insufficient to threaten the 5 freight handlers, yet there were undoubtedly greater dangers lurking within the city. Regrettably, he abandoned the wolf carcass, pondering whether any of its parts held potential utility. Wei Lai was notoriously frugal, unwilling to let even the flesh of a corrupted beast go to waste. However, lacking experience in butchering tainted creatures, he drew his kitchen knife, hoping the blade's spirit might offer some guidance. Indeed, even with corrupted beasts, certain portions remained uncontaminated and edible. The blade's spirit indicated that caution was paramount when harvesting ingredients to prevent contamination. From the 3 wolves, he managed to procure 3 pieces of wolf meat and 1 liver, draining the blood before storing them in his silver canister. As he continued deeper into the city, he faced the challenge of severely destroyed streets and rusted, missing signposts, rendering him unable to locate the Michelin 3-star restaurant. It was not until dusk approached that he heard the cawing of crows overhead. "You are doomed. You are doomed." Damn it, cursed crows. Though irritated, Wei Lai recognized that the ominous birds sensed impending danger. He quickly sought refuge in a hidden corner, activating his ominous eye to switch to the crow's perspective. Suddenly, he beheld an incredibly corpulent humanoid creature, towering at least 5 meters high. Its enormous belly exceeding 10 meters in circumference, waddling down the street. It resembled a farmer strolling through their fields at dusk, cheerfully humming a discordant tune while harvesting its crops. Indeed, crops. The corrupted beasts, upon nearing this grotesque figure, trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, allowing the creature to grasp them effortlessly, squeezing the flesh tumors that had sprouted upon their bodies. Like a farmer plucking tomatoes from a trellis, it devoured them, savoring the burst of juice. Ah, this one is ripe and ready to eat. This one is still a bit undercooked. Let it grow for a few more days. It even carried a basket, finally storing the harvested tumors. Wei Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of creature was this that had transformed an entire city's population of beasts into its own cultivated farm? It injected viruses and bacteria into the bodies of these wild animals, allowing various plagues to flourish within them, only to harvest the grotesque growths that emerged. Could it be that the freight handler had been seized by this entity? Just as Wei Lai pondered this, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the decaying structures around him to shed dust and debris. Who dares to steal my crops? Stealing is one thing, but to ruin my fields. The enraged corpulent corpse bellowed, its fury ignited by the sight of a deer recently slain by Wei Lai. Disgusted by the grotesque sight of the creature's head adorned with dozens of eyes, Wei Lai had incinerated its remains, having set fire to another's fields. It was no wonder that the corpulent corpse was seething with rage. The flames still flickered around the carcass, and it remained nearby, relentlessly battering the surrounding ruins with its hands, its destructive power rivaling that of an earthquake. Wei Lai was initially nestled safely in the corner of the building. However, faced with the formidable destructive power of the corpulent corpse, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. As anticipated, with the collision of the massive body, the building where Wei Lai sought refuge groaned ominously, teetering on the brink of collapse. If he did not flee soon, he would be buried beneath the rubble. With gritted teeth, Wei Lai exclaimed, "Run!" An agile figure leaped from the crumbling edifice. It was swiftly ensnared by the rotund creature, its eyelids lifting to reveal dozens of eyes fixated upon Wei Lai's form. "Thieving little rascal who pilfered my fruit. I've captured you." The corpulent hand grasped a handful of debris, hurling it towards Wei Lai with a force akin to that of a shotgun blast. Despite Wei Lai's desperate sprint, he could not escape the widespread barrage of artillery. His leg was merely grazed by a shard of stone, and in an instant, a piece of flesh vanished. Where could he run to? The second wave of projectiles from the grotesque figure descended swiftly, resembling a shower of cluster bombs. In the depths of despair, Wei Lai unleashed his utmost potential, leaping towards a relatively intact wall nearby. Boom! Although he did not face the artillery fire directly, the wall could not withstand such tremendous force, collapsing heavily upon him. "I am doomed. I am doomed." The ominous crow cawed with heightened excitement. Yet, the grotesque figure did not strike with lethal intent. Instead, it approached with a peculiar delight, slithering to the wall's edge, gently lifting the unconscious Wei Lai, and tenderly brushing off the dust from his clothing as it ambled towards its dining establishment. Another guest makes it all the more amusing. In the ancient city of Pai, a Michelin 3-star restaurant, the sound of bubbling porridge echoed, with frothy bubbles swirling. When Wei Lai awoke from his stupor, he was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming stench of decay. Disgusted, he instinctively attempted to pinch his nose, only to discover a formidable stickiness that prevented him from doing so. With great effort, he pried his eyelids open, and to his horror, he found his limbs and body ensnared by a pinkish, glutinous mold that adhered tenaciously to the wall, rendering him utterly immobile. The entire establishment resembled a Michelin-starred restaurant, now enveloped in a thick carpet of fungi. He was not alone. Beside him were 4 half-porters, similarly entrapped by the mold. Why half? Because one of the porters had lost his upper body, now nothing more than a flattened mass of flesh, seamlessly fused with the wall. In the center of the restaurant, the grotesque head chef, a corpulent figure, stood before a massive cauldron, stirring a repugnant concoction. The ingredients, harvested from the city's recently captured plague-ridden beasts, included grotesque tumors, pus-filled sacs, and eyeballs, each more nauseating than the last. "Brother, when this grotesque chef serves you, be sure to eat without hesitation. Praise the dish, or you may find yourself on the receiving end of a brutal blow," he warned. As several porters nearby surprisingly retained their consciousness, Wei Lai turned to face them, his body grotesquely covered in various malignant tumors, nearly obscuring his original features. "How pitiful you are, a group of weaklings who have forsaken your true faith, surrendering to the minions of the corrupt plague deity merely to survive." Wei Lai scornfully denounced them. The four porters immediately bowed their heads in shame and anguish. If you refuse to eat, the bloated corpse will tear your mouth open and force it down your throat. Should you dare to criticize or curse, a single slap will reduce you to a mere paste. The corpulent corpse leisurely hummed a tune, concocting a pot of pestilential stew. Its sole aspiration to create the most delectable plague broth to present to the corrupt deity and earn its esteemed praise. Heaven forbid. I would rather die than consume such abomination. Wei Lai surveyed his surroundings, noting the haphazardly piled boxes of various sizes in the corner, remnants of the cargo handlers. His own belongings were also stacked among them. Fortunately, items such as the incense ball, portable music player, sandworm's tooth, and kitchen knife remained intact, securely stored and untouched. It seemed the corpulent corpse did not perceive these items as a threat, dismissing them entirely. Alas, escape was impossible. Not only was this restaurant ensnared by a fungal blanket, but even if he managed to break free, he would likely succumb to a single blow from the grotesque creature. The thought of retaliation was laughable. He had yet to reach the level of audacity required to confront it directly. As he pondered this grim reality, the corpulent corpse had already completed its soup preparation, ladling a grotesque concoction as it waddled towards the first cargo handler. "Ah, my esteemed guests, you've waited long enough." The first handler, having been there the longest, seemed to have grown accustomed to such repugnant fare, eagerly gulping down the soup and exaggerating. "Your culinary skills have truly improved, Chef Corpse. Please, may I have another sip? It is simply exquisite." The gluttonous corpse, flattered by the praise, obliged with 2 more servings and even a morsel of meat. The other 3 cargo handlers, however, struggled to accept this ghastly meal. Yet, an overwhelming fear compelled them to open their mouths, suppressing the overwhelming stench, and after swallowing, they trembled in disbelief. Delicious. It appeared the soup was slightly undercooked, displeasing the corpulent corpse, which then directed the ladle towards Wei Lai, its gelatinous face quivering with anticipation. "Do savor my delightful stew. It is undoubtedly the most delectable dish in the world." Even if Wei Lai tried to avert his gaze, the overpowering stench assailed him, almost causing his mind to explode. "Ugh, such vile broth. I shall not partake in this refuse." Wei Lai huffed in disdain. "Little brother, do not be stubborn," the nearby freight handler attempted to persuade him. The corpulent figure trembled with indignation. "I give you one last chance. Will you drink it yourself, or shall I shatter your teeth and force it down your throat?" "I demand the risotto di manzo alla tristina. That is your signature dish." Wei Lai endeavored to replicate the strategy he had employed to subdue the blade soul. "Huh. You even know my specialty, the risotto di manzo alla tristina." The corpulent figure roared with laughter, thumping his belly. "This pot is my reformulated beef stew, refined through countless iterations. It is utterly distinct. Since you have ordered it, consume it. Eat up." A massive spoon was nearly thrust into Wei Lai's mouth. "No. This is by no means the finest risotto di manzo alla tristina. I challenge you to a culinary duel. Let us see whose beef stew is superior," Wei Lai bellowed. The chef zombie was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly mulling over the term culinary duel before erupting into laughter, slapping his belly with glee. "A culinary duel? Someone dares to challenge me? How amusing. What, are you afraid?" Wei Lai further provoked him. "Of course not. What shall we compare?" The chef zombie grinned widely. "Let us compare stews. Your best beef stew against mine," Wei Lai retorted. "No problem. Who will be the judge?" The chef zombie recalled the long-forgotten rules of culinary duels. "Those 4. Wei Lai pointed to the 4 freight handlers nearby. "They're all human. Surely they will side with me." "Bah. Who would truly engage in a chef's duel with you? I'd be a fool. Whether I win or lose, I gain nothing." 2 chefs from entirely different culinary schools would never concede to each other's dishes. Just like the overly sweet Shi cuisine and the fiercely spicy Hunan cuisine. Even diners could quarrel over their divergent tastes. How could they possibly acknowledge each other's culinary prowess? Aside from them, you and I must also taste and evaluate each other's dishes. That is a matter of respect. "No problem." Wei Lai, though utterly disinclined to drink that repugnant meat broth, acquiesced. "If you lose, you shall serve me for life." The chef zombie grinned mischievously. "Very well. If I win, I shall take away the treasures here." Wei Lai gestured casually at the boxes on the ground. "No issue. When shall we commence?" "I can hardly wait." The chef zombie's smile grew broader. "Anytime you wish. But I must borrow your farm to gather some of your ingredients." Wei Lai revealed his true intention. "Of course. You may freely use my ingredients. You have 1 day to prepare. Is that sufficient?" "Sufficient." Wei Lai nodded. "Now may I be released?" The head chef gestured for the mycelium wall to release Wei Lai, simultaneously loosening the mycelium barrier in the dining hall. You may go gather provisions now. I shall await your return. Upon landing, Wei Lai felt a sharp pang in his legs. Indeed, he had sustained injuries. Fortunately, they did not hinder his mobility. Limping slightly, he made his way towards his box. While the head chef showed no suspicion of Wei Lai's potential retreat, allowing him to gather all his equipment, the chef even inquired with genuine concern. My farm's crops are quite unruly. Do you require my assistance? No need. I can manage on my own, replied Wei Lai, shouldering his box. Once outside the confines of the dining hall, he felt an almost overwhelming urge to sprint on all fours. A culinary duel? Ridiculous. However, Wei Lai's reluctance did not deter another culinary spirit from upholding the chef's honor. At that moment, the chef's knife glowed with a fiery intensity. The spirit of the blade surged with battle fervor. Bond progression criteria activated. Victory in the culinary duel. Wei Lai truly harbored no desire to return to the competition, however. The fervent spirit of the soul of the chef's knife was undeniably compelling. Should he choose to abandon the battlefield at such a critical moment? It was likely that the bond with this knife would be severed. Alas, he resolved to forge ahead. In the old city of Pai, amidst the plague-infested farm of the fat corpse chef, a nimble figure was busily hunting and gathering ingredients. Confronted with the culinary prowess of the fat corpse chef, Wei Lai felt utterly devoid of confidence. With one being a cuisine of pestilence and the other a standard fare, how could he ever persuade his opponent to acknowledge the superior flavors of his dishes? He even pondered the absurdity of concocting a pot of pestilent meat soup. But was that merely a contest of who could create something more repulsive? Yet, as he observed the capture of a wild beast and the intent to extract its cysts, he found himself retching uncontrollably. Indeed, this was a task beyond his capabilities. Not only could he not partake, but the soul of the chef's knife equally recoiled at the thought. Thus, what strategy could he employ to vanquish the corpse chef? As Wei Lai contemplated this dilemma, the corpse chef unexpectedly dashed out of the restaurant. Eager to seize the opportunity presented by the culinary duel to elevate its skills and craft an even more delectable plague-infused beef soup, it swiftly caught a small deer, gently tugging at its neck to extract several eyeballs. With a grin directed at Wei Lai, it popped one of the eyeballs into its mouth. Chewing with delight. What do you think? Care for a taste? They are incredibly bouncy. Wei Lai felt a chill run down his spine and hastily departed from the location, making his way to hunt other wild beasts. Beef stew, of course, requires beef as its primary ingredient. Wei Lai's objective was a wild buffalo, afflicted only by a mild illness. Its skin was covered by a moss-like layer of fungus, yet the muscle deep within remained untainted. After an exhilarating chase, he felled the buffalo with a single blow and began to harvest the pristine cuts of meat from its body, tender beef shank, succulent brisket, and fresh muscle fibers that still twitch with life. With the primary ingredients prepared, he then ventured into the botanical zone to seek supplementary ingredients and spices. This abandoned city, seldom visited, was abundant in plant-based resources, allowing Wei Lai to select the freshest accompaniments and the most matured spices at his leisure. As the appointed time for the duel approached, Wei Lai knelt upon one knee and earnestly prayed to the divine for wisdom and courage. It was only then that he stepped into the Michelin-starred restaurant, enshrouded by a blanket of fungus. The corpulent chef, long impatient, licked his lips, covered in grotesque growths, and exclaimed, "You have finally returned. Are you ready? Let us begin." Absolutely. However, before we commence, I must borrow your kitchen. Wei Lai indicated towards the long-abandoned culinary space within the restaurant. Of course, feel free to use it. The corpulent chef replied. I possess but a single massive pestilential cauldron for my culinary endeavors. Wei Lai entered the kitchen and poured the holy water from his kettle, diligently scrubbing the kitchenware and soup pot, which had likely not been used for centuries. Despite being made of stainless steel, a thick layer of grime had accumulated. Including the cutting board and stove, Wei Lai devoted a full hour to cleaning, until everything gleamed as if brand new. Maintaining clean and tidy kitchen utensils is the fundamental quality of a chef. In stark contrast, the pot of the gluttonous chef resembled a cesspool that had not been cleaned for centuries, encrusted with a thick layer of green filth, with maggots crawling about. The sight was utterly revolting. The corpulent chef shuddered in disgust, his body quivering from his feet to his head, just as Wei Lai loathed filth. The acolyte of the pestilent deity equally abhorred cleanliness. It was time to commence. Wei Lai had finally completed his preparations. Oh, at last, can we begin? Come on. I can hardly contain my excitement. The gluttonous chef waved a ladle with enthusiasm, squeezing out the pus from the cyst as the base for the broth. Slicing open the tumor to drop into the pot, and crushing the blood-sucking ticks with the knife, while having the cystic eyeballs. The horrifying culinary skills were enough to drive anyone to the brink of insanity. Beneath the pot, a ghostly green plague fire ignited. Not the typical flame of 100 degrees, but a malevolent energy flame that activated bacteria and viruses. In an instant, the pathogens within the pot surged and proliferated like a geyser. Wei Lai did not lift his gaze to regard the other, but remained wholly absorbed in his culinary endeavors. He had come to understand that mere ordinary cooking techniques would render victory unattainable. No matter how delectable the dish, the chef zombie would never acknowledge it. His aim was to create a sacred feast. He sought to infuse the art of incense-making into his cooking, crafting a dish imbued with magical properties to awaken the chef zombie's dormant soul. As he prepared a pot of braised beef, guided by the culinary tome, the spirit of the chef's knife sliced through the ingredients with fluid precision, adhering to traditional methods as the holy fire blazed fiercely beneath the pot. Subsequently, all of Wei Lai's focus shifted to the meticulous blending of spices. He even produced an incense ball, chanting hymns of praise, extolling the virtues of the broth, beseeching it to become even more exquisite. The expression on the chef zombie's face mirrored that of Wei Lai's as he observed him. Holy fire, incense, sacred songs. Ugh. The chef zombie even retched, fortunately averting any misfortune of vomiting into the pot, although the contents simmering in his pot bore a striking resemblance to vomit. After 2 hours of simmering, both declared their creations complete, serving the pots onto the dining table. One exuded a sacred golden glow amidst a cloud of steaming vapor, while the other bubbled ominously with signs of decay. In the first phase, four porters served as judges, and determining who would taste first became a significant dilemma. Ultimately, the order was decided by a game of chance. Wei Lai triumphed, first savoring the divine broth. For nameless porters, gripped by an inexplicable dread, consumed the beef soup prepared by Wei Lai. Except for the first, who succumbed to profound corruption and violently expelled the contents of his stomach. The remaining 3 wept in unison, remorsefully exclaiming, "How exquisite! Is this truly a gift from the Almighty? O Lord, grant us salvation. We should not languish in this inferno." It was not until the chef corpse forcefully spooned the concoction into their mouths that the transformation erupted instantaneously. The porters, who still bore semblance to human form, began to metamorphose amidst anguished cries of torment. Their skin took on a mossy green hue, their features grotesquely contorted, and their faces erupted with bulging eyeballs. Their limbs became grotesquely oversized, resembling the warped forms of tadpoles. Delicious. Delightful. More. The fully transformed porters resembled fledglings, stretching their necks and gaping mouths in eager anticipation of culinary delights. "Ha ha, it seems I have emerged victorious." The chef corpse chuckled heartily, patting his belly. "Who claims you have won? They just proclaimed my food delectable." Wei Lai promptly countered. "Well, how should we interpret this?" The chef corpse scratched his head in confusion. Both simultaneously recalled the supplementary rule. The chef must taste the opposing soup and provide an evaluation. Wei Lai and the chef corpse simultaneously resisted drinking each other's soup, as it was akin to consuming poison for their respective factions. Perhaps it would be better to settle for a draw? Wei Lai's proposal was met with reluctance. His own culinary knife felt unsatisfactory, and the rotund chef of the undead was equally unwilling to accept the challenge. "Today, a victor must emerge. Then, please indulge," Wei Lai declared, pushing his pot of sacred medicinal soup before the chef of the undead. Trembling with trepidation, the chef of the undead pushed his pot of plague soup towards Wei Lai. Both were hesitant to sample each other's concoctions, nearly forcing themselves to grasp their spoons, mirroring one another's motions, unwilling to be the first to place the food in their mouths. "You eat, I eat. If you do not, then neither shall I." With a resolute mindset, Wei Lai gazed at the bubbling green mire in his spoon, summoning the courage akin to drinking poison, and placed a spoonful into his mouth. The chef of the undead, steeling himself, followed suit with the sacred broth. Their expressions contorted in agony, as if compelled to consume poison. They appeared on the verge of collapse. Within the chef's pot of plague soup, countless bacteria and viruses simmered, potent enough to fell an elephant. Even with Wei Lai having injected himself with the crow sorcerer's demonic vaccine, he would likely struggle against such a virulent invasion. Fortunately, the pathogen entered through the stomach rather than the respiratory tract, mucous membranes, or bloodstream, allowing gastric acid to neutralize most of the bacteria. Cunningly, Wei Lai had preemptively consumed a bottle of high-quality holy water, transforming his stomach into a veritable furnace, rendering any virus impotent. Conversely, the chef of the undead did not endure such torment. His pot of braised beef soup lacked formidable holy power, instead being a blend of special spices, each possessing various effects, including purifying the soul, awakening memories, and dispelling malevolent energies. No, who are you? Get out. After finishing the soup, the chef of the undead clutched his head in anguish. It seemed that a long-buried fragment of memory began to awaken, struggling to regain control over his body. I am a proud and exceptional chef, deeply passionate about the culinary arts. I am kind to others and greet all guests with a smile. You have turned my life into chaos. You are brewing a pot of filth. No, get out. I am the true chef. I craft exquisite dishes for the Lord of Decay. The portly chef of the undead writhed in pain, his soul nearly torn asunder into two entities. The soul could not endure for long before being devoured anew. The opportunity lay precariously in the balance. Wei Lai, suppressing the discomfort within, donned his headphones, clasped his hands together, and the blessing quartet commenced its celestial melody. The blessings of weapons, angels, dawn, and courage descended upon him in a radiant convergence. In an instant, with a flicker, he appeared behind the chef corpse leader, lifting his gleaming chef's knife to unleash a dazzling cross-slash, akin to refining a mushroom with precise cuts. In that moment, the corpulent back of the chef corpse erupted in a crimson cascade, as two intersecting crosses tore through, releasing an unfathomable torrent of fat and dark red ribs. This body is a sacrifice. The sacred fire shall ignite my soul and purify the world, banishing all evil. May the light of the divine guide my path, and the power of sacrifice incinerate the malevolent. This strike embodied the fullness of Wei Lai's strength, spirit, and resolve. The tooth of the sandworm, an unconventional weapon, became a divine instrument of conclusion. Leaping into the fray, Wei Lai radiated with the fire of dedication. Unsheathing the sandworm's tooth and thrusting it directly into the chef corpse leader's plump, pulsating heart. A brilliant golden light coalesced at the tip of the tooth, piercing the heart without restraint, instantly erupting into an overwhelming blaze. Even as the sacred fire enveloped him and the fat of the corpulent chef ignited into a fierce inferno. Wei Lai gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with brilliance, pouring all his faith into the sandworm's tooth. He knew this was a singular opportunity. He could not relent. Stop. The chef corpse leader roared in agony, thrashing wildly as torrents of foul blood, pestilential mist, and fatty oil gushed from his wound. Yet could not deter Wei Lai's resolute determination. Burn, O dying fire. Ignite. With a resounding boom that echoed like the collapse of the heavens. A deafening roar pierced the air, as if to rend the very fabric of reality itself. Accompanied by this terrifying bellow, a deluge of fat rained down like droplets, intertwining with the raging sacred fire, igniting an inferno that soared skyward. The flames spread with remarkable ferocity, engulfing nearly half the restaurant in the blink of an eye. Thick smoke and fierce flames greedily consumed everything within reach. Tables, chairs, utensils, and the fungal wall coverings. All were drawn into the throes of this dreadful conflagration. Hours later, with the chef corpse leader vanquished, the protective fungal layer of the restaurant withered and decayed. For mutated porters, hunched and low to the ground, sniffed through the charred remains, as if they had discovered something significant, their claws scraping through the ash. Suddenly, a chef's knife surged from the ruins, slicing through the throat of a mutated porter, followed by a pair of overly pale hands that feebly emerged from the pile of charred remnants, still bearing remnants of the blackened crust. That old fool. His cunning is less than his hand's skill, just a jest or two, and he truly does not come to my aid. Wei Lai weakly crawled out from the ashes, his garments completely consumed by flames, leaving not a single strand of hair intact. Alas, the attire I procured for several hundred silver coins. Alas, my handsome azure dragon has turned into a green dragon. I had believed that my survival amid such a self-immolating assault was due to divine favor. It wasn't until I glanced at the system notification that I realized the truth. You have consumed the pestilent broth of the bloated corpse chef, Tier 5. And your immune system has triumphed over the contagion. You have gained 5 to your constitution, and your regenerative abilities have been enhanced. Logically, a Tier 5 pestilent broth, along with a basic demon vaccine, should have been insurmountable. However, the absorption through my stomach and the prior intake of holy water had eradicated most of the pathogens, significantly weakening the remaining ones, which ultimately allowed the demon vaccine to prevail. In essence, it was this vile broth that saved Wei Lai, not the benevolence of the Almighty. In addition to this notification, there was another. You have slain the plague envoy, the bloated corpse chef, and gained 300 merit points. Would you like to activate 3 blessings from the angels, or reserve the points? The silver tier angelic blessings held little allure for Wei Lai, who resolved to reserve the points until he amassed 500, at which point he would unlock the golden blessing. Searching through the remnants of the ashes, he was fortunate to discover that his equipment remained unscathed, and the rest of his belongings were safely stored in a silver cabinet, untouched by the flames. He quickly donned a spare set of clothing, which offered no water resistance, warmth, or durability, merely a simple substitute. As he continued to rummage, he indeed found beneath the remains of the bloated corpse a large, spherical pot, adorned with a visage of a jovial, plump face. The pot was remarkably sturdy and exceedingly heavy. The soul pot of the fat dragon, forged from the body and spirit of the ancient bloated chef, was adept at cooking, possessing exceptional control over heat. Current bond level, level 1. Advancement condition, cook 30 portions of Ryester beef stew that satisfy the fat dragon. State of pot spirit and delight, the pot expands, growing larger, significantly reducing cooking time and enhancing the richness of the broth. State of pot spirit and displeasure, the pot becomes heavier, making it difficult for ingredients to heat and cook properly. To his disappointment, it appeared to possess no combat capabilities. The fat dragon was inherently a pacifist. Even when corrupted by the malevolent deity, it merely sought refuge in the ruins of a city, cultivating pestilence. Even when capturing humans, it treated them as guests, providing sustenance. Nevertheless, despite the absence of overt combat prowess, the weighty pot held its own intrigue. Whether wielded as a shield or brandished as a weapon, it is an exceptionally useful tool. After stowing away the pot, Wei Lai once again shifted his gaze towards the remaining 3 mutated porters. Though their bodies had undergone severe transformation, a trace of human consciousness lingered within them. As they huddled together in terror, prostrate on the ground, weeping and emitting eerie cries, "Save me, please save me. I am truly sorry. But your corruption runs too deep for me to purify you," Wei Lai lamented as he approached, shaking his head. "Regrettably, your souls shall attain redemption. May the Lord forgive your transgressions." Once again, the sacred flame enveloped the 3 mutated porters, liberating their souls from the tainted shells, guiding them to a sanctuary of solace within the melody of a prayer. 30 boxes. A full 30 boxes. Wei Lai's primary mission this time was to recover supply crates. Remarkably, the 5 cargo carriers had preserved their crates in good condition, aside from a small amount of flour and grains that had been contaminated. The majority of the supplies were salvageable. Most of these were essential goods: cotton fabric, linen, salt, cooking utensils, and ordinary weapons. It was unclear what they had even embezzled. After thorough inspection, he finally discovered a few bottles of holy water within one of the crates, which he gratefully accepted. Additionally, there was a bag of military pay that was supposed to be sent to the border mining area. Upon opening it, he found over 300 pure silver coins. Having made such significant sacrifices, with his clothing completely burned away, he was uncertain whether the bishop would offer any compensation. So he decided to accept what he found first and worry about the rest later. Instead of making multiple trips, Wei Lai resolved to carry all 30 crates at once. He was not so leisurely as to discard any of them. These were the fruits of the hard labor of the workers and farmers. Thus, he hung 8 crates from his legs, 4 from his arms, 4 across his chest, and carried 4 in his hands, while the remaining crates were stacked on his back, tightly bound with adhesive tape. He resembled a human cargo machine. Fortunately, his physical condition had improved considerably, allowing him to bear a substantial load. Although he was severely overloaded, he was still able to move. As he trudged forward, teeth clenched, he thought to himself how much easier this would be if he had a wheelbarrow. Despite the strain, he persevered, the towering crates behind him moving like a mountain of boxes in the distance. Thankfully, after lighting the beast-repelling incense, no ferocious creatures attacked him, allowing him to proceed undisturbed. The journey that took him only 2 days to arrive took a full 5 days to return. On the last 2 days, when he finally reached the main road, he encountered other cargo carriers. He had hoped they would lend him a hand, but to his dismay, that group of scoundrels insisted on letting everyone witness this record-breaking spectacle, refusing to assist him while cheering him on from behind, urging him to continue alone back to Umbria. Damn it, Wei Lai thought, feeling utterly powerless. His legs were already beyond stopping. If he paused, he feared he would never rise again. Fortunately, the final stretch of the journey was short, and amidst the enthusiastic throng of cargo carriers, he entered the city like a hero. 30 crates. No one had ever carried 30 crates before. What was the previous record? 22 crates. Returning from a mission? Surely it must be empty crates. How could it possibly be 30 crates of goods? Bah, he had gone to execute a retrieval mission, and every box was full. The staff at the cargo headquarters, while assisting Wei Lai in unloading, marveled that someone could carry 30 crates of supplies at once. They had expected Wei Lai to earn a title like Super Strong Wei Lai of Umbria. But the simple-minded folk could only come up with the most fitting title, the human mule of Umbria, utterly exhausted. Wei Lai, swaying unsteadily and lost in a daze, was supported into the temporary rest area of the freight headquarters, where he slept for an entire day and night before regaining a semblance of vitality. Subsequently, it was only natural for him to seek out Bishop Russell to claim his due recognition. However, upon arriving at the cathedral located behind the headquarters, the guards informed him that the bishop was currently engaged in a 5-day retreat and advised against any disturbances unless matters of great importance arose. Wei Lai, indeed, felt no urgency and deemed it unnecessary to disturb others. He subsequently proceeded to the adjacent foundry to commission a few silver lunchboxes. Pure silver was rather exorbitant, so he opted for aluminum lunchboxes priced at 30 silver coins, sufficient to prevent bacterial contamination of food for a brief period. Although this era lacked the capacity for large-scale aluminum extraction, remnants from the olden days remained plentiful. Given its limited utility, being too lightweight for swords and too soft for construction, the metal was quite affordable. On his way back, Wei Lai contemplated that a mere tin could fetch over a dozen pure silver coins. Thus, with his culinary skills, a boxed meal priced at 30 coins seemed entirely plausible. The craftsmanship was straightforward, involving merely some hammering, with no particularly stringent requirements. The foundry staff assured him that the delivery would be ready by the following day. After Wei Lai paid a deposit, he set out to find a place to rent. After all, one cannot indefinitely reside in a hotel. There are quite a number of vacant houses in Umbria, as it is not uncommon for freight workers to meet their untimely demise away from home, consequently leaving residences unoccupied. Wei Lai naturally sought a residence with a more spacious courtyard, situated in a somewhat secluded location to evade the scrutiny of the inspection team. Numerous rental listings were available. Some freight workers, during their lifetimes, had amassed considerable wealth, providing for their wives, children, and parents by acquiring property. However, when misfortune struck and the family lost their source of income, they were compelled to either rent out their homes or outright sell them. Wei Lai casually inquired within the residential area, and to his surprise, several widows rushed out, pleading with him to rent their yards. They offered to assist with shoe cleaning, sewing clothes, and even warming the bed. This vividly illustrates the hardships faced by families that have lost their primary breadwinners. Moreover, with winter fast approaching, the dire reality looms. Without sufficient funds to purchase adequate coal and warm clothing, one could truly face the peril of freezing to death. Wei Lai was taken aback by the fervor of the widows. However, mindful of the frequent patrols by the inspection team in this central area, she hastily declined their advances and fled in a state of panic. In truth, this group of widows belonged to a relatively fortunate segment of society. At least they resided in houses along the central streets and, in dire circumstances, could resort to selling their properties. The truly unfortunate ones were those who had already sold their homes and relocated to impoverished neighborhoods. They found themselves without any means of retreat, unable to secure gainful employment, and could only subsist on the food distributed daily by the church. Upon arriving at this desolate community inhabited by the downtrodden, Wei Lai was struck by how perfectly suited the environment was for him. The terrain was intricate and remote, with scarcely any patrols from the inspection team. Numerous vacant houses were available at remarkably low rents, merely 1 silver coin per month. One could simply register and pay at the community church to secure accommodation. The priest of the community church, a man in his 40s, found it rather peculiar that a robust young freight worker like Wei Lai would choose to reside in a community typically occupied by the desperate and impoverished. To live simply and eat modestly is to fortify one's faith, Wei Lai mused, recalling the teachings of his enlightening priest. Well, there is a reasonably well-maintained house available, complete with a ready-made bed and fireplace. The rent is 5 silver coins per month. Would that be acceptable? Inquired the community priest, perusing the ledger. Wei Lai noted that at least 90 of the households in these ledgers were in arrears, some having failed to pay rent for an entire year. Even a month's rent amounted to merely a symbolic silver coin. Is life here truly so arduous? Wei Lai inquired. Indeed, there are insufficient job opportunities and, consequently, no income. Our only reliance is on the allocations from the cathedral and the donations from the porters' fraternity, which still fall woefully short, the community priest sighed, nodding in affirmation. Well, although my means are scant, may they endure this harsh winter, Wei Lai remarked, reluctantly donating 20 silver coins, mindful that he had grand aspirations to pursue. Donating 20 silver coins grants you 2 points of virtue, the priest expressed. Thank you for your generosity, may the Lord bless you. Does he think my contribution is inadequate? Wei Lai scoffed disdainfully. Do they not understand the toil behind my earnings? After accepting the keys handed to him by the priest, Wei Lai departed from the church and made his way to the residence he rented. The narrow streets occasionally revealed glimpses of children peering through the grimy windows, vacantly gazing at the desolate thoroughfare. Upon spotting Wei Lai, the door burst open with a bang, and a barefoot child rushed out, shouting in glee, "Daddy's back! Daddy's back!" Soon, a swarm of children followed suit. It was now late autumn, and the temperatures had plummeted sharply. Wei Lai's heart ached at the sight of the child's thin attire and bare feet, prompting him to swiftly scoop the little boy into his arms. "Daddy, is that you, Daddy?" The boy stared intently at Wei Lai's face. "Does my brother look like someone who has been married?" Wei Lai chuckled softly. Just then, the similarly clad mother hurried out, taking the child in her arms and repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, so sorry. The child has mistaken you for someone else." Wei Lai gradually comprehended that these young widows had chosen not to disclose the news of their husband's demise to their children. Instead, they spun a benevolent falsehood, offering a glimmer of hope in the children's numbed existence. Father will return, and life will improve. Consequently, the children awaited their father's return with boundless anticipation. In truth, any orphaned widow who moved to this community had fathers who had perished outside, with no chance of survival whatsoever. "Brother, have you seen my father?" The children's innocent eyes, brimming with hope, gazed up at Wei Lai, leaving him momentarily speechless and uncertain of how to respond. Should he reveal the truth? It would likely extinguish the last flicker of hope within their hearts. Just then, the cawing of the mournful crows provided an unwelcome answer for Wei Lai. "Your father is dead. Your father is dead. Caw, caw, caw." Instantly, cries erupted around him. A surge of mischief surged within him, yet he thought, "What does it matter to me?" Upon settling into the widow's community, Wei Lai scrutinized the house he had rented, which resembled a relic from a bygone era. It bore the scars of centuries-old, rudimentary repairs, and could easily be mistaken for a beggar's dwelling. The glass windows had vanished, replaced by wooden boards that allowed the cold winds to seep through. This age had long lost the ability to melt glass. Any restoration would require scavenging the nearby ruined city or recycling shattered glass. The remelted glass possessed none of its former clarity and transparency, instead being clouded and filled with bubbles, yet it still managed to filter light and shield from the wind. One wondered whether the current generation harbored resentment towards the decision-makers who had ordered the destruction of all technology and knowledge 3 centuries prior. The only intact items in the room were a bed and a fireplace. There was not even a table, but Wei Lai was indifferent, as he did not intend to stay long. Concerned about thieves, he secured some inconsequential items and set off with a suitcase to procure provisions. In the open market, fresh beef and vegetables, items not accessible to the common folk, were unattainable, necessitating a venture into the black market. Bribing the warehouse manager was the only way to acquire some. As the cold set in, he thought of purchasing coal for his elderly mother, perhaps a leather jacket too. One must not let the children suffer more than necessary. If he found it unbearable, he could seek solace in the church for confession, where the priest would assist in absolving him of his sins, and the merciful Azu would grant forgiveness. Under the corrupting influence of Wei Lai's money, the warehouse manager succumbed repeatedly to the allure of wealth, trembling as he crossed himself and opened the warehouse door. After all, a position like that of a warehouse manager barely provided enough to stave off hunger, let alone ensure warmth. Corrupted manager, mischief points 30. Indeed, by engaging in further unscrupulous acts, he would soon accumulate the requisite 500 points to unlock the golden-level demon's blessing. When Wei Lai returned to the widow's community, laden with provisions, he found the community church distributing black bread, with each household queuing in an orderly fashion to receive their share. Wei Lai felt an unsettling discomfort. Compared to Father Cain's quaint church in the town, something seemed amiss. The community priest stood somewhat numbly at the front of the line, reciting the praises of food with a lackluster spirit. The impoverished residents bowed in gratitude, their expressions equally dulled. Indeed, sincerity, warmth, and gratitude were conspicuously absent. It was as if the people had lost their souls and hope, merely existing in a state of numbness. Alas, what was initially perceived as a novice village turned out to be a pinnacle. Not every priest embodies the same sense of responsibility as Father Cain. Wei Lai shook his head with a sigh. A regional priest is akin to the head of a large family, tasked with guiding the community's residents along the righteous path, providing them with spiritual solace and rekindling their hope. Wei Lai refrained from meddling in others' affairs. Upon returning to her quarters and placing the ingredients down, she ventured out to fetch water for the cleansing of her provisions, eager to savor the delectable offerings of the fat dragon pot. Like a thief in the night, she meticulously sealed the window crevices, leaving only a single chimney for ventilation, fearful that the gluttons outside might catch a whiff of her culinary creations. 2 hours later. After diligent chopping, simmering, and seasoning, the harmonious collaboration of her soul-bound kitchenware elevated the savory aroma of the beef stew to its zenith. Even if transported back to the golden age of humanity 3 centuries past, her rich beef broth would undoubtedly grace the menu as a signature dish in a Michelin-starred establishment. Wei Lai, alone, savored oat bread while consuming a pot of rich soup, to the point of feeling quite full. Alas, Father Cain was mistaken. It is not gourmet food that leads to moral decay, but rather the absence of such culinary delights. Having settled on a recipe, he resolved to adhere to this formula henceforth. With ample time remaining, he noted that his mischief points had already reached 470. With a little extra effort tonight, he aimed to accumulate a total of 500 points and behold the blessings of the golden tier demon. Recently, Wei Lai had become somewhat hesitant to weave hellish jokes about ASU, considering the abundance of fatherless children in the widow's community. As Wei Lai's demonic eyes glowed crimson, his consciousness seized control of several ominous crows, which flapped their wings and descended to perch upon the rooftops of the neighborhood, pecking insistently at the boarded-up windows. "Who is out there?" A child's voice trembled with fear. "Children, it is time for a riddle. What has 2 legs yet remains utterly still? Is it an easel? No, your father has passed away. Mother." The child immediately erupted into terrified sobs. The crows cackled malevolently, flapping their wings and taking flight. Mischief points increased by 10. The crows alighted at another child's doorstep, tapping at the window. "Riddle time. What do the children in the city have that the children in your community presently lack, and will forever lack? Is it bread? No. It is the cherished moments with your father. Congratulations. Your father has died. Mother." Mischief points increased by 10. The crows then flew to yet another house, tapping at the window once more. "On Christmas, who places gifts beneath your pillow? The Santa Claus." Incorrect. It is your mother. "Oh, you are exceedingly clever. Congratulations. You've won. What is my prize? Is it bread? Your father's death notice." Mischief points increased by 10. "Ah, how delightful." Wei Lai listened to the chorus of wailing that engulfed the community, his heart constricted with sorrow. With mischief points reaching 500, should he initiate the golden-level demon blessing, or retain and increase his wager? Commence. Amidst the cacophony of the demon's mocking laughter, 3 tendrils of dark golden smoke emerged, each adorned with a corresponding visage. Demon Blessing 1. Clown Disguise, Golden Level. Origin. Demon Clown. You acquire a clown disguise, mimicking an appearance that is 100% identical and possessing 30 of your attributes. Obeying your commands. Upon receiving fatal damage, it will unleash a burst of derisive laughter. Excellent. This could prove advantageous in critical moments, serving as a distraction to preserve one's life. Demon Blessing 2. Advancement. Ominous Eye. Origin. Crow Sorcerer. Your ominous eye has been upgraded, unlocking additional sorcerer capabilities. Oh, an advancement? While intriguing, it seems I do not particularly enjoy utilizing the ominous eye, having merely controlled crows thus far. Reflecting on the multiple instances of activating demon blessings, it appears that the majority of the blessings are associated with the clown demon and the crow sorcerer. Could it be that these are the only demons remaining under Satan's command? Turning to the 3rd demon blessing, we arrive at the most classic and eagerly anticipated gambling segment. Engage in rock, paper, scissors with the demon clown. 1 round determines the outcome. If victorious, both blessings may be concurrently acquired. If defeated, this blessing will be nullified, and you shall receive nothing. By the heavens, do I even need to ponder this? To abstain from the gamble is akin to enduring an eternal night. In the realm of this art of gambling, how could Wei Lai possibly refrain from engaging? However, just as he was about to select the 3rd boon, he suddenly beheld the sinister grin of the demonic jester amidst the fog. Previously, it had deceived him by conflating the devil and angel cards, and now it had the audacity to offer such a simplistic game of rock, paper, scissors? What a treacherous creature, grinning so malevolently. There must undoubtedly be a conspiracy afoot. Alas, today fortune does not favor me. I shall not gamble and instead seize your jester's facade. Wei Lai grinned widely, extending his hand towards the first cloud of boon smoke. Instantly, the smirking demonic jester's smile froze. Not gambling. How could someone with such a propensity for risk refuse to play? I have prepared a magic mirror to toy with you. You are meant to engage with the mirror in a relentless game of rock, paper, scissors throughout the night. Why are you refusing to play? Why do you insist on stripping away my ability to create doppelgangers? No. Please, no. The demonic jester reached out a hand, desperately attempting to thwart Wei Lai's intentions. Wei Lai's thoughts soared like the wind, and in a flash, his right hand made contact with the 3rd puff of blessed smoke. which instantly transformed into a pair of scissors. These scissors clamped down upon the outstretched palm of the demonic jester. A moment of stillness enveloped time itself, leaving the demonic jester in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Has the game begun? No, it has already concluded. Wei Lai emerged victorious. The three clouds of smoke dissipated simultaneously. From the first cloud, a wooden clown figurine descended. The second cloud transformed into a dark crimson orb of energy, which directly penetrated Wei Lai's eyes. The third cloud emitted a scream of utter despair. Caw 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 caw. Wei Lai erupted into laughter, her mirth resonating like the quacking of a duck, rolling on the ground in sheer delight. A golden demon had bestowed a blessing, resulting in a miraculous duplication, two of them. Never before had she encountered such fortuitous fortune, a thrill surpassing even the discovery of gold. 2. Well then, let me observe how the jester's doppelganger operates. Jester's doppelganger, craft a jester's effigy, embedding your fragmented soul within it, transforming it into a puppet under your command. This effigy will mimic your appearance and inherit 30 of your attributes, though it will be more susceptible to defeat should the effigy be vanquished. A 24-hour period is required for its resummoning. If it is utterly destroyed, it must be recreated. Note: you may acquire memories from the duration of the effigy's existence. Wei Lai picked up the marionette-like clown doll, crafted from wood, with its joints strung together by cords, adorned with an exaggerated clownish grin upon its face. Is it still necessary to instill fragments of a soul? In an inexplicable surge of inspiration, Wei Lai severed the tip of his finger, allowing the crimson nectar to flow into the mouth of the puppet. He permitted it to absorb his fragmented soul through the essence of his lifeblood. After what seemed like an eternity, and having relinquished several dozen cc's of blood, the clown doll appeared to awaken, unsteadily rising to its feet, its eyes glimmering with cunning. It seemed that the clown possessed two distinct forms, as even in its puppet guise, it could move with surprising agility. Transform. With a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene. The clown's false body rapidly ascended, mirroring Wei Lai's own appearance as if gazing into a mirror, albeit with an expression imbued with a hint of the clown's slyness. Wei Lai prompted it to replicate several movements flawlessly, exhibiting an agility that transcended that of a mere puppet, resembling instead a living, breathing entity. Go. Fetch water and clean the dishes. Wei Lai gestured toward the disarray of kitchen refuse. The jester, feigning shock as it pointed at itself, nevertheless trudged off to fulfill the task with a crestfallen demeanor. Excellent. It appears I have acquired a dutiful and loyal servant. In times of peril, I can even cast it forth as bait. Wei Lai was exceedingly pleased. He then strolled to the deserted backyard and activated the advanced unholy eye. In an instant, crimson veins surged across his visage, extending to the corners of his eyes, which gleamed with a terrifying scarlet light. New function 1. Unholy summoning. Summon a bird and transform it into your raven, compelled to heed your commands, and bestow magical powers upon it, enhancing your raven's abilities. My word, can any bird be transformed into a raven? Wei Lai mused. Darwin, do you hear this? Is it the language of men or that of phantoms? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a white dove perched on the eaves of a nearby community church. I summon you for my purposes. In an instant, dark red magic mercilessly engulfed the dove. With a mournful cry, its feathers were entirely stained black, morphing it into a pitch-black raven, its eyes now filled with a crimson glow. At this point, even Darwin's coffin lid could not contain the astonishment. 10 points of malevolence. For heaven's sake, it is merely a bird. What malevolence is warranted? Wei Lai summoned the pigeon to ascertain whether it had truly transformed into a raven or if it was merely the case of its feathers darkening. Upon its arrival, he discovered that this pigeon was, in fact, a messenger of the church, still tethered with a message canister. What a grave misjudgment on my part. I truly had no idea. Shall I unseal it to investigate? To my astonishment, it turned out to be a letter from the community priest addressed to his father, who serves as a senior cleric at the Vatican. In it, he implored to be reassigned from the city of Umbria, lamenting the monotony of his surroundings and expressing his feelings of being marginalized by the bishop, relegated to the shadows as a mere priest. How outrageous. It seems he is, after all, a scion of privilege. Wei Lai casually incinerated the letter, indifferent to its significance, and proceeded to experiment with his newfound abilities. The pigeon had undeniably shed all its avian characteristics, transforming entirely into a raven, leaving one to ponder its alignment with the theory of evolution. Nevertheless, its original function remained intact, now serving as a messenger raven. Yet, who could it possibly deliver messages to? Perhaps a letter to Father Cain? An extravagant gesture, akin to parading in fine garments under the cover of night. it was essential to showcase his current achievements. In Gil Village, the only acquaintance of note was the historian Elvin. It would be prudent to persuade him to come and study artifacts from the bygone era. Wei Lai resolved to take the time to compose 2 letters. The ominous summons continued, yet it could still bestow upon the crow the gift of ascension. Most of Wei Lai's crows are of 1 star, with only 3 razor-clawed crows possessing a 2-star rating. Bestowing them with magical power will enable their ascension. The magical essence of Wei Lai is limited, much like divine power, requiring refinement. Divine power is derived from steadfast faith combined with one's own strength, or directly bestowed by the Almighty. Conversely, the magic of demons stems from the chaotic energies of the cosmos intertwined with their inherent power. Wei Lai's faith is wavering, resulting in a deficiency of divine power and a depletion of vitality. The chaotic magic within the realm of demonic forces now belongs to the domain of the 4-pillar evil gods. To extract magic from their territory, one must confront their mental assaults head-on. Wei Lai harbored a certain trepidation. Perhaps he could covertly pilfer a morsel akin to ants moving their home. Yet he would never dare to brazenly siphon resources. Nonetheless, there existed an alternative. The crow, as a scavenger, could partake in the flesh of the creations of malevolent deities, thereby absorbing the chaotic magic within and facilitating its own evolution. Wei Lai currently possesses a mere 120 points of magical energy. In an endeavor to elevate a claw crow, he directly infused it with 100 points of magic, successfully facilitating its ascension. The creature remained a crow, yet its feathers transformed into a dark crimson hue composed of pure magic. Its entire form was not entirely corporeal, but rather semi-ethereal, with a pair of claws that were as resilient as black steel. Crow strike. Wei Lai extended his hand, pointing towards the stone ahead. The 3-star claw crow instantly transformed into a stream of black light, sweeping across the surface of the stone and leaving behind 6 profound claw marks. While 1 or 2 may not pose a significant threat, a greater number undoubtedly constitutes a terrifying technique. In addition to commanding the crows, the second phase of the ominous eye possesses even more formidable abilities. The harbinger of death, these eyes can foresee the approach of demise with heightened clarity. Wei Lai gazed through the ominous eye, observing that the houses in this community were shrouded in the shadow of death. Without intervention, it seemed unlikely that these orphans and widows could endure the harsh winter ahead. The final ability, demonic ascension, summoned all crows to converge within, replenishing his magical energy and merging with his essence, thereby fully unleashing the power of the demon and transforming into the Black Raven demon. The transformation would consume 200 points of magical energy with a continuous drain of 3 points per second. Alas, such an ultimate move required a considerable amount of energy, a force beyond his current capabilities. It appeared that he must begin accumulating some magical energy within himself during his idle moments, starting this very night. Today was fruitful, and it was time to tidy up and return indoors. Inside, the clown's doppelganger had completed the dishwashing task assigned by Wei Lai and was rummaging through its storage cabinet, extracting various magazines. "You insufferable fool!" Wei Lai exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that reverted the clown back to its original form. Simultaneously, the memories of the clown's labor within the house flowed back to Wei Lai, reminiscent of a wondrous shadow clone technique, possibly useful for his own training. He subsequently discarded the clown doll into the frigid wilderness, allowing it to frighten children and accumulate some mischievous points. Now, it was time to commence the refinement of demonic energy. Unlike the prayers to holy power, Wei Lai had to immerse his spirit beyond the confines of space to absorb the chaotic magic that roamed in the void. The 4 pillars of the malevolent deity hovered beyond the earth, claiming everything in their vicinity as their territory. Thus, Wei Lai's actions were akin to theft, requiring utmost caution in his absorption. Magic increased by 30, then 60, then 120. After 4 arduous hours, Wei Lai had barely managed to pilfer 300 points of magical energy. "Child, do you desire power? Submit to me, and I shall grant you endless malevolence." In an instant, Wei Lai's handsome visage grotesquely transformed, inflating with countless festering boils. Alas, he had stirred the attention of the pestilence god. A mere utterance from the malevolent deity nearly led Wei Lai to a state of corruption. In a fit of terror, he severed all connections, hastily lighting candles and burning incense to purify the insidious energy that had seeped into his being. After an entire night of purification, Wei Lai finally expelled all traces of malevolent energy, restoring his body to its former sanctity. This experience left him deeply apprehensive. It seemed that any future endeavors to clandestinely cultivate magical power would require utmost caution. Subsequently, he fed the 300 points of pilfered magical energy to the raven, promoting his other 2 clawed ravens to 3 stars, while elevating the 1-star mourning raven to 2 stars, enriching its lamentations. Wherever there were funerals, the mourning raven would dance atop graves, belting out a joyful tune. Alas, the misdeeds of these birds had inadvertently tarnished Wei Lai's reputation. The avian creatures had their own affairs to attend to, and Wei Lai busied himself with his own matters. He retrieved his custom silver aluminum lunchbox from the forge hall, then ventured to the storage area, where he bribed the administrator to procure a substantial amount of ingredients. Upon returning to his modest rental in the widow's community, he commenced the preparation of a grand feast, boiling and simmering meat in a large pot. The abundance of ingredients brought immense joy to his hefty cauldron, which swelled to a cubic meter, devouring all the provisions in a single gulp before beginning to simmer and stew. Cautious Wei Lai took measures akin to a clandestine alchemist, sealing all the windows tightly, leaving only a chimney for ventilation, ensuring that any scraps of ingredients were buried deep underground. At last, by evening, he had packaged 30 servings of braised beef rice boxes, the tender, flavorful beef exuding an enticing aroma, each grain of oatmeal rice thoroughly soaked in the savory broth. As night fell and everyone returned home, Wei Lai set up a stall in the black market, offering each meal at a fixed price of 35 pure silver coins. The 30 coins covered the meal, while the additional 5 served as a deposit for the silver aluminum lunchbox, refundable upon its return. Initially, Wei Lai's lunchboxes attracted no interest. Such an exorbitant price. Was it a meal that could grant one a vision of Jesus? That was until someone recognized him. Aren't you the one who sells skewered meat? Wei Lai endeavored to establish a thriving market. Indeed. This is my new dish. Would you care to sample it? The guest hesitated, remarking, 35 silver coins seems a tad extravagant. As a valued regular, I shall offer you a 20% discount, making it merely 20 silver coins. Simply return the container after your meal. Wei Lai was determined to make a splendid debut. Very well, I shall give it a try. The guest, finally persuaded, produced 20 gleaming silver coins in exchange for a box of food and settled down to enjoy it nearby. So, how is it? Is it delicious? Inquired an onlooker. It is exceedingly delectable. The first patron trembled with delight, overwhelmed by a flavor he had never encountered before, rendering him momentarily speechless. I would like a box as well. I too am a regular. May I receive a discount? All right. Today, in celebration of our grand opening, all items are discounted. Do remember to visit us often. Wei Lai was willing to take risks to boost sales. Even though 20 silver coins was not an insignificant sum, the dishes did not sell out immediately. Many individuals hesitated, watching as others savored their meals to the point of tears, before finally mustering the resolve to purchase a portion. Eventually, the last box of food was about to be purchased by a middle-aged man. Wei Lai suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." The last guest, puzzled, responded, What is it?" Wei Lai sighed, "Take it and eat. It's free. Do you know me? No more questions. Just eat. After this last meal, save the money for your family." Wei Lai shook his head in regret. How could he accept money from the dead? He considered it a final meal. At least he could indulge in fine cuisine before departing. His ominous intuition had already foreseen the harbinger of his demise. This task might very well be his last. With a gain of 5 merit points, every individual who purchased a meal left their containers spotless, as if they had been washed. They eagerly inquired if Wei Lai would sell again the following day. It was rare to find him, although it was expected. The fervor of the customers surpassed Wei Lai's imagination. I won't frequent the black market often. How about this? You tie a red ribbon on the box to indicate a demand for meals, so we can trade even when I'm not here. Wei Lai pondered. After all, a trip to the black market meant an entire night without restful sleep, and he wouldn't be able to visit frequently. Is that so? A delivery worker hung a red cloth on the box. Yes, indeed. If I decide to sell, I will reach out to you. Wei Lai nodded, and the crowd dispersed. In the dead of night, as Wei Lai hurried back to the widow's community, he suddenly noticed that the sacred flame in the church bell tower had extinguished. He couldn't help but curse the lazy community priest. Father Kane had once stated that a church protected the entire neighborhood, and the light effectively shielded the residents from malevolent influences. The oil lamps must never be allowed to extinguish at night. Damn it, irresponsible sloth. I'll do a good deed and relight the flame for you. Wei Lai climbed up the bell tower of the community church with 2 leaps and a bound. Inside, the oil had long since run dry, and the barrel lay nearby, yet no one had taken the initiative to replenish it. Wei Lai shook his head, skillfully filling the oil, igniting the holy flame. After a moment of prayer, a gentle radiance dispelled the darkness once more. Even though the distant houses could not be directly illuminated, Glimpsing a flicker of light through the windows brought a sense of comfort, a reassurance that God was near. What was that wretched priest doing, neglecting the extinguished lamp? Well, I had no intention of leaving the matter unresolved. He slid down the ladder into the church. Just moments before, the community priest, whose faith wavered, was himself tormented spiritually. Born into a lineage of clerics in Vatican City, he had been steeped in religious teachings from a young age. He could recite every scripture by heart. And if all went smoothly, he would ascend to become a second-generation priest. However, upon being dispatched to Umbria for a gilded internship, he found himself assigned by Bishop Russell to the most beleaguered chapel of widows, purportedly for training. Bishop Russell intended for this young prodigy from the Vatican to guide the community's orphans and widows. Regrettably, the gifted youth perceived Russell's actions as deliberate antagonism, longing only to return to the Vatican to fulfill the role of a pure priest. Burdened by such spiritual frailties, he became a target for the nefarious deities, who reveled in sowing discord. The malevolent deity visited him regularly, darkening his soul and incessantly stirring strife between him and Bishop Russell, planting seeds of division in his heart. The lustful deity also made occasional appearances, tempting him to exploit his position to seduce young boys. On this fateful day, the community priest's mental defenses finally collapsed. He could no longer endure the simmering turmoil within. His previously numb visage gradually transformed into a lewd smile as he advanced step by step toward the nun's bedroom. The nun in this church was not a true novice from a reputable convent. Rather, she was one of two widows from the community, employed for her literacy and devout faith, serving as an assistant. "Madam, you wouldn't want the children to go hungry, would you?" "But Father, you mustn't do this. This is a church, a pure sanctuary of God." The nun's screams echoed throughout the chapel. Just then, Wei Lai leaped into the church, determined to confront the priest who had allowed the lamp to extinguish without a thought. The nun's cries reached his ears, prompting him to rush forward. There, he beheld the community priest, his countenance twisted with lewd delight, menacingly approaching the unfortunate nun. Wei Lai activated the all-seeing eye and, indeed, beheld the priest, exuding a potent aura of lustful malevolence. "A depraved scoundrel, allow me to assist in purifying this taint." With a swift and decisive kick, he struck. The force of his leg, honed by years of labor, propelled the man into the air, his body becoming a grotesque tapestry of flesh and blood, with a splatter of egg yolk accompanying the gruesome scene. "Alas, I've exerted too much force." Wei Lai chastised himself for not controlling his strength better, rushing forward to staunch the bleeding. However, he lacked any healing skills. "Never mind, I've heard that cauterization can constrict blood vessels. Holy fire, let us roast this chicken." Assaulting a member of the clergy is a grave offense. Even if provoked, one cannot escape interrogation. With secrets weighing heavily upon him, Wei Lai hastily fled the scene. Shock rippled through the widows' community as their priest was attacked, leaving shattered remnants in his wake. In this era, there are no ambulances, and by the time he was transported to the bishop's residence for treatment, dawn was approaching. The news reached Bishop Russell, who promptly interrupted his prayers and ascetic practices to assess the situation. As a seasoned cleric, Russell had yet to inspect the wound but immediately sensed the overwhelming aura of corruption surrounding the priest. Before tending to the injuries, he instructed an aide to measure the level of spiritual contamination, which registered at an alarming 52. Such a high concentration suggested a history of moral decay. Upon observing the horrific wound, charred and beyond repair, he inquired about the accompanying nun. As suspected, the priest had attempted actions contrary to doctrine. Who intervened with such ferocity? Bishop Russell sighed. This promising cleric, capable of reciting scripture with ease, ultimately failed to internalize the divine teachings. Given that his parents were members of the clergy, some leniency was warranted. Thus, Russell treated his wounds and cleansed his spirit before arranging for his return to the Vatican under guard. Yet, this left the community without a priest, necessitating the search for a replacement. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Lai was blissfully slumbering in the widow's community, having earned a tidy sum, albeit exhausted from the night's endeavors. However, due to the complete destruction of his previous gear, he needed to exert himself further to afford a high-quality leather suit suitable for deep winter adventures. Rising around 10 in the morning, he ventured out to procure ingredients before returning to the yard to wash and prepare a hearty stew. However, an unexpected situation arose that day. With the community priest injured and absent, no provisions were being distributed from the church. A group of famished orphans and widows stood helplessly at the church's entrance, uncertain of what to do. Yet, among them, the more spirited children, driven by extreme hunger, detected a faint aroma of food wafting through the air. Following the tantalizing aroma, They arrived at Wei Lai's rental abode, peering eagerly through the gaps in the window and door, inhaling deeply, relishing the scent of delectable food. Just at that moment, Wei Lai stepped out to fetch water. Coincidentally, the chubby dragon pot, ever the boastful one, exclaimed, "What a delightful fragrance!" Surely, it contained the most exquisite delicacies in the world. The pot's spirit soared with joy. "Let us commence the feast, children." In a burst of excitement, the chubby dragon pot crashed through the door, leaping out with glee, eagerly dispersing the rice. It was the oatmeal that Wei Lai had prepared in advance. "Eat more. Have some more. Ha ha ha." The group of children, accustomed to the hard, stale black bread, found even the simplest oatmeal to be a taste they had never experienced in their lives. As Wei Lai returned with water, he was nearly driven to madness upon witnessing the scene before him. The pot of rice, excitedly jostled by the chubby dragon, was spewing forth its contents, while the children feasted with beaming smiles, their faces adorned with grains of rice. "Damn you all for my meal," exclaimed Wei Lai, as the bucket he held slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. At that moment, the children's mother, alerted by the commotion, rushed over only to find her children digging into the pot of rice, their mouths filled with the grains, nearly shrieking in horror. She hurriedly intervened to stop them and offered her apologies to Wei Lai. Regrettably, she had no funds to provide as compensation. Thus, the plan for boxed meals was irrevocably dashed for the day. Wei Lai sighed as he gazed at the chaotic pot. "Please, everyone, partake in the meal. And after you finish, do ensure your mouths are sealed tight," he urged, as the mothers looked on in disbelief. "Mother, do eat. It's exceedingly delicious," exclaimed a child, holding a handful of rice, seemingly unfazed by the heat. "For heaven's sake, can we not be a bit more mindful of table manners?" Wei Lai chastised, giving the pot a firm knock before retrieving a lunchbox from inside and distributing the food among the group. Thank you. The children and their mothers bowed in gratitude. "Wait, are we only having rice? Let me prepare a vegetable dish for you." Wei Lai shook his head and swiftly sought at a mixture of potato and carrot shreds over high heat. The pot's spirit was displeased, as it was a stewing pot, not meant for frying. "Rebellious glutton!" Wei Lai kicked the pot, exclaiming, "You were clearly joyful when distributing the rice just moments ago. A simple meal, which 300 years ago would have fetched 8 coins and been deemed expensive, now brought tears of gratitude to many eyes." The pot's spirit gained 20 merit points. Wei Lai was filled with resentment, feeling that the merit had unjustly fallen upon the shoulders of others. How could it be that the crow's misdeeds were attributed to his lack of virtue, while good deeds were credited to the pot? Damn it, a group of ungrateful children, unable to contribute, yet expecting to be fed? "Go, help me wash the pot and bowls." The children fervently scrubbed the pots, their laughter echoing as they worked. With today's tasks momentarily concluded, Wei Lai ventured out to procure spices and ingredients. Come the following day, as Wei Lai prepared to rinse the rice for cooking, he opened the door only to be met with a surprising sight, a throng of eager children, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Some held water buckets, while others wielded brushes. It was clear they had come to scrounge a meal. Sighing, Wei Lai acknowledged that doing everything himself was rather exhausting, and he was not inherently diligent. Thus, he decided to delegate tasks to the children, fetching water, rinsing rice, washing vegetables, scrubbing pots and bowls, and chopping kindling for the fire. This way, he could focus solely on chopping vegetables and seasoning, which proved to be significantly more relaxing. Of course, once the beef stew over rice was ready, he had no intention of sharing it with them. After all, he was counting on selling the boxed meals. "Pack it all up in silver aluminum containers," he ordered. The scraps and leftover broth were all that the children would receive. Yet, even those remnants brought joy to the children. One particularly considerate child even saving half for his mother. After all, with the departure of the church priest, they had no idea where to seek food assistance. Wei Lai provided each of the ravenous children with a pot and spatula, questioning whether they thought to leave any for their mother. Glancing at the neatly packed lunchboxes, he contemplated the notion of selling them himself, but instead chose to distribute one box to each of the considerate older children, instructing them, "Take these to the streets and sell them to the porters with red ribbons on their boxes. Each box fetches 25 pure silver coins, and for every sale, you shall each receive 1 silver coin. If you cannot find those with red ribbons, seek out any seemingly affluent porters to pitch your wares. But be wary of the inspectors. If they see you, flee." One larger child clutched the lunchbox and vigorously nodded, exclaiming, "My father used to say that the inspection team are nothing but lackeys." "Indeed, they're all lackeys, and you must avoid them. If you get caught, do not betray me. Otherwise, you shall never eat this food again." Do you understand? Wei Lai threatened ominously. We understand, responded the group of older children, securing the warm lunchboxes tightly beneath their clothing. Go now. With a wave of his hand, the children dashed out of the house, racing toward the city streets. Those remaining washed the pots and dishes. Wei Lai beckoned with a gesture. He even composed a song in praise of the pot for the children to sing as they scrubbed, thus maintaining the pot's joyous spirit. O pot, your belly is large and round. O pot, your stews are the finest around. O pot, we celebrate your generosity. While the pot spirit reveled, the knife spirit simmered with discontent. After all, they were both essential to cooking. Why should the pot have a dedicated song of praise and enjoy a full-body pampering? The knife spirit was displeased. Reluctantly, Wei Lai had to create a tribute song for the knife spirit to teach the children. For a time, the small room buzzed with lively energy. It wasn't until evening that the children who had ventured out to sell the lunch boxes returned, each earnestly presenting 25 silver coins to Wei Lai. Wei Lai, true to his promise, distributed a silver coin to each of the children. And those who assisted in scrubbing pots and washing dishes received half a coin each. With the help of others. The business of selling boxed meals has become quite streamlined. Although a considerable amount of money was dispensed, one cannot overlook the liberation it afforded him. He now has leisure time to engage in his own pursuits. With nothing else to occupy his time, Wei Lai intends to venture out in search of a few birds, hoping to transform them into his own crows. It seems there are plenty of pigeons near the cathedral, having tasted the sweetness of their labor. The children are now exceedingly eager. Even before Wei Lai has risen, they stand braving the cold wind outside his door, anxiously awaiting his arrival, fearing that if they are late, he might dismiss them from their tasks. Wei Lai inexplicably felt a sense of being compelled to work, while numerous mothers, in gratitude to Wei Lai, were apprehensive that their young children, clumsy and inexperienced, might inadvertently damage something, thus personally coming to assist. As a result, the workforce increased, leading to an enhancement in the production of boxed meals. However, Wei Lai's modest rental apartment began to feel particularly cramped, nearly unable to accommodate everyone. Yet, this community lacked a larger yard, unless one considered the community church. The church stood as the most substantial building in the neighborhood, equipped with tables, chairs, and a kitchen, offering ample space to utilize. Besides, with the community priest having been carried away in a rather dramatic fashion, there was no one to take his place for the time being. Wei Lai decisively moved in, returning to a familiar place, with ample manpower. Production was set to double today, nay, even triple. As long as there was demand, I would supply accordingly. In no time, the once desolate widow community began to awaken with vitality. A group of children encircled the grand pot, singing songs of stewed dishes, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere reminiscent of a Christmas feast. Although the women received only a few silver coins as compensation, they glimpsed hope for a better life, their lips curving into rare smiles. After packaging all the meals and distributing them to the older children running errands, Wei Lai suddenly remembered that today was the day for the meeting with Bishop Russell. It was time to report back on the task. He then made his way to the cathedral, requesting an audience with Bishop Russell. After a brief wait, he entered the cathedral where the bishop, though busy, took the time to listen patiently as Wei Lai recounted the details of the task. Wei Lai meticulously recounted his experience of vanquishing the blight corpse using the tooth of the sandworm, lamenting that his entire attire had been incinerated in the process. The implication was clear. I undertook this task at great personal cost. Should I not be compensated? Bishop Russell, evidently pleased with Wei Lai's achievements, responded affirmatively. The task was executed commendably. Having eliminated the plague envoy, you should find yourself considerably safer. I shall provide you with a set of blessed insulated garments as recompense. Shortly, I will arrange for them to be delivered. Additionally, the Chamberlain noted this matter in the agenda and inquired about Wei Lai's current residence. Wei Lai felt a surge of joy and blurted out, in the widow's community. Bishop Russell, suddenly recalling something, inquired, Are you aware that the priest of your community was attacked a few days ago? Wei Lai was momentarily taken aback, contemplating a retort, yet deemed it prudent to refrain from foolishness in the presence of the bishop, and chose to candidly admit the truth, for it was certainly not his fault. He reported to the bishop, I was not mistaken. On that day, I sensed the arrival of malevolence. While patrolling, I witnessed an individual committing violence against a nun within the church. I truly did not recognize him as a priest, hence my heavy-handed response. Bishop Russell sighed. Well, it is also due to his lack of resolve, having succumbed to the whispers of the dark deity. I can only hope he awakens in time. Is there a candidate selected for the new community priest? The orphans and widows in the community require care, Wei Lai inquired tentatively. Not as of yet. Every clergyman here is engaged in more pressing duties. We may need to petition the Vatican for assistance, Bishop Russell replied, visibly troubled by the situation. Allow me to take charge. I have experience managing the church in Gill Village and am quite familiar with the responsibilities. I can temporarily assume this role, Wei Lai expressed, fearing that his own base of operations might be scrutinized. However, there are numerous tasks on my plate, Bishop Russell lamented, reluctant to part with Wei Lai's capabilities. That is not an issue. I can manage both. Besides, I have already formed a strong bond with the children there and will surely guide them along the path of righteousness, Wei Lai asserted resolutely. Very well. If you are determined, Bishop Russell conceded, albeit flipping through some nearby documents, I do have additional assignments. If possible, I wish to travel to the grain-producing area to execute a task and procure some grains for the community's children who are truly in need, Wei Lai hastily proposed, acknowledging the overwhelming demand for oats that had left the warehouse manager too fearful to sell them illicitly. With this request, I can save some time. Bishop Russell quickly located an urgent task. Oat Village is in dire need of assistance. Its crops are suffering from an unknown contamination and require a substantial amount of holy water to purify the tainted soil, lest the harvest yield nothing. Urgency, critical. This is a delivery mission. If feasible, you must depart at once. Bishop Russell emphasized, clearly concerned about the grain-producing area. Not an issue. As soon as the holy water is prepared, I shall set forth immediately. Wei Lai nodded affirmatively. I shall make the arrangements. The bishop's attendant promptly turned to organize the necessary affairs. In the meantime, Bishop Russell smiled. I believe I should imbue your badge with greater power. Thank you, Your Excellency. Wei Lai expressed his gratitude. Wei Lai extended his hands to present his cargo handler's emblem. Upon receiving the emblem, Bishop Russell commenced the bestowal of new blessings, elevating it directly from the 3rd tier to the 5th, symbolizing his acknowledgement of Wei Lai's capabilities. Cargo handler's emblem level, 5 user, Wei Lai first effect, increases weight capacity by 100 kilograms second effect, enhances leg strength by 8 third effect, boosts running speed by 34th effect, augments jumping ability by 30 points 5th effect, increases endurance by 10 points. Such a formidable blessing capability. Even the blessings ahead were concurrently enhanced. Upon donning the emblem, Wei Lai indeed felt a significant enhancement in his physical resilience. He leaped higher, ran swifter, and carried greater burdens. May your endeavors be met with success. Bishop Russell has bid farewell to his guests. Wei Lai also arrived at the Freight Transfer Center. After receiving the task order, he donned an enormous silver cabinet of holy water, which likely contained a ton of sacred liquid. It would be impossible for any ordinary Umbrian mule to carry such a burden. No wonder Bishop Russell had elevated his own insignia by yet another tier. Wei Lai was somewhat apprehensive about the possibility of an attack. The cracked water container could leak all its contents. Thus, he requested some adhesive tape. The attendant promptly arranged for him a warm, waterproof garment made from blessed fur, providing superior insulation against the cold. With all preparations complete, before embarking on his mission, Wei Lai made a brief return to the community church, leaving a small donation and updating the nun he had previously spoken to. This time, he chose not to carry the heavy cauldron. A holy water container was burdensome enough. The children could amuse themselves with the cauldron. The urgent task in Oat Village was critical for the safety of the entire grain-producing region and the future harvest. Wei Lai did not allow himself a moment's rest. He shouldered the holy candle lantern and set off through the night. While the lantern offered protection from the menacing threats of malevolent deities, it also attracted the attention of nocturnal predators. However, with his ominous eye activated and the crows soaring overhead, he could discern the direction of impending danger and deftly evade it. With invigorating incense and sustenance to replenish his energy, he pressed on. What would typically require 3 days of travel, Wei Lai accomplished in a mere 12 hours, arriving at the outskirts of Oat Village. As anticipated, the expansive fields of wheat displayed signs of decay in the soil, with immature stalks showing green rot at their roots. Yet it puzzled Wei Lai why. In the late autumn, the wheat had not yet been harvested. As a significant grain-producing hub, the area was still guarded by a number of soldiers, who were elated to see Wei Lai and his water container, escorting him to meet the village priest. This priest resembled a seasoned farmer, his hands coarse and face etched with wrinkles. With joyful exclamation, he said, "Thank God. I thought it would take several more days for you to arrive. You should be thanking me." Wei Lai rolled his eyes, irritably slamming the heavy water container to the ground, panting and nearly unable to straighten his back. "Thank this courier. You should rest for a moment. I must conduct the purification ritual." The elderly priest bowed deeply and gestured for several soldiers to assist with the water container. However, even 4 ordinary soldiers struggled greatly to shift the container a few feet, hardly comprehending how this solitary courier had transported it alone. Forget it, forget it. It's only a few steps more. Where do you want it? I'll carry it. Wei Lai disdainfully hoisted the holy water container once more and followed the priest to the nearest plot of farmland. The old farmer priest opened the container and poured forth a large basin of holy water, kneeling reverently before the field, chanting incantations to perform the purification ritual. The basin's crystal-clear holy water seemed to defy gravity, transforming into a sphere that floated above the farmland before cascading down like gentle rain, almost visibly. The signs of decay in the vast wheat fields rapidly diminished, revitalizing the crops. A wave of villagers, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of gratitude for God's blessings. Wei Lai scratched his head, perplexed, and summoned a captain of the soldiers. Has he already commenced treatment without investigating the underlying cause? Surely there must be reasons behind this contamination. This plague is cyclical, the captain explained. Once treated adequately, a period of normalcy can be sustained. But you are merely addressing the symptoms and neglecting the root of the problem. Are we to send our couriers back and forth repeatedly? Carrying water cabinets is exhausting. You know, Wei Lai expressed his dissatisfaction. The old farmer priest, overhearing Wei Lai's remarks, bowed apologetically. We truly appreciate your efforts. Unfortunately, we have no means to prevent the corruption stemming from the plague god. We can only purify it repeatedly. Believe me, I have personally witnessed the devastation wrought by the plague god. The air was thick with a green miasma, and the flora decayed uniformly from top to bottom. Wei Lai approached the edge of the farmland, gently caressing the wheat, and continued, Observe your wheat. The decay begins in the soil, spreading to the roots, stems, leaves. And the ears of wheat remain intact. This clearly indicates an issue with the soil or groundwater. Your repeated purifications merely address the symptoms. Are you intent on exhausting us freight workers? The old farmer priest was taken aback, pondering the possibility of soil and groundwater being the culprits. Stop at once. Do not waste the holy water. We must first identify the source of the decay and address it, Wei Lai advised. However, the freight workers, having traveled far and wide, should possess a broader understanding. The source of the decay is entrusted to you, Captain. The old farmer priest turned to the soldier captain. The captain, equally perplexed, wondered where to locate the source of decay. You will find it. I am utterly exhausted and will rest first. After a night of hurried travel, Wei Lai was fatigued, seeking a bed in the church to rest. Meanwhile, several individuals were left in confusion, contemplating the soil and groundwater. Underground matters? Let's dig. Thus, led by the priest, the villagers and soldiers commenced their excavation efforts. Indeed, true to their farmer nature, they dug throughout the day, turning over the soil around the village, yet found no trace of the plague's source. As dusk fell, Wei Lai finally awoke refreshed, stretching leisurely as he stumbled out of the church, only to trip over something. Momentarily believing the village had been subjected to a bombardment, observing pits scattered everywhere. Upon further inspection, he realized the villagers were in search of gold, as each one was digging fervently. Upon questioning one of them, he learned they were seeking the source of the plague. Are you all digging with your eyes closed? Do you plan to excavate until the year of the monkey? Stop digging. Save your strength. Wei Lai rushed to the old farmer priest, waving his hands. But you said we needed to find the source of decay, the priest remarked, puzzled. That does not mean you should dig aimlessly. Let me think of a solution. Wei Lai, with further requests in mind, knew he had to exert more effort. He then found a high spot, sitting cross-legged as if in deep meditation. What are the freight workers doing? I don't know. Silence. I am listening for revelations. You all close your eyes and pray. Wei Lai wished to conceal the sight of his ominous awakening from them. The villagers promptly closed their eyes, joining him in prayer. Wei Lai's face flushed with intensity as the ominous eye opened, granting him a bird's-eye view of the village's terrain. Indeed, a significant portion of the wheat fields had succumbed to decay. However, the levels of corruption varied, revealing a discernible trend. If one were to connect the dots, the source of this corruption lay near a small earthen mound. Got it. Let's go. Wei Lai shut his ominous eye and led his companions toward the mound. After a brief walk of 10 minutes, the elderly farmer priest expressed his skepticism. Are you certain? This is quite far from the village. Do you doubt the revelation bestowed upon me by the Lord? Wei Lai shot him a disdainful glance, causing the priest to tremble and hastily seek forgiveness. Dig for me. Wei Lai tossed his entrenching tool to a soldier stationed in the village, unwilling to exert himself on such labor. The soldier picked up the peculiar tool and began to dig energetically at the mound. This cursed, entrenching tool possessed the ability to disturb the subterranean creatures. And as a mere layer of soil was removed, a creature lurking beneath twisted in aversion. The earthworm turned. Instantly, a vast expanse of soil shifted, and the mound undulated like a marsh. Yet, the creature showed no intention of emerging, instead burrowing deeper in an attempt to escape. "What a coward," Wei Lai remarked, evading a spear thrust from the nearby soldier captain. With both hands clenched tightly, he closed his eyes, invoking the wisdom of the Holy Father, the strength of the Holy Son, and the mercy of the Holy Spirit, beseeching them to bestow upon his weapon boundless divine power. May it unleash a radiant brilliance in battle, vanquishing all evil. Weapon blessing. In an instant, the ordinary spear radiated golden light. As Wei Lai sprinted forward, he leaped and thrust the spear forcefully into the upturned earth, the 2-meter-long weapon embedding itself halfway into the ground. Then, with a firm grip on the shaft, he exerted all his strength, bellowing as he hoisted the hidden foulness from its subterranean refuge. The source of the wheat field's corruption was revealed to be a colossal worm, its body oozing with putrid green slime, a clear indication of profound decay. Nevertheless, despite its corruption, it remained a coward. Upon being unearthed, it hastily severed its own body in a desperate attempt to retreat underground. "You've emerged. Can I allow you to flee? I offer my being, sacred flames, ignite my soul. Purify the world, banish the evil. May the light of the divine guide my path, and the power of sacrifice incinerate the malevolent." In that instant, a torrent of flames surged into the burrow, scorching the decaying worm's form. Initially, the ground writhed violently, but soon it settled into tranquility. When the farmers unearthed the creature, it had been reduced to a charred remnant. The corruption afflicting Oat Village had been eradicated. Corruption eradicated in Oat Village, earning 50 merit points. The priest and villagers were nearly brought to tears with gratitude, making it difficult for them to refuse Wei Lai's subsequent requests, even if they were deemed inappropriate. Wei Lai wishes to procure a ton of oats. It is worth noting that while this village consistently yields crops year-round, with harvests following one another, this is contingent upon the efficacy of the priest's bountiful prayers. However, all these grains must be allocated to various towns, permitting individuals only a modest purchase. Wei Lai made a purchase of an entire ton. It is quite a challenging situation. However, since they have assisted in addressing the root of corruption, it is difficult to refuse. Thus, one can only reluctantly agree. Not only oats, but this bountiful village also raises a considerable number of chickens, with eggs being one of its specialties. Wei Lai also procured a considerable quantity of eggs, which he buried amidst the oats to bring back. The containers for storing the grains are specially designed, otherwise, they would be prone to decay. The silver and aluminum boxes require the placement of several holy charms within, as this is essential for prolonging the preservation period. Wei Lai took a half-day's rest before once again shouldering the heavy box of oats, returning to Umbria. "Why have you not set off yet? Have you encountered some difficulties along the way?" When Bishop Russell saw Wei Lai appear in the Grand Hall 3 days later, he nearly lost his composure. The significance of the grain-producing region was paramount, as it directly affected the food crisis in several nearby cities. "How could you still not have departed?" "Not at all. I hastened through the night, and the mission has been accomplished, thankfully without failure." Wei Lai's innocent gaze accompanied the return of the task sheet. "So soon?" Bishop Russell was momentarily taken aback, having expected it would take at least a week. It was not until he saw the signature and remarks of the elderly farmer priest on the task sheet that he realized Wei Lai had indeed completed the mission, and had even assisted in uncovering the culprit responsible for the persistent soil degradation hidden beneath the ground. "Well, I must admit I misjudged you, my child. You have worked hard on this task." Bishop Russell expressed a hint of regret. "I merely did my duty to the Lord," Wei Lai humbly replied. "Now go rest." "I still have many tasks to attend to," Bishop Russell said, unceremoniously tapping a thick stack of special task sheets beside him, all of which could only be accomplished by a 6th-tier freight handler, yet Wei Lai was evidently quite suited for the role. The Chamberlain also brought forth the remuneration for this task, 3 holy silver coins. Well, that amounts to little more than the cost of a boxed meal. Upon returning to the church and the widow's community, Wei Lai found that his absence of 3 days had rendered the place desolate once more. Wei Lai placed 4 heavy boxes of oatmeal on the ground and opened the lids, prompting 2 temporary nuns to exclaim in astonishment, "So much." However, their enthusiasm was short-lived as the boxed meals would soon be consumed. Wei Lai had already devised a plan to procure grains and eggs from Oatmeal Village on a long-term basis. It would not be cost-effective for him to make the trip himself, so he contemplated discreetly commissioning passing freight carriers to bring some along the way. "Let the children come," The box meals are back on sale today. 50 boxes. Wei Lai rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Before long, a jubilant group of children rushed into the church. Some gathering around the large pot to sing praises while others assisted in fetching water and washing vegetables. He could not always serve beef stew. With so much beef being secretly taken from the warehouse, the storekeeper had grown apprehensive. Today, he decided to prepare a delectable dish of tender white beans stewed with pig's feet. Such fare was often overlooked by the upper class, allowing for a certain leniency in management. Yet, if cooked to perfection, it would be a dream meal for the common folk, and Wei Lai relished it as well. The large pot simmered and bubbled, filling the church with an irresistible aroma, causing the children to gulp in anticipation. Although they were aware that these sumptuous pig's feet were not meant for them, the mere thought of a ladle of broth poured over rice, perhaps with a morsel of meat, conjured visions of exquisite delight. Wei Lai unceremoniously retrieved the first pig's trotter, savoring it with such gusto that grease dripped from his lips, leaving the children wide-eyed in amazement. What are you staring at? Once you've had your fill, make sure to exercise well. In the future, when you become freight handlers, there will be plenty to eat. Wei Lai had no intention of sharing. A mere spoonful of soup with a few beans was, in his view, a generous offering. Once the lunch boxes were packed, each of the 20 older children tucked away 2 or 3 boxes and hurried off to find buyers, their method already well practiced. However, after only 2 days of this operation, as the sales of the lunch boxes surged, the astute noses of the inspection team finally caught wind of the illicit activity and commenced an investigation. They first apprehended a freight handler who had been secretly indulging in pig trotter rice in a corner and subjected him to interrogation. The freight handler was resolute, declaring, "You can't extract a confession without torture, and torture me? On the backbone industry of Umbria? Oh, woe is me. I've suffered severe punishment and have been unable to carry out my duties for months." Within 24 hours, the bishop's court would likely intervene and release him. Consequently, the inspection team had no choice but to trace the source of the sales. After a few days of surveillance, they discovered that the lunchboxes were being sold by a group of children. Capture them. This band of older children, having inherited the talents of their fathers as freight handlers, darted about with remarkable agility, occasionally calling out for help. Freight handlers on the road, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "Look at those inspection lackeys, chasing after children. Let's see if I can trip you up." With the children's extraordinary abilities and the assistance of the freight handlers, they consistently managed to escape unscathed. Wei Lai, upon hearing that the children were pursued by the inspector, felt a profound sense of apprehension. After rewarding them with a hearty meal, she imparted her knowledge on how to evade their pursuers and conduct transactions with greater discretion. However, halting their operations was not an option. Selling boxed meals proved far more lucrative than any trivial endeavor, and over this period, they had amassed over 100 lustrous silver coins. Moreover, if they ceased their activities, how would the orphans and widows of the community survive? Relying on charity was far less dignified than earning a wage. Since the commencement of their boxed meal venture, this once despondent and hopeless group had regained vitality, consistently radiating joy. The children's choir had been reinstated, and daily masses continued as usual, enveloping the community in an atmosphere of peace and happiness reminiscent of days gone by. With their newfound income, they could afford cotton garments and firewood, alleviating concerns about sustenance throughout the winter, even as the inspectorate intensified their scrutiny. Nearly to the point of conducting house-to-house searches, the children's methods grew increasingly sophisticated and covert. Wei Lai instructs children in the art of crafting candles using mutton tallow, subsequently sanctifying these candles into holy lights through the melodic recitation of hymns and prayers. Only those children with pure hearts and unwavering faith can produce candles that are truly sacred and immaculate. Ostensibly, they sell these sacred candles from door to door, yet covertly they engage in the trade of boxed meals. After all, legitimate business lacks the swiftness of illicit ventures. The primary vendors of these meals have shifted from boisterous boys roaming the streets to fragile, helpless little girls. Their hands, red from the cold, tenderly clutch the delicate white candles as they implore, "Uncle, would you purchase a candle?" Upon spotting the delivery personnel, they tug at their sleeves with a mischievous glint, inquiring, "Sir, would you like a boxed meal?" Wei Lai even informed Bishop Russell after one of his missions that he had been teaching children in the church how to make holy candles, and he was now self-sufficient. Bishop Russell awarded them the title of Model Community for Self-Rescue, a commendation worthy of promotion among impoverished communities, emphasizing the importance of self-reliance rather than waiting for aid, especially as resources in Umbria were also scarce. When the inspector arrived to search the community, Wei Lai cooperated wholeheartedly, personally guiding them through the entire area to ensure no contraband was present. The inspector, experiencing such unprecedented cooperation, awarded the community the title of Model Community for Prohibition. Little did the inspection team expect that the base for meal production was discreetly situated within the community church, right beneath the watchful gaze of the statue of the god Asu. The methods of selling meals grew increasingly clandestine, and the buyers remained tight-lipped, leaving the inspectors utterly perplexed. Only the orphans and widows thrived, having transformed from their initial emaciated states to a more robust appearance. A group of young boys and girls surrounded Wei Lai daily, the allure of the lustful deity never waning, yet failing to shake Wei Lai's resolute heart. This idyllic existence continued until Wei Lai's next assignment. Since his last mission of delivering holy water to Oat Village, he had successfully completed 3 additional tasks. Now, Bishop Russell had arranged yet another endeavor, the rescue of turkeys. Mission background: a riot had erupted at the turkey farm, with the turkeys becoming feral and even injuring the shepherds. Mission requirement: transport a batch of armor, ropes, and medicine to assist the shepherds in quelling the uprising. While seemingly amusing, the notion of a turkey riot invoked laughter. Ha ha ha, could the malevolent deity not tempt humans, but manage to incite turkeys? Such a task would typically be assigned to ordinary low-level couriers. However, due to Wei Lai's exceptional capabilities, Bishop Russell decided to involve him directly in the suppression efforts, insisting that stability at the turkey farm be achieved before Thanksgiving. Logically, this region of old Europe was not accustomed to celebrating Thanksgiving, as they had never committed atrocities against the Native Americans. Yet, following the upheavals of centuries past, a large number of Americans had immigrated here, bringing with them the tradition of feasting on turkey, which gradually evolved into a significant holiday in the region. Wei Lai approached this task with a sense of normalcy, offering a few instructions to the individuals within the church before setting off towards the designated farm, equipped with an array of lasso tools. This time, he ruthlessly seized the prized dragon pot, feeling an inexplicable sense of betrayal, as its bond with the children had nearly surpassed his own. Upon arriving at the turkey farm 2 days later, the scene that unfolded before him made it apparent that this mission was far from straightforward. The entire farm lay in disarray, buildings had collapsed, fences lay in ruin, and the ground was strewn with numerous pale remnants, reminiscent of human remains. Wei Lai even witnessed a turkey, with a swift motion of its claw, snap a human femur and then plunge its beak into the bone to extract the marrow within. A chicken's claw can break the most robust human femur? Wei Lai was taken aback. At a glance, the entire farm bore no signs of human presence. Only the turkeys wandered about, foraging for sustenance. The once abundant grain feed was beneath their disdain, as they preferred fresh flesh. Were all the humans eradicated? What sort of mission is this? Wei Lai pondered whether he should abandon his task. However, the robust musculature of the turkeys suggested they had not been tainted by the corruption of the malevolent deity. Perhaps he could capture one and take it home for a taste. Wei Lai deftly produced a spade with his reverse grip, setting aside the unnecessary cargo, and cautiously approached a turkey, intending to deliver a swift strike. The thought of ambushing a turkey amused him. However, his attempt at stealth faltered as the rustling sound on the ground alerted the turkey, which promptly turned its head. Fortunately, Wei Lai quickly sought refuge in the nearby thicket. Indeed, after raising chickens for 2.5 years, his instincts were remarkably sharp. Wei Lai devised a cunning method. Bending the leaves of a shrub into a bowl shape, he tore a piece of jerky and skewered it with a twig, placing it within the leafy bowl. This was his secret art of capturing chickens, a leaf concealing the eyes. After tossing the leafy bowl, the turkey, drawn by the sound, ambled over. Upon spotting the morsel nestled within the leaves, it pecked eagerly, only to find the twig obstructing its throat. Raising its head, the leaves effectively shielded its eyes, rendering it blind to its surroundings. Its walnut-sized brain failed to comprehend the loss of the meat it had released from its beak, leaving it in a state of perplexity as it shook its head in confusion. Upon witnessing this, Wei Lai swiftly approached with a military shovel in hand and delivered a decisive blow to the turkey's head. With a resonant clang, the turkey staggered and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Chicken feast. Forget the task for now. He yearned to savor the flavor of turkey. In his previous life, he had merely gazed upon it alongside mice, and he had always believed that turkey and cheese were among the finest delicacies in the world. Wei Lai dragged the unconscious turkey beyond the confines of the farm, making his way to the banks of a small river, where he swiftly severed the bird's head with a single stroke. Astonishingly, despite the head being removed, the turkey's body thrashed violently, nearly eluding Wei Lai's grip. Its legs flailed like those of a mighty creature, leaving deep scratches on the stones by the river. This decay bore a resemblance to the ominous style of a malevolent deity, known for enhancing the physical forms of its followers. Yet, it was perplexing that such a deity would take an interest in a mere flock of turkeys. With practiced precision, Wei Lai bled the turkey, plucked its feathers, and eviscerated it, cleansing the innards of any lingering corruptive energy. Next, he filled the turkey's cavity with an aromatic blend of dried mushrooms and lemongrass, coating the skin with a layer of maple syrup before constructing an earthen oven to roast it. The traditional method of preparing turkey, in a sense. I was celebrating Thanksgiving in advance. As the tedious waiting ensued, Wei Lai activated his ominous eye, adopting the perspective of a raven to survey the state of the farm. Indeed, chaos reigned. Amidst the destruction, not a single building stood unharmed, until his gaze fell upon a warehouse, into which he swooped low. What he beheld within nearly caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Inside the warehouse, turkeys were gathered as if convening for a meeting. Observing in morbid fascination as a dozen human males, stripped of their clothing, dangled from iron hooks pierced through their necks. A robust humanoid turkey king was methodically eviscerating them. Even as one man, still clinging to life, twitched in abject terror. A cacophony of excited clucks erupted from the turkeys as they eagerly pecked at the entrails. In the corner of the warehouse, a group of survivors huddled together, trembling in sheer horror. The turkey king lifted the hollowed-out body of one man, swiftly severing his neck. Before stuffing his abdomen with lemongrass, coating him in grease, and placing him into the oven. Cluck, cluck. The turkeys erupted in another round of fervent cries. Wei Lai glanced back at his roasted turkey, suddenly struck by a thought. Were these turkeys seeking revenge on humanity by mimicking their actions? Were they planning to roast humans as well? Gobble, gobble. One turkey suddenly dashed into the farm, squawking in a frenzy. Had the beloved consort vanished? Although the turkey king could not articulate human speech, its intellect was not to be underestimated. Angrily, it strode out of the barn, leading its turkey brethren in search of the missing consort, leaving 2 male turkeys to guard the humans confined within the enclosure. This seemed like an opportune moment for a rescue. As the saying goes, saving a life is more virtuous than reading the Bible 7 times. After all, it is a deed worthy of merit. Wei Lai sensed a chance to take action. Utilizing the crow's aerial perspective, he temporarily departed from the roasting pit, carefully evading the scattered flock of turkeys, and made his way toward the warehouse, intent on rescuing the surviving humans. Employing a technique of distraction, he cast aside a leaf, causing the 2 guarding turkeys to mindlessly peck at it, thereby obscuring their own vision. Wei Lai leapt forward with 2 shovels, striking the turkey and rendering it senseless upon the ground. He immediately shouted towards the corner where the people were gathered, "I am the reinforcements sent by Umbria, here to rescue you." A group of survivors stood in stunned silence for a few moments before they reacted, moved to tears, and expressing their gratitude to the heavens for answering their prayers. "You should be thanking me," he exclaimed. "Form an orderly line behind me. Do not lag behind." And remain silent. Wei Lai lowered his voice, warning everyone as he counted, estimating that there were around 20 to 30 survivors, a considerable number. He then took the lead, directing the group to form a line and escape in the direction where turkeys were least abundant. Utilizing the vantage point offered by the crow's perspective, the group navigated cautiously out of the core area of the farm, stepping over the occasional skeleton, as women and children struggled to suppress their rising fear. "Stop!" Wei Lai suddenly gestured for everyone to crouch beneath the bushes, as 2 turkeys wandered nearby in search of food, necessitating their wait for the birds to depart. However, at that moment, the turkey king had already discovered Wei Lai's makeshift earth oven by the riverbank. Upon inspection, he was horrified to find it contained his beloved, now transformed into roast chicken. Cluck! Humans! I shall annihilate all humans! The turkey king's roar ignited a fury throughout the turkey farm. The pupils of hundreds of turkeys turned crimson, their feathers bristling with rage. Simultaneously, the group huddled in the bushes had revealed their position, as 2 furious turkeys charged toward them. "Run!" Wei Lai sprang forth, utilizing his engineer shovel to send a turkey soaring, while commanding the crowd to flee with urgency. The tremendous commotion immediately captured the attention of the turkey king, who let out a piercing cry, its legs clawing at the ground. Charging forth like a Kawasaki motorcycle at full throttle, enveloped in a cloud of dust, the turkey was in a frenzied rampage. The speed at which it galloped was astonishing. Had it not been for Wei Lai's formidable leg strength enabling him to leap 3 meters high just in time, he would have narrowly evaded the turkey king's furious charge. The screech of the turkey king's brakes carved deep ruts into the earth. Enraged, the turkey king turned its head, the fire of fury in its eyes seemingly ready to ignite. From a crow's perspective, it appeared unremarkable, but upon locking eyes with this nearly 2-meter-tall Turkey King, one could not help but notice its hydraulic-like thighs, robust muscles, and splendid plumage. A bounty of protein, it looked utterly delectable. A mere turkey, Wei Lai thought. Surely he could contend with this creature. Caw! The Turkey King once again spun around in a fit of rage, charging ahead. Wei Lai had adequately prepared for the impending confrontation. As the Turkey King charged towards him, he swiftly sidestepped, wielding the sharp edge of his shovel to deliver a horizontal strike aimed at the creature's ankle. Clang! What the? The sensation was entirely off, akin to striking a solid steel pipe. In an instant, the Turkey King unfurled its wings, delivering a powerful kick with its ironclad talon straight into Wei Lai's chest, propelling him 3 meters away, followed by a menacing leap for another clawed assault. Crack! Wei Lai rolled away in a frantic escape, as the talons of the Turkey King struck the ground, shattering the cobblestones beneath. He had underestimated the formidable prowess of this avian monarch. The battle awareness of the Turkey King was astoundingly acute, rendering Wei Lai nearly unable to rise. Yet, with timely precision, he unleashed the flame cross, swiftly casting forth a burst of ordinary fire to repel the Turkey King's fierce assault. As a creature cloaked in feathers, its instinctive fear of flames was palpable. Seizing the moment while the Turkey King flailed at the flames upon itself, Wei Lai sprang up with the agility of a fish, donned the Song Soul headphones, and activated the first hymn of praise, entering a state of combat. This body shall be a sacrifice, sacred flames, ignite my soul, purify the world, banish evil. The fire of devotion coupled with weapon blessings. In an instant, the engineer's shovel whirled forth like a wheel of fire, compelling the Turkey King to retreat in trepidation. Too fearful to approach. Turkeys belong in the roasting oven. Wei Lai's proclamation ignited the Turkey King's fury. Once merely an ordinary turkey, it had emerged as the strongest breeding hen of the farm, having lived a full 2.5 years compared to its counterparts who were culled after just 1. It had witnessed the slaughter of many, not only its own offspring but also its beloved companions. One fateful day, while foraging, it consumed a red meteorite from the cosmos, gradually awakening its latent power. I shall make humanity experience the agony of slaughter. The furious and fearless Turkey King suddenly cast aside its fear of the flaming engineer's shovel, its wings slicing through the air like scythe-like blades. Wei Lai was astonished to discover that the hardness of its feathers was in no way inferior to that of a combat shovel. When they clashed, a metallic grinding sound erupted. Even though the flames had ignited its wings and its entire body was engulfed in fire, it merely transformed into an enraged turkey, utterly transcending its innate fear. A powerful claw suddenly broke through the shovel's assault, seizing the handle with an overwhelming strength that rendered Wei Lai utterly defenseless as his weapon was snatched away. Without a weapon to defend himself, he fled without a moment's hesitation, his legs propelled by the unmatched strength of a seasoned porter. As Wei Lai turned around, he exclaimed, "Damn! The speed of the Turkey King is astonishing." It dashed forward like a streak of lightning, a flaming turkey in pursuit. "Ling Mei, lend me a hand." While fleeing, Wei Lai retrieved a piece of incense from his inner pocket, secured it tightly, and after a moment of fervent prayer with his eyes closed, a plume of smoke gradually ascended. Guided by the soul incense, it swiftly transformed into a smoke cannon, aimed directly at the Turkey King's nostrils. The enchanting aroma indeed caused the Turkey King to stumble. However, once infused with the essence of the malevolent deity, its body became monstrous. And upon entering a state of rage, its resistances surged dramatically. It quickly regained its footing, shrieking a piercing cry as it continued its relentless chase after Wei Lai. This is not good. Engaging it head-on offers no chance of victory. Strength and speed are utterly overwhelming. I must outsmart it. As Wei Lai desperately fled, he pondered a strategy for counterattack. Glancing around, he spotted the intact slaughterhouse and immediately veered towards it, simultaneously grasping a jester doll at his waist. "I am the Turkey King." The Turkey King's roar was as thunderous as a train's whistle, barreling into the warehouse with terrifying speed. Inside, Wei Lai found himself cornered, akin to an ostrich burying its head in straw, with half his rear trembling in fear. "Humans, you are doomed." Without a hint of hesitation, the Turkey King raised its claw and lunged towards Wei Lai, its formidable talon poised to crush him entirely. Boom! In a swirl of smoke, Wei Lai's figure transformed into a jester doll, emitting a cacophony of manic laughter. "Hee hee. You fell for it." The Turkey King, momentarily bewildered by the turn of events, was caught off guard. "Bald chicken. Into the pot you go." The real Wei Lai had leapt down from the warehouse beam, cradling a large cooking pot, which he promptly placed over the Turkey King's head. The hefty pot, devoid of combat prowess and disliking its use as a weapon, would expand when pleased and shrink when displeased. Now thrust upon the head of an unbutchered turkey king, the disgruntled pot immediately constricted, tightly encasing the turkey king's head, rendering it unable to shake it off. In a fit of rage, the turkey king even slammed its head against the wall, shattering the structure, yet failed to dislodge the pot. This must come to an end, Wei Lai declared, drawing forth a gleeful chef's knife, sharpening it with intent to conclude this ordeal. However, as the turkey king remained ensnared, countless ordinary turkeys surged towards Wei Lai in a furious tide, fearlessly obstructing his path with their bodies. Wei Lai was tasked with subduing the turkey farm, rather than exterminating the turkeys. After all, Thanksgiving was still some time away, and the meat could not remain frozen indefinitely. In his quest to accomplish the mission flawlessly, Wei Lai found himself unable to muster the resolve to slaughter the flock. Meanwhile, the turkey king, unable to dislodge the pot from its head, became infuriated and charged in a random direction. Not quite knowing whether it intended to collide with Wei Lai or to find a stone to smash the pot. "Oh dear, you've gone the wrong way. My pot." Wei Lai feared that the turkey king might abscond with his cookware. However, faced with the onslaught of ordinary turkeys, he had to respond with all his might. And with a careless moment, his calf was left bloodied from their claws. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, and the sound of thundering hooves approached from afar. To Wei Lai's astonishment, a troop of knights emerged. At the forefront sat a remarkably imposing middle-aged man clad in resplendent, heavy golden armor, his square, resolute face set towards the direction where the turkey king had recklessly charged. A golden sword gleamed through the air. The turkey king, nearly causing Wei Lai to lose his composure, was instantly severed in two, crimson blood spilling onto the ground. With the demise of the turkey king, the flock lost its collective spirit and gradually settled down. "Hey, that's my kill. I was so close." Wei Lai, now covered in feathers, looked up at the approaching knights with a sense of dismay. The entire troop of knights remained fixated ahead, barely sparing a glance at Wei Lai, as if he were merely a beggar by the roadside, passing by with an air of haughty disdain towards the outskirts of Umbria. Where did these knights come from? Acting so high and mighty? Wei Lai, feeling petty, directed his crow to defecate upon the shiny armor of the ostentatious knights. Remember, black crows drop white droppings, and white knights get the black ones. After the turkey king's fall, the turkey farm returned to tranquility, and the surviving workers returned with heavy hearts. Fortunately, the priest had taken some women and children to hide in the basement of the town's church, thereby escaping the calamity. At least the turkey farm could resume operations, ensuring that there would be turkey for the Thanksgiving feast. As for the fallen turkey king, it naturally became Wei Lai's trophy, exclusively for his enjoyment. He plucked the iron-like tail feathers, which could fetch a handsome price as materials or serve as a headdress for a Native American costume. The sharp and sturdy talons were harvested, as Wei Lai yearned to taste the delicacy of tiger-skin phoenix claws. Yet he resolved to deliver them to the forge to fashion into grappling hooks, essential tools for couriers who often needed to scale cliffs and high buildings. The feathers, rendered useless after the sacrificial flames, left him with nothing but a robust physique. Due to its considerable size, he could not consume it all in one sitting. So Wei Lai simply severed a turkey leg, smeared it with a secret sauce, and roasted it. After an eager wait, he sprinkled it with spices and eagerly indulged. With the first bite, he exclaimed, "MMM." Wei Lai took a look and confirmed it was indeed chicken, not wood. But why did it taste like chewing on cardboard, tough and excessively dry? There was absolutely no fat content, just pure muscle fibers? Wei Lai chewed for an extended period. Yet the morsel remained stubbornly intact. His saliva had dried up, and he found himself with food lodged between his teeth. All 28 of his teeth seemed to be crying out in distress. The roast was unbearable. Could it be that it required stewing instead? Wei Lai once again took out the plump dragon pot for a second round of preparation. The result was still a texture akin to chewing on a towel. I refuse to believe that no method, be it steaming, frying, stewing, sought ing, roasting, smoking, pickling, or braising, can tame this creature. Fried chicken legs, hand-pulled chicken, chicken paste balls, turkey-flavored rice crust. After exhausting all culinary techniques, Wei Lai conceded defeat. The formidable muscle fibers of the turkey king rendered it impervious to any cooking method, transforming its texture into that of gnawing on wood. In a moment of resignation, Wei Lai opted to dry the turkey king's flesh and grind it into powder, turkey king muscle protein powder. As for the remaining entrails, Wei Lai had no intention of consuming them. He would let his crows partake, as they could at least siphon some chaotic magic from the flesh of the cultist. Turkeys possess emotions. They experience fear and resist. Can you not feel a pang of sorrow when consuming them? If turkeys were to rule the world, would you wish to see them domesticate humans for sustenance? The malevolent deity sought to exploit Wei Lai's vulnerabilities. Guilt, truly overwhelming guilt, consumed him. The inability to transform the Turkey King into a delectable dish would be a lifelong disgrace. He vowed to devise a cooking method that could elevate turkey to a culinary delight before Thanksgiving. Wei Lai's anguished confession echoed in his heart. A day later, upon returning to the city of Umbria, he sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Though unaware of the specifics, the air felt oppressively heavy. Wei Lai, in his haste to complete the task, paid little attention to the details and proceeded directly to the main cathedral of the freight center. To his astonishment, the guards outside the cathedral had vanished, replaced by a formidable assembly of knights, their robust forms encased in heavy iron armor, towering at 2 meters like living iron towers. This very group was the same knightly battalion Wei Lai had encountered during his mission at the turkey farm. What were they doing here? Puzzled, he approached, intending to inquire. Suddenly, with a resounding clash, a pair of crossed battle axes descended, nearly cleaving Wei Lai in two. No entry for outsiders. They bellowed. Outsider? How could I be deemed an outsider? I am a top-tier freight handler. Wei Lai protested internally. However, the 2 knights stood like immovable sentinels, showing no intention of allowing him passage. Very well, I shall seek the restroom. Wei Lai feigned compliance, turning away only to discreetly divert to a nearby privy. There, he squatted, controlling a raven to observe the situation within the cathedral and discern how a horde of knights had taken over. One raven alighted on the skylight, peering curiously downward. Inside the cathedral, the middle-aged knight in golden armor, who appeared to be the leader, was engaged in a conversation with Bishop Russell, whose demeanor was far from amicable. The stern knight then presented a sacred parchment with a single hand, a handwritten decree from His Holiness the Pope, stating that Bishop Russell was accused of spiritual corruption, harboring heresy, and neglecting his duties, rendering him unfit to govern the city of Umbria. Please cooperate and await the arrival of the tribunal for an investigation. Bishop Russell offered no resistance, forlornly removing his crown of authority to reveal his graying hair. And he was escorted deeper into the cathedral by 2 knights. The middle-aged knight then continued issuing orders: seal all documents within the cathedral. All individuals closely associated with the bishop shall be subjected to investigation. What? Bishop Russell has been dismissed. My recommendation letter. Wei Lai gasped in shock. A coup. An unabashed coup. As Wei Lai hastily adjusted his trousers, he made a swift escape. The knights and their retinue had begun to seal off the grand hall, preparing to ensnare the bishop's trusted confidants. I am not acquainted with any bishop, Wei Lai muttered under his breath, darting through the door. Once he glanced back and confirmed no one was in pursuit, he breathed a sigh of relief. He veered into the adjacent foundry, a place seemingly untouched by the unfolding chaos, continuing its routine endeavors. Young man, are you here to commission something again? Have you brought me a box of old world cigars? I am down to my last one, grumbled Master Darm, a familiar face, as he puffed on an unlit cigar, casting a sidelong glance. Please, refrain from smoking. Gather any contraband you may possess. Bishop Russell's knights are conducting a power grab and are currently apprehending his confidants. Wei Lai quickly lowered his voice. Is that true? This is no laughing matter, Darm retorted with a disdainful glimmer in his eye. Do you dare just about such a grave situation? Go outside and see for yourself. Those knights have sealed the cathedral. Wei Lai shook his head in disbelief. My God, how could they do this? Darm was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. By the command of the Pope. Why concern yourself with the details? If you possess any illicit items, hide them swiftly to avoid incrimination, Wei Lai advised earnestly. Right. Darm exclaimed, abruptly discarding the last reluctant remnants of his cigar into the furnace and shoveling in 2 scoops of coal. I have some materials here. See if you can fashion them into tools. Wei Lai presented a pair of iron claws and some tail feathers from a turkey king to Darm. Excellent materials. Do not skimp on the processing and accessory fees, Darm remarked, quickly discerning their high quality. Not a problem. Use the finest materials. Cost is no object. Wei Lai promptly deposited a down payment of 20 silver coins. He then made haste to leave, retreating to the community church to lay low for a few days and assess the situation. In the ensuing days, while Umbrian City appeared tranquil, an undercurrent of turmoil simmered beneath the surface. Wei Lai remained hidden in the community, ceasing his sales and income. The news of Bishop Russell's dismissal rapidly spread throughout the city, leaving everyone perplexed and powerless to act. Soon after, the middle-aged paladin appointed to oversee the freight center issued his first decree, all freight workers were to be elevated to official status within the church, receiving a salary from the church and adhering to its directives. On the surface, this seemed a favorable development. However, from this point forth, freight workers would no longer receive task-based remuneration, instead earning fixed salaries based on rank, ultimately reducing their income. Tasks could not be selectively accepted or declined. Upon the issuance of orders, they were required to be completed within the stipulated time frame. During the tenure of Bishop Russell, the freight carriers were granted several days of respite upon the completion of each task, allowing them time to recuperate, purify their souls in church, spend moments with their families, and procure necessary supplies. However, following the reforms, the freight carriers will no longer enjoy such reprieve. The conclusion of one assignment will seamlessly transition into the next. More urgent task. Umbria will adopt a regime of stringent regulation, and the once watchdog-like inspectors, who could only bark but not bite, have now been endowed with formidable authority to oversee the order of the entire city. Among the freight carriers, discontent brews, and in the black market, no one is inclined to engage in trade. All are engrossed in discussions regarding this transformation. Can it be that Bishop Russell will truly never return? Whispers of his moral decay circulate, yet is this not mere slander? How devout a man the bishop is! It is said that tomorrow, the new arrival will convene a formal inauguration at the bishopric, officially announcing his assumption of command over the headquarters. Wei Lai mingled among the crowd, listening to the discussions that lacked originality. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, insidiously inciting them. When the time comes, let us protest together. With so many of us, does Umbria still require our freight services? Can he really afford to undermine himself? Who dares to speak? It is I, the lunchbox vendor. Let chaos ensue. Let us oust him from power. Perhaps then Bishop Russell may return. Wei Lai adjusted his mask, not wishing to be the one to stand out, preferring instead to wait for others to rush in before seizing the opportunity. The freight workers contemplated the rationale behind this. After all, the entire operation of Umbria relied on their efforts. Would they truly risk injuring themselves in protest? The demonstration would conclude without incident. The next day, in the square of Umbria, an inauguration ceremony was taking place, presided over by the knights directly appointed from the Vatican. They were set to officially announce the reform measures for Umbria. I am Sir Osius, the holy knight appointed directly by His Holiness, the Pope, to succeed Bishop Russell as the administrator of the Umbria district. Delegated by the Pope, I have come to rectify the inefficiencies within the city of Umbria, enhancing the operational capacity of the freight center to maximize the distribution of supplies to various regions. The first regulation: freight workers must unconditionally obey orders. The newly arrived knight, robust and imposing, with a square jaw and resolute demeanor, exuded an air of uncompromising authority as he recited his management policies with conviction. Meanwhile, Wei Lai, feeling emboldened, commanded the crows to swoop overhead. Down with him! Down with him! He bellowed, hiding among the crowd, leading the furious chants. The freight workers, accustomed to their freedom, were restless and unable to accept such stringent constraints. Fueled by anger, they raised their fists, calling out Bishop Russell's name. Suppress them! Sir Osius appeared to have anticipated this uprising, as dozens of strong knights surrounded the scene. The inspectors, wielding their batons, moved in to strike. The rapid succession of blows was not merely a display of skill, but a reflection of their fear of breaking their weapons, rendering them useless for future confrontations. These audacious freight workers had long been itching for a fight. Sir Osius observed the chaos unfolding in the square with an inscrutable expression. Taming this unruly band of free spirits would inevitably involve some degree of turmoil. Umbria could not function without its freight workers, much like a car cannot operate without wheels. Yet, the freight workers, too, were dependent on Umbria. A car without wheels is immobile, and wheels devoid of a car hold no value. This bout of violence was merely an appetizer in the struggle for dominance. As a vital logistics hub for the entire region of Old Italy, Umbria's operational efficiency failed to reach even 60, frequently causing supply shortages in nearby cities, which had already incited considerable dissatisfaction from the Holy See. It was imperative to ensure Umbria operated at full capacity, providing sufficient supplies to surrounding cities before the onset of winter. My goodness, this is real armed suppression. Well, I was taken aback, witnessing the inspectors encircle the area with fierce intensity, their batons swinging with swift precision. The fervor that had previously incited others to protest quickly dissipated. He hastily crouched down, pried open a sewer cover, and leapt into the darkness below to escape. This newly appointed knight exhibited a ruthlessly decisive style. When he said he would strike, he truly meant it. Better to avoid confrontation, The instigator behind the protests, Wei Lai, has already fled, leaving the porters to be mercilessly beaten. Even if they possess the ability to resist, behind the inspectors stand the soldiers of the church, followed by the knights. And further back, the paladins. To protest is to defy, and to resist is to rebel. Do you truly wish to gamble with your life? Wei Lai is truly lacking in virtue. This place is no longer suitable for lingering. It is time to make a swift departure. Umbria is on the verge of transforming into a grim hub of suffering and toil. Wei Lai wishes to reclaim his recommendation letter and hastens to the next area. However, the letter remains in the possession of Bishop Russell, and he has no knowledge of its whereabouts. Where could he possibly retrieve it? Perhaps, while everyone is occupied in the square quelling the unrest, he could inquire in the dungeon. Wei Lai contemplated this and found it feasible. Subsequently, utilizing the crow's vantage point, he deftly evaded all patrolling soldiers and advanced towards the dungeon area of the cathedral. Wei Lai had frequented the cathedral several times, rendering him quite familiar with the layout. He swiftly navigated past the sentinels stationed along the route and made his way to the rear of the cathedral. This is troubling, Wei Lai thought as he beheld a towering armored knight stationed resolutely at the dungeon's entrance, his formidable form nearly blocking the doorway, exhibiting no sign of laxity. Nevertheless, Wei Lai was adept at employing various tricks. After igniting some incense, he gave it a gentle shake, and a plume of smoke, under the influence of the fragrant essence, seeped beneath the knight's armor. The sentinel was instantaneously engulfed in a moment of disorientation. Wei Lai seized the opportunity to call out softly a couple of times, confirming that the knight was indeed entranced, and then swiftly sidled into the dungeon. Beneath the cathedral, the conditions of the dungeon were not lacking, as it had once been the domain of the previous district bishop. Until the judgment was rendered, no one could subject him to torture or mistreatment. The dungeon was divided into two sections. One half housed the bishop's confidants, numbering over a dozen, crowded together in a single cell. They expressed considerable astonishment upon seeing Wei Lai. Wei Lai made a gesture for silence and continued to tread softly. He arrived at Bishop Russell's solitary chamber, which was almost indistinguishable from a bedroom, complete with a bookshelf, dining table, bed, and a crucifix. At that moment, Bishop Russell was kneeling before the crucifix, calmly engaged in prayer, having shed his bishop's robe for a simple white linen garment. "Your Excellency, Bishop," Wei Lai whispered, rousing Bishop Russell from his reverie. "How did you come to be here?" Bishop Russell inquired, his eyes opening in confusion. I heard that the paladin had falsely accused Your Excellency in a bid for power. So I came to see if there was anything I could do to assist you," Wei Lai replied politely. My faith can withstand any trial. No one can accuse me unjustly. The tribunal will vindicate me," Bishop Russell remarked with a calm smile. Wei Lai shuddered at the mere mention of the tribunal. Rumored to employ harsh torture for interrogations. That is reserved for heretics. I am a diocesan bishop personally appointed by His Holiness and protected by divine covenant. They will not trouble me, Bishop Russell maintained his composure. Well, may they not wrong anyone. If there is nothing I can assist you with, I would like to inquire about my letter of recommendation, Wei Lai stated, revealing his purpose. I placed your letter in the drawer of my study. Would you like to retrieve it? Bishop Russell's expression suddenly grew peculiar. Yes, I wish to continue my unfinished training, Wei Lai admitted, secretly planning to escape. I apologize. I could not finalize your letter as I should have. My bishop's ring has been confiscated, Bishop Russell lamented, stroking his bare finger regretfully. There's no need for such sorrow. No one anticipated this turn of events, Wei Lai responded, now intent on retrieving the letter. Wait, if you are going to my study, could you fetch something for me? Bishop Russell's request rendered both men somewhat awkward. Do you truly read forbidden texts? It wouldn't happen to be of an inappropriate nature, would it? Wei Lai inquired, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. It is not contraband. I wish for you to retrieve my sacred ordination certificate. Only with the certificate in hand will the tribunal think twice, Bishop Russell explained, slightly embarrassed. Just a moment ago, you spoke so nobly and incorruptibly. Yet now you seek the Pope's issued identification as a talisman? Wei Lai teased. Ensure the task is accomplished. The tribunal has always been keen on scrutinizing the minutiae. If there are any signs of luxury or negligence, please help me eliminate them, Bishop Russell confessed, feeling quite insecure. Once the tribunal intervened, they could extract tons of gold and silver from a mere wooden cup of clear water. Under their methods, even a bear would confess to being a rabbit. Wei Lai felt a sense of awkwardness. Well, although you two have fallen from grace, with the warmth of camaraderie dissipated, perhaps one day you shall rise again. And I shall reluctantly undertake this task. Before the arrival of the tribunal, I will assist you in eliminating any evidence born of mere speculation. It is surprising that a figure like Bishop Russell would harbor fears. What manner of beings are those who constitute the tribunal? Upon leaving the dungeon, Wei Lai promptly altered his course towards Russell's study. If this opportunity were to be squandered, once the paladins return, the cathedral would undoubtedly fortify its defenses, making the endeavor exponentially more challenging. Within the cathedral, a steady flow of individuals continued with their duties, many clergy still adhering to their original tasks, not entirely abandoning the old leadership for the newly appointed. Even upon spotting Wei Lai, though taken aback, they showed no inclination to report him. The bishop's exclusive living quarters on the third floor of the cathedral were guarded by a robust knight. Employing his previous tactics, Wei Lai conjured a cloud of incense smoke to temporarily bewilder the guard, then swiftly entered the bishop's study. One cannot deny the study's solemn elegance. Adorned with rich carpets and impeccably arranged furnishings, the shelves housed numerous religious texts, their worn covers attesting to Bishop Russell's devoutness. All were officially sanctioned classics from the Holy See, requiring no removal. The desk was cluttered with various documents pertaining to the Umbria region, indicating the bishop's diligent management of this freight hub. Such papers too seemed unnecessary to clear away. Wei Lai opened the drawer of her desk and quickly tucked away her recommendation letter, which she had found amidst a multitude of documents. On the table lay several pieces of silver cutlery. To prevent the court from accusing you of living extravagantly, I have taken the liberty of tidying up. Wei Lai stowed away all the silver cutlery into her waist pouch. Only then did she commence her search for the sacred document entrusted to her by Bishop Russell. It was concealed quite well, hidden within a safe located in the dark recess behind the oil painting above the fireplace. Wei Lai was but a destitute individual, having never encountered the workings of a mechanical safe. Even after Bishop Russell entrusted him with the key and the code, he made numerous attempts, all in vain, resulting in beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The voices of the paladins returning from their expedition could be heard from downstairs. After considerable effort, he finally managed to unlock the safe, revealing a scroll of exquisite quality, exuding a profound aura of sanctity, bound with a crimson ribbon. Upon its unrolling, each character flowed gracefully, imbued with strength, and at the bottom lay the Pope's own signature and sacred seal. This was a holy credential, the title of regional bishop. Such a document was the true emblem of identity. Possessing it conferred the divine authority of a bishop, while losing it would spell doom for one's aspirations. In simple terms, the Pope, as the sole earthly representative of God, wielded the power granted by the Almighty to govern the mortal realm. Every decision made by the Pope did not reflect his own will, but that of God. The appointment of each sacred cleric was likewise a manifestation of divine approval, with their holy credentials serving as the foundation of their identity. As long as the evidence of their divine calling was intact, no one but God himself could pass judgment on these sacred ministers. This was precisely why the bishop instructed Wei Lai to deliver the credential to him. What, then, distinguishes a sacred cleric from an ordinary minister? The difference is akin to that between local civil servants and those of the central government. The former can appoint themselves without divine endorsement, governing merely a local jurisdiction, while the latter is a rightful divine envoy endowed with authority from above. Father Cain had urged Wei Lai to pursue further studies at the Vatican Seminary, with the hope that he would return bearing a holy credential, thereby bringing honor to his family. Although the sacred credential held by Wei Lai was not his own, he felt an inexplicable thrill, as if he had ascended to the esteemed ranks of central civil servants. In addition to the sacred credential, the safe contained a volume of gospel reflections recorded by Bishop Russell, encapsulating his insights into the art of blessings derived from the biblical gospels. The regional bishop lacked the authority to interpret scriptures, and should the tribunal uncover this, it would serve as yet another piece of incriminating evidence against him. I shall help you conceal it. Without hesitation, Wei Lai stowed away the gospel reflections, pondering that they might yet yield new insights into the art of blessings. Beneath this, he discovered a pouch of holy silver coins, weighing only a few dozen at most. The bishop's savings were even less than his own, revealing a life of poverty. Should the tribunal discover this, they would unjustly accuse him of embezzlement. I shall help you hide it to avoid trouble, Wei Lai decided, promptly concealing the money. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. How much moral depravity would be attributed to him if his own adult magazines were placed within Bishop Russell's safe? Wei Lai took out the magazine and placed it into the safe. Integrity points increased by 200. Oh, Lord Satan, are you testing my conscience? Which virtuous individual can withstand such a trial? Wei Lai was tormented within. No, Bishop Russell has shown me great kindness. I must not betray him. With gritted teeth, Wei Lai took away the Riska magazine. The system retracted 200 points of moral depravity. My heart felt like it was being sliced. Half of the golden demon's blessing has slipped away. How could I forsake even my demerit points for the sake of my conscience? O Lord, grant me forgiveness just this once. With an overwhelming sense of guilt, Wei Lai once again placed the Riska magazine into the safe. Since the situation had already escalated, what harm could a little more mischief do? He added a demon-scented incense, increasing his moral deficit by 100. With a nonchalant attitude, he thought, a few more inconveniences can hardly be felt, and proceeded to include a sensual candle, contributing an additional 50 to his moral decline. He had also unearthed precious photographs of a renowned adult star from the black market, adding 30 more to his tally of impropriety. As he busied himself accumulating these points of moral degradation, Wei Lai suddenly smacked his forehead, almost forgetting the true purpose of his visit, to assist Bishop Russell in eliminating evidence of corruption and misconduct. After surveying the area and confirming that no valuable items had been left behind, he prepared to escape through the window. However, as he cautiously closed the window and executed a triple jump from the 3rd floor of the cathedral, he accidentally let slip the recommendation letter he had been holding, watching it flutter away in the breeze. Damn it, Wei Lai exclaimed as he hurried after the letter. Fate played its cruel hand. The letter danced through the corridor before landing squarely on the chest of a golden-armored knight. Thud. Wei Lai landed in the corridor, instantly engulfed in a wave of panic akin to a high school student sneaking out to the internet CAF, only to find their homeroom teacher waiting just outside the wall. The visage of the paladin, Ozius, remained as formidable as a mountain, his expression as devoid of emotion as a Terminator robot. In a moment of ingenuity, Wei Lai exclaimed, Noble paladin, I am Wei Lai, a novice priest currently honing my skills in the transportation of goods in Umbria. Ever since I beheld the majestic sword of the Turkey farm, I have been utterly captivated by your extraordinary prowess. I humbly beseech you for an opportunity to receive a letter of recommendation to further my studies at the Vatican Seminary. Paladin Aoshius turned his head slightly to regard Wei Lai, uttering not a word. He unfurled the letter of recommendation, channeling his sacred power into the 3rd line with a flourish of his finger, inscribing a line of resplendent golden scripture, Aoshius Augustus. There was no additional content, merely the formidable and haughty name left behind. The letter was pressed against Wei Lai's chest as the nightly procession continued its purposeful march towards the cathedral. Wei Lai tenderly caressed the slightly warm recommendation letter, gazing dreamily at the retreating figure of the paladin, feeling as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. He had toiled like a beast of burden for over a month, yet Bishop Russell had not signed the recommendation letter he sought, while the paladin Ozius had effortlessly affixed his signature. In that moment, Wei Lai found himself somewhat awed by the paladin's formidable presence. It was only after watching the paladin vanish at the end of the corridor that Wei Lai regained his senses. Realizing he still had a mission to fulfill, he must deliver the sacred decree to Bishop Russell. However, the knightly order had already returned to the cathedral. Their defenses presumably tightened. Nearly every door was guarded by knightly attendants, making passage nearly impossible. Perhaps he could disguise himself as a food delivery person, hiding the sacred decree within a loaf of bread to smuggle it into the dungeon. Wei Lai contemplated deeply and concluded that the plan was indeed feasible. He promptly departed from the cathedral, heading towards the bakery to procure the necessary props, a piece of black bread, which he intended to hollow out and conceal the sacred decree within. At the appointed time, he would simply need to incapacitate the serving attendant, don his attire, and replace the bread, thereby delivering the sacred decree into the hands of Bishop Russell. The scheme was flawless. However, upon his return to the cathedral to execute his meticulously devised ruse, as he held a modest jug of clear water and the bread, he encountered no scrutiny along the way. Yet, just around a corner, he was taken aback to find the bishop's hall filled with people. Among them stood the paladin Ozius, alongside another imposing figure with a cold demeanor, clad in sinister black armor that emanated an aura of dread. Adorning his chest was an emblem that struck terror into the hearts of all who beheld it. The Inquisition, Judge Ozius, spoke to him with an impassive expression. Lord Heinrich, you have arrived rather swiftly. I anticipated your presence would not be until a few days hence. Judge Heinrich, however, replied with a chilling smile. Upon hearing of the opportunity to judge a bishop, I set aside all my affairs and rushed here directly. Paladin Ozius interjected, this is not a judgment. It is an investigation. Judge Heinrich's face revealed a sinister delight. Indeed, it is an investigation. I shall approach this inquiry into the bishop's conduct with the utmost impartiality. Wei Lai pondered that if such a sinister smile were directed at him, he might have lost control of his faculties. Ozias coldly remarked, "Let us hope so." Heinrich inquired further, "Does he possess a holy warrant? If so, many of my methods would be rendered ineffective." Ozias replied, "Since my arrival here, I have secured all his belongings. The warrant should not be in his possession." Heinrich appeared quite pleased with this response and subsequently asked, "Very well. What are the charges against him?" Ozias responded, "Malfeasance. As an administrator, he failed to optimize the operation of the cargo center, leading to a shortage of supplies in surrounding cities. Furthermore, he has been complicit, repeatedly allowing cargo handlers to possess contraband from the bygone era." Heinrich closed his eyes, taking a greedy, deep breath. "Excellent. I sense the insidious plot of the treacherous minister. It is a sin I deeply relish. I must hasten to deliver the holy warrant." Wei Lai listened, his heart pounding. To him, Heinrich was indistinguishable from a madman, capable of perceiving a conspiracy even in the most mundane of circumstances. "Now, I shall search his residence. Please, lead the way." Following this, the individuals in the hall made their way to the third-floor quarters. Wei Lai hurriedly carried the tray towards the dungeon, determined to deliver the sacred document to Bishop Russell before the trial commenced. However, upon reaching the entrance of the dungeon, he found that the number of guard knights had increased to 4. Upon seeing Wei Lai's tray, one of them firmly stated, "There is still an hour left until the designated dining time." Frustration surged within Wei Lai. How could a mere hour's delay be tolerated? The bishop would surely suffer from hunger. Yet, the sentinel knights were unyielding, offering no exception, and simply instructed him to wait by the side until the appointed time. Wei Lai was anxiously sweating behind his back. The investigation by the judge on the third floor had already commenced, meticulously scouring from Bishop Russell's bedroom to the study, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for evidence, even scrutinizing letters and notes for their meanings. What is happening? Even Ozias could not refrain from inquiring. Beneath the perfect facade of concealment lay a grand conspiracy. Heinrich reached out to caress the wall. His extensive experience in searches enabled him to effortlessly discover a hidden compartment behind the picture frame. Yet I am certain that all answers will emerge from this compartment, revealing evidence of collusion with the treacherous minister. Bang! The safe was forcefully opened. The judge, the paladin, both prominent figures fell into silence. Thus, the corruption of Bishop Russell was not by the treacherous minister or the malevolent god, but rather by the god of pleasure? Observing these implements, the old man played his cards well. Wei Lai had waited above in the dungeon for a full hour, and only at the stroke of the hour was he permitted to descend and deliver food. Fortunately, this band of primitive future beings had never seen a television and were entirely unaware that hiding food was a common practice. However, just as Wei Lai hurriedly entered the dungeon, the sound of the judge descending echoed behind him, prompting him to quicken his pace until he reached the solitary cell. Bishop Russell, bread in hand, before Wei Lai could even extend the bread into the cell, a powerful hand snatched the plate from him. "Bishop Russell, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your dinner." Judge Heinrich, with a chilling smile, seized the meal Wei Lai had brought and entered the solitary cell. "This is disastrous. The sacred decree is hidden within the bread." Wei Lai was on the verge of collapse, desperately signaling, yet Bishop Russell remained oblivious. Paladin Ozias and the other knights did not follow, and no one drove Wei Lai away. Thus, he remained in the dungeon, brazenly eavesdropping. The tribunal arrived swiftly. Bishop Russell slowly rose from before the crucifixion, appearing to age decades within a few nights. He no longer resembled a high-ranking cleric, but rather an ordinary, frail old man. Judge Heinrich took a seat at a table, placing the silver platter of dinner before him and kindly arranging the utensils for Bishop Russell. Bishop Russell gradually settled into his seat, gazing at the bread and water on the table, yet found no appetite to eat. Wei Lai was in a state of agitation, urging, "Eat, do eat." With a swift slice, he revealed the sacred document that could save your life. "Are you not hungry? This bread is quite delightful. A hearty meal will provide you with the strength needed to face the impending interrogation." In contrast, Heinrich merely twisted off a small piece of the breadstick, savoring it slowly. This twist exposed a small corner of the sacred document. Yet, both of their attentions were diverted from the food, and none noticed that Wei Lai's heart was racing in his chest. "Since you choose not to eat, I shall conserve my time and begin directly." The judge, Heinrich, immediately retracted his smile, fixing his gaze upon Russell's eyes, his words akin to inquiries emerging from the abyss, laden with absolute coercion. "When were you corrupted by the vile deity? When did your allegiance to the dark god commence?" A seemingly simple inquiry appeared to have already condemned Bishop Russell. However, the bishop remained unfazed. "I have recited the Bible since the age of 5. entered the monastery at 10, pursued theological studies at 18, and now at 68. I have devoted every day as a faithful shepherd to the Lord. Heed my question clearly. I ask when you began to align yourself with the dark god? Heinrich's smile turned menacing once more. Bishop Russell took a deep breath. I have never strayed from the teachings of the Lord. Very well. Should you concede to this? I might find it rather uninteresting. Heinrich nodded with satisfaction. As an inquisitor who has judged countless corrupt souls, I have yet to face the challenge of a bishop-level case. This will prove to be a significant test in my career. Wei Lai moved restlessly, attempting to hint that the sacred decree lay within the bread. Yet Bishop Russell had already closed his eyes. May I pose another question? Have you ever communicated with an evil deity? Heinrich continued to inquire. Throughout the protracted journey of a clergyman, we encounter countless temptations and misguidances. Nevertheless, I steadfastly adhere to the path laid out for us by God, Bishop Russell replied. Ah. So you concede to having had exchanges with a malevolent entity? Heinrich nodded with satisfaction, scribbling notes. Even though the pressure was not directed at him. Wei Lai felt an intense urgency in his bladder, teetering on the brink of relief. Bishop Russell's body trembled imperceptibly. However, they have left no mark on my thoughts. My level of spiritual corruption is below 0. 1. Do not attempt to deceive me with such rudimentary detection methods. True deep corruption is rooted in the depths of the soul. Any means of detection would fail to perceive it. Silently altering your thoughts and steering your decisions in favor of its influence, all while you remain oblivious to your own corruption, Heinrich mocked, shaking his head. This is indeed the judicial court's inversion of truth. A corruption level of 1 signifies a heretic, while anything below 1 indicates profound corruption. Wei Lai's legs weakened. As if he were the one sitting before the judge, undergoing interrogation. I've heard from the inspectors here that this place harbors numerous relics from the old era. What is your perspective on your cargo workers possessing contraband? Heinrich pressed on. They are the backbone of Umbria, even if they possess some inconsequential contraband. We must prioritize our mission and cannot detain them, only confiscate and destroy the items. Bishop Russell's demeanor clearly exhibited heightened tension. Heinrich nodded approvingly, noting. Bishop Russell stated that the contraband bearers are the backbone of Umbria. Russell's body visibly trembled once more. Heinrich then asked, It is said that all cargo workers are granted 2 or 3 days of leave after completing their tasks, which leads to a shortage of transport capacity in surrounding cities. Can you elucidate? Cargo workers are exposed to extreme dangers in the wilderness. They require ample time to recuperate and engage in spiritual guidance to fortify their faith. Bishop Russell endeavored to articulate without faltering. The rationale is compelling enough to persuade many. Yet have you considered that the surrounding cities might suffer more grievously due to the scarcity of resources? Heinrich continued to probe. I am aware. I have been tirelessly coordinating to ensure transport capacity. I work 10 hours a day, but it is an unreasonable expectation. Cargo workers are not easily trained. They require strength, courage, faith, and proper equipment. Russell gradually lost the aura of a bishop, stammering like a subordinate receiving a reprimand from a superior. Heinrich tapped his fingers on the table, nodding incessantly as he continued his discourse. Instead, one sees the minutiae. So, you shall purify the soul of the freight handler and bestow blessings, correct? I am a blessing pastor pursuing studies in the seminary. Before Russell could finish his sentence, Heinrich had already inscribed, Russell will conduct psychological intervention on the freight handler, physically enhance him, and is suspected of orchestrating rebellion. Heinrich, you continually distort the truth. What precisely are you attempting to slander me with? Bishop Russell finally began to seethe with anger. Anger? Indeed. Anger makes it easier to reveal vulnerabilities. You are astute, attempting to mislead me with some sordid illicit substances, leading me to believe that your descent is into the embrace of a depraved deity. Alas, I am far too familiar with the machinations of treacherous deities. The moment you speak, I can detect their vile breath. Heinrich's grin grew increasingly sinister as he removed his gloves, revealing a pair of scarred hands that crackled with electric energy. Now, I shall interrogate your soul until I extract the seeds of treachery. No, you cannot do this. I am a bishop ordained by His Holiness, and no one but the Lord can judge me. Bishop Russell's eyes widened in terror. Then what of your sacred credentials? Without sacred credentials, I may deem you a masquerading bishop and subject you to interrogation. Beneath the onslaught of violent currents, Heinrich's smile became ever more terrifying. I can retrieve the credentials, Bishop Russell quaked. Regrettably, it is too late. Heinrich's smile turned frenzied as the tempestuous current began to surge towards Bishop Russell. At that moment, Wei Lai finally summoned all his courage. Unable to bear witness to the torment of the bishop who had cared for him, he leaped forward and shouted, Bishop. The sacred credentials are within the bread. Bread. The two individuals in the solitary confinement room momentarily froze, glancing down at the loaf on the plate. Noticing a corner of the credentials peeking out, Bishop Russell, being the elder, reacted first and reached for the credentials, but Heinrich's judgmental hand had already seized the bishop's throat. The violent current piercing into Russell's brain. I have not seen the credentials, therefore, they do not exist. Bishop Russell's body was hoisted high, his limbs convulsing wildly from the electric shock, his meticulously styled hair disheveled. No, my lord bishop, you cannot subject him to torture. Wei Lai bellowed as he burst into the cell, braving the violent currents, reaching for the sacred credentials. Mind your own business. Heinrich cast a disdainful glance at Wei Lai, his left hand extending a web of lightning to ensnare him. Damn it, Wei Lai felt the excruciating pain of the electric shock coursing through him. His clothes torn and ablaze, yet he persevered step by step against the electric web, reaching for the bread on the table. Heinrich intended to intensify the current, but Wei Lai had already concentrated all his strength in his legs, leaping with fervor to grasp the sacred credentials on the table. Crushing the outer bread shell and withdrawing the credentials, thrusting them into the frantically twitching hands of Bishop Russell. The sacred credentials are here. Heinrich. Do you wish to judge the Lord? Wei Lai raised Bishop Russell's hand and growled, causing the electric current in the cell to extinguish immediately. What a nuisance. A look of intense dissatisfaction crossed Heinrich's face. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sacred document in Bishop Russell's hand spontaneously ignited into flames, reducing it to ashes. This signified that the Lord had forsaken his follower. Observing Bishop Russell's countenance, his eyes had transformed into an eerie shade of purple, exuding a chilling, malevolent aura that filled the cell. The candles flickered out, and the crucifix on the wall ignited with black flames. I never anticipated that my concealment would be discovered to such an extent. Bishop Russell's aged body began to levitate slowly, as a dark seed spread tendrils from his forehead throughout his entire being. Your delusion of deep concealment is merely that, a delusion. In my eyes, you resemble a fool who, despite having a mouthful of fishy odors, insists he has not indulged in thievery. Heinrich gripped the hilt of his sword with a cold glare. By your mother. How could this happen? Wei Lai retreated in disbelief, unable to accept that Bishop Russell had indeed succumbed to corruption. This world shall ultimately belong to our embrace. The corrupted Russell declared, yet his words were cut short as the judge's thunderous sword pierced through Russell's forehead, pinning him to the wall. The raging current annihilated all malevolent energy, reducing his body to dust. Soon after, a white spectral essence appeared in the cell, the soul of Bishop Russell. I thank the judge for purifying my soul, allowing it to return to the embrace of the Lord. Astonishingly, Bishop Russell bowed deeply towards Heinrich. Humph. The Lord shall not accept a corrupted soul. Heinrich's expression remained stern, showing no leniency whatsoever. The forlorn soul of Russell then turned to Wei Lai, bowing with equal despondence, conveying sincere apologies. I am truly sorry, Wei, for disappointing you. I was unaware when the treacherous dark deity implanted a thought within my soul, continually influencing my decisions. I have let you down. Even now, Wei Lai could scarcely believe that such a benevolent bishop had genuinely fallen into corruption. Go forth. Continue on the path towards the Lord. I can assist you no further. May this power aid you in overcoming all obstacles. Bishop Russell sighed, waving his hand over Wei Lai's medal, bestowing a blessing upon it. Consequently, a surge of powerful holy energy elevated Wei Lai's freight handler badge directly from 5th to 6th rank, the highest level achievable for such a humble profession. Gradually, the soul of Bishop Russell began to dissipate. Heinrich turned his gaze towards the badge on Wei Lai's chest. Wei Lai was startled, quickly taking the badge and placing it on the table, fervently waving his hands in protest. This is not what I desired. He forced it upon me, and any sinister power it possesses is not my concern. The judge Heinrich scoffed disdainfully. You, a mere lackey devoid of any divine vocation, are not worthy of my judgment. With that, he strode out of the dungeon. Just a lackey, indeed, Wei Lai thought, collapsing onto the ground, his heart racing with trepidation. If it were not for his own misdeeds, he would surely face the gallows. Gazing at the ashes of the sacred decree that lay on the floor, Wei Lai's resolve to obtain the coveted immunity badge grew even stronger. If the judge could pass judgment on all clergy, inspiring dread in all, then he too would pursue a vocation capable of judging judges. After a few moments of contemplation, combining his thoughts with Heinrich's interrogative content, Wei Lai finally understood what had corrupted Bishop Russell. One word: benevolence does not wield authority. Everyone desires a leader who is amiable, who refrains from imposing overtime, who does not scold, who has lax attendance policies, offers generous salaries, and minimizes work responsibilities, allowing one to remain in their position until death. However, such benevolent leaders fail to cultivate exceptional teams, instead nurturing a cadre of complacent individuals. Bishop Russell's amiability earned him accolades from all who interacted with him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a seed of thought, implanted by the malevolent deity, subtly altered his character, transforming the overseer of Umbrian City's vital resource nexus into a gentle and indecisive figure. Even Russell himself was oblivious to the influence on his personality, never suspecting that it was amiss. Over time, Umbrian City's critical freight operations would devolve into a collection of inept and unreliable individuals. The insidious conspiracy of the malevolent deity was indeed terrifying. Wei Lai found himself engulfed in self-doubt, pondering whether he too had been implanted with some insidious seed of thought. Questioning if his own ideas had been subtly altered, the impulse to assist Russell that had just surged forth, could it be the manifestation of that very seed? He was inevitably drawn into a spiral of introspection. Yet, the cacophony from beyond the dungeon snapped him back to reality. Upon emerging from the dungeon, he was taken aback to witness the entire city engulfed in chaos. Throngs of soldiers were assembling, and none other than the paladin Ozius stood resolutely in the cathedral square, commanding the operation. It was quite unexpected. These freight handlers displayed remarkable courage, protesting against oppression and boldly inciting a rebellion. Wei Lai was left in astonishment. However, he harbored no illusions about the futility of the uprising. Paladin Ozius was evidently a man of iron will. Even if he were to slaughter all the rebels and recruit anew, there would be no room for compromise. True to form, Ozius had already issued the command, suppress. Let there be no trial. Faith. The knights resonated as they struck their armored chests, then proceeded to the streets, commencing the brutal suppression of the insurrection. Wei Lai observed the billowing black smoke rising all around him, a flicker of concern gnawing at his heart for the safety of his widow's church, fearing it might be plundered amidst the chaos. After all, he had entrusted all his possessions to the sanctuary for this covert mission. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Wei Lai hastily exited the cathedral and sprinted towards the widow's community, determined to safeguard his cherished belongings. Initially, he believed the unrest was merely a manifestation of discontent among the cargo workers. However, as he burst onto the street, the scene before him revealed the gravity of the situation. Things were far more complicated than he had anticipated. A man clad as a cargo worker leaped from a rooftop, landing on the pavement with a thud. His powerful thighs grotesquely contorted behind him as his head twisted mechanically from side to side, emitting a series of ominous clicks, as if he were searching for something. Grasshopper. Wei Lai inexplicably felt that the freight handler had begun to resemble a grasshopper. With a sharp crack, the already robust thigh of the freight handler suddenly appeared to stretch unnaturally, while its twisting head fixated on a small girl weeping helplessly on the road. Corrupted. Wei Lai exclaimed in horror, realizing that the insidious influence of Bishop Russell had not ceased with his demise. Could it be the freight handler's emblem that caused this? After locking on to its target, the freight handler leapt with ferocity, lunging towards the little girl. This is bad. Without a moment to spare, Wei Lai sprang into action, executing a powerful kick that struck the mutated freight handler in midair, sending it crashing into a nearby house. Upon regaining his senses, Wei Lai pondered. When did I leap so high? He then touched the freight handler's emblem at his waist, suddenly recalling that Bishop Russell had bestowed a blessing upon him before his spirit dissipated, elevating his freight handler rank to the highest level 6. Freight handler emblem level 6 user, Wei Lai level 1 effect. Increases carrying capacity by 50 kilograms level 2 effect. Enhances leg strength by 8 points level 3 effect. Boosts running speed by 30 level 4 effect. Augments jumping ability by 30 points level 5 effect. Increases endurance by 10 points level 6 effect. Doubles all previous effects and grants the unique skill. Endurance Aura. Endurance Aura. When you remain still and rest, the emblem significantly accelerates your stamina recovery, exerting a range effect. Logically, even the top-tier freight handler emblem should not possess such overwhelming power, directly doubling all provided attributes. Perhaps it was Bishop Russell's last act of redemption for himself before his soul dissipated. Are you all right, child? Hurry home. Wei Lai crouched down to wipe away the little girl's tears, urging her to run home quickly. Saving the little girl awarded him 10 merit points. Oh no. My newly renovated house. A man despaired as he gazed at the home into which the mutated freight handler had been kicked. 3 years of savings, and the newly installed glass had been shattered by a single blow. Why are you crying over a broken window? The house is still standing, isn't it? Wei Lai scoffed. At that moment, the mutated freight handler sprang out of the house once more, lunging directly at Wei Lai. Jump, my foot. Wei Lai leapt again, delivering another kick that sent the creature crashing back into the residence, which then collapsed with a thunderous roar. Now you can cry. Malice points increased by 20. What malice? I didn't intend for the first kick to cause such chaos. Wei Lai sprinted towards the widow's community, encountering utter chaos along the way. It was evident that not all the couriers had succumbed to corruption, but at least half had undergone mutations, while many others writhed in agony, clutching their heads, battling their own thoughts. Within the widow's community, there were sporadic instances of nostalgic couriers coming to donate and offer condolences to the orphans and widows of their departed friends. Unfortunately, on this day, one such courier had come to pay his respects to a good brother's widow, having also inexplicably mutated, and was now recklessly pursuing and biting at people within the community. To make matters worse, he was not even wearing pants. What a disgrace. What kind of comfort is this? A group of slightly older children wielded brooms, attempting to fend off this mutated creature, but they were no match for him, as one was sent flying several meters with a single kick. Fortunately, Wei Lai arrived just in time, delivering a powerful kick that sent the mutated courier sprawling. Father Wei Lai. Upon seeing him, a throng of children rushed out in excitement. Well done. You have protected this community. Wei Lai praised them, affectionately ruffling their hair. He then urgently instructed everyone to take shelter in the church and tend to the injured. Returning to the church, he donned his complete battle gear, preparing for combat. Outside, the mutated courier continued to bound about like a grasshopper, propelled by formidable leg muscles that enabled him to leap several meters high. Father, please don't hurt him. He said he wanted to marry me. A middle-aged widow implored, unable to contain her desperation. Let us see, Wei Lai replied with a bemused smile, rushing out of the church and beckoning the courier with a gesture. As the creature lunged towards him, Wei Lai executed a swift, powerful flying kick that sent him crashing to the ground, followed by a heavy knee pressing down on his throat. Struggling. A fierce struggle. An almost frantic attempt to tear his own head away. He was utterly incapable of remaining calm. Fortunately, a few brave older children rushed over with ropes, assisting in binding the creature. Let us hope there is still a chance for salvation. Wei Lai could only indulge in such extravagant hopes as he retrieved the incense ball, filling it with a fourth-tier purifying incense. He suspended it above the forehead of the corrupted individual and commenced the purification ritual. O omnipotent Lord, may your benevolent grace descend upon us, guiding these wayward children back to the luminous path of righteousness. The deranged courier exhibited no semblance of rationality, frantically clawing at the air, unable to inhale the smoke. Yet, with the assistance of the fragrant spirit, the sacred purifying mist actively penetrated his nostrils, initiating the expulsion of the malevolent forces within him, precisely targeting the source of the mutation. Moments later, the pitch-black pupils of the courier and his ashen skin gradually returned to normalcy. The purification was complete, and a merit value of 20 was attained. Even after saving a courier, a lingering doubt resided in Wei Lai's heart. What was the source of their transformation? Initially, he suspected that the mutation stemmed from the insignia. However, upon removing the insignia from the courier, he detected no abnormalities. This indicated that the root of the mutation lay within the courier himself. Logically, couriers frequently underwent mental pollution testing. If their pollution level exceeded 5, they would be summoned to the church for spiritual cleansing. Yes, spiritual cleansing. What if the priests conducting the mental purification had also succumbed to corruption? During their psychological counseling, they might secretly implant the seeds of mutation deep within. Wei Lai came to his senses and immediately slapped the dazed freight handler awake, demanding, "Which church are you going to for spiritual purification?" The feeble response came, "I am at the Qing Street Church for purification." Damn, he really knows how to run. Wei Lai pondered. That church is almost on the opposite side of the city. Turning to the children, he instructed, "You must protect the church. Do you understand?" "We understand." The children confidently replied, without hesitation. Wei Lai dashed towards the urban area of Umbria. The streets were still in disarray, despite the presence of knights, holy soldiers, and the inspection team. However, the mutated freight handlers possessed the extraordinary abilities of super speed and impressive jumps, leaping over 10 meters, resembling grasshoppers scattered throughout the area, making it nearly impossible for them to be apprehended. Armed individuals scurried about, yet none could catch even a single one. However, those who encountered Wei Lai, who could leap higher still, found themselves at a loss. He soared into the air like a crow taking flight, directly bringing the mutated freight handler crashing down to the ground. "Show some restraint. Don't kill them. Trust me, there is still hope for them," Wei Lai urged as the inspection team approached. The inspector frowned deeply. No, our orders are to eliminate them on sight. Damn it, if you kill all the freight handlers. Do you think that new paladin won't immediately reassign you to delivery duties? Wei Lai retorted angrily. The inspection team members were momentarily taken aback. He made a valid point. They quickly drew their restraints to help control the mutated freight handlers. Otherwise, those who once carried goods would soon find themselves in a similar plight. Wei Lai took the time to visit the foundry hall, where he sought out Master Dam to retrieve his custom-made turkey king claw. Uncle Dam was indeed generous. Utilizing the finest materials, the two claws were connected by a 20-meter climbing cord, a relic of a bygone era that is no longer produced. The turkey king claw still retained a trace of soul essence, although it could not condense the soul of a device. It possessed the ability to control the grip and release of the claw. Wei Lai had no time to experiment and immediately took his new equipment to participate in the capture, determined to resolve the crisis swiftly. Chase. Leap. Cast the hook. Though it was his inaugural use, Wei Lai's hook casting technique was remarkably proficient. The talons of the Turkey King, under his deft control, opened ferociously and soared straight for several dozen meters before snapping back decisively, ensnaring the courier in an unexpected manner. Well, I had initially aimed to snag his calf, but I miscalculated. Wei Lai flung the mutated courier onto the street with his grappling hook, enlisting the help of the inspection team to restrain him. The knights were truly merciless, once captured by them. A swift axe would cleave the skull without the slightest consideration for how Umbra would function in the absence of its courier. The arrest of the courier was merely incidental. Wei Lai was now intent on confirming his suspicions regarding the mutation of the courier and its possible connection to the purification clerics. To the Church of the Green Street he would go. Wei Lai forcefully kicked open the door, only to find the interior devoid of any presence. Even the sacred candles before the altar had been extinguished. Omniscient eye, awaken. The vision capable of detecting traces of malevolent energy flared to life, revealing a faint stream of dark energy seeping from beneath a stone slab at the rear of the church. Upon prying open the slab, a passageway leading to the basement was uncovered, suffused with a maddening swirl of violet magic. Indeed, it lay here. Wei Lai promptly descended the underground passage. Yet, after merely a few steps, the entire corridor morphed into a terrifying semblance of a demon's intestinal wall. The thick, oppressive malevolence rendered movement nearly impossible. What appeared to be stone walls sprouted purple tendrils, reaching out to ensnare Wei Lai's body. Concurrently, the mental pressure emanating from the malevolent deity assaulted him, piercing through his cerebral defenses like a needle, inflicting excruciating pain upon his soul. No, I cannot proceed. Wei Lai fled the basement, barely managing to descend 5 steps before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath as if suffocating. The treacherous archdeacon placed immense importance on this scheme. Aiming to obliterate the cargo operations of Umbria City in a single stroke, how could he refrain from dispatching an apostolic-level combatant? The position of Bishop Russell was too sensitive. So the treacherous apostle was instead inserted into the seemingly inconsequential role of purification priest, subtly implanting seeds of corruption into the depths of souls while ostensibly assisting cargo handlers in cleansing their spirits. At this moment, the location of the treacherous apostle was discovered. A tentacle lined with suckers suddenly erupted from the basement, seizing Wei Lai's legs and dragging him downwards. Wei Lai immediately ignited the sacred fire of devotion, breaking free from the tendrils and fleeing from the heart of this bizarre transformation. I may not be able to defeat you, but there are those who can. Wei Lai dashed away, sprinting towards the cathedral. He vaulted over the walls and instantly knelt before the paladin, Ozius. Panting as he pointed in a direction, the Church of Qing Street harbored an apostle. In that moment, Ozius's eyes ignited with brilliance, and he leapt several meters as if propelled by a golden lightning, vanishing from sight at an unimaginable speed. Soon after, a thunderous roar echoed, causing a tremor throughout the city. A powerful shockwave erupted from the direction of the Church of Qing Street. A searing wave of heat mingled with countless fragments of debris surged along the streets. Moments later, Ozius appeared, holding a demon's head dripping with purple blood, striding towards the cathedral. In that instant, Wei Lai felt an overwhelming fascination. What a formidable man! His aspirations for a future in the Vatican seemed to deepen. Thus, the turmoil in the city of Umbria finally reached a conclusion. Before Ozius issued his commands, many clergy, including Wei Lai, urged caution, advocating for purification rather than merciless judgment upon the fallen porters. The paladin, though seemingly stern and unyielding, was not devoid of wisdom. After all, he was dispatched with the mission to investigate Bishop Russell and enhance Umbria's shipping capabilities. If all the porters were slain, who would handle the deliveries. With winter approaching, the shipping volume required a substantial increase. Wei Lai's suspicions were confirmed. There were insufficient porters, leading to the direct transfer of personnel from the inspection team. After all, the two rival professions had been at odds for years and were well acquainted with one another. I must flee swiftly, otherwise I shall be subjected to servitude for the coming months. Wei Lai felt immense relief at having no enterprises in Umbria, allowing him to escape without restraint. As for the group of orphans and widows in the widows' community, he had already taught them how to make holy candles for profit, urging them to abandon thoughts of selling boxed meals and strive to survive on their own. 6th tier porter, Wei Lai. Lord Osius has designated a task. Indeed. Even though Wei Lai wished to flee that very day, he could not evade the fate of conscription. The operational style of Paladin Osius starkly contrasted with that of Bishop Russell. It was characterized by a military-like decisiveness. The porters were now under military regulation, and any delay in shipping tasks would result in disciplinary action. When Wei Lai was summoned, Osius was still drafting new regulations concerning reforms. Frankly, it was somewhat burdensome for such a robust man to be tasked with formulating such matters. Nevertheless, Wei Lai, leveraging his status as a level 6 freight handler, contributed some mild suggestions. For instance, he proposed fitting freight handlers with electric collars that could be programmed to trigger strong currents if they failed to arrive by a set deadline. He also suggested that freight handlers could work at night, as their reluctance stemmed from fear rather than an inability to do so, and recommended distributing candles to facilitate their night journeys. Additionally, he proposed testing the weight limits of the handlers and arranging supplies accordingly, as well as having actuaries calculate optimal routes to minimize empty runs, encouraging handlers to remain on the road rather than returning home. Furthermore, he noted that most handlers had familial vulnerabilities, which could be exploited to raise prices and lower wages, thereby compelling them to work more. One could say his suggestions were rather unscrupulous. If Osius and T deemed Wei Lai's ideas excessively extreme, Wei Lai could have conjured up 10 more. Osius, the paladin, had 2 significant tasks to assign. The first was the destruction of the head of the apostle. The decapitated head of the treacherous god's apostle still harbored immense dark energy and must be promptly incinerated in a volcano. According to mission records, you had previously ventured to a volcano to destroy a corpse of a pleasure envoy. Thus this task was allocated to you. Osius's command brooked no argument. Last time it was an envoy, this time it's an apostle. Wei Lai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, recalling the dangers faced during the destruction of the pleasure envoy, Gallia. The minions of the dark god could be ranked in order of strength: followers, envoys, apostles, and great demons, with their power exponentially increasing based on the god's favor. Who knew how perilous this destruction task would prove? This is an order, Osius stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Well, I suppose I shall try, Wei Lai thought, reasoning that his experience should mitigate potential issues. The second task was a summons. Armed with the sacred summons from Paladin Osius, he was to travel to the Snow Peak Monastery to recruit 30 ascetic monks to serve as freight handlers. Following a recent uprising, the already scarce number of freight handlers had dwindled further, prompting Osius to decide to recruit a batch of monks from the nearby monastery. Ascetics, with a name that suggests great endurance, seemed fitting indeed. With both tasks aligned contrary to the Vatican's interests, Wei Lai felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, Osius, unperturbed, remarked, I believe your previous suggestion was quite astute. I will add 2 extra freight tasks along your route. Wei Lai wished he could slap himself for such a foolish idea. Do you need me to fit you with an electric collar to ensure the tasks are completed within 20 days? Osius cast a glance at Wei Lai. No. That won't be necessary. Wei Lai hastily waved his hands. Despite his trepidation, he summoned the courage to speak. Lord Osius, I am not a full-time courier. I am merely here to cultivate my skills. My aspiration is to attend the Vatican seminary and become an esteemed sacred clergyman like yourself. Do you truly believe that a mere letter of recommendation suffices? Osius regarded Wei Lai with a cold demeanor. That is merely a pass for the selection process. To gain entry into the seminary, your abilities are still woefully inadequate. Focus on your cultivation. Is that really the case? Wei Lai couldn't help but harbor doubts, wondering if Osius was attempting to keep him, a humble Umbrian, by misleading him. Without any time for preparation, the task had already commenced. Wei Lai witnessed a group of priests piercing the head of the treacherous apostle with dozens of silver needles, binding it with layers of cursed bandages, before placing it into a wooden box, secured with a layer of holy silver chains and a seal. He hoped for a moment of tranquility on their journey. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he hoisted the terrifying box onto his back, instantly feeling the chill of an abyss envelop him. If it was so within the cathedral, how much more so in the wilderness? Soon after, Osseous prepared a summons and handed it to Wei Lai, instructing him to proceed to the ascetic monastery in the snowy mountains. Transitioning from the volcano to the snowy peaks truly felt like being treated as a tool of indomitable will. With urgency pressing upon him, Wei Lai organized his supplies and set forth towards the volcano. Drawing from his previous experience, he was confident in the route, however. The only concern that lingered was the psychological impact of the apostle's severed head trailing behind him. Hardly had he embarked on his mission when he sensed the world darkening, life withering, and the external sounds and light failing to penetrate his reality. The only sound was the steady drip of thick, viscous blood from the decapitated head behind him. Dripping blood? That was impossible. Wei Lai observed the severed head, securely encased within a wooden box, and pondered how it could possibly bleed. What then? Was the source of the blood? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he turned back to look. To his astonishment, Wei Lai was astonished to discover that he was carrying his own head, from which blood was dripping incessantly. Then he pondered, whose head was resting upon his neck. Wei Lai found himself unable to suppress a troubling thought, to sever his own head with a blade and replace it with the one nestled within the box. Just then, the aromatic essence of soul incense ignited, wafting into his nostrils and provoking a powerful sneeze. Goodness, what a terrifying hallucination. Fortunately, the incense ball served as his guardian. Ling, my affection for you knows no bounds. Wei Lai fervently kissed the incense ball. The fragrant spirit rejoiced, yet the song's spirit was displeased, questioning why it was always the incense ball that received such adoration. Am I not deserving? As the second illusion of the Apostle's head descended upon him, Wei Lai was engulfed by a suffocating sensation, akin to plunging into the depths of the ocean, where the air thickened to an unbearable degree. No matter how deeply he inhaled, he could not draw in a single breath. In that moment, he desperately wished to slice open his throat, allowing air to fill his lungs. It was only when the pure and elegant sacred hymn resonated in his ears, the dawn's blessing and melodic praise, that the suffocating illusion was dispelled, blooming within his brow. What a relief! Wei Lai greedily inhaled the air and glanced back, finding even the contours of Umbria's city remained vividly clear. How long had he been walking, and how would he continue on this path? Seizing the daylight, he resolved to run forward. Wei Lai could scarcely continue his journey without the alternating aid of incense and hymns. Should either be absent, he would likely succumb to the formidable mental illusions conjured by the Apostle's head. This time, Wei Lai meticulously restructured his route, even if it meant taking a longer detour. He resolved to avoid densely populated areas. Otherwise, with illusions assailing him from within and ferocious beasts pursuing him from without, the task would indeed resemble a hellish ordeal. Fortunately, Wei Lai was no longer the inexperienced courier who had just arrived. Though his faith remained somewhat impure, his personal resolve had undeniably strengthened. As if traversing the abyss, the world around him was tinged a horrific shade of blue, with the head he carried on his back emanating potent mental waves, akin to a dying fish flailing in despair. Each wave of apostolic illusions that crashed upon him only served to fortify his will. For as long as they could not vanquish him, they would refine his spirit. Come on, is that all you've got? The storm is only growing fiercer. 3 days later, as he set foot upon the summit of the volcano, raising the Apostle's head aloft, Wei Lai resembled Perseus triumphantly claiming Medusa's severed head, radiating a bold and unyielding laughter as he felt the aura of terror emanating from the box, which he cast into the molten lava. Boom! The seething magma engulfed the Apostle's head, the explosion heralding a terrifying eruption, symbolizing that Wei Lai had once again accomplished a formidable task. Descending from the volcano, he faced the ascent of a snow-capped mountain, feeling the weight of his grim fate. By then, winter had fully descended, the vegetation along the path had mostly withered, and even the task of gathering spices had become significantly more arduous, rendering the journey exceedingly tedious. Fortunately, the presence of 2 ethereal companions prevented Wei Lai from sinking too deeply into despair. What live-streamed hiking? That was all a day. Wei Lai was the true embodiment of a trekker. His footsteps nearly spanned half of Italy. Throughout the day, he ran tirelessly, and at night, he sought out villages for rest or constructed temporary shelters, encountering little in the way of significant troubles. The only challenge was the increasingly frigid weather, with each breath releasing a puff of white vapor. Thankfully, the blessed set he had previously received provided commendable insulation, allowing his body to momentarily evade the chill. After 7 days of solitary travel, Wei Lai finally arrived at the last human settlement at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Rather than a village, it resembled a logging camp, reliant on the felling of trees for sustenance. Wei Lai had intended to replenish his food supplies here, only to discover that resources were severely scarce, even offering holy silver coins. The lumberjacks were unwilling to part with even a morsel of food. Once the heavy snow sealed off the mountains, no food supplies would be forthcoming until spring. And no amount of money could stave off starvation. Originally, Wei Lai could have simply presented the paladin's summons and, under the guise of a sacred mission, forcibly requisitioned the food supplies from this destitute place. However, upon witnessing the dire plight of the families here, he reconsidered and decided to seek the winter provisions of the squirrels instead. The region's specialty was the long pine nuts, and as the crows flew through the forest, pecking and tapping, they swiftly located the squirrels' granaries. With a swift claw, they tore them open, and a cascade of pine nuts spilled forth. Damn those wretched squirrels for hoarding such an abundance of sustenance. I suppose this could be seen as a form of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Without hesitation, Wei Lai gathered the plump pine nuts into his possession. The enraged squirrels emerged, taking their stand on the branches to vociferously curse him, and in a fit of despair, one even hanged itself from a tree limb. Grateful for God's providence, which knew of his need for sustenance, Wei Lai thanked the heavens for the gift of the squirrels. He plucked from the tree a robust squirrel, its body adorned with autumn fat. After rummaging through 5 squirrel dens, he finally amassed sufficient food. Utilizing the lumberjack's fireplace, he skinned and roasted one of the divinely bestowed squirrels until it was golden and dripping with juices, sprinkling a hint of spice that nearly made the lumberjack's family salivate in anticipation. Wei Lai, filled with immense gratitude, savored the succulent squirrel before embarking on his ascent of the snow-capped mountain. This majestic peak, nestled along the border of ancient Italy and Switzerland, is part of the Alpine range and is perpetually draped in snow. As winter deepened, the snowpack grew ever more solid. One could only ponder the peculiar motivations of those ascetic monks who chose to endure their rigorous practices in such frigid heights. The local lumberjacks claimed to have merely heard tales of this elusive group, occasionally spotting a solitary monk scaling the mountain. Yet, throughout the years, none had ever witnessed a single ascetic descending, leaving the existence of the monastery shrouded in mystery. Wei Lai couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Were they all perished in the snow-capped mountains? Otherwise, what could they possibly consume amidst such desolation? However, there was no alternative, for the paladin Osius had issued his command. And it was, in a sense, a form of personal cultivation. Wei Lai gradually stepped into the frigid realm of the snow-capped mountains, where the temperature had plummeted to nearly -20 degrees. The biting cold was palpable, yet as he sprinted with all his might, warmth surged within him. However, the fierce wind swept across the sky, rendering the crows unable to withstand the onslaught of the chill. They could not venture into the mountains to guide Wei Lai, and were left to forage for squirrels outside. Within the snow-laden mountains, no paths existed. One could only rely on their own 2 feet. Fortunately, Wei Lai had prepared the claws of the Turkey King. With a swift throw, they latched onto the high rocks, allowing him to begin his ascent and significantly save time. On the first day of his journey into the mountains, Wei Lai fortuitously stumbled upon an old skiing base from a bygone era. Most of the structure had collapsed, buried beneath deep snow, leaving only a small portion intact, resembling a natural cave. Adjacent to it was a changing room, and in his excavations, Wei Lai unearthed a complete set of skiing gear, nearly overwhelming him with joy. Encased in ice beneath the snow, the metallic skis were remarkably well preserved, and he planned to use this set for his journey the following day. Lighting a sacred candle lantern, Wei Lai leaned against the corner of the room and began to rest. Where have these ascetic practitioners gone? He lamented. He had been skiing in the snow mountains for 3 days, nearly mastering the skill to the level of a world champion. Yet he had yet to find even the slightest trace of the monastery. As his food supplies dwindled, he found himself helpless, compelled to scale one peak after another, seeking the monastery's location from the vantage of the highest points. At last, after climbing a snow-covered summit, he beheld a sight that took his breath away. On the opposing peak, amidst the ethereal mist, a human structure emerged, faintly visible through the pale snowstorm. Whether it was the monastery or not, he felt compelled to venture there. Wei Lai appeared to stand upon a towering diving platform, arms outstretched like a majestic eagle, gazing down at the endless expanse of snow below, filled with an exuberant spirit as he leaped into the abyss. "Hua!" he cried, exhilarated as he rode the snow waves, the avalanche behind him pursuing with a terrifying ferocity akin to a tsunami. Yet, his heart remained buoyant as he charged forward, shouting in triumph. until his momentum faltered and the avalanche caught up, engulfing him entirely. Cursing under his breath, Wei Lai retrieved his entrenching tool, meticulously scraping away the snow layer. This cursed shovel, when wielded, held the unpredictable chance of awakening slumbering entities beneath the surface. After a strenuous effort, he finally broke through to the snow's surface. Noticing that time was fleeting, he decided to construct a small ice shelter, intending to boil some water and roast the last squirrel he had, replenishing his strength for the ascent that awaited him at dawn. However, within the dim confines of the snow shelter, just as the aroma of roasting filled the air, an ominous black arm pierced through the snow, reaching directly for the succulent squirrel. What the hell? Wei Lai nearly screamed, hastily lifting the roasted squirrel away. To his horror, he beheld the surrounding snow, which was continually sprouting gaunt, dark arms, as one by one, zombies began to emerge from the depths of the snow. Without uttering a word, Wei Lai grasped the shovel with one hand and struck the arm of the black zombie. The sound echoed like that of striking dried, frozen meat. Although a scratch was left behind, it was utterly incapable of penetrating their flesh. A sense of hunger emanated from the dozen or so black zombies as they staggered toward Wei Lai, their hollow eye sockets longing for sustenance. Were these individuals once starving ascetics? Wei Lai had no time to ponder, unwilling to part with the delectable morsel he had painstakingly roasted. Clutching a succulent squirrel in his mouth, he wielded the shovel to carve a path through the throng. These black zombies, resembling frozen pears, were slow in their movements yet possessed tough hides. There was no need to expend energy vanquishing them. Instead, he resolved to ascend the mountain. Wei Lai then unleashed the talons of the Turkey King, gripping the rocky wall above as he ascended the cliff inch by inch. Below, the black zombies could only gaze in confusion, their disjointed forms having robbed them of the ability to climb. After wandering aimlessly and finding no sustenance, they collapsed once more into the biting wind and snow, awaiting burial beneath the tempest. How audacious! You wish to pilfer my roasted squirrel? Not a single bone shall be spared. Wei Lai chewed on the tender meat of the squirrel, navigating step by step towards the snow-capped peak amidst the encroaching night. The arduous climb up the snowy summit left Wei Lai utterly exhausted. The frigid temperatures nearly rendered his facial cloth into a solid block of ice. Icicles clinging to his eyebrows, and his hands were so numb that he could hardly feel them. He had originally contemplated finding a resting place halfway up, but to his dismay, the sheer cliffs of this mountain offered no refuge. After a strenuous ascent, he finally stumbled upon a sheltered nook, hoping to kindle a fire and take a breather. However, as the flames flickered to life, he was met with the shocking sight of a dark, frozen corpse lying nearly beside him. In the dead of night, it nearly sent him into a panic. The body had become one with the mountainside, and upon sensing the presence of a living being, it began to twitch and turn its neck, displaying signs of reanimation. A chill ran down Wei Lai's spine, prompting him to hastily retreat and continue his ascent. He pondered whether these frozen souls had once been the ascetics of this place. Had they all perished within the snow-laden mountains? Yet, mere speculation bore no fruit. He knew he must reach the summit to uncover the truth. This peak was the most challenging Wei Lai had ever attempted, presenting an almost vertical ascent akin to a pencil. Once the climb commenced, there was no opportunity for respite. The test of endurance was immense. The extreme cold felt as though it might freeze his very lungs. Given another chance, he would surely prepare more thoroughly before embarking. Alas, in this era, climbing equipment such as oxygen tanks, sleeping bags, and tents were simply unattainable. Utilizing the talons of the Turkey King, he progressed upwards, occasionally employing a spade as an impromptu ice axe. By the time dawn began to break, he had managed to cover half the distance. Wei Lai fiercely grasped a handful of pine nuts, shoving them into his mouth, chewing and spitting out the shells with utter disregard for decorum, leaving remnants scattered across the snowy landscape. With a renewed vigor, he pressed on, and as dawn broke, a hand grasped the edge of the precipice. Panting heavily, Wei Lai gazed at the dome-shaped edifice perched atop the snow-capped peak. At last, he reached a large stone beside the cliff, where a man of indeterminate age sat cross-legged, his face obscured by a tangle of unkempt beard, clad only in a thin red robe despite the frigid atmosphere. The biting wind stung his face, yet his complexion remained as rosy and radiant as that of an ordinary person. Is this the monastery of asceticism? Wei Lai gasped, his breath forming clouds of vapor as he approached the man, step by weary step. You carry the scent of foul food, the ascetic remarked, his eyes closed. What? Are you hungry? I brought some snacks. Your nose is quite keen, Wei Lai replied, kindly offering a handful of pine nuts to the ascetic. Suddenly, without warning, the ascetic struck, sending Wei Lai's pine nuts flying over the edge of the cliff. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind?" Wei Lai exclaimed, fury igniting within him. Before he could react, the ascetic launched another punch, propelling Wei Lai away and causing his silver container of provisions to tumble to the ground, cascading down the cliff. "You're attacking me." Wei Lai seethed, witnessing his food being discarded, his anger boiling over. He sprang into action, executing a flying kick with no mercy. In an instant, however, it was Wei Lai who found himself plummeting off the cliff, barely catching a glimpse of the ascetic's swift movements. Fortunately, he managed to unleash the talons of the king turkey, securing a grip on the rocky ledge, preventing his fall into the abyss below and allowing him to clamber back up. Unyielding, he was filled with indignation, deeply aggrieved. "I was prepared that time. Just wait." Wei Lai unloaded his jangling belongings, loosening his limbs before charging at the ascetic once more. With just 3 strikes, the ascetic delivered a mere trio of punches. Once again, Wei Lai found himself cast down from the precipice. What a fierce man! After much effort, he managed to claw his way back to the summit, repeatedly rubbing his aching chest and gasping in pain. At that moment, he reluctantly acknowledged that he was indeed no match for the ascetic. However, while he could endure the blows, it was utterly unreasonable for someone to disregard his goodwill by throwing away his offering of pine nuts and resorting to violence. This was simply outrageous. This was a place of fasting, where all food was strictly prohibited. Only then did the red-clad ascetic slowly speak. "Ah, fasting? Then what do you consume? Do you survive solely on the winds of the northwest?" Wei Lai mumbled while still massaging his chest. "It is absolute and pure faith that serves as the wellspring of our actions." The ascetic resumed his tranquil meditation at the edge of the cliff, bracing against the biting cold wind. Were they jesting? Surviving without sustenance, relying solely on faith? Wei Lai held not an ounce of belief in such a notion, for it defied the very principles of biology. This ascetic seemed disinclined to explain further, choosing instead to continue his silent practice. Wei Lai resolutely produced the mission decree, presenting it before the ascetic. "In the name of the paladin Osius, I summon you. The city of Umbria is in dire need of ascetics to serve as carriers." The red-robed ascetic remained unperturbed, eyes closed and ears deaf to the call. "Oh, so you feign deafness to the summons? Hey, open your eyes and behold. This is a sacred summons from the Holy See," Wei Lai exclaimed, suddenly, with an explosive force. Despite Wei Lai having deliberately maintained a 2-meter distance and the ascetic being seated cross-legged, a colossal fist, propelled by the tempestuous winds and snow, sent Wei Lai hurtling backward. "How dare you resist the draft and strike the conscription officer?" Wei Lai groaned, clutching his chest, furious yet powerless. In this frigid expanse, should he choose to hurl himself off a cliff, he would have no choice but to seek divine retribution. Wei Lai did not dare utter a single harsh word, retreating dispiritedly to seek out other ascetics. The edifice perched atop the snow-capped peak is clearly a remnant of a bygone era, its walls encased in a thick layer of ice, which has preserved it through time. This grand structure spans several thousand square meters, occupying half of the summit. Crowned with a hemispherical dome, one wonders which affluent individual, with an abundance of leisure and wealth, chose to construct a monastery in such a desolate place. The ascetics at the peak are few, a mere handful, perhaps a dozen, don thin garments as they either meditate against the biting winds or engage in vigorous physical training amidst the bone-chilling gales. "Master, a summons has arrived. You are called to serve as a porter, with excellent remuneration. Upon joining, a wife will be allocated to you, along with a son, entirely complimentary." Wei Lai, akin to a supermarket salesman, cautiously displayed his summons, even presenting the widows of the community as incentives. However, they responded not even with a glance, treating his words as if they had fallen on deaf ears. Should he dare to utter more, a fist as large as a bowl would surely come crashing down upon him. "Damn it! What task has Osius assigned me? I cannot overpower them, nor can I reason with them." Wei Lai scratched his head in frustration. Meanwhile, he remained skeptical that these individuals could sustain themselves solely on faith while maintaining such remarkable strength. Surely, there must be some celestial treasures hidden within these mountains, which they secretly partake of as sacred sustenance. It was then that his gaze fell upon a gaunt ascetic, perched precariously at the edge of a precipice, appearing as though he might tumble at any moment. Wei Lai approached and, as expected, found a figure emaciated and malnourished, clearly on the brink of starvation. With slightly darker skin, he would resemble the group of black zombies at the foot of the mountain. "Have you been deceived?" he mused. "This group of ascetics must be secretly indulging in fine food without informing you, while you foolishly starve yourself." He supported the nearly famished ascetic, who lamented, "It is not my lack of faith that has led me to this state. I can only hope that the Lord forgives my inability to attain the practice of fasting." At that moment, the ascetic still believed that his failure to fast was due to his insufficient conviction. "You are beyond salvation," Wei Lai said, shaking his head. As soon as he released his grip, the ascetic could no longer maintain his balance and tumbled off the cliff, joining the ranks of the frozen zombies below. How could one remain so robust while fasting? It was simply inconceivable. This group of ascetics undoubtedly harbored a secret of great significance, perhaps linked to some kind of growth-enhancing artifact. With this thought in mind, Wei Lai resolved to uncover the powerful secret of these ascetics. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain, the ascetic monastery awaited. Wei Lai appeared to be out of place among the ascetic monks here, most of whom remained silent, quietly dedicating themselves to the cultivation of both body and mind. They resembled NPCs devoid of any program language function. Should one dare to interrupt their practice, they would retaliate with formidable blows, powerful enough to make even stone tremble, leaving the assailant howling in pain. Outside the domed structure, Wei Lai found himself devoid of answers and resolved to enter the building to conduct a thorough search. The heavy iron door, however, was ensnared in ice. Despite exerting every ounce of strength to kindle a fire and chip away at the frost, he could not budge it, leaving him breathless and exhausted. Ultimately, he returned to the red-clad ascetic he had first encountered. "Master, could you assist me in opening the door?" This bearded ascetic was the only one willing to exchange a few words. The others were resolutely silent. "You must rely on your own strength," the red-clad ascetic replied, still with eyes closed. "Is the door not jammed?" "It won't move at all." Wei Lai pointed to the door in desperation. "When your faith is formidable enough, even mountains can be moved," the ascetic murmured. In a moment of revelation, Wei Lai observed another ascetic approaching the iron door, hands pressed against it, fingers tracing the rough patterns. With a low growl, he radiated a brilliant golden light. Creaking and groaning, the once-closed steel door began to reveal a narrow opening. "Ah, it's a sliding door. I thought it was a pulled door. What a waste of effort. Master, wait for me. Take me with you." Wei Lai rushed over, hoping to slip through the threshold. However, as the ascetic pulled the door open half a meter, he swiftly stepped inside, causing the heavy door to slam shut behind him. "Damn it, wait for me." Wei Lai was mere 2 meters away, thwarted once again. He kicked the door in frustration. "If it weren't for my efforts to clear the ice and stoke the fire, could you have opened it so easily? You didn't even say to wait." In a fit of irritation, he mimicked the ascetic's stance, grasping the door with both hands and pushing with all his might, but it remained immovable. "Damn it, I'm starving." He instinctively reached for his belongings, only to remember that his food supplies had been discarded down the mountain by that red-clad ascetic. Rushing to the edge of the cliff, he peered into the deep mist, but there was no sign of his food box. "This is hopeless. Even if I were to descend the mountain immediately, escaping this vast expanse of snow would be nearly impossible. What manner of celestial beings are you? What purpose do you serve here?" Confounded by the inexplicable fasting and the perplexing door, he vented his frustration to the indifferent winds and snow. On the summit, besides the howling cold winds and the silent ascetics engaged in their meditative practices, no one answered his queries. The only one willing to converse was the reticent red-clad ascetic. "Master, brother, sir, I implore you, tell me who is in charge here and what lies within that building?" Wei Lai was nearly on his knees. "Do you wish to embark on the path of asceticism as well?" The red-clad ascetic quietly spoke. "What have I done to deserve this? I have yet to savor the exquisite delights of the world." In an instant, Wei Lai sent the red-clad ascetic plummeting off the cliff with a single punch. How vexing. This time, Wei Lai came perilously close to tumbling off the precipice to his demise. The talons of the Turkey King attempted to grasp the cliff face several times, but to no avail. It was only on the last attempt that it succeeded. The overwhelming force propelled him violently against the rocky wall, nearly shattering his bones in the process. Descending was not an option. The sheer cliff rose over 3,000 meters, and he had no confidence in his ability to navigate it safely. Instead, he resolved to climb higher. After half an hour, panting heavily, Wei Lai once again reached the summit. Exhaustion enveloped him. Both weary and famished, he struggled to find a sheltered spot from the wind, collapsing onto the ground, too drained to move. In a haze, he inadvertently succumbed to slumber. Time slipped away, and it was only the fierce pangs of hunger and the biting cold that roused him from his slumber. Night had fallen, and above him, the howling winds roared as flurries of snow cascaded down. Wei Lai ignited the lantern and rubbed his emaciated belly, yearning for something to eat. To his dismay, he discovered that the ascetics, with their gaunt forms, sat cross-legged in the snow, unperturbed by the biting wind and snow, as if the elements themselves had retreated from their presence. At that moment, Wei Lai began to entertain the notion that their unwavering faith was indeed what enabled them to endure life atop the snow-capped peaks. However, he lacked such resolute conviction and realized he must seek sustenance. It was apparent that at the summit of this snow-laden mountain, the place was teeming with ascetic practitioners engaged in rigorous fasting, and no food could be found. After searching in vain, both cold and hungry, Wei Lai ultimately settled in a sheltered corner near the domed structure, wrapping himself in a blanket and succumbing to temporary slumber. As dawn broke over the Alps, the sunlight refracted off the snow, illuminating the landscape with an almost blinding brilliance. One by one, the ascetics awakened, embarking on yet another day of relentless practice. Wei Lai, nearly starved, finally approached a red-clad ascetic. "Master, I wish to learn the way of fasting." He realized that if he did not act soon, he might very well perish on this mountain. The red-clad ascetic's words flowed forth with the casualness of flatulence. "The Lord is your light, your everything. Absolute faith is the source of your strength. There are no tricks. Abandon all sense of self, and believe in him, and you shall not starve. Should your faith waver even slightly, you will descend to the brink of starvation." Wei Lai gazed up at the sky, despair washing over him. His faith was indeed the most fragile aspect of his being. Was he truly destined to perish on this mountain? Yet, resigning himself to death had never been Wei Lai's nature. He would seize even the faintest glimmer of hope. The ascetic monks cultivate their willpower and endurance through the trials of hunger, striving for spiritual elevation and demonstrating their unwavering devotion to the divine. The red-robed ascetic, however, is not idle. He sits with Wei Lai on the precipice, guiding him in purging the tumult of his thoughts, perusing the sacred scriptures, and contemplating the path of the Lord's words. When the sanctity of faith supplants the biological energy, fasting becomes a form of spiritual attainment. The gnawing hunger that intermittently assails him surges like relentless waves, with the burning sensation of gastric acid and the audible rumblings of his parched intestines. Such notions defy scientific reasoning. And as someone shaped by the educational tenets of a bygone era, Wei Lai finds it utterly implausible that one could subsist solely on faith without sustenance. This skepticism perpetually hovers in his mind, preventing him from achieving a state of absolute devotion. On the third day, if the first day was marked by Wei Lai's voluntary engagement in practice, by this third day, he finds himself compelled to endure. For hunger has rendered him unable to walk. The red-robed ascetic does not intentionally deceive Wei Lai. He genuinely seeks to guide him along the path of asceticism, endeavoring daily to usher him into a state of profound faith. Yet, Wei Lai's own doubts linger, perpetually teetering on the brink of disbelief, hindering his complete surrender to God. Having been educated in the sciences from a young age, he instinctively attempts to analyze the unexplainable through a scientific lens, even as the world distorts around him. He clings to this habit, one that cannot be altered in just a few days. If he cannot forsake science, then let him employ it to comprehend all. As Wei Lai closes his eyes, the scholar's emblem begins to radiate mystical energy, guiding him into a deep meditative state, prompting him to ponder once more. To be active, one must expend energy. To expend energy, one must replenish it. This is the law of conservation of energy. Even if a malevolent deity were to appear, it must adhere to this principle. Since the ascetic does not partake of food, there must be alternative channels for energy replenishment. This would be the complete surrender of faith, thus receiving the sanctified power promised by God. Life processes require organic substances from food, such as carbohydrates, fats, and proteins. Through digestion, these organic compounds are broken down into smaller molecules, glucose, fatty acids, and amino acids, that drive various life activities, including cell division, substance transport, muscle contraction, and nerve conduction. Can sanctified power substitute for the energy required for life? Previously, he did not know, but the presence of these ascetics before him provides irrefutable evidence that it indeed can. Thus, the ascetics proclaim that the path of fasting is sustained by absolute faith. In truth, their practice transforms sanctified power into biological energy. It is rather perplexing that these ascetics, with their convoluted discourse, fail to articulate such a simple truth clearly. Had they explained it in straightforward, scientific terms, he would have grasped it long ago. Wei Lai comprehended everything and finally embarked on the cultivation of transforming divine power into biological energy. This practice was not entirely without direction, as Wei Lai's divine power was inherently a synthesis of physical energy and spiritual energy. Now, it was merely a matter of reversing the process, decomposing the divine power bestowed by the Almighty back into its constituent physical and spiritual energies, utilizing the energy granted by God to enhance oneself. Once the formula was understood, everything became remarkably clear and comprehensible. Wei Lai was willing to refer to it as pulling the wool over God's eyes, a technique to reverse the electric meter. On the seventh day, just as Wei Lai was on the brink of starvation, the technique succeeded. A drop of holy power bestowed by the divine, akin to the first refreshing rain of spring, decomposed into an energy liquid within Wei Lai, revitalizing every parched organ and breathing new life into them. As for how to obtain this holy power from God, simply blow fervently. If he feels comfortable, something will naturally flow forth. You have succeeded in your cultivation. The red-clad ascetic gazed calmly at Wei Lai's rejuvenated muscles and nodded slightly. Thank you, Master D. Wei Lai was moved to tears, equally grateful to this devout ascetic. Without this breakthrough, he would have perished from hunger. Drink. Atop the snow-capped peak, Wei Lai was diligently practicing martial arts with the ascetics. Each punch and kick was imbued with potent divine power, shattering the howling wind and snow. In truth, since his arrival in this realm, Wei Lai had never seriously studied combat techniques. All he had done was instinctively flail his arms. This time, however, he was determined to learn from the ascetics. Seizing the rare opportunity to master their martial skills, communication among the ascetics was sparse. They passed down techniques to one another, honing their craft without even knowing which monk had originally taught this sacred striking art on the snow-laden mountain. In summary, this formidable fist technique, which carried divine power, was unparalleled in its might, steadfast as a rock, swift as thunder, and ferocious as a tiger in attack. For a time, Wei Lai forgot the purpose of his journey, becoming enamored with the study of martial arts. Against the raging wind and snow, he tirelessly sparred with the ascetics, rapidly enhancing his combat prowess. Until one day, the domed structure suddenly trembled for reasons unknown, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed for a prolonged moment across the snowy peak. Wei Lai was perplexed and sought the counsel of the red-clad ascetic. The red-clad ascetic replied, "If you believe your strength is sufficient, you may enter this edifice to undertake the final trial." "But what exactly is this place?" Wei Lai inquired, still baffled. "It is the trial ground," came the response. "What is one trial for? What can be gained?" Wei Lai held the ascetics in high regard, yet their conversations often left one exasperated, as they meandered without arriving at the crux of the matter. To this day, no one has succeeded in passing the trial, the red-clad ascetic continued. Those who fail perish within. A chill swept through Wei Lai's heart. What manner of trial could this be? These ascetics possessed formidable strength, capable of single-handedly confronting a squad of holy church soldiers, yet they could not surmount this trial? No one has ever emerged victorious, the red-clad ascetic maintained, remaining enigmatic. There must be extraordinary encounters awaiting me in the trial ground, Wei Lai declared with unwavering confidence, clenching his fists. If no one has succeeded, then it is my turn to venture forth. Wei Lai once again stood before the steel gates of the domed structure. After dedicating the sacred flame to melt the icy shell encasing the door, he channeled all his strength into his hands, pressing them into the crevice of the gate. With a series of grinding gear sounds, the formidable steel door slowly creaked open. He swiftly slipped through the gap, and the door closed behind him. The antiquated mechanical gear door effectively shielded the interior from the biting wind and snow, and in that moment, Wei Lai comprehended the reason for its formidable resistance. It was intended to be electrically operated. However, with the power cut at the base, the arduous task of manually forcing the gears became exceedingly challenging. Who among the good-hearted could hope to move a door weighing several tons? The interior of the building was insulated from all chill, devoid of any light, until Wei Lai illuminated the sacred candle lantern, revealing its entirety. It was an unequivocal embodiment of the old era, reminiscent of a military base, characterized by a robust steel framework and a solid concrete floor. Yet, no artifacts of value were in sight. Everything had succumbed to prolonged neglect. Wei Lai, holding a candle lamp, had not ventured far inside when he encountered the silhouette of a reclusive monk, standing silently in the corridor. "Master?" Wei Lai attempted to call out. The monk abruptly opened his eyes, and without any warning, launched a fierce punch. His gaze ignited by the purple flames of malevolence, an unmistakable sign of devotion to a dark deity. What? How could a monk of absolute faith have succumbed to the worship of an evil god? In the midst of overwhelming shock, Wei Lai quickly regained his composure and engaged in combat. Thunderous fist met thunderous fist, lightning elbow collided with lightning elbow, and the lightning whirlwind kick matched the lightning whirlwind kick. Their moves mirrored one another, reminiscent of Wei Lai's sparring sessions with other monks outside. The only distinction lay in the essence they wielded. Wei Lai invoked the power of the divine, while the fallen monk wielded the destructive force of malevolence. The ferocity of their strikes resonated within the confines of the structure. As their formidable powers clashed without a hint of hesitation, each determined to shatter the other. Insufficient. Insufficient. The spirit of battle surged. Wei Lai adorned himself with sports headphones, and the song of war began to resonate, accompanied by a divine blessing that amplified all attributes. As his fervor ignited, Wei Lai's strikes grew increasingly fierce, his thunderous fists tracing piercing trajectories of sacred light through the darkness, compelling his opponent into a defensive stance, leaving no room for counterattack. Ada. In a final, all-out strike, he executed a powerful dragon tail sweep, his formidable leg strength as a level 6 freight handler propelling the fallen monk into the severely rusted metal wall, where he became irretrievably ensnared. Wei Lai did not rush to resolve the matter entirely. Instead, he was enveloped in profound doubt. The faith of the ascetic is one of unwavering devotion. How could it be that upon entering this edifice, he succumbed to corruption? This is utterly nonsensical. I must thoroughly investigate this entire situation. Wei Lai continued to advance deeper into the structure. Almost every few dozen meters, a fallen ascetic would emerge to engage in battle. Wei Lai also rose to the challenge, diligently honing his combat skills, gradually mastering them through real-world practice. As he vanquished an increasing number of fallen ascetics, his confusion deepened. They were all devoted to the same malevolent deities, all 4 of the archfiends. A mixed gathering of the 4 archfiends? Such a phenomenon was utterly unprecedented. Although their techniques were imparted by the same master, their distinct beliefs resulted in remarkably divergent fighting styles. The followers of destruction, ferocious and brutal, they embrace injury for injury, life for life. The devotees of pestilence, their bodies, riddled with festering sores, exude a miasma of disease. Even in defeat, they can infect their opponents. The adherents of deceit, their techniques are intricate and unpredictable, agile and insidious, excelling in trickery and subterfuge. The acolytes of ecstasy, impervious to pain, they revel in combat, growing more exhilarated with each blow, teetering on the brink of madness. As Wei Lai listened to the battle song sung by the spirit of music, his heart brimmed with fervor, devoid of any trace of trepidation. His fists struck like thunder, his legs soared like dragons, as he forged a path through the entire edifice from the entrance. What does it mean to be a descendant of the dragon? When these martial arts were unleashed, they seemed to possess an innate lineage, a true testament to his heritage. Now, only the final grand door remains. Wei Lai had already sensed that the truth lay beyond the door. With a swift kick, Ada flung the door open. The battle him fell silent, and Wei Lai was rendered speechless. I apologize for interrupting your meeting. Behind the door, 10 fallen monks sat cross-legged, encircled in deep meditation. Wei Lai is certainly not Yip Man and lacks the courage to confront 10 formidable practitioners. Instead, he swiftly turns to flee. Regrettably, when besieged by 10 powerful ascetics, no matter how skilled Wei Lai may be, he is destined to endure a relentless onslaught. Each punch and kick lands upon him, and even the effort to protect his vital points is a strenuous endeavor, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. The one-sided beating continues, but thankfully, after days of fasting, his insides remain clear, sparing him the indignity of a more embarrassing defeat. I concede. Wei Lai cries, his face battered and bruised, reluctantly raising the old flag of France. Only when the 10 ascetics ascertain that Wei Lai lacks the strength to defend himself do they cease their assault, their eyes emanating a fierce aura of malevolence as they drag him into the final chamber. The moment Wei Lai was dragged into the final chamber, he comprehended everything. This was an observatory, and within this last room stood an impeccably preserved large astronomical telescope, capable of unveiling the celestial vault through its domed ceiling. But what lay beyond the celestial sphere? It was the corporeal form of the 4 pillars of the evil god, not yet fully descended. Thus, it all became clear. Why was there a base structure atop the snow-capped peak? Why would ascetics, possessing unwavering faith, succumb to the embrace of the malevolent deity? Everything was elucidated. This observatory, equipped with a telescope, could gaze directly into the cosmos beyond, and the 4 pillars of the evil god hovered in an orbit beyond the earth. Surely, the ascetics must have forcefully fallen from grace upon gazing through the telescope at the true essence of the malevolent deity. Understanding all of this, Wei Lai found himself forcibly bound to a metallic chair by a group of corrupted ascetics, as several of the fallen ascetics manipulated the metallic gears. The dome of the observatory slowly opened with a series of creaks, exposing the telescope's lens to the frigid air. That night, The skies were devoid of swirling snow and clouds obscuring the moon. It was undoubtedly an opportune night for stargazing. Wei Lai found himself devoid of any desire to gaze at the stars, struggling fiercely, only to receive a devastating blow from the cultivator of destruction, leaving his insides trembling. Bow down to the invincible form of the god of annihilation. Behold the benevolent smile of the father of pestilence. Submit to the cunning wisdom of the grand chancellor. Gaze upon the exquisite form of the god of delight. Amidst the fervent worship of the fallen cultivators, the eyepiece of the telescope was drawn before Wei Lai. Do not even entertain the thought of closing your eyes in defiance. The nearby cultivator of destruction would assuredly land a punch first. Then, they would slice open your eyelids and extract your eyeballs, a gruesome demonstration already performed by those cultivators who lacked eyelids. Through the telescope's ocular lens, the cosmic backdrop revealed no stars, only vast swathes of chaotic magical energy spilling forth from the fractured fabric of space, nearly tainting half the solar system. The corporeal form of the four pillars of evil loomed like a satellite of Earth, orbiting the planet and temporarily remaining outside the telescope's field of view. These foolish cultivators could not manipulate the astronomical instrument. They could only await the emergence of their dark deity into sight. Utterly incapable of actively directing the telescope to seek out the god. Therefore, before Wei Lai could confront the first of the malevolent deities, he had a fleeting opportunity to seek a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the observatory's dome had opened. Should he call out for help to the cultivators outside? Not to mention whether those NPC-like cultivators would heed his plea. The nearby cultivator of destruction could easily turn him into a quivering mass with a single strike. This option was not viable. Suddenly, Wei Lai gazed upon the chaotic background of the telescope. Was not this universe enveloped in chaotic magical energy? The perfect opportunity to refine demonic power? The essence of demonic strength stemmed from the fusion of one's physical might with the chaotic magic of the cosmos. To survive in this dire predicament, he must rely on himself. Instantly, Wei Lai opened his ominous eyes wide, his face marred with crimson veins, and began to absorb the spilling chaotic magical energy from the void, merging it with his own strength to forge demonic power. The nearby cultivator of destruction, puzzled, could not comprehend the transformation occurring within Wei Lai, sensing that the power radiating from him was neither divine nor of the dark god. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to deliver a decisive blow to Wei Lai and interrupt his energy refinement, the tension hung palpably in the air. In the praises uttered by Wei Lai, he extols the Lord of Destruction. You tread amidst the sanguine chaos, wielding an iron fist to shatter your foes. Your existence ignites fervor in the hearts of warriors, transforming the battlefield into a grand stage of life. Blood serves as your offering, and the sound of shattering bones resonates as your hymn. The Lord of Destruction nods in approval, displaying an understanding that perhaps his formidable presence has manifested earlier than ever before. As Wei Lai perceived the situation slipping away, he urged himself to refine further. The power of the demon surged forth. Every fleeting moment counted, racing against the Grim Reaper. Finally, after 2 hours, a heart-stopping image gradually emerged in the backdrop of the telescope. Even a mere tendril caused Wei Lai's mental corruption levels to soar. The true form of the dark god appeared. Just a glance, and it felt as though Wei Lai's soul was being wrenched from his body. The form of the malevolent deity nearly consuming his very essence. This was the treacherous dark god, a jet-black pillar of chaos, entwined with countless tendrils, ethereally descending towards Earth. The enigmatic and profound figure of the dark god was about to be fully reflected in Wei Lai's gaze. To stare directly at the embodiment of the dark god would inexorably plunge his resolute will into the abyss. The Eye of All-Knowing opened. In the blink of an eye, Wei Lai's eyes transitioned from ominous to the Eye of All-Knowing. His golden orbs resisted the essence of the dark god, flames of gold igniting fiercely. The lower-tier Eye of All-Knowing was utterly incapable of withstanding the strength emanating from the dark god, hence it began to burn. Blinded, one naturally could not see. How dare you desecrate the form of the dark god with holy power? The wrath of the destruction ascetic was incensed, and he struck a powerful blow towards Wei Lai's head. The power of the demon was unleashed. The advanced Eye of All-Knowing radiated a magnificent and potent demonic force. Scarlet energy erupted from within Wei Lai, tearing apart the constraints that bound him. My raven, heed my call. Come to my rescue. Wei Lai's vision was irrevocably lost, and even with the liberation of the demons, there was no hope of restoration. He could only rely on the perspective of the crows. Beyond the snow-capped mountains, the flock sensed the call and advanced through the biting winds and snow. Before their arrival, Wei Lai must endure the onslaught of this wretched assembly of fallen ascetics alone. Stand firm. Although Wei Lai had lost his sight, he leaned against the astronomical telescope, adopting a defensive stance to block the onslaught of the fallen cultivators nearby. The assault from the fallen cultivators was hampered, as this telescope allowed a direct gaze upon the true form of the malevolent deity. For them, it was undoubtedly a sacred artifact that they dared not let their battle disturb. Thus, he endured the punches from several fallen cultivators until the crows arrived. The vision of demons descending upon the scene. Had enough? Now it is my turn. In a sudden shift from passive defense, Wei Lai executed a powerful tail sweep, channeling the liberating force of demons, striking directly at the chest of a fallen cultivator. Boom. The immense power sent the individual crashing into the wall. Crow attack. Empowered by demonic energy, the blood-red crows lunged fiercely at the fallen cultivator, their claws and sharp beaks tearing and pecking at its tainted eyes. Be obliterated. A punch from the destructive cultivator came crashing in, fury filling his mind, and unlike others, he showed no hesitation about the telescope, unleashing his full strength. It is you who shall be annihilated, Wei Lai growled, countering the punch with a fierce strike, his fists enveloped in demonic energy, forming a force akin to a meteor. At the moment of impact, an overwhelming shockwave surged forth, sending everything around them flying, as the arm of the destructive cultivator snapped with a series of crackling sounds, breaking into countless fragments. With formidable leg strength, Wei Lai leaped into the air, following up with a thunderous knee strike that shattered the jaw of the fallen cultivator. Seizing the moment when the latter tilted his head back, Wei Lai's fingers transformed into claws, extracting a pair of crimson eyes and tossing them to the crows to devour. The degradation of these cultivators stemmed from their gaze upon the corrupt essence of the evil deity. Perhaps by removing their eyes, their lives could still be salvaged. Empowered by the release of the demon within, Wei Lai became one with the influx of crows that surged into his body, nurturing the demonic power within him. It was as if he donned a magical armor woven from wings, amplifying his punches and kicks to a 5-meter radius, single-handedly overpowering 10 adversaries. Demon's Claws. The scarlet energy coalesced into claws that gripped the fallen cultivators formed tightly, followed by a frenzy of ravenous pecking, seizing his eyes. Once the ground was littered with the fallen cultivators, Wei Lai accomplished the feat of defeating 10 foes, and the astronomical telescope began to mutate. The sinister essence of the evil deity projected itself through the lens of the telescope, accompanied by whispers so chilling that they sent shivers through the soul. Time seemed to freeze as the entire observatory became enveloped in a terrifying magical aura, rendering Wei Lai immobile, forcing the crows out of his body and forcibly dispelling his demonic transformation. At that moment, the wireless earbuds began to sing hymns of praise spontaneously, invoking the blessings of the quartet. Weapon blessings, descend. Angelic blessings, descend. Dawn blessings, descend. Glory blessings, descend. With the renewed favor of the sacred power, Wei Lai struggled to break free from the shackles of his soul, raising his hand to draw forth the sandworm's tooth, aflame with the holy fire of devotion. Roaring forth a courageous battle cry as he lunged towards the evil deity's projection within the telescope's lens. Shatter. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Before the projection of the evil deity could fully manifest, it was utterly destroyed. Boom. The entire astronomical telescope was engulfed in flames, blazing fiercely. Wei Lai has once again triumphed over the treacherous minister and the malevolent deity. Wei Lai felt an immense sense of relief as he once again witnessed the sun rising over the snow-capped peaks. In the battle of the previous night, he single-handedly confronted the entire fallen ascetic order of the observatory, shattering their telescopes that gazed upon the malevolent deity and obliterating their tainted eyes. With the corruption of their sight removed, they gradually awakened their innate will and returned to the embrace of the divine. Indeed, the observatory now resembled a congregation of blind monks. By rescuing this group of ascetics, Wei Lai was rewarded with 300 points of virtue, bringing his total to an impressive 670 points. Wei Lai can hardly wait to accumulate 1,000 points this time. Having lost his sight and with the all-seeing eye destroyed, he is in desperate need of the angel's blessing to grant him a pair of eyes. Angel's blessing, gold level, first blessing. Holy artifact forging device, tier 6. Receive a holy artifact forging device, capable of forging any tier 6 equipment. I want eyes. Eyes, please. Second blessing. Sacred words, X. 3. Randomly obtain 3 different sacred words. Note: if the sacred word of silence has already been learned, it will not be drawn again. Eyes. Where are the eyes? Third blessing. Ascetic monk emblem and random monk skill. Receive a tier 3 monk emblem and learn 1 monk skill. Monk. Oh dear monk. I truly want eyes. For the first time, Wei Lai felt that divine favor had utterly eluded him, He was bestowed 3 blessings, yet none pertained to his eyesight. Had he known, he would have chosen to worship the malevolent deity. Faced with a choice, he ultimately selected the 3 sacred incantations. The first incantation, Healing, is a restorative spell that accelerates the healing of wounds. The second, Shield, summons a divine barrier to protect a designated target. The third, Binding, conjures chains that ensnare the target's movements. These are commendable skills. He decided to test the healing spell on himself, for he had endured a severe beating from a throng of ascetics the previous day, leaving his insides aching. As the warm, sacred energy flowed throughout his body under the influence of the healing incantation, he felt his pain gradually alleviate. Alas, his eyes, utterly scorched, were beyond the possibility of restoration. Outside, the ascetics, having learned the truth of the trial, fell into a lengthy silence, filled with profound respect for Wei Lai, who had managed to destroy the malevolent deity's projection and rescue many corrupted ascetics from the abyss. Now, are you prepared to accept the summons? Wei Lai inquired once more, producing the sacred summons. Since the trial has concluded, we are willing to accompany you, declared the ascetic in red, his hands clasped in reverence. The remaining ascetics echoed their agreement. The blind ascetics expressed immense gratitude toward Wei Lai for saving them from their fallen state. They were deeply remorseful for their past divergence from the divine path and were eager to leave the snowy mountains to embark on a new ascetic journey. Thus, a total of 15 ordinary ascetics joined, alongside 25 blind ascetics, surpassing the 30 individuals Wei Lai had intended to summon. There was little to collect on the mountain. The ascetics were tattered and had no belongings, so they could descend immediately. But how would they navigate the sheer cliffs? In the olden days, they relied on cable cars and helicopters. The ascetics gathered at the precipice, arms outstretched and eyes alight with divine conviction, leaping into the abyss like hunting eagles. Wait, are you truly jumping? Wei Lai exclaimed, startled by the sound of rushing wind. Entrust everything to faith, they replied one after another, leaping from the cliff. With unwavering faith, they believed they could not perish. Should they fall, it would be a testament to their faltering belief. Wei Lai hesitated for an eternity, cautiously making his way to the precipice, yet lacking the courage to leap after several attempts. He feared not perishing at the trial's astronomical platform, but rather meeting his demise by plunging off the cliff. However, a blind man remains a blind man. As he fumbled back, his foot inadvertently pressed against a hollow layer of snow, causing it to collapse beneath him and sending him tumbling down the abyss. The demon is unleashed. Wei Lai unleashed a surge of crimson magic, his crow-like wings unfurling behind him. However, even this slight mitigation of his descent was fleeting, as the magical energy abruptly dissipated. In the battle at the observatory, the power of the demon had been nearly exhausted. Holy word shield. Bang! Wei Lai collided forcefully with the rock wall, shattering the sacred shield in an instant. Tumbling and rolling, Wei Lai had transformed into a rolling snowball, cascading down the mountainside amidst the tumult of an avalanche. Moments later, with a resounding crash, he landed heavily on the ground, his mind in disarray and his stomach churning. After a considerable time, he regained his composure, emerging from the snow to return to solid ground, while the other cultivators had safely reached the bottom, leaving one to ponder whether they had surreptitiously deployed parachutes. The sensation of blindness was unbearable. However, maintaining the raven's perspective was not a viable option, limited by the scant power of demons and the risk of arousing unnecessary suspicion by revealing such abilities. Meanwhile, the coin-collecting ravens incessantly pecked at a metallic crate, which had been discarded by the red-clad cultivator during their initial ascent, now ensnared in the branches of a tree. Wei Lai hastily retrieved the box, greedily caressing the ingredients within. Even the mere presence of pine nuts and canned goods appeared far more enchanting than any lover. Although he had mastered the art of reversing the electric meter under the tutelage of the ascetic monks, enabling him to decompose holy energy into physical strength for self-enhancement, the insatiable craving for delicacies remained irreplaceable. For the time being, he resolved to endure the singular-mindedness of these ascetic monks and complete his task in Umbria before indulging in a sumptuous feast. Subsequently, the group of ascetic monks traversed the desolate plains, and after 5 days of travel, they returned to the city of Umbria. Wei Lai formally presented his mission to the paladin Osius. Well done. You have returned with 40 ascetics from Umbria. However, I assigned you a time frame of 20 days. And you took 33, thus no reward shall be granted. Listening to Osius's harsh criticism, Wei Lai longed for Bishop Russell. Even though he had succumbed to the malevolent influence of the dark deity, he would have received nothing but encouragement, praise, and rewards, rather than a reprimand for exceeding the deadline. Look into my eyes. For this mission, I have been blinded. I gazed directly upon the essence of the dark god. And in doing so, I scorched my own sight. I can no longer serve as a courier. Do you not think I deserve some form of retirement compensation? Wei Lai, in a fit of anger, removed his eye mask and seized this opportunity to tender his resignation, thereby liberating himself from the oversight of Osius. What? The paladin Osius frowned. Taken aback by the unexpected severity of Wei Lai's injuries sustained during this mission, Wei Lai briefly described the situation at the Snow Peak Observatory. And Osius couldn't help but admire him for managing to survive while directly confronting the malevolent deity. It seems you have done remarkably well, however. There is no need for self-despondency. Blindness is not the end of one's cultivation. I shall introduce you to a master of the Holy Spirit warriors. By following him, you may yet attain the art of inner vision, Osius declared. Self-despondency? Have I truly fallen into that pit? With the dual blessings of angels and demons, I am certain my eyesight will be restored in no time. I simply do not wish to toil under your command any longer, without benefits, without a generous salary, compelled labor, and excessive working hours. Who would want to continue here? Wei Lai retorted. I believe I should journey to the Vatican for dedicated study of the scriptures. You shall have 3 days leave to adjust your mindset and acclimatize to the ways of the blind, after which you will undertake your next assignment. Osius ordered without room for dissent. Wait a moment. I am already blind, and you still intend to assign me tasks? Wei Lai was taken aback. If the 25 blind monks you bring back are capable of serving as porters, then you too should be able to fulfill your duties. Should the blind monks lack the ability to undertake tasks, it will be deemed your failure, and you must atone for your mistakes. For the sake of this winter's victory, no one can shirk their responsibilities, Osius proclaimed. Wei Lai was rendered speechless. After this mission, returning to Umbria would leave him feeling like a dog. It was a failure. The food was simply too delectable. Risotto, roasted meats, stews. Upon returning to Umbria, Wei Lai could hardly resist indulgence, his stomach, previously untouched, now filled for the first time. And the sensation of satisfaction was utterly intoxicating. What fasting and asceticism! I shall never engage in such practices again. The children of the widow's community were deeply saddened for their father Wei Lai, who had returned from a mission, now blind. Do not wear such mournful expressions. Blindness is not death. Having returned, let us continue selling our boxed meals. Wei Lai waved his hand impatiently. However, since Osius took charge of managing Umbria, the income of all porters had significantly diminished. Although they were all tempted, they bit their tongues and refrained from spending. Observing the children dejectedly clutching unsold meal boxes, each returning with their spirits low, Wei Lai sighed. It appeared that earning money would not be as easy in the future. Let us share what we have. Perhaps this will be our last meal. Wei Lai generously allowed others to share the uneaten boxed meals. Subsequently, he indulged in some sleep, adjusted his fragrance, gathered a measure of demonic power, familiarized himself with the life of the blind, and, under the cover of night, engaged in some mischief. Since the blessings of angels had failed to restore his sight, he could only place his hopes in the gifts of demons. With a current mischief value of 364 points, reaching the coveted 500 would not be an easy feat. Guided by the night raven, Wei Lai transformed into a nocturnal thief, wandering through every street of Umbria, occasionally pilfering essential supplies, frightening children by lurking at windows, and inadvertently stumbling into a nun's bath. Fearless of the inspector's scrutiny, he thought, I am but a blind man. Not only a blind man, but one who sacrificed his sight to fulfill a mission. Can you really suspect a blind man of thievery? It had been quite some time since he had shared a joke from hell, and feeling a bit mischievous, he decided to indulge for the sake of accruing mischief points. Who was the most famous priest in the great Eastern nation? Confucius. Because when Confucius traveled east and encountered 2 young boys, his mischief value increased by 20. How delightful! However, the following day, while Wei Lai was aimlessly strolling, he suddenly heard a familiar voice exclaim excitedly, Wei assistant priest. Oh my, it's been ages since anyone called him that. Who is this fool with such poor vision? Yet, the voice was unmistakably that of Elvin, the mediocre historian from Gill Village, who harbored an immense admiration for the bygone era. Old Elvin, what brings you to Umbria? Wei Lai, thrilled to encounter someone from his hometown after so long, fumbled around until he finally grasped Elvin's hand. Wei, it's me. After I received your last letter in Gill Village, I hesitated for quite some time before deciding to come seek your company, Elvin said, holding Wei Lai's hand tightly. Reminiscent of old friends reuniting. Wei Lai was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the first time he transformed a pigeon into a crow, he had casually pinned several letters to be sent back to Gill Village, boasting about his accomplishments in the bustling city. Among these was a letter addressed to Elvin, informing him that Umbria was replete with numerous relics from the bygone era, inviting him to come and conduct research. It had merely been a jest on his part. To his astonishment, Elvin actually came. "Wei, what has happened to your eyes?" Elvin exclaimed, finally noticing that Wei Lai had his eyes closed, with darkened eye sockets that appeared somewhat unsettling. "It's nothing, just a temporary blindness. No need to worry, it will heal," Wei Lai replied nonchalantly. Oh. You mentioned the relics from the bygone era." Elvin rubbed his hands together, his eagerness evident. "Let me treat you to a meal." An innovative idea sparked in Wei Lai's mind. Subsequently, he dedicated 2 days to assisting Elvin in establishing a pawn shop nestled within a secluded alley, ostensibly dealing in second-hand clothing and furniture. In truth, it was a covert operation among couriers, a secretive hub for the recovery of relics from the bygone era. Under the stringent oversight of Paladin Ozius, the management of couriers had become increasingly severe, with even the black market refraining from operating. Those wishing to dispose of relics from the bygone era found themselves unable to do so, uncertain of where to hide them, and fearful of being discovered by inspectors who would subject them to harsh interrogations. At this juncture, Wei Lai decided to establish a second-hand goods recycling business, certain that he could acquire relics from a bygone era at prices as low as cabbage. With this thought in mind, he promptly withdrew all his savings and entrusted them to Elvin to oversee the acquisition. The total amounted to 100 silver coins. His entire fortune accumulated from selling boxed meals. He allocated all of it for the procurement of antiques from the olden days. Additionally, he provided Elvin with funds to purchase numerous spiritual protective artifacts, ensuring that the volume of acquired items would not lead to the degradation of his own soul. Concurrently, he endeavored to impart his knowledge, advising Elvin on which items appeared worthy of acquisition and which were merely refused to be disregarded. Elvin, filled with enthusiasm, assured Wei Lai of his capability to excel in this endeavor. The mere thought of handling countless artifacts from humanity's golden age left him exhilarated, rendering him sleepless, though he remained blissfully unaware of the inherent risks involved. As the 3-day respite concluded, Wei Lai settled Elvin, his fellow townsman, and gradually adapted to life without sight. Even without the vantage of a crow's perspective, he managed to navigate his surroundings without colliding into walls. The paladin, Ozius, was relentless in his pursuit, seizing every opportunity without pause. Even though the porter was blind, tasks continued to be assigned. Fortunately, Ozius did not entrust Wei Lai with overly challenging assignments. He merely arranged a standard delivery task, ensuring the weight was maximized. Destination: Perugia. Task description: transport 2 tons of grain. Difficulty: degrade. The route to the nearby city of Perugia was well established, with all potential dangers along the way eradicated. Numerous shelters dotted the journey, bridges remained intact, and the roads were clear, rendering it a task that any novice could safely accomplish. Wei Lai was merely treated as a beast of burden, after all. Transporting 2 tons of grain would require at least 8 intermediate freight handlers. By utilizing a single Umbrian beast of burden, 5 human resources could be conserved, undoubtedly yielding considerable profit. Initially, Wei Lai contemplated bringing along a young boy from the church to guide him, but upon reflection, he thought, what a folly it would be to require a guide while carrying several tons of cargo. How is that any different from being a mule? Thus, he resolved to embark on the journey alone. Experiencing the world through the eyes of a blind man was far from pleasant. Each day, borrowing the perspective of a crow to survey the land and ascertain his direction became the moments Wei Lai anticipated the most. The power bestowed upon him by the demons was precious, gleaned furtively from the fingers of the malevolent deities, and thus he felt compelled to conserve it. After merely 2 laps utilizing the crow's vision, he had to retreat back into darkness. After a week, Wei Lai, who had self-proclaimed himself an Umbrian Superman, finally arrived at the city of Perugia. This city was not particularly large, nor did it boast any unique specialties. Its only hallmark was the Church of the Holy Healing, renowned for its ability to mend ailments. Consequently, many legions stationed along the borders of order would transport their injured to this sanctuary for recuperation, and numerous locals sought healing here as well. Essentially, Perugia had become a medical logistics hub. Perugia, here I come, Wei Lai declared with open arms, releasing a long sigh of relief. The staff at the freight reception center were utterly astonished that Wei Lai had single-handedly carried such a heavy load, a feat unheard of. Alas, the current overseer of Umbria was the paladin Ozius, who resembled an archaic slave master, mercilessly exploiting individuals, and Wei Lai could not refrain from cursing him without reserve. As winter approached and resources dwindled, the reception staff awkwardly chimed in. After inspecting the cargo and confirming its weight was accurate, with the grain preserved in pristine condition devoid of any rot, the staff awarded Wei Lai an S-rank evaluation. Hey, brother, do you know where Master Gondos, the Holy Spirit warrior, is? Wei Lai had another purpose for his visit. Paladin Ozias had recommended Master Gondos, who possessed the ability of foresight, suggesting that Wei Lai could learn from him, asserting that even a blind man could become a martial arts master. It was said that Master Gondos was currently recuperating in Perugia. Master Gondos. I've never heard of him. There are many outsiders here. Perhaps you could inquire within the city, the staff member shrugged. Very well, Wei Lai replied, brandishing a cane, and began to navigate his way into the city. The staff's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief upon realizing he was blind. What of it? A blind man can enter the ladies' bath without fear of reprisal. Can you? Wei Lai tapped his cane rhythmically as he advanced. The streets of Perugia were far quieter than those of Umbria. There were neither bustling porters nor pursuing inspectors. The kind-hearted residents of Perugia were plentiful. Crossing the street, one would often find someone offering assistance. But alas, in a world devoid of automobiles and carriages, what purpose did it serve to be escorted here and there? Were they merely seeking to accrue merit through my presence? Sir, where might you be heading? Would you like me to accompany you? A soft, melodious voice whispered in Wei Lai's ear. Ah, such a delightful voice must belong to a truly beautiful maiden. I am uncertain of my destination. Are you familiar with Master Gondos? Master Gondos. I'm afraid I do not know him, but if you are in search of someone, you may inquire at the municipal hall, she continued gently. Very well, then please guide me to the municipal hall. Wei Lai reached out, his hand finding her arm. She did not seem perturbed. After all, what ill intentions could a young blind man harbor? I am a porter from Umbria, also a novice priest. Due to an eye injury, I am currently on a journey of spiritual healing. Wei Lai introduced himself. Ah, porter, we owe you our gratitude, for it is your kind that ensures we have sufficient supplies. She sweetly praised, providing an abundance of emotional warmth. Not at all, it is all in service to God. Wei Lai responded with a radiant smile. See, there are indeed advantages to being blind. One can often benefit from the kindness of gentle souls. Upon arriving at the municipal hall, she advised, take care of yourself. I must return to my duties. After escorting Wei Lai to the hall, she departed. Oh, if only I could add her on WeChat, Wei Lai mused, feeling a tinge of regret. Even more regrettable was the fact that the personnel at the municipal hall were equally unfamiliar with the names of the Holy Spirit Knight or Master Gondos. There were simply too many injured souls in Perugia seeking respite. Who could possibly remember each one? With no other recourse, he resolved to seek out his own answers. The day grows late. Perhaps it is time to find a place to rest. Wei Lai rummaged through the meager coins in his pocket, realizing that all his funds had been spent on acquiring relics from a bygone era in Umbria. He found himself without sufficient money, and thus decided to be somewhat frugal. He wondered if there might be a kind-hearted maiden willing to show compassion for a blind man like him, assuring her that he would not inadvertently stumble into the bathhouse. Where could he possibly find free accommodation? After wandering for an extended period, as dusk began to envelop the sky, he found no one willing to offer him refuge. It seemed he had no choice but to seek sanctuary in a church, hoping for a benevolent priest who might take pity on this unfortunate, helpless, and sightless boy. The religious atmosphere in Perugia was palpable, with churches of various sizes dotting the streets, the largest of which was the Cathedral of San Pietro, serving as the city's focal point. Regrettably, as a destitute man without any clerical affiliation and lacking the means to offer a bribe, Wei Lai's request for an audience undoubtedly fell into oblivion. As the evening deepened and the prospect of sleeping on the streets loomed, he knocked on the door of a small chapel in the 5th district. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. To his dismay, the previous churches had at least opened their doors to politely decline his plea, but this chapel remained resolutely shut. Fortunately, a kind passerby informed Wei Lai that no priest had resided in this church for several months, and it had long been closed. Oh, what a twist of fate. Was there truly no place for him to find shelter in the empty churches scattered throughout? Wei Lai, undeterred, listened intently to the silence that enveloped the space. With the prowess of a martial monk, he delivered a swift punch to the heavy church door. Remarkably, the exterior remained unscathed. Yet the latch behind the wooden barrier lay in utter disarray. With a creak, he pushed the door open, only to be met with a nauseating stench that assaulted his senses. The air was thick with dust, intermingled with a cacophony of unpleasant odors. What manner of place is this? Even in the absence of a priest, one would expect a church to have a sacristan to maintain its sanctity. Wei Lai wrinkled his nose in distaste. Securing the church door with a nearby bench, he ventured further inside. The ground was littered with an array of chaotic offerings and empty wine bottles, leaving one to ponder the calamities that had befallen this sacred space. As Wei Lai's hand grazed the altar, preparing to ignite a holy candle in reverence to the Lord, he unexpectedly encountered a body, its texture unmistakably human. Wei Lai was taken aback, retreating 2 steps. What the hell? Is that a living person or a corpse? Who is it? A new priest? Or perhaps a cleaning nun? The figure sprawled upon the altar, still half asleep, began to murmur. Damn it, wasn't it said that this place was abandoned? Wei Lai exclaimed. Abandoned, my foot. This is now my territory. Who are you? The speaker's voice was deep and hoarse, suggesting considerable age. What the hell? Another vagrant. Get the hell out of here. I've claimed this place. Wei Lai boasted. Oh, such bravado. Who gave you permission? The opponent was clearly no pushover. Asus did. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to meet him. With a swift motion, a fierce strike came hurtling toward Wei Lai's cheek. You dare to strike. Wei Lai retaliated with a thunderous punch. Though it lacked the sacred power of the ascetic monk, he was merely a beggar vying for territory. And there was no need to escalate to fatality. Crack. A stick landed squarely on Wei Lai's arm. Ouch. That hurts. Damn it. Just wait until I catch you. He seethed. Within the darkened cathedral, Wei Lai fought like a frenzied lion, his fists and feet striking with vigor. Yet he failed to land a single blow on his opponent. Instead, he received multiple retaliatory strikes, grimacing in pain. Huh. You can't even touch a blind old man like me. You truly are inept, came the merciless taunt from his adversary. Then don't blame me for unleashing my true power. Sacred words, binding. Fury surged within Wei Lai as he unleashed a spell. For golden chains of sacred words intersecting and descending upon the source of the voice. Like a dragon sweeping its tail, Wei Lai executed a high kick, radiating golden light. As if transforming into a fierce dragon plunging into the sea, roaring forth. With a mere thrust of his staff, seemingly guided by Aosu. It resembled a loach returning to its burrow. Suddenly, Wei Lai found himself clutching his rear, kneeling on the ground in excruciating pain. The church echoed with mocking laughter. It appears your mentor did not adequately prepare you, leaving such a glaring weakness. Who are you exactly? Wei Lai grimaced in agony, unable to move. A thought struck him. You just claimed to be blind. Are you not displeased? Do you wish to strike again? A cold chuckle emanated from the elder. Wait, are you the Holy Spirit warrior, Master Gondos? Wei Lai hastily inquired. According to Aosius's description, Master Gondos was indeed a blind swordsman. Oh, do you know of me? The old blind man expressed mild curiosity. I have never encountered you, a master specializing in probing the depths of one's backside. Wei Lai gritted his teeth and stood, wincing in pain. I come at the behest of Lord Aosius, the paladin, to learn the art of inner vision. What foolish knight. I have never heard of him. You, little blind one, wish to learn my inner vision sword technique? Have you brought the tuition? Master Gondos scoffed, grasping his wooden staff. Master, it is for the sacrifice of serving God that you lost your sight. Is it not a tad vulgar to discuss money? Wei Lai exclaimed in astonishment. Funny mud go peep. I single-handedly slayed countless evils, only to end up blind and crippled, without a pension to enjoy my twilight years. That is the true vulgarity, Master Gondos declared, striking the ground with his staff in frustration. Indeed, I, too, faced the darkness of the malevolent deity, sacrificing my own sight with holy power. That wretched knight offered no compensation, just 3 days of leave to continue my mission. We are treated as expendables. Wei Lai echoed in agreement, cursing vehemently. Begone. Do not presume that your flattery will exempt you from paying me 10,000 holy silver coins, not a single penny less. Master Gondos bellowed. 10,000 holy silver coins. How dare you ask such a sum? You deserve to rot in this decrepit church, you wretched cripple. Wei Lai nearly leaped in outrage. Humph. I merely set a price to test your resolve. I did not expect you to be so easily flustered. You shall never learn my inner vision sword technique. Master Gondos retorted with a cold huff. Utter nonsense. I believe it is you who, as a child, faced too many probing fingers from the priest, thus comprehending a technique so absurd. Wei Lai spat back, unrelenting. Very well, young man, today you shall learn the true power of my inner vision sword. Master Gondos, now furious and trembling, thrust his staff forward. Divine word technique. Shield. Wei Lai quickly formed a shield. Old blind man, who are you trying to tickle? Impudent wretch. Today, I shall open your eyes to what it means to be a Holy Spirit warrior. Gondos let out a low growl, his staff radiating a burst of golden light, instantly shattering Wei Lai's sacred shield. What the heck? Wei Lai turned to flee, his face flushing crimson. In the Forsaken Chapel, Wei Lai had managed to endure the night, while the stern Master Gondos made no effort to evict him. In truth, this chapel was not abandoned. It was originally a sanctuary for healing. But after Master Gondos took residence to pursue his training, none of the priests or nuns could tolerate his foul temper and vulgar language, forcing them to vacate the premises. Subsequent bishops sent 2 new priests, neither of whom lasted a week, until Wei Lai, whose curses rivaled even Gondos's, finally brought a second living soul into the chapel. Old blind man, did your father ruin you as a child, leaving you unable to hold your bowels? How could you make this chapel so foul? Though Wei Lai was not particularly industrious, he could not bear the stench permeating the chapel. Master Gondos, who had spent his life vanquishing evil, never imagined he would meet his end due to hypertension. Since his severe injuries necessitated a period of recuperation, his increasingly irritable temperament led him to hurl insults at others. He never expected to encounter someone with a tongue more foul than his own, causing his seasoned grip on the sword to tremble with rage. I'll go fetch something to eat. The bread in your kitchen is harder than your priest's. Wei Lai was most intolerant of poor food. As he spoke, he made his way to the fireplace, setting down the fat dragon pot to heat water, kneading the fine flour he carried into dough, and skillfully crafting 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles, even serving a bowl to Master Gondos. What is this? Don't think that by offering something, you can persuade me to teach you the heart sword. Master Gondos fumed. Who the hell is trying to curry favor with you? I'm merely concerned that you, a decrepit old man, might starve and rot here, leaving me with no place to sleep. Wei Lai retorted, setting the noodles aside and slurping them contentedly. Master Gondos's face twitched. He genuinely wished to smash the bowl against Wei Lai's face. However, having not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time, he suppressed his anger, fumbled for a bowl and silver fork, and began to eat. Though the ingredients were merely sheep fat and salt, enhanced with a touch of fennel and Sichuan pepper, they proved irresistible to the old blind man, who devoured every last bite, leaving no broth behind. Don't think that just because you're older, you can shirk your duties. You're blind, and so am I. Let us clean this chapel together, for I intend to reside here for some time. Wei Lai licked his bowl clean. Humph, if you wish to move, do it yourself. Master Gondos snorted coldly, settling cross-legged before the statue of Yasu, closing his eyes in meditation. Damn lazybones. Wei Lai, unwilling to do the work himself, concocted a mischievous plan. Walking to the chapel door and posting a notice, seeking devotees to clean the chapel, payment of 10 pure silver coins. The generous remuneration immediately attracted numerous applicants, and Wei Lai welcomed all with open arms, swiftly recruiting over 20 neighbors who eagerly assisted in the cleaning of the church. The quaint little chapel, already modest in size, was swiftly transformed into a pristine sanctuary by the diligent laborers who meticulously tidied every corner, from the basement to the bell tower, leaving not a speck of dust behind, even clearing the drains. As dusk approached and it was time to settle the wages, each worker extended their hands before the old blind man, while Wei Lai had long since vanished. Who among the neighbors was unaware of the irascible old blind man residing within the church, who had driven away 3 priests with his foul temper? Little wretch, come out here, Master Gondos exclaimed, striking his cane in frustration. Wei Lai naturally vanished without a trace, while the typically proud Master Gondos, reluctant to forfeit even a small amount of money, begrudgingly counted out 10 sacred silver coins from his pocket. This was nearly all that remained of his retirement funds. It was only after the debt collectors had departed that Wei Lai emerged, donning headphones and humming to himself, lost in his own world. Beast, how dare you return? Return my pension, Master Gondos declared, his sword poised in the air, radiating a palpable intent to kill. The eye of foreboding opened. Wei Lai's bloodshot eyes widened in rage, as the raven perched upon the church's dome provided him with a vantage point. With this newfound awareness, how could I allow a blind man to bully me? Just one night later, combat erupted again within the church. This time, armed with vision, Wei Lai was no longer the one on the defensive. He unleashed the thunderclap fist and the shadow kick, charging forward with renewed vigor. Humph, a blind man should know his place. What treacherous methods are you employing? Master Gondos, deftly evading 2 of Wei Lai's fierce assaults, used his slender cane to deftly lift a silver cup from the offering table, sending it soaring toward the raven on the beam, causing chaos as feathers scattered in all directions. Wei Lai's aerial perspective was instantly thrown into disarray. causing Master Gondos to strike him squarely in the chest with his cane, propelling him forward like a rocket. Damn it, old blind man. Did the priest warp your psyche in your youth? Always aiming for the vital spots. Wei Lai could hardly stand upright. You little beast. I demand you make amends for the regrets of your childhood when the priest never penetrated your defenses. Master Gondos raised his cane, preparing for another assault. No. Stop. I concede. Master, I cannot match your prowess. Wei Lai repeatedly raised his hands in surrender. Return my money. I have but a meager pension left. I was hoping to enjoy a drink. Master Gondos retorted angrily. I have no money. I didn't bring any with me. Otherwise, 10 large silver coins would be insignificant. Wei Lai spread his hands helplessly. Gondos feigned another strike. I do have money. I possess the means to earn. Just grant me 2 days, and I shall procure it. How will you earn it? My culinary skills are exceptional. I worked as a chef in Umbria and secretly sold lunchboxes, amassing over 1,000 silver coins. Humph. A dubious and clandestine method. Hey, the means to earn is all written in the code of conduct, but may I borrow a couple of coins first? As capital for purchasing ingredients? Wei Lai rubbed his hands together with a sly grin. Then I shall thrash you first and collect 2 days' interest. Master Gondos's cane, when wielded, could truly elicit cries of anguish. On the 3rd day, Wei Lai departed from the church, making his way to the market to procure ingredients. However, after a thorough exploration, he returned disheartened. The market in Perugia paled in comparison to that of Umbria, lacking in the abundant variety of ingredients. Even when available, prices were exorbitant. A single egg sold for a pure silver coin, and pork cost 5 silvers per pound. There was no remedy. Umbria served as a logistical hub, where resources converged, resulting in a plethora of goods, whereas Perugia, being a smaller city, could not compete. Wei Lai, holding 2 sacred silver coins borrowed from Master Gondos, managed to purchase only a few bags of flour, some eggs, a handful of potatoes, and a modest selection of vegetables. Such meager provisions were barely sufficient for his own sustenance, rendering the establishment of a restaurant utterly unfeasible. Perhaps he could enlist the services of a freight handler to transport some ingredients. Yet the expenses would undoubtedly be exorbitant and unacceptable. Returning empty-handed, Wei Lai resorted to preparing a bowl of tomato and egg noodles to temporarily placate the old blind man's mood, informing him that the restaurant plan had fallen through. Why not sell PG instead? Tender and delicate, surely someone would appreciate it. The old blind man retorted grumpily. You, the limping old blind man. Why don't you take to the streets and play the Eru for some coin? You would surely rake in a fortune, the young blind man shot back. Fortunately, both remained seated before the statue, slurping their noodles without any inclination towards confrontation. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the church door, which creaked open. Is this the sanctuary of healing? No, the pastor chased the old blind man away. It's now merely a den for beggars. Wei Lai replied with a sardonic tone. Apologies for the disturbance. The visitor bowed and departed. In an instant, Wei Lai realized, had the individual just referred to this place as the Sanctuary of Healing? The Sanctuary of Healing had once been an independent branch that split from the Holy Church, now similarly under the Vatican's governance, dedicated to the study of healing miracles. Their stalwarts were the healing pastors, rather than ordinary priests. I've been assigned here to recuperate, but the priests here are quacks, incapable of healing anything, Gondos remarked calmly. Oh, I happen to possess some healing miracles. We could establish a healing hospital and generate profit, exclaimed Wei Lai, slapping his thigh, a new idea sparking to life. The long-dormant Sanctuary of Healing was once again opened, now displaying a sign offering free consultations to attract patients. Indeed, consultations are free, but for treatment, one's sincerity towards God must be demonstrated. A donation of a gratitude voucher is required for healing. As for the cost of a gratitude voucher, the impoverished would pay a fixed rate, while the wealthy would be charged a percentage. After all, gratitude is priceless. However, Wei Lai possessed only 2 healing techniques. One was the sacred word of healing, adept at treating physical wounds and accelerating recovery, typically applicable to frontline warriors. Perugia, being a rear city, lacked such a plethora of physical injuries. The second was a viral extraction analysis gun, capable of analyzing pathogenic microorganisms and synthesizing phage vaccines. This seemed a lucrative avenue, yet the church maintained stringent oversight over those afflicted with epidemics. Upon detection, immediate isolation and treatment were mandated, resulting in a scarcity of patients in need of care. Wei Lai rummaged through the wardrobe and donned the robe of the former pastor. Sitting in the church in silence for an entire day, awaiting a patient, In the bygone era, the titles of priest and pastor represented the differing denominations of Catholicism and Christianity, their responsibilities nearly indistinguishable. However, in the wake of the malevolent catastrophe and the subsequent reunification of the fractured faiths, priests now oversee essential affairs, while pastors are more inclined towards matters of healing. This middle-aged man harbored little faith in the church's infirmary. Decades of experience had taught him that 99 out of 100 individuals who entered such sanctuaries never emerged alive. Rather than languish in the confines of an asylum, he would prefer to meet his end in the comfort of his own bed at home. Wei Lai welcomed him into the church as if he were a prized lamb, guiding him to the healing chair and inquiring with utmost concern about his ailments. Cough, cough. The feverish and chills-ridden patient had nearly endured the journey while stifling his cough, but as soon as he removed his scarf, he succumbed to a violent fit of coughing. Old blind Gondos, in disdain, retreated to the back hall. Even the genuine saintly healer would refrain from treating patients with contagious illnesses. What pretense is this from a mere second-rate practitioner? Should the illness be transmitted, do not implicate me as well. Wei Lai was entirely indifferent to the droplets expelled by his cough. Even if he were to contract an infection, it could potentially enhance his constitution. What was there to fear? It was merely a common influenza, quite prevalent in winter. Although Wei Lai was not a physician, he could discern the nature of diseases with reasonable accuracy. Viruses were manageable. A simple analysis gun could easily remedy the situation. Can you indeed provide treatment? The patient inquired, somewhat astonished. In this era, nearly all viruses have been fortified by the corrupt plague deity, rendering humanity's immune system nearly powerless against any infectious disease. It poses certain challenges, yet it is not insurmountable. However, the fees may be somewhat steep, Wei Lai remarked, unable to gauge the patient's wealth by mere appearance. The fees. The patient's voice faltered, recalling the earlier claim of free medical care. Indeed, treatment is complimentary. However, one must donate to the church and receive a gratitude voucher, which can then be presented to me for treatment. Wei Lai's smile was as cunning as that of a devil. How much must one donate? The patient stammered, clearly lacking funds. Your condition necessitates certain materials, requiring no less than 10 holy silver coins, Wei Lai replied without hesitation. What are holy silver coins? I have never encountered such currency in my life. The patient gasped, attempting to rise but succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Wait. Does the Lord not care about sincerity? What can you offer? Wei Lai, who had not conducted any business all day, was reluctant to let this first patient slip away. I possess only 10 mixed silver coins, the patient weakly stated. Mixed silver coins? 10 mixed silver coins are equivalent to 1 pure silver coin, which in turn equates to 0. One of a holy silver coin, Wei Lai calculated, his fingers working through the exchange rate. Goodness. I wouldn't even pick that money up if it were lying on the ground. Ever since leaving Gill Village, he had not used mixed silver coins. And even if he had, he would consider them more of a burden than anything else. Apologies. Revered pastor, I truly cannot afford such an amount, the patient lamented, departing in silence. Wait. Wei Lai exhaled in exasperation. Your funds will be covered by the Lord. Give thanks to him. 10 mixed silver coins it is. And if I cure you, remember to spread the word. If he could not earn money, he might as well consider it a form of advertisement. Is that truly feasible? Revered pastor? The patient suddenly expressed excitement. Of course, enjoy your little victory. The inability to earn money has led Wei Lai's demeanor to deteriorate. She shrouded the patient's head with a black cloth, determined to shield her treatment methods from prying eyes. Extracting the viral analysis gun, she punctured the patient's arm to draw blood for examination. After a flurry of flashing lights, a red indicator illuminated. Sample error. The specimen collected was not a viral entity. Continuing the process, as per the instructions, even in the absence of a viral body, the RNA sequence of the mutated strain could yield a phage vaccine. However, this vaccine would only be effective for this single patient and could not be utilized for others, resulting in a significant waste of the analysis gun's sacred energy. After several minutes of analysis and vaccine creation, a solution of phage vaccine was completed and administered to the patient's arm by Wei Lai. There you go, within 24 hours. Your condition will improve, and within 48 hours, you shall be cured. Disdainfully, Wei Lai removed the patient's head covering and stowed away the analysis gun. Is it true? Will I really be cured? The patient, still incredulous, questioned. Am I foolish enough to deceive you for 10 silver coins? Now, don't hinder me with the next patient. Wei Lai retorted, finding any further conversation an unnecessary expenditure of time. Thank you, esteemed priest. The patient exclaimed repeatedly as they departed after retrieving 10 silver coins. Perhaps it was the excessive maternal care during treatment that led to such a modest fee, resulting in no merit points for herself. Wei Lai disdainfully extracted the incense ball, purifying every corner of the treatment room, thus achieving a semblance of disinfection to prevent cross-infection among patients. As dusk approached, not a single patient arrived, leading Wei Lai to stifle yawns and boredom. The old blind man emerged, his contempt palpable, one patient a day, collecting a mere 10 odds and ends. When do you plan to repay my debt? Pa, what profit is there to be made? I am merely accumulating merit for you. Lest one day you shuffle off this mortal coil and find that even God won't accept an old blind man like you, Wei Lai retorted. You little beast. My back itches again. Master Gondos seemed to strike a nerve, raising his cane in fury. Another bout, is it? Very well. I have yet to stretch my limbs today. Wei Lai rolled up his sleeves and sprang forth, once more engaging in combat with the old blind man. He could not always be the one at a disadvantage. Although the old man was sightless, his perception of the external world was remarkably acute. During each skirmish, he unleashed powerful energy waves, attuned to his surroundings. Wei Lai aimed to learn this art of perception from him, sensing the potent holy power emanating from Wei Lai's body. Master Gondos realized that this young blind man was attempting to emulate him, and he sneered derisively, thinking you can learn my insight? You have a long way to go. Purely the stench of a skunk. No matter how foul, it can't compare to your rancid foot odor. Wei Lai shot back, launching a flurry of strikes. Yet, after merely a dozen exchanges, he found himself outmatched, retreating in disarray. Indeed, the master of the Holy Spirit warriors lived up to his reputation. The Holy Healing Church remained desolate, with only a few patients entering each day, all of whom were impoverished, the wealthiest among them barely yielding 2 holy silver coins. Wei Lai was horrified to discover that the infection from the virus could no longer provide him with any attributes. His physique had grown increasingly formidable, and the divine power coursing through him rendered him immune to ordinary low-level viruses. He felt as though he had squandered an entire gem's worth of potential. Much like the arduous early days of entrepreneurship, when he barely had 2 patients a day, he found himself at a loss for what to do. His days were spent either exchanging heated insults with the old blind man or engaging in physical altercations. Gradually, he began to ponder the mysteries of his mental perception, seeking to externalize his divine energy to form a new sensory system and construct an alternative realm of mental vision. Although Master Gondos feigned indifference, he occasionally offered hints, only to subsequently unleash a merciless beating on Wei Lai. Despite their financial struggles, they spared no expense when it came to their appetites. If they earned 1 holy silver coin, they would indulge in a meal worth that same coin. On days when they failed to earn anything, Wei Lai would contemplate what items within the church might be sold for profit. In the course of his musings, his attention fell upon the emblem of the Holy Spirit Knight emblazoned on Master Gondos' chest. By the heavens, such an emblem, regardless of its material, could surely fetch a handsome sum. You rascal, dare to covet my emblem? I'll gouge your eyes out and find a new place for them. Master Gondos erupted with fury, akin to a wounded beast. All right, I won't sell it. But tell me, what rank are you among the Holy Spirit Knights? Wei Lai inquired, his curiosity piqued. A Holy Spirit Knight is a Holy Spirit Knight. Do you think it's akin to being a laboring mule? What rank, indeed? Master Gondos retorted angrily. What of it if they are laborers? Without us, what would you eat or drink? Wei Lai shot back defiantly. Is it not a specialized profession, devoid of ranks? That's a realm you, a mere novice, shall never comprehend. Master Gondos scoffed, leaning on his cane with disdain. Then enlighten me. As I am but a simple country bumpkin, what is the true essence of your Holy Spirit Knights? Are you mightier than the judges? Wei Lai asked, a smile of flattery on his lips. Humph. The judges are insignificant. We, the Holy Spirit Knights, directly heed the divine revelations of God, upholding peace and justice in the world, protecting the weak and innocent. Not even the highest pontiff can command us, Master Gondos declared, his pride evident as he held his head high. Well, a direct arm of God. But I have one question. If the Holy Spirit Knights are so formidable, why has God healed your blindness and your crippled leg? Wei Lai exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, Master Gondos' face turned crimson with rage, and he leaped up, swinging his staff to strike. Wei Lai was in quite a state of distress, exclaiming, Oh dear, I shall not speak of it any more. Let it be known that I am indeed foolish with my words. Master Gondos, filled with genuine wrath, relentlessly pursued Wei Lai for half an hour, wielding his cane like a steel whip, leaving marks of bruises upon him. Had it not been for the patient, groaning in agony at the door, pleading for divine mercy, he might have continued until his own strength was utterly depleted. All right, enough already. Old blind man, That is quite sufficient. The patient has arrived. Dinner is secured. Wei Lai hastily intervened, prompting Master Gondos to take a deep breath, sulking in silence with his arms crossed. The patient was nearly kneeling on the ground, unable to move due to the intense pain, while the accompanying family member wept as she supported him, imploring the local healer to employ sacred remedies to alleviate the suffering. "What is the matter with you? Are you wailing as if a pig is being slaughtered?" Wei Lai grimaced at the sound of the patient's anguished groans. This had been a persistent ailment for several months. They had initially intended to visit the cathedral's healing chapel in search of the healer to dispel the pain, but unexpectedly, they could not continue halfway, the family's desperate pleas echoing in the air. For months, this chronic issue had lingered. It likely was not an infectious disease, but rather a malfunction within the body itself. "Where does it hurt?" Wei Lai pondered, attempting to discern the source of the pain. "It hurts here." "Oh, it hurts so much." The patient clutched his abdomen tightly, wincing at the thought of needing to relieve himself. Wei Lai tentatively assessed the situation, conjecturing that the ailment at hand was likely a kidney stone. In order to ensure the purity of the water source and prevent the transmission of diseases, the church recommended either boiling the water or utilizing quicklime for purification. However, due to the scarcity of fuel, many common folk opted for the more economical quicklime treatment. This choice inadvertently led to hardened water quality, making individuals more susceptible to the affliction of kidney stones. Once the pain manifested, it could be excruciating, rendering one to wish for death rather than endure such torment. In this grim era devoid of surgical interventions and ultrasonic lithotripsy, the only recourse available was to seek the sacred healing from the Church of Saint Healing to temporarily alleviate the suffering. What could Wei Lai do in such a predicament? His two healing techniques proved futile. He could only offer physical pain relief for a silver coin. "Oh, dear priest, please help me relieve this agony." The sight of a grown man wailing in despair was almost akin to that of a woman in labor. As Wei Lai began to wave his hand dismissively, the sound of coins jingling in the family member's purse rang out, unmistakably the sound of sacred silver coins. "By the heavens, after such a difficult encounter, you cannot simply walk away. Let me ponder this for a moment." The intense pain was caused by a stone obstructing the ureter. Given his rudimentary medical knowledge, a direct incision could very well endanger the man's life. However, perhaps the sacred power could penetrate flesh and bone to directly strike at the stone's location. He recalled a technique learned from his arduous training as a monk, one capable of penetrating superficial barriers to reach the innermost targets. He had once used this technique to break the latch of the church door. Yet, a kidney stone was not a mere latch, should he miscalculate. He could either miss the mark or, worse, cause irreparable harm. If only he could ascertain the internal condition of the body. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Wei Lai's mind as he approached Master Gondos and inquired, "Master, can your inner vision penetrate the human form to reveal the internal condition of another?" "Indeed, it is possible, yet I will not impart this knowledge to you." Master Gondos replied coldly, leaning on his staff. "Oh, Master, how is it that your inner vision pales in comparison to ASU's discerning eyes? Could you not exhibit a little more magnanimity? You just proclaimed that the Holy Spirit's warriors protect the weak, yet here lies a patient in excruciating pain. And you can bear to remain indifferent?" Wei Lai, with a flourish of moral persuasion, continued, "No wonder the Almighty has yet to heal you. You insolent wretch." Master Gondos erupted in fury once more. "Wait. Permit me to finish before you strike." Wei Lai interjected. "If you assist me in treating the patient, we could accumulate merits together, and perhaps Lord ASU would remember you in due time." Master Gondos lingered in hesitation as the patient writhed in agony, prompting their family to rush over, pleading, "Revered pastor, can you truly provide treatment?" Wei Lai quickly turned around. All right, I shall alleviate your pain. Would you prefer the noble soul fragrance for anesthesia, or the antiquated Louis XVI method? The former costs 1 sacred silver coin, while the latter requires merely 1 pure silver coin. Sacred silver coin. The female relative hastily produced a gleaming sacred silver coin. "Splendid. Ling, let us commence." Wei Lai retrieved a fragrant ball and, after much deliberation, selected a third-tier coma soul fragrance. He scraped off 13 shavings and placed them into the ball. As the fragrant smoke wafted around the patient's head, it spiraled 3 times, filling their nostrils and leading them to forget their pain, sinking into a deep slumber. He then informed the family, "Merely addressing the symptoms will not suffice. A stone is obstructing his urethra. For a permanent solution, we must shatter the source of the ailment. Return to me 3 days after the onset of symptoms, and I shall ensure a thorough cure. Remember to bring sufficient funds, if lacking. At least bring the deed to your house." The art of the third eye, akin to the guiding cane in your hands, requires a straight and slender shaft to provide the most precise feedback. Under Wei Lai's persistent entreaties, Master Gandos finally agreed to impart the secrets of the third eye technique to him. This technique is not a skill of the Holy Spirit warriors, but rather an insight that Master Gandos attained after his own blindness. Thus, there are no rigid sectarian constraints to its transmission. Otherwise, the inheritance of the Holy Spirit warriors must endure rigorous moral tests and steadfast trials of faith. Individuals like Wei Lai would find it utterly impossible to pass. Dispersing your sacred power, you condense it into countless minute needles, extending in a specific direction, analyzing the feedback through the reflection of objects. Do you sense it? Master Gandos sat cross-legged on a mat, his body radiating a potent energy. Sitting beside him, Wei Lai felt as though he were being pricked by hundreds of needles at every moment. A withered yellow leaf fell, and in an instant, it was shattered into fine powder, every fiber obliterated. That delicate sensation of being pricked resembled a human-shaped radiation source, emitting powerful energy rays towards everything around. Of course, the intensity of this radiation can be adjusted. If one is merely conducting a third eye probe, only a minuscule amount needs to be released, imperceptible to the average person. The level of radiation that induces discomfort was merely to enhance Wei Lai's comprehension. It's just like the principle of radar reflection waves. I understand. Wei Lai quickly grasped the concept, and what remained was the practice of the skill, familiarizing himself with the reflective patterns of various objects in his mind. Possessing a 6th-tier scholar's emblem, Wei Lai exhibited remarkable efficiency in acquiring new skills. Within just a single day, he could emit a minute beam of sacred energy to scan the objects before him. Old dang, off to buy groceries. We shall have Italian tomato meat sauce pasta tonight. And I still need to practice my third eye. Wei Lai unceremoniously assigned the grocery task to Master Gandos while he himself sat cross-legged, diligently honing his skills. The old blind man, frustrated, tapped his cane, muttering in exasperation. When you begged to learn the craft, it was master. Now that you've learned, call me old dang. Nevertheless, since Wei Lai arrived at the church, the quality of the meals has seen a significant improvement, even during the most impoverished times. A bowl of noodles is far superior to the dry, unpalatable bread. After recovering at the Holy Healing Church, Master Gandos has ventured beyond the church for the first time, leaning on his cane and limping towards the market to procure the necessary ingredients. 3 days later, although Wei Lai's mastery of the art of inner vision was not particularly refined, he had nonetheless excelled at